This child is the daughter of the killer whale Duke. The strongest yet, she possesses no mana. In her grandmother's eyes, her hydro power is no different from trash, regarded as the family's failure. Her grandmother carelessly named her Calypso, then coldly walked away. At that moment, Calypso shouted loudly, "Grandmother, wait," startling both of them. The grandmother spun around. What did she just speak? She's only 2 years old. Normal children of the killer whale family only learn to speak at the age of 5. Not only that, but she could also listen and understand. She immediately picked the little girl up by hand. Isn't she just as cute as a little marshmallow? Yet she was being criticized and looked down upon. Even without hydropower, can you prove that you are useful? The little girl didn't say much. She gently reached her tiny hand toward her grandmother's hair, then gave it a very hard yank, leaving the servant in total shock. Calypso squeezed the clump of hair in her hand, firmly declaring, "I will prove it." Her grandmother suddenly burst out laughing. To think that your father who gave up on life could give birth to something like this. Then she tossed Calypso back to the servant. She ordered, "Take her to the educational facility. If she doesn't make it there either," her gaze turned terrifying, "then just throw her away. I have no room for failures." With a look of determination, Calypso thought, "Just you wait, old woman. I will personally kick you out of that clan head seat." It turned out she had accidentally reincarnated into the world of a children's novel. Despite having regressed 3 times, she still couldn't escape her tragic fate. The first life ended while trying to seduce the male lead. The second life ended due to tetanus. The third life ended because of excessive ambition. In the battle with the Dragon Duke, though she failed, she discovered one thing. He is the key to her returning home. Calypso's goal is to survive until she is 10 years old and become the Dragon Bride. That is the only way to get close to the Dragon Duke, to return home. After being recognized by the clan head, the servant's attitude toward Calypso did a complete 180-degree turn. Isn't it just frustrating? The little girl paced back and forth in her room calculating her father, the man known as the strongest killer whale, the Aquazir Del. But he hadn't met her once since she was born, nor did he care for her older brothers. Calypso was determined to cling tightly to this big gold thigh, but how? She walked toward the fountain. Right in front of her was her father Pierre. With an incredibly handsome and cold appearance, Calypso approached him with a bright smile. "Hello, mister. Mister, do you know where the educational facility is?" Opposite her, Pierre remained silent, not saying a single word. Clearly, she was being completely ignored. After a moment, he finally said, "Kid, you're in the wrong place." Calypso remained extremely cheerful. "Mister, could you lead me there?" In response to her enthusiasm, she was given the cold shoulder once again. Pierre turned away and said he didn't want to. Calypso didn't give up there. She came and sat right next to him, intending to use dried fruit to make friends. "Mister, would you like a bite?" He remained cold and didn't answer. What a strange person. Seeing that this method wasn't working, Calypso started to open up, asking if he had friends or if he was as lonely as she was. He still didn't respond, remaining silent. This made Calypso so incredibly annoyed. Then the little girl got up to leave. Before going, she didn't forget to turn back with a smile. "Goodbye, mister, see you later." Only when Calypso left did he finally speak. "Is she really my daughter? But she probably doesn't know, does she?" As for Calypso, she ran while guessing her father's thoughts. A normal person would know just by looking. There's no way her father wouldn't recognize her. That evening, upon returning to the educational facility, Calypso huddled behind the door, peeking inside. 2 servants were talking to each other, criticizing the children there. They are all useless failures. Caring for them is pointless, just a waste of time. If only we could just throw them away quickly. Calypso closed the door, thinking to herself, leaving a direct line killer whale in a place like this? If I can't awaken my power, I'll be left here to die as well. To survive in this place, I need father's help. With confidence, the little girl crossed her arms and declared, "I must definitely win over that cold-hearted father." Early the next morning, Calypso hurried out to find Pierre. She murmured to herself again, "Can this weak body really do nothing? My older brothers were all born with natural gifts of strength and physique. They are superior. Why am I the only one like this?" Calypso tried to concentrate to awaken her hidden power, but she immediately had to give up. She sighed in disappointment. How terrible is it really not working? In my previous life, I knew of something called the Tears of the Water Dragon. I could awaken hydropower by obtaining the Leo's treasure. But since I can't run out to find the treasure right now, approaching Pierre is clearly the top priority. While she was deep in thought, Calypso was startled by whispering voices echoing from nearby. "Hey, is it here? Could we have entered the wrong place?" "No, it's definitely here." Calypso slowly and cautiously tiptoed closer, wondering who would have come here at this time. A black-haired boy stood there with arms crossed and said coldly, "I heard a new descendant was just born here." A brown-haired boy replied with indifference, "So what if we know? Anyway, she can't even use hydropower. Moreover, rumor has it she was sold to be a bride. To the dragons, wasn't she?" The black-haired boy replied. They say she is being recognized by the head of the family and is being moved back to the main house. If we don't teach her a lesson now, she will surely cause trouble for Lord Ian. Calypso thought, Lord Ian, the son of the eldest uncle in that case. Then those people must have volunteered to be his vassals, since they are dependents of a powerful successor with great influence. It's not unreasonable that they despise other direct-line descendants. The brown-haired boy Boris said with a threatening gesture. Then we must teach her a lot, so she won't even think about doing anything else. Calypso peeked out gently, her heart filled with anxiety. Currently, I have no power. It would be futile to just run away like this. At that moment, Calypso accidentally stepped on a dry branch, making a noise that caused the two boys to immediately discover her. Over there, isn't that her? Calypso panicked, oh no, and she hurriedly ran away. But the two boys quickly gave chase. They shouted, stop right there, you little girl! Calypso panted as she ran, thinking to herself, I can't last much longer. Her strength exhausted, Calypso finally tripped and fell. The brown-haired boy approached and mocked her. Well now, are you really a direct descendant? You look quite pathetic, don't you? Without being able to use hydropower, how exactly did you get recognized by the clan head? Calypso's eyes suddenly flashed with a sharp cold light. She replied defiantly, you talk big, don't you? You're just bastards under Lord Ian's command. Aren't you? The black-haired boy suddenly exclaimed. Is she actually speaking? Am I the only one who heard that? How old is she and she already knows how to talk? The brown-haired boy stood up and continued his sarcasm. I heard it too. I wonder how you managed to catch the clan head's eye when you have no hydropower. So you're just an insect, with only this much to brag about. As quick as lightning, the little girl grabbed his finger and bit down hard, making him scream in pain. No matter how much he tried to pull away, she clung on like a leech and wouldn't let go. A moment later, he was seen in agony, clutching his swollen finger. Calypso spat in contempt and asked, are you done talking? If I'm an insect, then that's a land creature, isn't it? You unrefined fish head, how dare you compare me to something from the land? Both boys let out a scoff. What is she saying? The brown-haired boy furrowed his brows with an annoyed look. I was planning on giving you some advice. Calypso pouted, thinking to herself, it's fun to land a hit, but I can't run away anymore. 2 against 1 is never a fair fight. I have no chance of winning. Calypso shouted loudly, trying to intimidate them. Do you think my father will let this slide? Hearing this, the two boys were surprised, their expressions turning to worry. If it's her father, that would be Lord Pierre, Calypso thought to herself. Right now, the succession struggle among the next generation is very fierce. The appearance of a descendant, recognized by the head of the house. I know that's not good news. But even so, this is crossing the line. 2 older boys attacking a little girl. The brown-haired boy remained skeptical. Don't lie. Why would Lord Pierre care about someone like you? The black-haired boy added as if to convince himself, yeah, that's right. He's the one who even rejected the clan head's invitation. Calypso spoke nonchalantly, maintaining her confidence. What are you saying? I am currently on my way to meet father. She whispered to herself, what's the harm in exaggerating a little? Calypso continued, emphasizing each word. When he sees how those under Lord Ian are treating me, I wonder what my father will say. Calypso reflected. At times like these, using father as a shield is exactly the right move. The black-haired boy began to feel uneasy and hurriedly tried to stop his friend. Hey, let's just go. Something feels strange. The brown-haired boy shoved his friend aside and stepped closer to Calypso with an aggressive look. Let go, I have to fix her attitude before we leave. Calypso closed her eyes tight, praying in her heart. If only I had the power of water. Suddenly, at that moment, a surge of water came rushing in with a roar. The brown-haired boy was swept up into the air and fell back to the ground with a heavy thud. The black-haired boy ran over in a panic. Hey, wake up! The brown-haired boy, with a trembling voice full of fear, gasped, a water vortex. The black-haired boy was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. I heard she couldn't use the power of water. What is going on? Fine, damn it, just you wait. Calypso mischievously raised her middle finger and shouted loudly, eat this. Oh my god, what was that just now? Why did I suddenly awaken hydropower? This is just too amazing. I really am a genius. In any case, I'm all dirty now. I can't go see father like this. I have to treat my wounds first. Pierre, standing nearby, whispered softly to himself. I wonder if this child knows who I am. As Calypso trudged along tiredly, she muttered, truly nothing compares to a delicious meal. Hearing that Pierre leaned against a tree trunk, his face showing a hint of surprise. Eating is the best, is it? And since that incident, Calypso had tried many times to summon the power of water, but nothing happened at all. Just as I expected. My power hasn't fully awakened yet. Oh well, I'm sure everything will be fine. Calypso reassured herself, though a bit of anxiety remained in her heart. While Calypso was lost in her own worries, a gentle knock sounded from outside the door. Excuse me, lady. Are you in your room? A voice called out. Calypso turned slightly and invited them in. The door opened softly and a young maid stepped inside. The girl bowed politely and said, "Lady, my name is Misa. I will begin serving here starting today. I hope for your guidance and support." Calypso was briefly surprised. "Oh, I've been promoted from little miss to lady already," Misa continued. "And your school enrollment date has also been set." "Already?" Calypso watched Misa intently, thinking to herself, "Where have I seen this person before? Ah, I remember now." She suddenly had an epiphany. To fight against land animals and beastmen on the mainland, 2 prerequisites are necessary. An excellent commander with the ability to control hydropower and a beastman who can search for water sources within a certain range. If a commander with hydropower is lacking, then the ability to search for water becomes even more vital. If my memory serves me right, the Misa of the future will possess an incredibly superior ability, even though at this moment she herself is completely unaware of it. She will certainly be extremely useful later on. I must make sure to remember this clearly. Misa gently asked, "Lady, where do you intend to go at this hour?" Calypso replied calmly, "I intend to take a little walk." Misa's face showed clear signs of worry. "Lady, many buildings have collapsed nearby. Going out alone could be dangerous. Please allow me to accompany you." Calypso looked at Misa, and images of those who had spoken ill of her in the past suddenly flashed through her mind. A radiant smile suddenly appeared on her lips as she said to Misa, "How wonderful." Misa seemed moved by Calypso's reaction. She whispered, "Lady?" Calypso smiled brightly and replied, "Thank you for your kindness, but I'll be fine on my own." With that, she strolled outside. A while later, Calypso found Pierre where he was standing. She greeted him softly. "Hello, sir. Pierre, with his arms crossed and without turning around, asked coldly, "Lost your way?" Calypso puffed her cheeks in slight annoyance. "Not at all. Do I really look that foolish to you?" She thought to herself, "I have to say something that father can't ignore, something he has to respond to." After a moment's thought, she decided to get straight to the point. "Sir, do you know how to use hydropower?" Pierre turned his head away, his gaze not meeting Calypso's as he asked back, "What if I do?" Calypso said hurriedly, "Please teach me. I feel like you would be a very excellent teacher to guide me." Pierre raised an eyebrow and asked back, "On what basis do you say such a thing?" Calypso replied instantly, "Don't you realize it? Based on what I've observed, that's just how it is. I really want to learn, can't I? You have a golden opportunity to train. A genius disciple like me, you know." Pierre turned fully to look at the girl, his gaze somewhat perplexed. "Who do you take after to be so shameless?" Calypso puffed out her chest confidently and said, "I must take after my father. My father is a super handsome man, possessing unparalleled power, and he is always the most wonderful man in this world." Pierre placed a hand on his chin, looking pensive as he thought, "Am I and truly such a man?" Calypso continued nonchalantly, "And father loves me immensely. I love him very much too. Please always love me, for I am very afraid of being hurt. I am just a weak little girl. When I'm hurt, I can only cry." In that moment, memories of her life before transmigrating into the novel suddenly flooded Calypso's mind. "My parents loved me so much that I almost forgot about myself. Nothing can replace my family, no matter what it takes. Just to see my father and mother again, I must find a way to go home." Pierre asked with an expressionless face. "Is that so? Then why don't you learn from your own father?" Calypso crossed her arms and pouted. "Father is very busy, uncle. While you look like you have nothing better to do, so you should help me." Suddenly, an invisible and heavy force pressed down on Calypso, startling her. She thought, "He's using hydropower to pressure me." Even so, Calypso maintained her stance and continued, "In just a little while, I'll be attending an educational institution. If I want to take first place there, I must possess hydropower." Pierre warned her in a stern voice, "If you try too hard to awaken your power, you might end up paying a price. Even with my own life." Calypso maintained her confident air, even lifting her chin. "Fine. You only live once, so what if I die? Besides, I don't know if that educational institution has anything to do with hydropower. Why shouldn't I be capable of that? To become the top student, then naturally I must obtain that power." Pierre couldn't help but think to himself, "Just who raised this kid? What kind of upbringing leads to someone like this?" Calypso continued in a somewhat innocent tone, "Father wants me to become the most outstanding killer whale." Hearing those words, Pierre frowned slightly, his mind filled with conflicting thoughts. Why is she lying? Even when she knows perfectly well that I am her father. Calypso looked straight into Pierre's eyes and said resolutely, "So uncle, please help me." Pierre remained silent, not saying a word. Seeing this, Calypso became despondent, her tone becoming a bit coquettish. "Just look at me. You can see that I'm very smart. Please help me just a little, okay?" Pierre subtly used a bit of power on the girl, wondering to himself, what is with this contradiction? This lack of clarity at the last minute. What will I do if she finds out? Then Pierre easily lifted the girl with hydropower and asked her, the person who wants you to be strong, but doesn't help you with anything? Do you think that your father truly loves you? Calypso let out a faint smirk and replied without hesitation, I love my father very much. To me, father is number one. He is the most wonderful and powerful person in this world. After hearing Calypso's words, Pierre still didn't show any emotion externally. He gently set Calypso down on the ground and said, you should. Decide on the time yourself. But I'm warning you beforehand. I won't go easy on you just because you're young. Come here at the same time every day. When Calypso heard those words, the little girl was dazed for a moment before regaining her composure. Her face lit up with overwhelming joy. That's wonderful. So what should we call each other? Can I call you Master? Pierre let out a sigh as if accepting the reality. Up to you. Calypso followed closely behind, saying excitedly, then I will call you Master. She thought to herself that since Master had agreed to help, the awakening of her hydropower was only a matter of time. I will absolutely never regret this meeting, or this decision. Ever. She reminisced about her past life. In my previous life, it was thanks to a treasure that I awakened my hydropower. However, awakening it alone was not enough. I needed to learn how to control it, proficiently. Fortunately, I met someone who guided me. That person argued that, if I were constantly in contact with water, I would naturally learn how to control my power. Perhaps it was because of that I quickly mastered how to control my abilities. But at that time, I thought I was going to die. Pierre crossed his arms and gave a decisive order. We will start by making contact with water. Dive in. Calypso was still a bit dazed by the sudden command, but still obediently replied yes. With a cold face and arms crossed, Pierre firmly declared, dive down. There are many cases where abilities are awakened when one's life is threatened. Calypso immediately objected, her voice filled with panic. No way. But if we do it that way, then... Pierre cut her off without hesitation, speaking firmly. If you don't like this way, there are plenty of other methods. Then Calypso asked hurriedly, her eyes full of hope. What are the other ways? Pierre then proceeded to list a series of other methods. But they were all extremely difficult challenges, nearly impossible. Finally, Calypso sighed and said with resignation, I'm going for a dive now. With that, the little girl jumped into the water with a loud splash. As she was sinking down, Calypso thought to herself, this training intensity seems a bit too much for my current age. If I'm training my body to endure hydropower, then I'm doing quite well. But why does it feel so vague? Gradually, Calypso's eyes began to close. Her heart was thumping as if it were about to burst. Then she suddenly choked on water and frantically scrambled back to the surface, exclaiming, I really almost died just now. Pierre fell into thought for a moment, then dropped a strange question. Are you an aquatic insect? Calypso, who was coughing uncontrollably, spat out a large mouthful of water. Pierre, still with his arms crossed, continued, no. Even if that were the case, you wouldn't react this strongly to such a small stimulus? Apart from you, no one has more potential to awaken hydropower than you, right? Calypso replied with a hint of irony in her voice. Master, these are just provocative words. It doesn't mean I'm not in pain. Besides, don't you take my age into account, Master? Pierre replied coldly. If you can endure all those training sessions, then what does age matter? Calypso clenched her small hands, telling herself, Father might say that, but I can already feel something tiny moving inside my body, even though it's nothing, compared to my brothers, who are known as geniuses. In this life, I will definitely become someone superior. The scene shifted to another location. A voice rang out, My lady, would you like me to continue with the next part of the story? We have arrived, my lady. Calypso opened her eyes wide, her heart overflowing with emotion. She hadn't expected the day she officially entered the academy would come so soon. In her second life, she was sold away immediately, and in her third life, she was suspended halfway through her studies. She had endured so many ups and downs. At that moment, a woman stepped forward and spoke. I have heard much about you. I am Lila, in charge of managing the elementary level. Calypso looked straight at her. A stream of thoughts flashed through her mind. We meet here again. The reason she had to leave the academy early, in her third life, was because she fell into a plot by her relatives. She had first met Lila under those circumstances. Despite Lila's reasonable defenses, she still faced the outcome of being suspended. Later on, when she returned to the academy after becoming the head of the family, Lila had disappeared without a trace. Calypso then stepped closer, bowed politely, and said, It is a pleasure to meet you. Lila's eyes sparkled with surprise. She said that although she had heard about it, it was truly astonishing. Someone only 3 years old could already speak and pronounce so perfectly, and behave so politely as well. With your permission, I would like to guide you to your classroom. Please, this way. Calypso walked behind quietly observing. Lila was walking at a moderate pace, keeping level with her. Lila paid attention to that, because she didn't want Calypso to fall behind. Thinking back, she realized she never had a chance to thank Lila in her past life. Lila stopped, turned around, and said, "We've arrived. Please go in." After Calypso stepped inside, Lila spoke loudly to get everyone's attention. "All right, everyone, please pay attention. From today, our class will have a new member. This is Lady Calypso Aquadello. This new lady is really beautiful." Another child chimed in. "I heard she's very good at talking." Could it really be true? Lila stood still silently assessing the situation. But for a killer whale, to be unable to control hydropower is indeed a fatal flaw. Due to the species' slow development characteristics, children usually begin to learn how to speak at the age of 7 or 8. It seems the rumors about the genius lady who is gifted in speech were not just idle gossip. However, if this is just a performance staged through some sort of trickery, I will certainly find what they are hiding. "That's just how it is," a purple-haired girl whispered softly. "Ms. Lila, given this situation, we won't be able to continue with the current curriculum." Meanwhile, the other children could only babble, "Lady Abu, Abu." "Oh." Calypso rested her chin on her hand, looking bored, playing with blocks. "Sorry, I don't play those childish games." "Tisk, tisk, look at that." "Adult whales don't cry." "Oh. Is this plankton candy, thanks?" Calypso turned to Lila, her voice full of confidence. "Well, Lila, do you need more time to test me?" Lila was startled and let out a sigh. "No, I will arrange for you to study in a higher class. Is there any specific class you would like to join?" Calypso smiled radiantly, cheering inwardly. "Great. Everything is going exactly according to my plan. This is the moment I've been waiting for. I must make her keep an eye on me. Then first I will definitely become a genius." Then Calypso spoke with a decisive tone. "The class that gathers the most outstanding children is the 8.5-year-old whale class. In that class, half are those with the potential to be chosen, and half are the oldest students in the primary facility. So classmates, is there anyone who speaks better than me?" Lila bowed slightly and replied, "No, my lady, you are the most outstanding. However, you must take responsibility for the choices you make." "Is that a yes?" Calypso immediately put on a smug face. "You mean, you don't see me as just a 3.5-year-old child, do you?" Lila replied, "Yes, it is truly surprising. Since your third older brother appeared at this facility, it has been a very long time since I've been this astonished. In any case, who told you about the educational stages here?" Calypso glanced at those who were whispering sneakily, then replied, "My father told me. My father loves me very much. I've told you everything, okay?" After Calypso finished speaking, the atmosphere became unusually quiet. Lila, after a moment of silence, spoke up. "First of all, I will guide the lady to the class you desire." Calypso replied, "Okay." Then Lila led Calypso away. Lila stole a glance at Calypso, thinking to herself, Lord Pierre cared for the child. It's common knowledge that Lord Pierre had never visited his child, not even once. Everyone knows that. Does this mean the lady and Lord Pierre have met and interacted with each other? Rumors seem to travel faster than words again. Even though she hasn't controlled hydropower yet, if Lord Pierre is helping her, awakening is only a matter of time. This might not just be a simple occurrence, but the emergence of a direct descendant of a genius, perhaps a challenger. A new successor has appeared. Not long after, Calypso laughed and spoke with an excited expression. "It went smoother than I thought." Pierre asked curiously, "What exactly went smoothly?" Calypso grinned and replied, "I have successfully gained recognition for my wonderful abilities." Pierre looked at the little girl, his tone still calm. "I don't understand how you can be so delighted. But if you can't control hydropower, you will be eliminated." Calypso crossed her arms with a look of dissatisfaction. "Hey, master, look at you raining on my parade. But I'll be understanding, even toward people with a lack of social skills like you, master. Because I am a 3-year-old child, with wonderful speaking abilities after all." Pierre asked back, "Do you want another round today?" Calypso immediately tried to avoid the subject. "I just want to write poetry." But master, look at me, my muscles have also gotten much stronger. So I can even crush rocks." Pierre pondered, his voice thoughtful. "It truly is quite strange. Even though you cannot create water, your physical abilities are still improving well." Pierre stood up and let out a sigh. "Follow me. I have a new training requirement." Not long after, they arrived at a very beautiful-looking mansion. Calypso's eyes widened in amazement, her mouth agape. "Wow, Master's house is amazing." She looked around, thinking to herself, compared to Pierre's power, this place is quite shabby. Perhaps it's because it's out of her ladyship's sight. A moment later, they reached a room inside. Calypso cried out in shock again. "Master, what kind of pigsty is this?" Pierre looked annoyed and said, "That's quite offensive. Why are you comparing it to a land animal's home?" Calypso looked apologetic. "I'm sorry. But what's with this messy room? Pierre said, this is my room. From now on, we will use hydropower to clean it. Calypso exclaimed in bewilderment, What? What are we going to do? No, I said you have to clean it, Pierre replied calmly. Calypso quickly interrupted, No, I heard you. But could this be a type of training? Using hydropower to become the strongest when wanting to confront someone, or is hydropower related to endurance? Or is this an exercise to train the senses? Ah, Pierre looked at Calypso with deep suspicion. Sometimes, you talk as if you already understand that power very well, as if you have used it before. That certainly couldn't be the case, right? Calypso's face fell. Well, it could be that. In my past life, I used to be the most wonderful aquatic creature. The little girl then spoke up again. So I have to rearrange everything, cleaning up this whole mess. I'm probably going to get dizzy. Calypso was shaking with anger. That killer whale must have forgotten that I'm only 3 years old. Calypso shouted loudly. I don't want to do it. You mean I have to use hydropower to clean Master Pierre? Pierre replied nonchalantly. Correct. There are many ways to apply hydropower. First is fear using intimidation to threaten opponents. Second is manifesting water and controlling it at will. Third is releasing the suppressed power of a merman on land. Fourth is using hydropower to reinforce the body. Currently, you can only use reinforcement among those powers. If the moment of awakening hasn't arrived, you must use your strength continuously. Master, Calypso thought to herself, did father intentionally clutter this room to train me? Why, he truly is a strange father. Calypso spoke, Yes, master. The little girl glanced at Pierre and said to herself, There he goes again, with an expression that showed no attachment to anything in this world. Is it true that all sick people are like this? Time passed quickly until evening. Master, where does this go? Pierre rested his chin on his hand and said, Throw it away. It's a useless item. No. Pierre's reaction proved that this was not something that could just be thrown away. Knowledge from Calypso's past lives told her that. Calypso tucked the handkerchief into her pocket and said, I understand. I'll throw it away. But isn't this yours? Pierre turned away and replied, No, it belongs to my wife. Calypso thought to herself, Oh, that gave me a fright. Why did he come in without turning on the lights? Despite having been reincarnated many times, all I know about my mother is that she was also a killer whale beastman and a good person. Just those two things. I don't know anything else beyond that. And I don't intend to find out more. Pierre walked over and said, It seems this task was too easy, wasn't it? Calypso was startled. Not at all. Pierre crossed his arms and said, Is that so? Then move faster. Or do you intend to stay up all night? Calypso frowned and thought, This father of mine is really, in any case, continuously using my power also helps me gain experience. I can certainly feel my muscles developing more than when I was just jogging. Move this here and that there. Unconsciously, Pierre also cracked a subtle smile. The scene changes elsewhere. So, my lady, as you requested, your accommodations will remain exactly as they were. Calypso said gloomily, I know. Calypso clutched her aching arm, thinking that if she went back, it would be difficult to meet Pierre. Even though father said, next time he'd make me do laundry or some other training. Forget it. At that moment, Lila walked up. My lady, please follow me. I will lead you there personally. Observing this attitude, Calypso realized Lila was even more polite than yesterday. The lady has become quite famous after only a single day. Calypso was surprised. Me, Lila replied. It seems the news has spread to at least 16 direct lines of the killer whale clan. Calypso was shocked. What? Did yesterday's event spread everywhere already? Lila continued. The teachers who accompanied us yesterday each had something to say. Calypso asked curiously. No, are they really that gossipy? Lila went on. One of them said there was a father. Who is a flying fish merman? Calypso thought to herself. If it's the flying fish known for being big gossips, then I'll admit it was an event significant enough to cause a stir. Inherently, the more sensational a rumor is, the faster it spreads. Calypso asked, You mean my story is sensational? Lila turned and said to some, Isn't this a sensational story? The killer whale clan consists of about 32 direct lines, centered around grandmother. If you include the closely related clans belonging to other marine species, then that number is truly enormous. Since they all choose and support their own successors, it's only natural that my story becomes a thorn in their side. It's to be expected. Lila saw Calypso walking up the stairs, glanced over and said, It turns out the young lady is not only good at languages, at only 3 years old, but you can also climb the stairs so easily. Calypso replied, That's right. I think with this ability, I can not only rival Ian Highshot, but also Bellows, the sons of my first and second uncles and even my older brother, who is known as the genius of the century. Calypso crossed her arms and asked, How is it, Lila? Lila gently brushed her hair and said, To be honest, every one of your actions is very surprising. Calypso laughed heartily and said, "If you're already this surprised, it's going to be awkward." A moment later, they arrived. "This is the Alpha class, the highest level class. Student, please come in, young lady," Calypso asked Lila. "In just one day, rumors of me being a genius have spread, and I'm even studying in the highest class. Do you think I'm great?" Lila replied, "Of course you are great, my lady." "Yes," Calypso said confidently. "Please convey this to my grandmother, that this is the first time you've seen such a genius." After that, Calypso immediately ran off. Lila chuckled. "There's going to be trouble, isn't there?" Merfolk carry the traits and personalities of the species they originate from. Therefore, killer whales usually avoid fighting, are peace-loving, and have great tolerance toward other species. But among them, there are also rebels, specifically the killer whales. The scene shifts to the classroom. Today's report session is over. From now on, we will play a block-building game. Two boys cried, sniffing, "Karen hit me." The teacher reminded Karen, "You must not disrupt the class." Then Karen leaned his head back and said, "Yes, I understand. Why do we have to play such childish games?" The two brothers said, "Karen is right." These two boys were Luca and Luba, a pair of twin beluga whale brothers. Karen raised his fist and said, "You guys aren't even worth my fin. What do you want?" The twins nodded. "There he goes again. There he goes again." Karen frowned. "Hey, you two twin belugas over there. Will you shut up?" The teacher raised her voice and said, "Attention, everyone. Today our class has a new student, Calypso. Let's all give her a round of applause." Karen was startled. "What, that girl is a descendant?" Karen definitely remembered her if she was a girl. Recalling the words he had eavesdropped on, "That's Pierre's daughter." "Right. But I heard she hasn't awakened her hydropower yet. What a useless little brat. I heard she'll be sold off as a dragon bride." "Serves her right. Why would someone like Pierre give birth to such a useless person?" The teacher turned her gaze toward Calypso, her tone gentle but full of expectation. "Now why don't you introduce yourself first?" Hearing that, Karen snickered softly, his eyes filled with contempt. "She's just a mediocre brat. I'll make her cry, just you wait." Despite the whispers, Calypso flashed a radiant smile and stepped forward confidently. "Nice to meet you all. This is an educational institution founded by the Killer Whale Clan, a place that teaches the harsh law of the jungle. I will definitely be number one here." Calypso puffed out her chest slightly, her proud voice echoing throughout the room. "I am Calypso Aquastello. I hope this class will live up to my expectations." Amidst the crisp rounds of applause, Teacher Camille said cheerfully, Well, well, did you children hear that clearly? Let's all give Calypso a big round of applause. Now we will begin the puzzle game. Everyone please head back to your seats." Just as they were settling in, Karen approached aggressively. With an arrogant tone, he said, "Come on, move it. You're the descendant, right?" Calypso crossed her arms over her chest, her sharp gaze staring straight at Karen. "Who are you? How old are you?" Karen tilted his head back, his arrogance undiminished. "I am Karen, 8 years old." "The descendant is quite small, isn't she?" "You look pretty filthy." Calypso frowned slightly, looking at him and thinking to herself, stupid brats really are everywhere. Then she spoke up, her voice surprisingly cold. "Look here, boy. If you're still immature, you shouldn't spout nonsense. Isn't 8 the age to transfer to the intermediate facility? They say that. If you can't even get into intermediate school at that age, then you're basically a lost cause. What else do they call it? Just so you know, I'm only 3. You're in the same class as a 3-year-old. Have you no shame?" Karen turned red with rage and shouted, "That's ridiculous. We can't even talk. Until we are 5. Calypso let out a smirk, her eyes full of defiance. "Do you really think your mind is on the same level as mine?" Karen clenched his fist and roared, You defective little brat!" A fist swung out, but Calypso managed to dodge it gracefully just in time. "You should learn some manners first." Immediately, Calypso grabbed Karen's collar and delivered a powerful headbutt, causing the boy to stagger backward and fall. Karen clutched his head, trembling, and said, "A headbutt, seriously? That's playing dirty." Calypso crossed her arms, her expression calm. "What do you mean, dirty? Look at the difference in size between us. I didn't want to use violence, but I have no intention of sitting still and taking insults. Besides, my father told me not to go around getting beaten up." Camille, the teacher of the Alpha class, stepped forward, her eyes filled with astonishment. Without even awakening hydropower, how can she possess such power? Lila stood silently in a corner, calculating in her mind. Karen only lacked brains, but in terms of strength, he was outstanding. To think the young lady could suppress him so easily. It's certain now. This story will spread so widely that everyone will know about it. Calypso was now extremely satisfied, nodding slightly. Very good. Just as planned, I'm now in this class. This power and attention are truly wonderful." Camille spoke up, breaking the silence. "Now, children, please sit down. A good whale must be diligently educated." Time passed quickly until that afternoon. Calypso stretched, a satisfied smile appearing on her lips. Today was a meaningful day. She recalled the words Lila had spoken. You won't have to transfer classes anymore. Perhaps you won't stay in the primary facility for much longer. Calypso gave a smug smile. Just then, the twins Luba and Luca came running over in a rush. Young lady, young lady. Greetings, young lady. Hello, young lady, you saved our class. Karen used to bully everyone a lot, but you defeated him. Saved us, defeated him. Watching the chirping twins, she thought to herself, are these beluga whale beastmen? They are intelligent and kind beastmen. All beluga whales are like that. But who would have the heart to hit these little guys? Their hair is so fluffy, too. Calypso asked softly, what are your names? Both replied in unison with eager faces, I'm Luba and he's Luca. Combined, we're Luca Luba. Calypso was a bit puzzled, Luba. Both corrected her in unison again, Luca Luba. Calypso gave a slight smile and said, I'll be counting on your help from now on. You guys are the first ones to befriend me. Suddenly, Calypso remembered something. She thought to herself, please don't say anything strange like asking for help. Did they think that would make her work harder? The person who scammed her in her third life was also a white whale, though, unfortunately, he was also a smart man. The twins continued their voices full of enthusiasm. We must repay our young lady. Mother said to treat those we meet for the first time well, so let's treat her father well, too. That's right, well done. Calypso responded, her gaze full of scrutiny. It seems like this isn't the first time. You guys have said things like this, right? Why are you suddenly acting like this? Luba asked, his face full of concern. Young lady, taking the stairs is very tiring, isn't it? Luca added, no less eager. Do you still have strength left? Calypso chuckled and waved her hand, not at all. I'm not tired at all. What now? Wait, hold on a second. The twins shouted as they ran off. Whales help their friends. From today, the young lady is our friend. Then, to Calypso's astonishment, the twins lifted her onto their shoulders and ran all the way down to the carriage. Calypso sighed softly, thinking to herself, it seems I have some cute subordinates. As soon as she reached home, Calypso's face showed extreme surprise. What is this? Everyone was there, even people she had never met before. A man who looked like a butler, with golden hair and a calm smile, approached and bowed. It is an honor to meet you, young lady, he said. Calypso asked in confusion, what's going on? The golden-haired man gently replied, during your stay in this building, to keep up with young lady Calypso's wishes, we have been assigned here to make your life more convenient. Calypso looked at the row of servants standing formally and thought to herself, so that's why the servants' expressions here are like that. Very well. By the way, I'll slowly find fault with each and every one of them. Then she spoke, her voice full of authority. I like it. I will choose my own nanny. Misa is the only one who is gentle with me, so I choose her, and especially the one who cares most about my meals. The blonde man repeated softly, looking a bit flustered. Meals, do you mean? Calypso spoke frankly. I suppose you probably don't know, but there are many cases where the personnel here didn't even provide me with proper meals. The blonde man immediately interrupted, his tone firm, but lady, that is the rule of survival of the fittest. Calypso let out a long sigh. The rules of the killer whale family, right, I know. However, enduring baths so hot that they could burn me, is that also a rule our family pursues? I feel neglected and it is far too abusive for a child. Furthermore, I do not believe that I am simply overcoming a trial. The blonde man was utterly shocked. How could such a thing happen? Calypso continued with a decisive tone, so I will certainly tell my father about this. The blonde man panicked instantly, turning pale as a ghost. Do you mean Lord Bia? Calypso propped up her chin with a confident look. Father is very curious about me, you know. The blonde man, flustered, quickly bowed low. We, Lady Calypso, if you would permit, then we would like to discipline them starting now. Calypso then thought to herself, if I don't take the initiative, I'll be in major trouble. I will make them pay for their sins. Then she spoke, her voice authoritative, yet still retaining the innocence of a child. I am fine, but other children would be deeply hurt. Yes, I will also speak to my father about this issue. Having said that, she tugged on Misa's clothes and gave a bright smile. It's settled. Let's help each other, Misa. Misa knelt down, her face radiant as she bowed and replied, yes, lady. I will do my absolute best. Time flew by like a blink of an eye. As Misa worked under the dazzling sunlight, she mumbled to herself. The young lady mentioned she was a genius, didn't she? I remember now, she thought silently. In her past life, the white whale clan was completely annihilated. White whale beastmen and dolphins were naturally among the most intelligent races. But in her third life, when she tried to protect the white dolphins, they all shared the same tragic end. The main culprit was Ian, his uncle's son, for a ridiculous reason, simply because they had accidentally offended him. As Calypso closed her book, her gaze became determined. This time, she didn't need to work hard to gather 10 talents for the struggle for the throne anymore. She would be leaving this place soon anyway. But before she left, she definitely had to give that old woman a lesson she deserved, before disappearing. At that moment, 2 new maids entered, their eyes lighting up when they saw her reading. "Oh, is the lady studying? Oh my goodness. How can you be so incredibly smart? Oh, look at those tiny cute hands holding the book. It's indescribably adorable. Calypso, you are truly too cute. Your voice is also so crystal clear." Seeing their enthusiastic manner, Calypso breathed a sigh of relief. She had been worried about what kind of personalities the people sent from the main mansion would have. It seemed her worries were unnecessary. The 3 maids bowed and happily introduced themselves. "We are from the Herring Beastman tribe, and we are all from the same hometown. I am Ia, I am Biro, and I am Jin." Calypso smiled, her voice sweet. "You sisters speak so pleasantly, so cute and smart. Even Lord Bellos and Elin aren't like this." Then the little girl stood up and stretched. "That's enough for today, I'm going to bed. First of all, please get to know my nanny Misa. I hope everyone gets along well." The 3 maids burst into bright laughter. "Oh, it turns out you were already working here. So nice to meet you." Misa, the gentle nanny, replied, "I am just a nanny. Please make yourselves at home. So everyone please stay and talk. I'm off to see father." Calypso spoke quickly, finding an excuse to leave. If she stayed any longer, she wouldn't have any time left to escape, because they just wouldn't stop talking. A few days later, life had become truly peaceful. It must be said that it was the most peaceful out of all her lifetimes. Everything was fine except for one thing. "Master, you call this training?" Calypso yelled, her face scrunched up. Beer calmly crossed his arms, his tone unchanged. "How many times must I say it before you understand? Trample it down, this damn master." Calypso growled with irritation in her heart. The training exercises were getting crazier and crazier. "By the way, if Master Beer likes cleanliness so much, this pile has definitely been here for over a year." "Master, how on earth am I supposed to wash this? Why can't you summon water yet?" Beer asked, his voice tinged with surprise. "I'm not even 8 years old yet. If you can't even do something this basic, things are going to be tough. Seriously. This is exactly why I hate talking to geniuses," Calypso thought indignantly. "Even so, you're still getting a lot of attention in class, aren't you?" Beer turned serious. It seems the level of those baby killer whales lately has fallen to an alarming degree. Now I understand why those guys called father a jinx. I've never had to go through such terrible training. I'll have to try a different approach." "Master," Calypso changed her attitude, her voice becoming whiny. "I can't stomp it down." "What should I do, Master?" Beer pointed. "If you had power, where would you concentrate it?" Calypso thought for a moment and then cheered. "Right here. Master, look, it's working. I managed to stomp them down." The little girl rejoiced inwardly. "If I keep using my power this way, I can compensate for this small body. Just like Master taught me. Master, you're the best." Hearing the little girl's praise, deep inside, Pierre suddenly felt an indescribable surge of elation. "I'm sure father has realized I am his daughter." Calypso glanced at him. All his life, he has always received everyone's attention, yet he was never interested in anything. "We're quite the pair, aren't we? Young Lord Killer Whale. There will come a day when you will be astonished by someone exactly like yourself." "Ah, Master, I'm not even finished and you're already coming down. I'm almost done with everything." The little girl spoke with a touch of pride. "Even so, I still can't call him father yet. I managed to do it all. I'm pretty good, right?" "It's nothing special. This wasn't supposed to be hard," Beer replied indifferently. "I wonder whose daughter I am to be so talented," Calypso said mischievously. The girl flashed a smile as bright as the morning sun. "Of course I'm my father's daughter." Beer paused for a moment, then said coldly, "A father who never showed up to take care of his 3-year-old child." "What? Doesn't father know he's taking care of his daughter? Right this second," Calypso thought angrily to herself. Beer crossed his arms and assessed her. "The more I look, the more I see your intelligence is quite something." "Of course, because I am a disciple personally taught by Master himself," Calypso chirped happily. "You don't need to mention me every time you open your mouth." "What? Master, you're the one who taught me, yet you have that face. That face as if nothing in this world could ever bother him. Master, why are you always alone? Is it because you don't like crowds?" Pierre briefly recalled the whispers from years ago. What a shame for Lord Pierre's power. His body is too weak to contain such an extraordinary ability. He looked off into the distance. "It's best that I don't get involved with that troublesome family." "Is that why you always have such a reckless look on your face? Is life really like that? It's like you could disappear at any moment." "That's not wrong," Beer replied quietly. "No way." Calypso reached out with her tiny arm and gave his leg a light punch. "How can you say such things so easily? Don't just talk so carelessly like that, especially in front of a 3-year-old child. Is Master crazy? Tomorrow is the day this father must make amends to his daughter, his regressed daughter." "This won't do," Calypso said, clenching her fists. "Master, your life is too dull. You have to learn to feel the beauty of this life. What? Beer looked dazed. Master, you taught me, so that makes us partners. Trust me, I'll show Master just how interesting this life can be. With that, the little girl happily ran off, leaving Pier standing alone. The words of a servant echoed in his head. Lord, Pier, I don't know if you've heard, but your daughter has been going around lately, bragging about how much you love her. It's probably just a rumor, right? What is that child plotting? Beer pondered. A child that cautious would never make a mistake in addressing someone. At the academy. My lady, are you done with your puzzle? We're finished too. The twins ran over excitedly. The teacher smiled and said, now that you've finished the puzzles, we can play hide and seek. No, I don't play childish games like that, Calypso replied with a mature tone. The twins' eyes lit up. Whoa! The way she talks is just like our father. We want to be like that too. You two should wait until you're a bit older before saying that. The way you speak should match your age, Calypso reminded them sternly. Yes, my lady, the two boys said in unison. Wait, we wanted to see you to say thank you. We used to get bullied by Karen a lot, but now we don't have to suffer anymore. It's all thanks to you, my lady. So should I hit him some more? Calypso asked nonchalantly. Princess, we will be loyal to you for life. The twins cheered. Loyalty is a given, Calypso nodded. You don't need to give me anything. Just answer one question. She leaned in close and lowered her voice. Have you ever cooked fish? The twins' eyes lit up with excitement as they looked at Calypso. Then they looked at each other in confusion. Not long after, a servant brought food right to Calypso's mouth. Dear Calypso, please say ah. How can there be a young lady with such chubby cheeks and such a lovely face? Beer stood nearby and nodded in agreement. Exactly. I've never seen a child so cute. Calypso thought to herself. People always say the herring tribe is very friendly, but this enthusiasm is a bit excessive. Anyway, nutrition is vital for development. All I need to do now is grow up quickly and deal with the dragons. Just then, Jin spoke up, breaking her train of thought. Come to think of it, the Dragon Festival is being held again this year. Isn't it the Dragon Festival? A major event organized by the royal family and the Dragon Empire. In reality, it's a display of power. To affirm that, even the mighty Dragon Duke family is in the palm of the royal family's hand. Beer let out a sigh of regret. This time as well. Only land animals and beastmen are invited. What a shame, I wanted to attend just once to see it. But until now, underwater beastmen have never been invited. My father also wished to meet the Dragon Duke, at least once, Calypso quietly recalled. Suddenly, Beer excitedly broke the news. Has everyone heard the news? The head of the house is about to return. Returning, Calypso asked curiously. Immediately, the maids became extremely excited. Ah, so adorable. The princess just winked, didn't she? No, I didn't. Calypso denied it. My lady, please do it again, Jin pleaded. Calypso gave a slight wink. Just this once, okay? A moment later, Jin leaned in and whispered, the head of the family has ordered a clan meeting to be held as soon as he arrives. You seem to know a lot, don't you? Calypso wondered. Jin smiled proudly. Our herring tribe's network is everywhere. My lady. A clan meeting? How can I participate? Calypso mused. Right now, I cannot awaken my hydropower so abruptly. Perhaps the best way is to, She suddenly remembered the words of her brothers from her past life. You have defeated us. We will follow you on the path to becoming the head of the house. Just step over our corpses and move forward. Which of those three fools? Should I approach first? Jin offered the spoon again. My lady, say ah. I don't eat carrots, Calypso stated firmly. Jin immediately looked dejected. I apologize, perhaps my cooking doesn't suit your taste. Little Calypso became flustered. Huh, no need to apologize, I mean a lady like me shouldn't. No, fine, all right, just this once. The little girl reluctantly took a bite. Immediately everyone around burst into applause. When the meal was over, the group of servants left. Lady Calypso, we'll see you again at lunch. Tomorrow I will prepare something even more delicious. Calypso waved back, but her mind had already drifted elsewhere. The clan meeting. What are my brothers doing? I have to go find them. Scene change. Calypso moved stealthily, her small figure, weaving through the corridors of the trainee quarters. If I go this way, I'll reach the intermediate training area. All three brothers are there. It'll be troublesome if I get caught. I must be very careful. Suddenly, an arrogant voice rang out from ahead. Are you deaf or are you intentionally ignoring me? Don't you idiots understand human speech? Calypso hid behind a corner. Astonished, she realized the person being surrounded was none other than Ashenro. Her third older brother, Ashen Aquadello. Why was he being bullied like this? Ashenro stood still, head bowed low before the crowd. A purple-haired boy raised his voice. Didn't you know you're supposed to come greet us first? A red-haired boy sneered, pointing at Ashenro's hair. With that hair color, how did you even get into our class? Please don't say that. Ashenro mumbled, his voice trembling. Haha, listen to his voice, it sounds like a bleeding kid goat. The whole group burst out laughing. Suddenly, memories from her past life came rushing back, making everything clear. Ah, I remember now. Ashenro during his school days was a maniac who loved to act. Being bullied, he would pretend to be weak to lure in the bullies. Then he would attack and destroy them. Damn it, if he loses his mind right now, they will all die. Before I even get a chance to join the clan meeting, I can't let news of the Duke's son, beating his classmates to the brink of death, become the center of attention. Everything would go up in flames. The red-haired boy grabbed Ashenro by the collar. Are you still trying to ignore us? No answer. Right at that moment, a clear but powerful voice rang out. Wait! Calypso stepped out and shouted loudly, Stop it! A brown-haired boy approached. What's a brat like you interfering for? Wait. Look at her hair color! A blond boy quickly intervened. The red-haired boy frowned. What about the hair? Then he suddenly froze, his eyes widening. She's a direct descendant. That trait is only found in those from the main family line. Why is she so small, though? But there have been rumors lately that the Duke has another daughter. The purple-haired boy muttered, Fine. Anything involving a direct descendant is nothing but trouble. Let's go. The red-haired boy shoved Ashenro away and the group turned to leave, but not before throwing back a threat. You got lucky today. Calypso crossed her arms and stuck her tongue out at them, those brats. Hey kid, what do you think you're doing? Ashenro asked irritably, his hair slowly beginning to change color. Why are you interfering in other people's business? Another memory flashed through Calypso's mind. It was an image of the future Ashenro, older and more mature, speaking to her. You know, Calypso, if you had met me when I was a child, I'd probably die of embarrassment. I did so many childish and unfair things. I truly regret them. I wonder if I had met you sooner, how things would have turned out. Returning to the present, Calypso put her hands on her hips and looked up at her brother. Why don't you come a bit closer? Ashenro, you're my brother, right? What kind of nonsense are you babbling? Ashenro scowled. What the hell is this? I made the cutest face possible and blurted out, You're my brother, aren't you? I did it? Isn't this the scenario from the childcare books? There should be at least a little bit of emotion. Calypso screamed inwardly. Shenro turned to walk away. Stop blocking the path. Go home. Aren't you going to say hello to me? Calypso quickly blocked him. Why should I greet you? Because I just saved you. I know perfectly well you were planning to kill them all. Am I right, no matter how talented you are? That action would have become the reason for you to be expelled from the family. You know, Ashenro said, crossing his arms, I could have done it without getting expelled, even if you hadn't intervened. Before he could finish, Ashenro flinched. Calypso moved with unexpected speed. The little girl leaped up and clunked. A heavy chop descended upon Ashenro's head, causing him sharp pain. Calypso landed on the ground, smiling contentedly. Only blows of love can help one sober up. Thank you for the lesson, father. Ashenro stumbled to his feet, a look of bewilderment on his face. That strength, what was that? What? Calypso stepped forward, tilting her chin up. I'm your little sister, both cute and much stronger than her older brother. Ridiculous. How is that possible? Before Ashenro could finish his sentence, Calypso had already grabbed his collar again. Brother, I wonder if you have ever done the laundry? As soon as she finished speaking, she used a clean movement to slam him down onto the ground. Once again, Calypso dusted off her hands. But when doing laundry, the stronger the force, the easier it is to wash away the stains. Are you still planning to attack me? The little girl approached and clunk, delivered a few more chops to her brother's head. I should have some moderation, shouldn't I? Even though I haven't awakened my hydro power yet, my physical strength is nothing to scoff at. No matter how many times you try, it's useless. Admit it! Ashenro yelled. Admit what, hey? Do you even know how old you are to have such strength? You've taken some kind of drug, haven't you? Calypso threw him a look of pure disdain. What a weak brother, she thought to herself. Has he really never even heard about my birth? I hope that in this life I can train my brothers to become stronger, so they can stop the male lead, who causes chaos for the family in the original story. I need people who can stand up to him. To make sure they can overwhelm that guy, I'll have to train them personally. Oh, look at those eyes, a face that looks like it wants to tear me apart at any moment. To win over someone as arrogant as Ashenro, there's only one way, the final resort. Calypso leaned down and looked straight into Ashenro's eyes. Call me little sister. No, you don't want to. Ashenro turned his head away. Calypso leaned close to his ear, her voice full of temptation. Do you want to become stronger? My strength is great, isn't it? It's quite amazing, right? I can show you if you want. Helpless Ashenro let out a sharp breath. Finally, he humbled himself. Tell me, how can I become stronger? The corners of Calypso's lips curled into a subtle smile. Indeed, one cannot deny the killer whale bloodline. The desire for power is etched in our blood. She leisurely replied, Fine, I will show you a few moves. but on one condition. You must listen and follow all of my instructions. Shenro frowned, his arrogant nature rising up. What, I don't like being ordered around. Oh, really? Calypso shrugged and nonchalantly turned on her heel. Then I'll just have to go find Brother Ilan. I'm sure he'll be much more interested. Wait! Shenro immediately roared hurriedly, trying to hold her back. No, I'll do it. I'll follow everything. Calypso turned back around. She held out her hand as if to make a deal. Then promise me. I promise. Ashenro nodded decisively. But few people knew that behind Ashenro's frantic behavior during his school days was a hidden story. The person who had insulted his mother, claiming she was unworthy and that no one cared about her, had subsequently met with a horrific accident. That memory suddenly flashed through Calypso's mind. As she returned to reality, listen carefully from now on. Calypso spoke in a serious tone. You must absolutely not cause critical injuries, or have any intent to kill. Attacking to destroy evidence is forbidden, and most importantly, you are not allowed to bury anyone alive anymore. Do you promise? This is the condition until you can defeat me. Once you can do that, you can do whatever you want. Deal. They then linked pinkies to make a solemn promise. A while later at Pierre's residence, Master, do you want to take on another disciple? This is my brother, Calypso introduced with a bright smile. Pierre narrowed his eyes and grumbled, What kind of game are you playing now? I don't need one, go home. But I beat him today, Calypso said with a hint of pride. I've subdued him as my subordinate, but I don't know what to do with him next, so I had to bring him here. He's just as lonely as I am. Those final words seemed to touch something deep within Pierre. The old man sighed and shook his head wearily. You win. Do whatever you want. He turned to walk away, but his mind was filled with deep thoughts. I truly cannot understand this girl. The third boy of the Yukila family keeps tagging along behind her. A mere girl, acting innocent. Yet she actually knows far too much. In the end, what on earth are they plotting? Meanwhile, at another location, the twins happily ran over to Calypso. Princess, we've prepared some food. Let's eat together, shall we? Sure, let's go. You two are always so full of energy, aren't you? Calypso smiled and followed them. Looking at the lavish table, she couldn't help but think to herself, how can 3 children eat all of this? Oh, Princess, one of the 2 boys spoke up. Father said we should invite you over to our house to play. He even promised to prepare many delicious dishes. Make sure to accept, okay? Of course, Calypso happily agreed. A moment later, the other boy held out a letter, his face full of pride. This is what you asked for the other day? I had to personally ask Father for it. Wonderful, thank you so much. Calypso took the letter. Just then their father appeared. Father is here. Greetings, Princess. I hope you have a safe trip home. They look exactly alike. Calypso thought to herself as she looked at the twins' father. White Dolphin, beastman of the White Whale clan. In my past life, I had almost no connection with them at all. Before I became the head of the house, their entire family had suddenly disappeared. 3 streams of memories came flooding back. The Killer Whale clan originally had a matriarchal tradition. But the clan leader, Ukila, did not have any daughters. She declared, one of my grandchildren, regardless of whether they are male or female, shall be the heir. Use your true strength to seize that position. This news opened up an opportunity for those who never even dared to dream. The most prominent candidate was Ba-Ian, the eldest son of her uncle. A man who was powerful but extremely brutal. The White Whale clan had unintentionally offended him, and the result was the extermination of the entire clan. Ah, so that's how it was. Now I remember the barbaric crimes that Ba-Ian committed against the White Whale clan. The train of thought of Calypso was interrupted by an arrogant voice. Hey, watch where you're going. Are your eyes under your feet, Karen? A clan member had intentionally bumped into her. If you want to pick a fight, find a smarter way to do it, Calypso replied coldly. You don't look cool at all. Did you think I would get all worked up like you? Karen's face turned beet red with anger. As a girl, you should have a gentle appearance, and be polite, not acting all arrogant. Holding your head high like that. Holding one's head high and looking straight ahead. Those are the basic rules of etiquette. Didn't you know? Calypso smirked. In that case, let's have a duel. Let me see what you're capable of. You're about to be exiled anyway, Karen shouted. Calypso crossed her arms and thought, what is this guy rambling about? There must be some reason they want to kick me out. Karen continued aggressively. Who gave you permission to defeat Lord? Ba-Ian's subordinates get ready to regret it. Oh, so you're one of Ba-Ian's henchmen. Calypso looked amused. Is that so? Then go ahead and exile me. I'm actually curious to see exactly how I'll be exiled. Do you think I'm joking? Karen was trembling with rage. No one said you were joking. Why don't you run back with your tail between your legs and tattle to Ba-Ian? Hurry up or you might be too late. Taunted. Karen lost all reason. He grabbed a nearby decorative sword and swung it toward Calypso. I won't let you off. Calypso leaned slightly to avoid it. I really don't want to get physical, but getting hit would really hurt, and I hate pain. In a swift, clean motion, she leapt up and drove her heel hard into Karen's head. Immediately after, she delivered another kick sent the sword flying from his hand. That was quite dangerous. Just then Lila appeared and picked up the sword. What is going on here? Karen, a decorative sword is not a weapon. Her voice was stern. We will continue this conversation in the disciplinary room. Strength is important, but using a weapon to attack others is strictly forbidden. After Karen was led away, Calypso said politely, "Thank you, ma'am." "No, there's no need." Lila replied, "As the head of this educational institution, this is my responsibility. I must maintain a neutral and fair attitude. Regardless, thank you very much." Calypso smiled brightly. Lila sighed, "I have the feeling that I am talking to an outstanding student from the Intermediate Academy. Do you need to explain anything? Or shall we go to the disciplinary room together?" "No, no need for that," Lila interrupted herself. "We heard everything. You do not need to go to the disciplinary room, princess. Furthermore, he specifically instructed me to take good care of you." "It's a first. I was truly surprised." Calypso wondered. "It's your father," Lila replied, "Lord Pierre." Those words hit Calypso like a bolt of lightning. Returning to her room, her heart was in a tangled mess. What should I do now? Lila's words kept echoing in her head. "I owe Lord Pierre a favor. I am also one of his servants." Lila was Pierre's subordinate. What on earth is going on? Calypso held her head. He had known everything from the start. He knew even her naive lies. He had happily played along with her all this time. It was time to end this act. She took a deep breath, deciding she had to face him. But when she pushed the door open and saw Pierre sitting there, her courage suddenly vanished. She felt like a traitor. She had once thought it would be easy to end this fake master-disciple relationship, a relationship that started only out of curiosity. But now, for the first time in her life, she was terrified of losing it. Hello, master," she murmured as Pierre glanced at the piece of paper in her hand. "Is that something? Oh, this." Calypso quickly unfolded the paper, trying to act natural. "It's something I wanted to bring to you." "Are you curious, master? Are you excited?" "No," Pierre replied coldly. "All right, he's not angry. It seems like he doesn't intend to say anything at all, which means I have to be the one to start." She quickly regained her composure. "Well then, let's just go with the plan. Luca Luba's recipe." She took a breath and flashed a bright smile. "Just wait a moment, master. Today I'm going to make you something super delicious." Pierre stared blankly at the dish served before him. "You cooked a while later." Calypso spoke up timidly, breaking the silence. "Master, I'm sorry for making you wait so long. The food is ready. I prepared this dish, based on nutritional balance knowledge, combined with the taste of the chefs at the mansion. It's a bit sudden, but I hope you'll like it. Tada, this is a special kata dish made by my own hands." The little girl grinned, trying her best to appear cheerful. Pierre narrowed his eyes inquisitively. "You even considered nutrition?" "Yes, it's a very special recipe. I've included all 3 main nutrient groups," Calypso explained. Her voice gradually trailed off, tinged with remorse. "Actually, I'm very sad about what happened. This is also my apology for suddenly asking you to take on another disciple, my older brother. I was too arrogant. I am truly sorry." Pierre let out a sigh. His gaze toward the little girl was no longer so cold. "Explain the dish." "Huh." Calypso was surprised. "If you've served a dish, you must explain it," Pierre said in a level tone. "Yes, I understand." The little girl immediately brightened up. "Regarding the recipe, this is the famous Luca Luba dish of the White Whale clan." While Calypso was absorbed in explaining the origin and preparation of the meal, Pierre had quietly taken her small hands in his. The burns and scratches from cooking began to fade away under the flow of his gentle energy. "And that is everything." Calypso finished her presentation, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "What do you think, master?" "I don't like it," Pierre replied bluntly. "And I will not be taking on any more disciples." The smile on Calypso's lips stiffened. "Oh, I see. I'm sorry, master. Don't ever make this mistake again." "Yes, I won't do it again," Calypso whispered, keeping her head down. The little girl hesitated for a moment before looking up to change the subject. "By the way, master, some strange things happened at school today. My father ordered Lila to protect me. I wonder why he did that." "So what?" Pierre asked back without any expression. "What do you think about that, master?" Calypso probed, thinking to herself. "Even if he realizes I'm acting, I have to pretend I don't know. I must find out the reason he's acting this way. Because I once witnessed the world destroyed by the Dragon Duke, Destruction Dragon, just because of my own indifference. Now what I hate most are uncertainties." "Why do you ask me what I think? I am not your father," Pierre replied. "So that's how it is." "Since when did he know I was lying? And why did he help me?" "Fine, I'll go with the flow and see what happens." Calypso clenched her hands, then put on an innocent smile again. "But master and my father are the same age, so I was just curious. I thought adults would understand each other's thoughts. If he has seen through my act, Why hasn't he exposed me? She continued to wonder. Not all adults are the same. Pierre interrupted her train of thought. Oh, it seems Master doesn't want to talk about it. But that's so unfair. I'm not giving up. Calypso pouted inwardly. Pierre suddenly said, Did he not say that he cares for and loves you? Why didn't your father say it himself, that he cares for and loves you very much? That is surely the answer. Calypso was stunned. She looked down at her hands. All the wounds had completely disappeared. She instinctively clutched her unblemished hands. That must be it. At an empty clearing, Arsène grimaced. What kind of hellish scene is this? Before him was Calypso, a little girl only 3 years old, carrying a massive 35-kilogram boulder on her shoulders. The little girl shouted, dripping with sweat. Put more strength into the legs. Pierre stood beside her coldly, reminding her. Just how heavy is that rock? A 3-year-old child lifting a stone over 335 times her weight. She's even using water pressure to enhance her strength. Arsène's face darkened. Master, you're not planning to throw that, are you? It will kill someone. Calypso cried out in alarm when she saw Pierre lift another boulder. I'm going to throw it. Guess what? This is also part of the training. Pierre said, then hurled the rock toward the little girl. Arsène witnessed it all, secretly admitting to himself that losing to her was inevitable. Arsène, Pierre's third son, was a recognized genius from a young age, always yearning to find his own limits. He wanted to face the strongest, but his reputation meant no one dared to challenge him. Thus he chose a different method, deliberately provoking others, getting himself bullied and then defeating them one by one. That used to be Arsène's joy, until the day this adoptive sister appeared and called his father master. He didn't understand what had happened, but his father was clearly very interested in her. No, there was no doubt about it. This girl was his savior. But my belief is the breakthrough of power. If she is so strong that I cannot surpass her, then shouldn't I worship and serve her? Yes, I must do that. But I cannot stand this insane training session. What are you doing? Pierre's voice rang out, pulling Arsène back to reality. Next is your turn. Please give me a smaller rock than Calypso's. Master, Arsène roared. Both Pierre and Calypso froze. Pierre crossed his arms. If you lift a smaller rock, aren't you ashamed of yourself? No, master. I will become stronger within my own limits. Arsène replied firmly, thinking to himself, what's the harm in calling my father master? Just call him that. He'll definitely accept my request. Master, Calypso asked tremulously. My training session is over, isn't it, master? All right, you may rest. Calypso sighed with relief. Immediately Arsène approached, his face bright and cheerful, quite unlike before. Little sister, you've worked hard. What's wrong with him? Is he crazy? What does that look mean? Calypso looked at him warily. You're so good, so cool, so extraordinary. Arsène poured out a stream of compliments. Watching you reminded me of something. Could you grant me a favor? What kind of favor? Just say it, Calypso replied while wiping away sweat. I have 2 older brothers, one of whom is Elon. So, please take care of our second brother as well, okay? Calypso's jaw dropped. That short-tempered, unlucky second brother. Compared to mine, that look in his eyes is truly detestable. Fine. I can't be the only one who has to suffer. Arsène smiled radiantly. Make sure he can't even get back up, okay? Calypso sat alone, reflecting on Arsène's words. What on earth happened between Arsène and Elon? The second brother, Elon, has a temperament quite similar to Arsène, but even more mischievous. Both hate losing, so they definitely aren't close. Strange. In the previous life, the 3 brothers were perfect partners. So close they could sacrifice their lives for one another. It seems this life and the previous one are completely different. In any case, I haven't had the chance to meet Elon yet. Let's just put Arsène's craziness aside for a moment. At that moment, the twins Luba and Luca ran up. Milady, what are you doing here? Thinking back, you 2 are brothers too, aren't you? Calypso asked. Yes, is something wrong? Haha, do you 2 get along? Not at all, they both said in unison. Luba always insists he's the older brother. He's dead wrong. Just ask Mother, you'll see. All right, calm down, I understand. Stop it now. Calypso quickly pulled the 2 of them apart. But Milady Karen still hasn't arrived, Luba said. Oh, that's right. He has been away for a few days now, Calypso replied, noticing the change. Since Karen stopped coming, the atmosphere here has become very strange. It feels as though everyone has been split into 2 factions. Indeed, I was also wondering what has divided them. Lila, since when had she been standing behind her? She spoke up. Milady, are you leaving now? Is there something you need from me? Please come here for a moment. You are aware of the upcoming clan meeting, aren't you? Yes, I know. I will be attending as a candidate. For the position of head of the clan, Calypso said in a determined voice. Lila gave a worried warning. Yes, please be extremely careful. Potential candidates are often nominated, but many have disappeared mysteriously. Just before the meeting takes place. I appreciate your concern, but I will be fine. Father will protect me, and Lila is here too, right? Yes, that is true, milady. But please never let your guard down. There are too many cracks in this great clan. I will be mindful. Calypso turned to leave, thinking to herself, Father won't protect me. I must prepare everything myself. Even that divisive atmosphere, I am very worried about it as well. On the way to the training grounds, Arsene suddenly appeared beside her. That is because they will follow different heirs, he said as if reading her mind. Why are you here? Calypso frowned and complained, because we are going to see Master together. Arsene grinned widely. Do you absolutely have to come with me? But you come here every day and I was very surprised when you showed up. Do you already have followers? How many so far? Am I the first? If I take down those who came before me, can I then become the first? Calypso glanced at him with eyes as cold as ice. If they dare to bother you, they will die by your hand. Calypso frowned slightly, a whirlwind of thoughts swirling in her mind. Where has their conscience gone? And what about those poor little twins? Beside her, Arsene was talking incessantly about these potential candidates for the position of heir. If I had to choose someone to follow and support, it would definitely be beyond and short of our clan, Calypso remarked casually, her hand lightly brushing an invisible layer of dust off her dress. The atmosphere at the intermediate facility was just as tense as it was here. Little sister. So what are your plans for the upcoming clan meeting? Arsene turned to her, a hint of worry in his eyes. This is your first time attending, isn't it? Seeing his sister's bewildered expression, he quickly reassured her. Don't worry, I'll be there to introduce you to everyone. Having Arsene introduce me wouldn't be so bad. Calypso calculated silently. It would still be best to have Father's backing, but that is impossible. As if reading her mind, Arsene continued, his voice full of confidence. Before every meeting, everyone must prepare thoroughly. I've had to go up against both our eldest and second brothers before, but I've never considered you an opponent. Calypso, have I spoiled you too much? Just make sure to use me wisely, all right? Calypso giggled, reaching out to lightly pinch her brother's cheek. Don't talk like that! A few peaceful days passed until one afternoon, Calypso received a strange slip of paper. She murmured softly, It's been unusually quiet lately. The scrawled handwriting on the paper appeared menacing. Follow me quietly to the back garden. If you don't come, the twins you care about will be in danger. Calypso gritted her teeth, crumpling the paper in her palm. This writing style is as cliché as a third-rate villain's. Fine, let's go see who this bastard is. When she arrived at the meeting spot, Karen's voice rang out from behind the bushes. She actually came, no mistake about it. But Ian, the mastermind, arrogantly brushed back his hair. She's just a little brat. I thought there would be something special about her. Turns out she's just a filthy piece of rat droppings. Rat droppings, Calypso growled, her eyes flashing with fire. How dare you compare me to such a thing? You people gathered here just to bully a girl and kidnap 2 children. But Ian, is your brain even smaller than a jellyfish's? But Ian smirked with amusement. Oh, so you do have a sharp tongue, don't you? The rumors about you had me quite curious. It seems she has been far too negligent with you. Without a word of warning, Calypso lunged forward, grabbed Ba Ian's wrist firmly and slammed him hard onto his back. If all you could do was talk, I wouldn't have even bothered. You fool, release the twins this instant. I will make you pay for this. How amusing. Ba Ian curled his lips, stood up, and dusted off his clothes. It seems you weren't bragging about being the daughter of Lord Pai, were you? That's right, Calypso declared loudly, chest out. My father is the great Lord Pai Acardello. So what? Ba Ian spread his arms defiantly. That only proves you're a girl who only knows how to hide in your father's shadow. No, not at all, Calypso shot back sharply. I inherited all of my father's talent, and I will certainly make sure you remember that, she screamed, breaking the silence. Luca! Luba! She yelled. You dare play dirty? But Ian turned back in a rage. The Orca tribe are elite hunters, but they are not invincible. Every sea creature has its own weapon for survival. The weapon of the beluga beastmen like Luca and Luba is the supersonic scream, a sonic attack capable of shattering an opponent's eardrums. As the deafening scream rang out, Calypso ordered Arsene save the twins now. Arsene shot forward like an arrow. Leave it to me. He's here too. But Ian was stunned. But before he could regain his composure, Calypso closed in and grabbed him by the collar. Where are you looking? Your opponent is me. Bam! A thunderous punch sent Ba Ian reeling. A stream of fresh blood erupted from the corner of his mouth. He wiped the blood away and growled, You brat, nothing but cheap tricks. Oh, and how do you like these cheap tricks? Calypso shot back, then shouted toward her brother. Arsene, protect the twins no matter what. She took a fighting stance, her entire body radiating an overwhelming aura. She waved her hand provocatively. Why are you just standing there? Are you all scared now, you cowards? Witnessing this scene, Arsene couldn't help but be astonished. Was this even a battle? Fights within the killer whale tribe were usually bloody because they utilized hydrokinesis, but this sight looked more like a chaotic brawl. but for her strength to be this terrifying. Even before awakenings, it's frightening. She might even surpass our eldest brother. Seeing the situation turn against them, Ba Ian frantically ordered his subordinates to seize her. Can't you take her down, use your hydrokinesis? Then he whipped around toward the twins. If you can't catch that girl, then take those two back as hostages for me. Just then an authoritative voice rang out, sending Ba Ian's men collapsing in pain as they clutched their ears. Lord Arsenro, as soon as I received the message, I rushed here. What on earth is happening here? The twins scrambled toward the man who had just arrived. Father Luca won't open his eyes. Please calm down, Arsenro spoke up. It's almost over, the lady is handling it. On the other side, Calypso had already anticipated everything. This place was quite close to the main mansion. With this much commotion, they would surely. Her thoughts were cut short by a loud shout. Stop, what is the meaning of this? Lila, the head butler, had appeared. Calypso's lips curled into a faint private smirk. Everything was going exactly according to her plan. A while later in the medical room, after being carefully bandaged up, Calypso sat across from Lila. Milady, please explain everything clearly, Lila said sternly. Calypso put on a frail act, her voice despondent. Miss Lila, please give me a moment to calm down first. Taking a sip of water, she began her story, her voice trembling as if she were still in shock. First, I must make it clear that they were the ones who started the trouble. The twins of the Beluga tribe were kidnapped and beaten by them. Can you stand it? When two children, not even 7 years old, are treated like that in the killer whale tribe, we have one unshakable truth. We must protect the children. Not only that, their behavior seriously violates the whale laws, the set of rules that our educational system always follows. Superior students are not permitted to oppress those who are vulnerable. These are rules laid down by our very own ancestors. They cannot be easily ignored. She looked up, her eyes firm. For those reasons Calypso Aquadello, request a formal disciplinary hearing. With what Ba Ian knows of me, he surely thinks I'll stay silent out of fear, she thought to herself, but he is mistaken. More than violence. I hate those who break the rules much more. That is why. You should never underestimate a regressor like me. Dear Ba Ian, Lila pondered for a moment and then replied, as Milady wishes. A high-level disciplinary hearing will be held. Since you are a party involved, the lady is also required to attend. Fine, that's not a problem at all. Calypso nodded, and Lila continued. The lady's guardian must also be present at that hearing. In other words, you will have to invite Lord Father. The smile on Calypso's lips froze. She stared blankly, then stammered. Well, what on earth? Returning to her room, Calypso's mind was in a complete tangle. I only intended to hold a small disciplinary meeting. Why is a guardian even necessary? Am I really supposed to go and tell Father that? Father, I just knocked out Ba Ian. So could you please attend a disciplinary council? In your capacity as my father? No, what if he just says, he isn't my father? What then? While she was in a state of panic, a man approached and bowed respectfully. My lady, I have been waiting for you. I am Loba Beluga, the father of Luca and Luba. I have come here to express my gratitude, Lord Loba. Calypso quickly composed herself. How are Luca and Luba doing? My wife has taken them home to rest. Once again, I truly thank you, my lady. If you hadn't sent word, I wouldn't have made it in time. I only did what was right, Calypso said hesitantly. Besides, it's my fault that the two children were caught up in this in the first place. On behalf of the fools of the killer whale tribe, I apologize to you. My tribe has always believed that might is right, so they often ignore ethics and rules. I must also take responsibility for letting Luca and Luba get dragged into this terrible mess. I am truly sorry. Lopa looked at the girl before him, his gaze reflecting both surprise and respect. It is hard to expect kindness from a killer whale. As you said, my lady, they are creatures that have strayed far from morality. But after meeting you, my thoughts have changed. Even so, I still require a formal apology from Ba Ian, the one who acted so cruelly. Calypso smiled with relief. Most people think that way, but don't dare say it out loud. I'm so glad he expressed it frankly. Listening quietly to the history of the Beluga tribe, Calypso couldn't help but feel heartbroken. Loba, one of the survivors, recounted the tale in a somber voice. Our Beluga tribe is truly pitiable. But Ian ordered everyone to submit to him, but we refused. The result was a massacre. He paused, his eyes shimmering with a mix of pride and agony. Among us there were exceptional warriors. Even though they are just peace-loving belugas, I still remember clearly. But Ian is the kind of person who, even until death, would never accept harmony. After listening, Calypso offered sincere comfort. Thank you for sharing. I will definitely come visit Luca and Luba soon. Loba smiled slightly, a rare smile. Yes, the children will surely be very happy to meet you, my lady. Not long after, across all educational institutions from primary to advanced levels, a shocking rumor began to spread. The small young lady had single-handedly taken down Ball, Ian, and his entire team. Hey, have you heard the rumor about the young lady? You mean the story about her facing and defeating? But Ian all by herself. I heard his whole team was completely crushed. That's ridiculous. How could a lady still in primary school possibly do something like that? She hasn't even awakened her water powers yet. No, the point is they actually fought, and the lady won overwhelmingly. What do you think? Say something. Shaken awake by the noisy chatter, Elin sat up grumpily. Do you guys love interrogating people that much? The gray-haired boy started. No, but don't you have anything to say? After all, she is your younger sister. This was Ilan Aquiadello, Calypso's second brother. He turned away, his voice ice cold. Stop talking nonsense. I don't have a sister. If you wake me up one more time, I'll kill you. The gray-haired friend recoiled. All right. Your temper is really unpredictable. Elsewhere, the atmosphere was much quieter. What do you think about the rumors regarding the young lady? An attendant asked. What do you think? About the rumors regarding the young lady, an attendant asked. What do you think about the rumors regarding the young lady? An attendant asked. What do you think about the rumors regarding the young lady? An attendant asked. Babalos closed the book, his eyes deep with thought. Grandmother hates rule breakers very much, but Ba-Ian, after all, is still not the biggest problem. Meanwhile, Calypso was standing before her master. I've won. The little girl boasted proudly, her eyes sparkling. Master, the things you taught me are truly wonderful. Thank you so much. This really is a child's body, she thought to herself. Just a bit of intense movement and my whole body is aching. But it's okay. I have to try even harder. I must please Father. Only then will I be able to bring up the matter of participating in the disciplinary council, Pierre replied coldly, his voice devoid of emotion. A true victory is when you bring back glory, without sustaining any injuries whatsoever. Calypso looked bewildered. Master, what are you saying? How could anyone possibly win without being hurt? I have always won without a scratch, Pierre asserted. But that's you, Master, Calypso interjected hastily. I haven't even awakened my water powers yet. Pierre's eyes narrowed with overwhelming pressure. The moment you took me as your master, did you not agree to obey my words as law? Yes, that is true. But a victory where the body is covered in wounds cannot be called a victory, Pierre said decisively. That is an expression of weakness. Calypso fell silent. He had only praised her once. The rest were all rebukes. At this age, was winning a battle like that supposedly easy? The little girl's eyes began to well up. Can't Father just give me one word of praise? I have practiced harder than anyone else, from my past life until now. I have always given my absolute best. Seeing her turn her back to walk away, Pierre asked, Where are you going? I don't know. Calypso replied, her hand hurrying to wipe away the tears. But I'm going. Father really will never treat me like that. Father, I miss you so much. Pierre just stood there silently with folded arms watching her go. Suddenly, an invisible stream of water energy gently lifted the little girl off the ground. Your body is a weapon, he said. Calypso frowned. So what if you do not know how to maintain it? A weapon will grow dull and rusty. Your body is the same. As your master, I reprimand you for neglecting your own weapon. A well-cared-for weapon can serve you for a lifetime, and I have failed to teach you how to sharpen it. A hero revered by 10,000 people. Calypso suddenly remembered the story of Pierre, but that great killer whale unfortunately suffered from an incurable disease. He always felt his life was a failure. Not a day went by that he didn't have to live with the pitying attention of others, for he could not overcome his own weak body. Until he met her, someone who possessed the healthy body and extraordinary potential that he had always longed for. Calypso asked hesitantly, Do you mean getting injured was my fault? Is winning like this wrong? How could I have achieved a victory as proud as yours? If I hadn't risked my life in battle, I don't even have the water energy that you possess so easily. Even if I gave you the answer, you would not accept it. Pierre said, The relationship between master and disciple inherently involves separation. Wasn't it you who wanted me to keep my distance? And treat you objectively? Why did his voice sound so bitter? Or was it just her imagination, Master? Calypso suddenly grabbed the hem of Pierre's clothes. Master, you are worried about me, aren't you? Pierre was silent for a moment, then asked, Your father, he loves you very much, doesn't he? At times like this, what would he say? Calypso's eyes widened and brightened. He would scold me for making him worry. Then he would hug me tight and say, I love you, my daughter. Master, could you repeat just one sentence? Just say I was very worried about you. Pierre went silent for a long time. Finally, his hand was gently placed on the little girl's head. I was very worried about you, Calypso. A radiant smile spread across Calypso's lips. The reason I traveled all this way, despite having to go through so many hardships, I understand it now. A few days later at Calypso's room. So we are going to attend that meeting together, Arsino asked. That's right, Calypso replied. I was too angry that day. So I forgot to give the invitation to father. Now there's no other way. We just have to go by ourselves. I can't suddenly ask for a favor from master without a proper reason. Arsino worried, but is that okay? The highest position requires a parent to attend, though. We'll manage just the two of us. Or should we just tell father the whole truth? No, absolutely not. Calypso shook her head resolutely. Until I meet the Dragon Duke, I still want to live with Master Pier as I do now. Arsino smiled, showing his trust. I'm not worried. My little sister must have already calculated everything. By the way, really, who would have thought that the high-level disciplinary meeting and the clan council meeting would be held on the same day? With the rumors I've created, just showing up will be enough to draw everyone's attention, Calypso thought to herself. I want to see the expression of grandmother, who has always ignored me. But Ian certainly won't attend, so I have to settle this matter properly. If Arsino wasn't here, but Ian's faction would surely make things difficult. She turned to her brother Arsino. Thank you for always helping me unconditionally. Arsino laughed brightly. What are you saying? This is actually quite fun. This is the first time I've fought to protect someone. Oh, Calypso also smiled. Really? Then let's just wait and see. A lot of interesting things are going to happen. At that moment, several maids entered and whispered excitedly, Oh, is the young master here as well? Look at how well the two siblings get along. Oh, my young master, you are so handsome. The two of them look so much alike. Arsino coughed dryly and quickly changed the subject. Little sister, we need to discuss tomorrow's disciplinary meeting more thoroughly. Calypso understood. All right. You ladies may be excused now. After the maids left, Calypso leaned close to Arsino's ear and whispered, Tomorrow do exactly as I say. Listen carefully. First I will, and then you. A moment later, I understand, I'll do exactly as you say, Arsino stated firmly. But are you sure we don't need to call father? Calypso smiled confidently. Trust me, Arsino. We can handle this ourselves. Arsino nodded, though he couldn't help feeling anxious. I trust her completely. But will everything really be all right? The day of the Supreme Council finally arrived. Standing before the mirror, Calypso looked at herself in the meticulously prepared formal gown. Let's begin. She told herself, a faint smile on her lips. This outfit really does suit me. Though she had initially refused, thinking it unnecessary, the devotion of the maids had eventually swayed her heart. I can feel their sincerity. And besides, this magnificent attire was now a type of weapon. She let out a quiet sigh of relief. Fortunately, there is no mandatory requirement for invitations from parents. The mentor-student relationship with Pier is not a father-daughter one. I must stand my ground. Her determination became even more rock-solid. I can do this. I've long been accustomed to solving everything by myself. As the large doors of the meeting room opened and Calypso stepped inside, all eyes turned toward her, accompanied by whispers of astonishment. Good heavens, is that Calypso? Unbelievable. How does such a tiny girl dare to pick a fight? She truly does carry Lord Pier's blood. Her aura is quite different. Calypso's eyes lightly scanned the room. It's emptier than I expected since it coincides with the clan meeting. It seems that the majority came here just to watch my drama unfold. She thought to herself, it's strange that two such important events are happening on the same day. But it's fine. Lila will surely handle everything well. Lila approached with a dignified posture and bowed. My lady, I am glad you have arrived. You look quite different today. Calypso smiled, her eyes sparkling with mischief. The maids worked very hard. Do you think I look beautiful? Lila nodded in admiration. Very beautiful, my lady. Please take your seat over there next to young Master Arsino. In her heart, Lila couldn't help but compare. Resembling Lord Pier was enough to be striking, but the lady possessed a distinct beauty of her own. Perhaps she inherited it from her mother. Whispers rose again as Calypso sat down beside her brother. Look, the lady is sitting next to young Master Arsino. Didn't the young master once say his relationship with his sister was terrible? It seems the rumors that Lord Pier's children fight whenever they meet were just lies. Calypso discreetly observed her surroundings. Her mind quickly analyzed the situation. Let's see, but Ian is present just as I guessed. Uncle Gaius didn't come. What target is that old fox aiming for? He likely sent a representative here because he has to keep an eye on grandmother at the clan meeting. So he sent a representative instead. This is troublesome. The replacement is the core strength of my uncle's faction. A talented heir is always valued more than an incompetent one. Just then a majestic voice rang out, cutting through the noise. Silence, everyone. The Supreme Disciplinary Meeting will now begin. Here, everyone, regardless of rank, has the right to participate. I require everyone in the name of the sea to swear that you will speak only the truth. First, we call upon Ba Ian, the perpetrator in this case. Ba Ian crossed his arms and spoke arrogantly. I swear by the sea. Next, the victims Calypso and Arsino. Both of us swear by the sea. As soon as the oath was finished, An elderly man suddenly spoke up. Wait, as the chairman of the disciplinary committee, I have a few recommendations to make. That was Chairman Troll, from the board of directors of the Intermediate Academy belonging to the Killer Whale clan. He continued solemnly. This meeting was organized to adjudicate the behavior of students who are minors. Therefore, I believe everyone has been informed that they must be accompanied by a guardian. So why are Calypso and Arseno not accompanied by anyone? Calypso's hand tightened unconsciously. What was bound to happen has happened. I had hoped Lila's presence would help me avoid this. She must have tried her best when she saw that father wouldn't appear. But the opponent is an old friend of grandmother's and an extremely principled person. Without hesitation, Calypso stepped out of her seat. Her voice was calm but resolute. I do not have a guardian. A guardian is necessary for minors, but Arseno and I do not need one. We shall be the guardians of ourselves. Her declaration caused another wave of whispering. Is there a reason why Lord Pier didn't come? But this is the rule. Or perhaps he has fallen ill. Lila quickly spoke up. Order. Please everyone keep order. In this special case, Calypso and Arseno are permitted to proceed without a guardian. Thud Chairman Tra slammed his hand onto the table. Impossible. The law is the law. The meeting cannot continue with someone who does not even follow the basic rules. Calypso, summon your guardian immediately. Damn grandmother, Calypso cursed inwardly. Her grandmother's bosom friend was indeed being no help at all. Ba Ian smirked, his face full of smug satisfaction. Why not go ahead and continue? If the girl says she doesn't have a father, there's nothing we can do but accept it. Those around them burst into delighted laughter. But Ian has a point, Lord. Pier is probably busy with the clan meeting or business matters. Chairman Tra's face darkened. Order. Calypso and Arseno, do the two of you truly not have a guardian? Anger surged within Calypso, but she tried to restrain herself. Stay calm. I anticipated this. I must think calmly. Think. There must be a way to turn this situation around. Just as the atmosphere became as tense as a pulled string, the meeting room doors burst open once more. A tall figure stepped inside. A steady voice echoed throughout the space. No, of course we must follow the rules. I am the guardian of my son and daughter. May I join the meeting? The entire room fell silent. Calypso was also stunned. What on earth is happening? This shock was more intense than anything she had ever experienced, across all four of her regressions. Arseno beside her was clearly just as astonished. I don't know why or how father is here, but if I show panic now, it will be very strange. And besides, there are too many rumors that need to be squashed. Damn it, in this situation, there's only one way, she smiled. Her look of bewilderment was immediately replaced by a radiant expression of joy. Calypso cried out, Father. Inside, she was screaming, Please cooperate with me, Father, I beg of you. With those words, she rushed forward and threw her arms around him. Pier looked at his little daughter and placed a hand on her head. I apologize for being late. Now, Calypso tightened her hug even more, her voice affectionate. Father, are you all right? I was so worried you wouldn't make it in time. Pier replied gently, I feel better now. I am sorry for causing you worry. Hearing these words directly from Pier's mouth, both Lila and Chairman Tra were so astonished that they were rendered speechless. Pier continued, his voice full of authority. Do you need me to confirm my presence specifically? Lila hurriedly replied, Oh, no, sir. We confirm that you are present. Chairman Tra cleared his throat once to hide his embarrassment. It has been a long time, Pier. We thought you wouldn't come. Pier explained calmly. My daughter was so worried that she forgot to inform me of the schedule, so I arrived a bit late. Ba Ian jumped up in anger, gritting his teeth. This is invalid. He didn't arrive on time. Lila spoke in a cold voice. Young Master Ba Ian, please remain calm. The chairman is the one who understands the rules best. You think I'll just stand by and watch? Ba Ian roared. His mother sitting beside him hissed, Son, calm down. Hasn't the chairman already given his approval? Ba Ian had to swallow his anger and sat back down in frustration. Calypso let out a silent sigh of relief. Acting like that would bring him no benefit at all. His punishment was already quite clear. Didn't he realize that this meeting was only to decide the details and the severity of the punishment? If he chose to self-destruct, all the better. Honestly, if father had used his power, I probably would have seen his corpse on the floor by now. A pity. Pier walked over and sat down in the empty chair. Arseno seemed still intimidated by their father's presence, instinctively shifting his chair a little further away. Calypso couldn't help but smile. But suddenly, another servant rushed in, out of breath. Forgive me. By order of the clan head, the Supreme Disciplinary Council must halt immediately and move to the trial hall. This disciplinary session will continue in the presence of the clan head and the entire clan. Calypso's heart sank. Ridiculous. If we go there, that bastard Ba Ian will gain all the advantages. At the Academy's Disciplinary Council, the chairman's power is absolute. Punishment for Ba'ian was almost guaranteed, but if it shifts to a clan meeting, there are countless forces supporting him, moving to a location advantageous for the opponent. Not only will we fail to get a fair judgment, but he might also escape all charges. Arsino anxiously asked his sister, "What should we do now?" Calypso replied with a hint of helplessness. "What do you mean? There is nothing we can do. You know grandmother's orders are absolute?" "Damn it! I really wanted to see that guy humiliated more." "It's all right," Pier's voice suddenly rang out. Calypso looked up at him in wonder. "What does father mean by it's all right?" Pier replied, his gaze deep. "About what you're thinking, and you don't need to force yourself to be so polite. You aren't used to it anyway." A moment later in this grand hallway, "Whoa, we're like celebrities. Everyone is staring," Arsino whispered. Calypso was being carried in her father's arms. She said bashfully, "Father, I can walk on my own." "With your short legs, when would we ever arrive?" Pier replied curtly. Calypso was speechless. His way of speaking is so unpleasant. But whatever. Rumors spreading this way is also good for me. Just keep looking. "But what does father gain from doing this?" Arsino suddenly asked. "Hey sister, have you ever been to the trial hall?" "No, I don't think I ever have," Arsino explained as they walked. Traditional clan meetings are usually held in one of the three main halls, and the trial hall is one of them. "We're here, this is it." The name trial hall holds two meanings. One is its brilliant blue door, and two, this is where judgments have taken place. Throughout the history of the Killer Whale clan, every major incident originated from here. It is also the place that gave birth to the name Kun. And now we return to this place. As soon as Pier stepped into the hall, an announcement rang out clearly. "Ladies and gentlemen, Lord Pier, along with young Master Arsino and Lady Calypso have arrived." Immediately, astonished whispers rose from the crowd. "Is it tomorrow, wow? This is the first time we've had an audience with him." From the presiding chair, clan head Ukila curled her lip in a sneer. Her voice was full of sarcasm. "Look who finally showed their face back here. Isn't this the son I thought had rotted away in some godforsaken place?" Pier calmly approached and bowed in a textbook-perfect manner. "I greet you, clan head." Ukila waved her hand, her voice harsh. "What nerve do you have coming back here? Get out of my sight." The atmosphere in the hall suddenly froze, becoming suffocatingly tense. Just then Calypso gave a light cough and spoke in a clear voice, shattering the silence. "Hello, grandmother. It's been so long. You still look as young and elegant as ever. Do you have a secret? Please share it with me." Ukila glanced at the little girl. "Ah, so this brat is here too. So young yet so quick-tongued. You certainly know how to flatter others. Many times shrewder than your thick-skinned father." Calypso whispered to her father, "See, father, grandmother loves being complimented. You should try it. It's okay, we can practice slowly." A rare smile bloomed on Pier's lips, fleeting like a strange breeze, enough to leave Calypso stunned. He replied gently, "Not a bad advice, I'll keep it in mind." He knows how to smile, Calypso thought, dazed. That tiny change did not escape the eyes of those around them, and the air hummed with excitement once more. Did everyone see that Lord Pier just smiled? The rumors that he dearly loves his daughter are indeed true. A man stood up, cutting through the chatter. "Clan head, perhaps we should begin the trial." It was Reason Aquia Pier's eldest brother. "The reunion with my brother is indeed joyous, but official business cannot be delayed." Ukila glared. "Reason, you dare to interrupt me!" Reason immediately bowed, his voice trembling. "No, I apologize, mother." Shut down before he even had a chance to show off. Calypso stuck out her tongue, mocking him in silence. "Now where do we sit? What on earth is this? Why are we being placed in this corner, so far away from everything? That old woman is clearly doing this on purpose. This is a blatant insult." She nudged her father. "Father, what should we do? They are looking down on us. Sitting this far away, can she even hear what I say?" "Father, don't play deaf at a time like this." Pier sighed. "Be quiet, you nag way too much." "But you don't need to worry about whether they hear you or not," Pier interrupted calmly. "Rest assured everyone will hear your every word clearly. We are here to attend a disciplinary hearing, not an intimate family gathering. Never forget the reason why you are here." Just then Calypso's eldest brother Bellows walked in, drawing every eye. "Oh, young Master Bellows is here too, of course. How could he miss such an event?" Bellows stopped before the presiding chair and bowed gracefully. "Grandmother, there must be a momentous reason for you to convene such a full session. Now that everyone is gathered, I humbly ask for your precious words to enlighten your ignorant descendants." Ukila's satisfaction was plain on her face. "Thank you, your tongue is as silver as ever." "You flatter me, grandmother." "Very well, take your seat." "Yes, grandmother." Once everyone was settled, Ukila spoke with authority. "I have heard that an incident has occurred, disturbing the order within our clan's educational system. Is this true? Those involved step forward. Tell me about this mess, this chaos you have caused in my precious establishment." Ba-Ian was the first to speak. Clan head, please allow me to present my case first. First, please do not call it chaos. It was merely an unfortunate accident. A small matter that was never meant to trouble you. For our killer whale clan, survival means combat. Every second is precious. Whoever dares to waste your time just because of a personal conflict, that person has degraded the dignity of the entire beastman race, the strongest creatures in the ocean. Is his conscience eaten by dogs or something? Daring to fight a 3-year-old child and still acting all dignified. Let's see how much longer he can keep up this act, Calypso thought to herself. Ukila narrowed her eyes. So you mean the rumors were exaggerated, and the truth is just a minor accident? Yes, Ba-Ian replied. I only wanted to meet my cousin. She has been involved in many unpleasant rumors lately, so I secretly arranged a meeting to give her some advice. What a way to talk, after kidnapping and threatening my people. Calypso felt contemptuous. Ba-Ian continued his drama. However, as soon as she saw me, she immediately insulted my father. Perhaps she wanted to prove she is the daughter of Lord Pier, the strongest clansman. Calypso's teeth gritted. Insulting me isn't enough. Now he's dragging my father into this too. Who allowed him to call my father by his name like that? Moreover, Ba-Ian said, unlike those crafty rumors, I have witnesses ready to recount the truth. The two who accompanied him immediately shouted, We only wanted to help young Master Ba-Ian reconcile, but for just that we were attacked by the young lady without cause. Isn't the young lady the daughter of Lord Pier? From the start it was an unfair fight. I was a bit worried when I saw them. But these two are the witnesses. Are they proudly bragging about being defeated by a 3-year-old child? Calypso sighed in weary exasperation. That's right, the other one added. The young lady insulted young Master Ba-Ian in front of everyone. Absolutely correct, Ba-Ian concluded triumphantly. As you have seen, the witnesses' testimonies perfectly match what I have presented. Ukila asked coldly. In short, you claim to be innocent. Yes, that is exactly right, grandmother, Ba-Ian asserted. I am rightfully bringing this matter to the clan meeting is to expose the true face of this unruly cousin. What right? Does she have to be the daughter of the great Lord Pier? She has no strength and no dignity. Just by looking at her lies and boasting, one can tell she has never been properly raised. It's actually the other way around. He insults others as naturally as he breathes. How boring. When will it be my turn to counterattack? Ukila stood up abruptly. Her voice sharpened. So according to you, this brat is an uneducated child who dares to undermine the clan's discipline. Yes, that is exactly right. Ukila slowly approached Calypso. I see. An unacknowledged inferior creature dares to challenge my future heir, knowing no bounds and acting recklessly. As the words left her mouth, an invisible surge of power erupted from Ukila, tightening around Calypso and lifting her high into the air. Her throat was being choked. Calypso kicked in pain. Damn it! This is the power of the family head of my grandmother. Hold on. This is a battle of wills. Suffocating. I'm about to reach my limit. At that moment, another flow of energy, even more majestic, intervened and neutralized Ukila's pressure. Her power has vanished. It was blocked by a source of energy that was even greater. Pier's steady voice rang out, Family head! She is only a 3-year-old child. Ukila sneered. Don't worry. If she can't even withstand this much, then she is the disgrace of the clan. How have you been raising her, Pier? Did you not even teach her our clans? Most basic rules. Letting her become a weakling who doesn't know her place. Fury flared up in Calypso's heart. This old woman almost killed me. And now she's saying those words. Ukila asked Pier point blank. Did you really raise her with your own hands? Father. Calypso's heart tightened. Wait, if father says no, if he denies my existence, what will happen to me? All the lies I built up about father loving me will all collapse. Please, father, don't abandon me now. Amidst the deadly silence, Pier spoke each word clear and powerful. I taught her my way, that once you go to battle you must win. The child did exactly as I instructed, without straying a single inch. Ukila stiffened, then slumped back into her chair. Unbelievable. I have lived to this age, only to see you speak up in defense of another. How disappointing. Pier looked straight at her. Then listen to the story from my daughter's side. That is the role of a fair family head, isn't it? Calypso's gaze was fixed on Pier, the family head. A silent wave of excitement surged within her heart. There it is. He is giving me an opportunity. The opportunity I have long yearned for, to assert myself, to prove my own worth. I absolutely cannot let it slip away. With iron determination, Calypso took a step forward. Her clear but firm voice rang out through the silence. Grandmother, I have only one question. According to the laws of the killer whale clan, the strong are not held responsible for their actions. Is that correct? Family head Ukila, appearing weary, gave a slight nod. Yes, that is correct. Then Calypso continued, her voice full of confidence. The focus of today's meeting is precisely about that battle. People can talk about how my dignity was insulted. But that isn't the core issue. If grandmother is willing to arbitrate fairly, I will show everyone an interesting truth. Immediately, Ian's father raised his hand, his voice panicked. Wait! Family head, please allow me to speak. That bastard Ian's father, Calypso cursed under her breath. A spark of contempt flashed in her eyes. It's already too late for you. Enough! Ukila cut him off, her sharp gaze fixed on Calypso. Go on with what you were saying. With permission granted, Calypso announced boldly, on the day the battle occurred, how many people did Ian's father bring with him? No fewer than 10. Among them, Asenro dealt with 3. The remaining 7 were all targeting me alone, Calypso, Quiadello. And what was the result? The ultimate winner was me, Ian's father. Someone many years older than me was utterly defeated by a 3-year-old child like myself. A smirk played on Calypso's lips. She glanced at Ian's father, whose face had turned pale, and thought to herself, You fool, are you happy to become the living proof of my victory? Thanks for confirming it yourself. The little girl continued, her voice growing more eloquent by the moment. The witnesses present there have repeatedly confirmed that Pierre's daughter is a formidable fighter. According to clan rules, I am the winner. Ian's father, being the loser, has no right to challenge me. Furthermore, there is another important reason. On that day, a friend of mine was accidentally caught up in the incident. Even though he doesn't belong to the Killer Whale clan, Ian's father still shamelessly threatened to kill him if I didn't agree to the fight. Every action I took was to protect my friend. Honorable grandmother, where exactly did I go wrong? Our clan has always prided itself on being the protector of other sea creatures. You were the one who taught me that. Only among killer whales should conflicts be resolved through combat. Force must never be used against weaker tribes. Ukila burst into a laugh full of mystery. This child is so young, yet she knows so much. So you were forced into the battle, and yet you still emerged victorious. Is that right? Your story is very convincing. But do you have any witnesses? Calypso's heart felt like it was falling into an abyss. That's right, witness. Asenro is my brother. His words won't be considered objective. Luca and Luba are still being treated for their injuries. Is there really no one who can step forward to testify for me? Just as Calypso was losing hope, a calm voice rang out from the rows of vassals. Family head. I would like to participate in the proceedings as a witness. Ukila tilted her head with interest. Oh, someone actually dares to speak up, go ahead. A noblewoman stood up. With a firm gaze, she said, In the lady's story, the close friends whose lives were threatened are my twin sons. Calypso was stunned. Wait, that's Luca and Luba's mother. Does the Beluga clan have enough power to attend an important meeting like this? The woman introduced herself in an authoritative voice. Allow me to introduce myself to the lady. I am Iria Beluga, the head of the Beluga clan. My children have suffered from the brutality of Ian's father. They sustained severe head injuries and are currently teetering between life and death. What, Calypso was shocked and extremely worried? Loba. Loba clearly said their lives weren't in danger. She shot a quick glance at Loba, only to see him discreetly, winking at her to stay silent. A spark of realization flashed through Calypso's mind. Her gaze became razor-sharp. Ah, I see, a deliberate lie. He did it on purpose. How could I ever doubt the Beluga clan? They are amazing. Ilia continued, her voice sounding tragic. My lord, please view this as a serious matter. Why did my children have to face death? Just because of a fight between killer whales? As the representative of all the vassals, we cannot sit idly by. We may be weak, but after this incident we beg for respect. I believe that the great warriors of the Aquadello clan will not turn a blind eye to this injustice. Loba also stepped forward. My lord, I was the one who reported this incident to the head. If more evidence is required, you may summon other members of the clan. Pierre smiled triumphantly. I think that's more than enough witnesses, don't you? The family head Ukala burst into laughter. The laughter echoed throughout the room. Ha, indeed. The result of a duel says it all. A 3-year-old child emerged victorious. Then what is there left to argue about? Losers who do not know how to accept defeat are not worth my concern. Ian's father's face turned pale. Grandmother, that is not the truth. Silence, Ukala roared. I have seen your true nature clearly. You tried to prove your strength by bullying the children of a major vassal. You violated the regulations of the educational institution, and then dared to deceive the family head. Considering all these offenses, Ian's father, Aquiadello, you are expelled from the educational institution and will be under house arrest for 1 year. Reason. Ian's grandfather hurriedly pleaded, Mother, please wait. Even though he was wrong, please consider his contributions. If you could be lenient. Ukila raised her hand to cut reason off, then turned toward Calypso. And you, Calypso Aquadello, what is your opinion? Calypso bowed her head, wearing a smile that was both humble and sharp. I do not oppose the family head's judgment. However, in this matter, the ones who suffered the most were Luca and Luba. Therefore, I think, we should listen to the opinion of the head of the Beluga clan. And naturally, they agreed with the family head's decision. The arrogant boy had received the end he deserved. Belongs to me. As for the female lead, she was recognized by her grandmother and rewarded accordingly. Now Pier approached. His large, warm hand stroked Calypso's head. His eyes filled with pride. Well done, my daughter. Yes, father, we won. Calypso smiled brightly, thinking to herself, the feeling of being the center of attention is truly wonderful. Ukila observed Calypso. A mysterious smile appeared on the girl's lips. This child, even when being introduced by the family head herself, a normal child would be afraid of the responsibility, but she enjoys the attention. High-level power enhancement ability, a natural fighting instinct, yet she cannot produce even a single drop of water. Her developmental sequence is completely reversed. I know this is a rare genius. She raised her voice and called, Belos, come here. Belos approached with an ice-cold expression. Did you call for me, grandmother? What do you think of this situation? Ukila asked. Before this, you were the youngest one to be recognized. Now your younger sister has broken that record. Even Pier, the father who never cared about his children, has stepped up to protect her. Even your rival Ian's father was defeated by her. Tell me your thoughts, Belos replied with a voice devoid of emotion. Your punishment is very reasonable. A lawbreaker cannot be forgiven. However, Calypso, Aquadello must also take responsibility. Despite having a valid reason, she still hurt her classmate. In short, you think both are at fault. Ukila thought to herself, that is a very clever answer. You flatter me. Belos bowed his head. Standing nearby, Calypso clenched her fists as anger flared up inside her. I heard that you jerk of a brother. His own sister was beaten up and nearly died, yet he dares to say both are at fault. Just you wait, Belos, before I leave this place. This sister of yours will definitely teach you how to be a decent human being. Just then Asenro ran over excitedly. You worked hard, little sister. Congratulations on being recognized by the family head. I thought the meeting was over. Calypso suddenly noticed the jealous glares from all around, still fixed firmly on her. That's right, it's not over yet. Better to stay silent for now. Suddenly, Iria Beluga spoke up again. Honorable family head, before the meeting concludes, may I say one thing? Go ahead. Iria turned toward Calypso and bowed formally. I wish to exercise the vassal's right of choice. The Beluga clan under my leadership will from this day forward vow to follow and serve Princess Calypso Aquadello. Upon the honor of the head, this oath shall never change. Our clan, I wish to support Lady Calypso Aquadello to become the next successor. What on earth is happening? I'm only 3 years old. Moreover, I never had any intention of becoming the family head at all. The meeting ended not long after. As Pier and his 2 children stepped outside, every eye was fixed on them, carrying plenty of curiosity, admiration, and even envy. Do you have something to say? Pier asked. Everyone is staring at us, Calypso replied. Among those hurrying toward us, none are sincere. They are all just opportunists. If so, Pier said, his voice lowering, I will chase away all those annoying flies. Why is father suddenly so kind? Calypso remained secretly vigilant. If father turns around and says whoever dares to deceive me shall die, then I will have to pay a very high price. Suddenly, Asenro was startled to see someone approaching. He hurriedly said, I'll go first, little sister. See you later, master. Then he vanished. What was that? Who is it? Calypso asked curiously. Pier glanced toward the person coming and replied tersely, someone from the 3rd branch. Crossing her arms, Calypso silently observed the silhouette of the branch member hurriedly, leaving. Why did they have to run upon seeing me? She wondered. Just a greeting would have been enough. At that moment, another presence approached, interrupting Calypso's train of thought. Successor Calypso put her hands to her head. The plea burst out almost instinctively. Please don't call me that. Iria, who had just arrived, only smiled gently. Thank you for accepting the request to talk with me. There are too many prying eyes around, so I'd like to find a quieter spot. Calypso looked up at her, her eyes full of scrutiny. I don't think you called me out here just to check on my health, right? What do you wish to say? If not, please allow me to ask first. Why did you nominate me? Iria bowed her head slightly, her demeanor both humble and resolute. Please forgive my abruptness, but once I have used the vassal's right of choice, I will firmly support Lady Calypso until the very end. The vassal's right of choice. Calypso was bewildered. This is the first time I've ever heard of this concept. In my previous lives, I won the position of family, head through absolute overwhelming power. What on earth is this woman planning? Besides me, there are countless other promising candidates. The little girl spoke, trying to hide her confusion. to become the family head. Mustn't the successor be appointed by the current head, or build their own influence? Correct, Iria replied. But above all that, there is also the right of choice held by the powerful vassals. However, since the family head personally used water power to seal the curse, the information I can provide to you will be limited. Furthermore, this right of choice carries a special weight. Once the oath is sworn, I cannot withdraw it, nor can I change the person I have chosen. Wait then. Calypso shook her head, trying to organize the chaotic information. Iria interrupted, her voice carrying absolute seriousness. Therefore, if Lady Calypso falls, we shall fall with you. But if you become the family head, you will gain everything. This is nothing short of a life-and-death gamble. What if I fail? Calypso thought to herself, feeling an invisible weight settle on her shoulders. Holding her head, she nearly shouted, You? On what basis would you bet everything on me? My children owe you their lives, Iria said, her eyes shimmering with deep gratitude. Thanks to your timely intervention, that Luca and Luba were able to minimize the damage, both physically and mentally. I know there are many outstanding successors, but now no one has ever looked down upon lives weaker than the killer whales. Killer whales. That is why I chose you, Lady Calypso. And here is the important thing I am about to say. I have publicly supported you in front of the family head. She paused for a moment, then continued. 30 years ago, the family head summoned the 8 heads of the 8 clans. These 8 clans were chosen for various reasons, and were granted a special power, the right to choose the next successor. Regardless of the candidate's strength, whoever receives the most support from the 8 clans will officially become the heir. But you know I'm only 3 years old, right? Calypso tried to protest. You must understand that the younger the successor, the more disadvantages they face. But Iria laughed radiantly. Of course I know that. But today, you have turned that disadvantage around. None other than the lady herself. We believe that you are a precious gem, that we were lucky enough to find, and betting on you is a right decision. Calypso was completely bewildered. As a mother, Iria continued, her voice suddenly softening, I couldn't help but be moved when my children almost lost their lives. That sentence made Calypso startle. What? Are you saying both children's lives were in danger? I am sorry that my husband did not tell the lady the truth. When we just brought Luca home from the hospital, he had a seizure and almost didn't make it. A cold fury ignited within Calypso. Invisible killing intent radiated from her small body. You should have told me sooner. If I had known, I wouldn't have let that bastard be punished so lightly. It's all right, Iria smiled gently. It is clear that the boy has fully recovered. As a mother, I am ready to do anything when I am angry. Every parent is the same. Even Pierre, who has lived in seclusion for so long, showed up for his daughter, didn't he? In any case, the next head of the whale clan will be the lady. I truly look forward to it. Hearing this, Calypso fell into a state of extreme panic. Oh my God! How could I dare tell her that I have no intention of becoming the family head? In this life, I just wanted a peaceful existence. A moment after Iria left, this is so exhausting. A familiar voice rang out from behind. Everything has been settled. It seems you have succeeded. I have something to say to you. Calypso closed her eyes. The time to face it had finally come. All her efforts to avoid this for so long had failed in the end. Pierre continued in a serious tone. First of all, we must resolve the issue of how you address me. Do you mean that I deceived you? Calypso whispered. You know I am your father, don't you? Yes, the girl admitted. I knew from the beginning. Why did you pretend not to know? Calypso clenched her teeth. A rush of chaotic thoughts surged through her mind. From today onwards, the relationship between him and me will no longer be the same. Then who will be my guardian? Now that I am the center of attention, I will surely face countless conspiracies and assassinations. Perhaps Bellows will be the first to strike. Calm down, everything was going fine. Why has it suddenly turned into this? But Father went to the disciplinary committee and took my side. Father also protected me in the meeting. No, it was all done of his own free will. In all 3 previous lives, I have never felt this desperate. I will only ask you one thing. Pierre interrupted her thoughts. The father you often mentioned, is he the ideal role model you have always expected? That question was like a needle piercing straight into her memories. The image of her father in the old world, before she transmigrated here, suddenly flickered back to her. Calypso lowered her head, her voice dejected. No, my father was truly a person like that. Right, Pierre replied curtly. What are you saying, father? How could you possibly understand? Calypso felt a surge of self-pity. I really want to go home. To my real home where my family is waiting. Just punish me then, the little girl said in an accepting tone. Then Pierre interrupted. From now on, I will become the father you desire. Would that be all right? Calypso's fists tightened. Damn it! I can't believe in anything. I can't be sure of anything anymore. It was because of that feeling of uncertainty that I had to witness the destruction of this world. What about the years you abandoned me? If I hadn't come looking for you myself, would you have gone your whole life without remembering me? In the end, why did you do that? Well, here we go again, Pier sighed. It seems these words have no effect on you. Calypso startled. Are you angry, father? No, I am asking for your permission. Until all four of us are reunited, please acknowledge me as your father. During that time, you may call me master if you wish. The little girl hesitated. Actually, I don't hate you at all. During those long years, I resented so many people that I no longer have the energy to resent you. Thank you for making me stronger. However, deep in my heart, there is only one. Soul Father, that love is so great that nothing can replace it. Finally, she spoke, her voice carrying a hint of resentment. Honestly, Father, you are always so dictatorial and do whatever you want. That is the nature of a killer whale, Pier replied. A selfish creature that only knows the prey it has chosen. We still have time. In the meantime, if you wish, I will continue to be your guardian. If you do not want me to, I will give it up. Looking at the complex expression on his daughter's face, he thought to himself, will she refuse? Probably so. If this 3-year-old child did not take the initiative to approach, this relationship would be severed forever. Suddenly, Calypso reached out and grabbed Pier's hand. Father, please make a vow. If those feelings will never change. Father, please swear by the sea. It was an oath that bound one's very life. Father certainly won't be able to do it. But even so, I won't be disappointed, the girl continued. As expected, it's very difficult, isn't it? If that's the case, then Pier tightly held Calypso's tiny hand. His voice rang out powerful and solemn. I, Pier Accardello, vow to become the father of Calypso Accardello. The duration shall be until I die. I ask the name of the sea to bear witness to this vow. After finishing his words, he looked at the little girl with a complex gaze. What should I do now? The oath of the sea that she wanted is a covenant with the merfolk that absolutely cannot be violated. If I go against it, I will lose everything. This crazy killer whale, Calypso screamed silently in her heart. How can he still ask me what to do in this situation? But then a warm sense of security spread through her. This is a good thing. This means I have a solid guardian. I won't question why he abandoned me in the past. No, I don't want to know. Thinking so, the little girl looked up and gave a radiant smile. I will believe in Master's sincerity. So can I continue to call you Master? Pier frowned slightly. His voice was tinged with an indescribable melancholy. Why have you never called me by name or any other title? A flicker of sadness appeared on his face as he continued. This cold decisiveness of yours is nothing like me at all. Calypso replied calmly, her eyes unwavering. Perhaps I am like my mother. Seeing her daughter's composure, Calypso smiled inwardly. This is the opportunity. She seized it immediately, speaking with an urgent tone. Concealed, skillfully. Master, please listen to one of my wishes. I want to attend the Dragon Festival. Calypso smiled brightly. Pier's gaze was fixed intently on her, and after a moment of silence, he nodded. Very well, I agree. Is that true? Calypso could not hide her excitement. Pier did not hesitate. I will listen to your plan, but don't forget this promise. Until the day I truly receive recognition from you, please stop calling me Master. Calypso's eyes momentarily darted away, but she quickly replied in a firm voice, of course. That afternoon, as he watched Calypso's departing figure, Pier sank deep into thought. He suddenly realized that Calypso was not like an ordinary child. She was a natural-born warrior, skillful in every gesture and interpersonal interaction. For the first time, that child had looked at him with such a longing gaze. Right. That meant that until now, she had never expected anything from him. A child only 3 years old could be so calculating and far-sighted. And yet, the reason he granted her request so decisively and without hesitation was perhaps because he felt a soft tenderness like a feather hidden behind that tough exterior. When did she lower her defensive barriers and allow me to step inside? If that weren't the case, I couldn't explain the unusual feeling of anger I felt that day. His train of thought was interrupted by Calypso's clear voice from outside the door. Master, may I come in? I just finished my training session. She stepped in and asked curiously, but Master, the training intensity has been increasing lately. Is it because of your mood? That's right, Pier admitted frankly. Calypso seemed speechless at his honesty. She took a deep breath and then asked a question she had been weighing for a long time. Master, can I ask you a question? Do you love me as your own daughter? He was silent for a long time. His gaze was as deep as a bottomless abyss. Could it be that I asked something meaningless? Calypso thought to herself, her heart tightening slightly. Finally, he spoke in a raspy voice. I do not know what love is. Yes, I figured as much. Calypso replied, her voice showing no trace of disappointment. On the contrary, she was very calm. Actually, even if you say you don't know love, I still have the oath of the sea as proof. What did you say? Pier was startled. I'm just joking, it's a joke. Master, don't worry. Calypso quickly waved her hands, laughing mischievously. I don't expect much anyway. I didn't think you would love me, like a normal father. Therefore, I think we should build a mutually beneficial relationship, protecting each other when necessary, worrying when the other is hurt. That alone is enough. We will become good partners for each other. Right, Master? Time passed and the day of departure drew near. Oh my God, I can't believe I'm about to go to the Dragon Festival. Calypso cheered silently in her heart. 2 days ago, Pier's father had sent word. The matter of her going to the Dragon Festival had been approved. Leaving was now only a matter of time. The Dragon Festival, the most significant event in the Empire, is held annually at the City of Dragons to honor the dragons and their great guardian deity, the Dragon Duke. According to the original plot at the end of Volume 3, the Dragon Duke opened a spatial portal, but I don't know how it works. Therefore, I must find a way to approach him, naturally at the festival, to find out. If given the chance, I will try to become close to him. It would be even better if I could live with him. In my previous life, I was imprisoned and had to wait until I was 50 for an opportunity. But in this life, thanks to Pier, I have not only gained official recognition for my strength and reputation, but also approval for this important trip. As expected, this father truly has many uses. While lost in thought by the fountain, Calypso was suddenly startled by a rustling sound from the nearby bushes. The two boys, Luca and Luba, with a few leaves still caught in their hair, jumped out and shouted in unison, "My lady, my lady." Nearby Bellows, her eldest brother, stood leaning against a tree trunk with his arms crossed. His eyes watched with amusement, a slight smirk playing on his lips. Calypso, Accardillo. When Calypso looked up and saw the White Whale brothers, she was momentarily surprised. Luca spoke first. "My lady, our parents asked us to send their regards to you." Luba followed up immediately after, "And they also want to invite you to our house to play Understanding the Situation." Calypso breathed a sigh of relief. What a scare. She smiled, reaching out to pat Luca's head. "Since you're so cute, I'll let it slide." All right, all right." Seeing this, Luba's eyes lit up. "My lady, I want some too." Unlike the innocent Luca, who had experienced life and death, was somewhat more perceptive. He lowered his head and thought to himself, the lady is still hesitating. Thinking this, he looked up and smiled. "My lady, you won't be coming to our house, right? Your face already says it all." "Why are these boys so sharp?" Calypso was startled and then instinctively sighed. As expected, the White Whale tribe is very intelligent and keen. Luca continued with a pensive look. "I'm worried that I'll fall for you, because the lady is such a good person." "That's right, the lady is the best person." Luba chimed in immediately. Calypso narrowed her eyes and smiled. "Don't say that. I'm not a good person. If I were truly kind," she thought, "then I would have taken on the responsibility of being the successor of your clan, instead of secretly planning an escape like this." Facing the clear eyes of the two brothers, Calypso suddenly felt a twinge of guilt. She turned away, a thought suddenly flashing through her mind. Wait a minute. If I publicly support a Senro to become the successor, she imagined, the scene of her foolish older brother, asking her in astonishment, then the Beluga clan would surely lean towards his side. The giggling of the two brothers pulled Calypso back to reality. Luba pointed at her forehead. "My lady's forehead is already furrowing." Luca laughed along. "My mother is also like that sometimes." Calypso let out a sigh. "This is exactly why I don't want to develop feelings. It's too troublesome." She stood up and said, "Let's go back. The lesson is probably about to start." "Ah, I forgot." Luba was startled. "Luba is such a fool," Luca teased with a laugh. Luca reached out. "My lady, hold my hand." Luba also reached out. Mine too, mine too." The two boys' actions made Calypso break out in a cold sweat. "Can't we just walk normally?" Baelos, Calypso's eldest brother, stepped out from behind the corner. His face showed clear amusement. Just as she was about to leave, a low voice, horribly familiar, rang out. "Calypso Accardillo." When Calypso stiffened, she turned her head to look around. Seeing this, Luca and Luba also looked along curiously. "Could you guys go on ahead?" Calypso turned to say. "I suddenly have something to take care of." After the two brothers left, Calypso walked to the corner where the voice had come from. "Are you looking for me?" Baelos glanced over and replied nonchalantly. "That's right, you recognized my presence." Calypso clenched her fists, her face hardening. "I don't know what you're doing here, but keep it brief. What's the matter?" "I just wanted to talk to you." Baelos acted hesitant. "Why do you have to be so defensive?" "Talk." Calypso remained in a defensive stance, her eyes full of vigilance. "Your way of talking has never just been with words." "Not this time." Baelos shook his head and stepped toward her. "Calypso, just think about it normally." "No. There's no way I would start a fight with you in a place like this." Others might believe his words, but not Calypso. She understood this man all too well. If he wanted to fight, he would simply change the location. How can I believe you didn't come here? For that very purpose. You only act when victory is certain, after all. She gripped the hem of her dress, her mind racing with calculations. Was her current strength enough to defeat Belos? No. Even if she won, it would be difficult to escape this place. She couldn't cross the line at a primary educational facility. But in the face of Calypso's tension, Belos's voice suddenly dropped, carrying a cold, sharp trace of lightning. You speak as if you've known me very well for a long time. Without warning, a swirling pillar of water erupted from the ground, creating a violent whirlwind that forced Calypso to squint one eye. The invisible pressure from the raging hydraulic current swirled around Belos, and he remained nonchalant with his arms crossed, standing firm like a boulder in the heart of the storm. I've never been in the habit of wasting energy on meaningless battles. Except for that last time. Belos spoke, his tone terrifyingly calm. Why do you think I'm such a bellicose person? Calypso gritted her teeth. Cling clang. Her mind screamed, this lunatic. Is he planning to submerge this entire place with those water currents? Seeing her silence, Belos stroked his chin as if deep in thought. Strange among those who have fallen by my hand, it seems no one has been as stubborn as you. Even when beaten within an inch of their life, they still dare to speak up. Was there someone like that? At the same time, Calypso quietly analyzed the situation. The fact that Belos had never caused trouble in the academy, what did that mean? Belos was still pretending to search his memory. He was intentionally avoiding this battle of wits, Calypso realized helplessly. As soon as her thought ended, Belos suddenly withdrew all the hydraulic pressure, his attitude shifting 180 degrees. Even grandmother doesn't know that I enjoy combat. There is no reason for me to make such a foolish mistake right here. Therefore, I truly have no intention of starting a fight with you. See, I've withdrawn all my power now, but the defensive wall in her heart, Calypso did not lower it at all. No matter what you say, I don't believe it. Get straight to the point and then get out of my sight. The space fell into silence for a moment, then Belos burst out laughing. The collapse of the Bayan family is a golden opportunity for me. You are weaker than me, so eliminating you now would be very beneficial. But Calypso, I truly care about you. His words were full of concern, but the sinister smile on his lips made Calypso find it only ridiculous. No matter how much I prove my excellence, in the eyes of this person, I am still just a small fish who hasn't mastered her strength yet. Clearly, the person he cares about isn't me. His target is definitely Father Bia. Seeing through Belos's intentions, she shot back decisively regarding his care. I don't need it. The person you truly care about isn't me, but Father Wright. Belos raised an eyebrow, feigning surprise. Why would you think that? It's not that I don't care about Pia Accardillo, but what do I have to do with Father? What an immoral person, Calypso thought, rolling her eyes inwardly. Her reaction seemed to make Belos grow a bit impatient. He sighed. It seems we're just going in circles. Fine. I'll speak plainly. I want to observe you, and when the time comes, I will support you as my successor. After speaking, Belos unexpectedly dropped to one knee, looking up at her with an unbelievably earnest expression. Your performance at the family meeting really left a strong impression on me. That's why I came to see you. To see whether you are worthy of my support. Or not. What you have done can be seen as containing a bit of respect. Seize the opportunity. Calypso reached out and tightly gripped his wrist. So that's how it is. Listen carefully, brother. With a radiant smile, she tightened her grip. By the way, I have something I want to whisper to you. Could you lean your ear in a little closer? Fine, Belos replied, unable to hide his internal surprise. What is this strength? The moment he leaned his ear in, the power in Calypso's hand suddenly exploded. Her voice turned ice cold. Stop playing petty tricks, eldest brother. If you are innocent, then swear it upon the sea. Belos's lips curled slightly. A look of amusement flashed in his eyes. You're quite cunning. He gently shook off her hand, his tone full of mockery. But is that all? How shallow? As he finished speaking, a punch wrapped in hydraulic power tore through the air, rushing straight toward her face. Relying on combat experience, accumulated from countless regressions, Calypso leaned back, avoiding the punch by a hair's breadth. Ugh! Immediately, she thrust both hands out, clamped down on the hydraulic sphere, and used her own power to shatter it. Belos's attack dissipated, but Calypso's hands were bright red and throbbing with pain. She clicked her tongue. Damn it! I intended to grab his wrist and break it, but this small body won't allow it. Opposite her, Belos nonchalantly retracted the last remnants of his energy. See, it's futile. Calypso, unyielding, puffed out her cheeks. Truly an overgrown child, lashing out with a fist the moment he's slightly provoked. Before her thought could finish, Belos spoke again, abruptly changing the subject. I heard you're going to the Dragon Festival this year. Calypso's heart skipped a beat. It couldn't be. He was very close to grandmother, so he knew almost everything about her. This was a direct request from Pia Aquadello. He clenched his fist and muttered, "How interesting." Each of his words felt like a nail being hammered into her mind. "Calypso, please let my prediction be wrong. I'll be going with you as well." Belos announced, his eyes gleaming with a malicious curiosity. "I want to know why you're so interested in that place." "There, I guessed it right. Why on earth is this guy going there?" Calypso's jaw dropped. Belos's gaze at that moment made her shudder. "I'm dead." This look, it was identical to the way he looked when he beat her until she bled. He was someone who found pleasure in obstructing his opponents. This is a huge problem. Before her unease could settle, Belos added, "Oh, and one more thing, Calypso." Calypso held her head in her hands, feeling a wave of panic wash over her. Right. The next sentence would surely be, "Grandmother is calling for you." In Ukila's office, the head of the family was diligently writing something with a quill pen. The patriarch's residence was a massive and magnificent mansion. Stepping inside, Calypso couldn't help but observe her surroundings. The entire interior was bathed in ebony black, accented with silvery white details, cold and authoritative, just like the killer whale, the family's symbol. Opening the office door, Calypso bowed in accordance with noble etiquette. "Greetings, grandmother, I heard you sent for me." Ukila looked up and let out a contemptuous click of her tongue. Tisk! Still just an ordinary child, being summoned only to hear criticism. Calypso couldn't help but suppress her anger. "Did she call me here just to pick a fight?" Ukila stood up, her tone full of provocation. "During the family meeting, I didn't think you were this small." Or, "Did you shrink yourself like a rice cake back then?" The smile on Calypso's lips didn't change, but in her heart she was secretly calling her a wicked, old woman. Ukila picked up a stack of papers and stepped away from the desk. "Anyway, sit down. I called you here because of a few interesting and curious matters." Calypso climbed onto the chair opposite her. The killing intent in Ukila's eyes suddenly flared up. "I want to talk about what happened at your residence. I heard you requested a qualification check and measures regarding the successor. To put it bluntly, you want to accuse the maids of mistreating you." "Correct." And Calypso was speechless. "It happened ages ago, and only now does she notice. Is it because I was recognized at the family meeting that everything has finally started to change?" She didn't think so. She answered firmly, "Yes, that is correct. Everyone who was there lived on meager rations and in dilapidated housing. At that time, there was no one left of my age." Ukila, eyes still fixed on the document, asked, "What do you mean by that? They are all dead. Are you saying that you were the only survivor?" Calypso placed her hand on her chest and clarified powerfully, "No, grandmother. It should be said that I survived precisely because it was me." She looked directly into her grandmother's eyes, her voice sharp. "To select the strongest individuals, grandmother demanded fair competition. But that place did not provide equal starting conditions. If a child dies because others usurped their rights and abused them, that is not competition. That is murder." "Grandmother." Ukila finally raised her head to look at her, but Calypso wasn't finished yet. In fact, she thought to herself, records show that most of the children brought to that building died before they were 3 years old. Is this not essentially an infanticide? But perhaps to her that doesn't matter at all. Ukila languidly picked her ear, appearing unconcerned. But Calypso continued, her voice as sharp as a blade. "Even if no one paid attention, if every report stated they died due to weakness, how can we distinguish truth from fiction? No one knows what hidden talents those departed children might have possessed. It is quite possible that grandmother unintentionally missed many geniuses. In other words, that maid took it upon herself to damage the precious assets of the family." Hearing the word assets, Ukila nodded slightly, her eyes reflecting a look of contemplation. "It's working." Calypso smiled inwardly. She finally reacted. Just one more decisive blow would do it, but her plan was cut off ruthlessly. The room door burst open with a loud bang. Bia suddenly appeared. His tall figure cast a long shadow across the floor. "Apologies for the intrusion, mother." Calypso spun around in shock, breaking into a cold sweat. "Father, why are you here at a time like this?" Ukila glared at him. Her voice was furious. "Storming into my room is an absolute act of disrespect. Where on earth did you learn such insolence?" "I learned it from you, mother." Bia shot back without hesitation. "Son," Ukila growled, "has staying cooped up in this house made you lose your mind? And what would a small fish learn anyway?" Bia remained composed. Surely from their parents. Trapped between two clashing tense auras, Calypso only wished she had some popcorn and a pair of 3D glasses. "Master Bia, you're doing great. A good show like this definitely needs popcorn." But the good movie didn't last long. When words became useless, Ukila summoned her power. The air around her thickened. "I asked nicely, yet you remain so stubborn." A jet of hydraulic energy sharp as a knife shot out. It grazed Calypso, making her cough violently. "Cough! Wait, using hydraulic power right here in the room. Before she could regain her senses, the stream of water hovering in the air suddenly accelerated. It lunged toward Calypso. Her eyes widened in horror. Her whole body fell backward instinctively. A desperate question echoed in her mind. Why is it always me? Boom! A resounding explosion rang out. Calypso slowly opened her eyes. But the painful scene she had imagined did not happen. Standing tall before her was Bia. His bare hand had stopped Ukila's violent stream of water. With just a squeeze of his hand, the hydraulic flow shattered into countless tiny, glimmering droplets before vanishing. Heaven's Father absorbed and neutralized grandmother's power. If mother wants to vent her anger, aim it at me. Bia roared, resentment clear in his voice. Were you planning to kill your own granddaughter? I knew you would step in to stop me, Ukila replied calmly, as if everything was within her calculations. That is why this child has been spoiled to the point of not knowing etiquette. She turned her gaze toward Calypso. Well, it's been a long time since I've found a whale. That interests me. I have decided I will cherish and nurture her. Ridiculous. Just a few seconds ago you were going to kill her. Calypso gnashed her teeth, resenting Ukila's brazenness. Fine then, everyone, sit down. Ukila waved her hand and plopped down into her chair. So what is the reason you came running here? Bia sat down next to Calypso. If you summon my daughter then as her guardian, I must naturally be present. Who knows what might happen if she were left alone? Unbelievable. Ukila sighed. Wipe off your sweat before we talk. My son, you rushed here, to the point where you're completely out of breath. Ignoring the beads of sweat rolling down his neck, Bia simply replied curtly, I didn't run. But Calypso knew the truth. A warm sensation crept into her heart. Why did father run such a long distance for me? Why, out of habit. Bia pulled her close, his voice full of concern. Are you hurt anywhere? I'm fine, father. She shook her head. Even for you, you find your daughter adorable, don't you? Ukila asked nonchalantly. Bia remained silent. Fine then. Ukila's tone shifted back to the main topic. I will also ask for your opinion as her guardian. We are discussing the punishment for that woman, the maid who mistreated my granddaughter. In your opinion, what should I do with her? What is grandmother talking about? Calypso's eyes widened. Shouldn't there be an investigation to verify everything first? Why jump straight to discussing punishment? And why ask master about this? She instinctively clutched the hem of Bia's clothes. She thought to herself. His reaction will probably just be whatever. But Calypso was wrong. She must be killed, Bia said, his voice as cold as the Arctic. Father! Calypso looked up in a daze and immediately lowered her head in panic when she saw his terrifying expression. Bia looked directly at Ukila, his gaze unwavering. Please give me full authority to handle this mother. Aqua Rumi always considered herself the most pitiable person in the world. She treated everyone well, yet they always shunned her, simply because she was a pufferfish demi-human. Memories of a brawl from not long ago flooded back. You just bad-mouthed pufferfish demi-humans, didn't you? I heard everything, Rumi screamed as she lunged at another maid. Around them were shouts trying to stop her. You were the one who blamed me. Because of you I got fired, the other maid cried. After the incident, everyone crowded around to comfort the victim, leaving Rumi all alone. Rumi is such a weirdo, someone whispered. Quiet, she'll hear you. Rumi felt no regret at all. Why am I the only one being criticized? She couldn't catch that ceramic vase either, could she? She never realized that the reason people shunned her wasn't her race, but her extreme selfishness. Eventually, Rumi became a wet nurse at a childcare facility. Looking at the innocent children, her gaze grew cold. My life is already a failure, but their futures are so bright. A poisonous envy began to sprout. At first, she hesitated, but then taking the lives of these frail children became a habit. Until one day, the child, with the distinct black and white hair of a killer whale, appeared, Calypso Aquadello, a direct descendant of the clan. Her future would shine brighter than anyone else's. Right. Yes, that's right. Calypso's clear voice responded to her thoughts. Rumi flinched, and then a horrific memory came flooding back. A memory that she should not have been able to possess. The person who poured scalding water on me. My head covered in boiling water. Hot, it's too hot. Rumi instinctively shrieked, then gasped for air, realizing she had just screamed out nonsense. Lady Calypso stood there holding a teacup, with an innocent, puzzled expression. What's wrong? It's just warm water, see, I'm still alive. The Lady Calypso, Rumi stammered. Yes, it's me. In the end, it's not what are you saying. Calypso smiled a smile that sent a chill down Rumi's spine. It's okay if you don't remember, because I remember everything from those full 15 years. And if you still don't remember, there will be someone very talented to help you recall. What wait? Calypso set the cup down and turned to walk away. The one who gave me spoiled food poured hot water on me and intentionally pushed me down the stairs. I should also get a taste of everything I had to endure. Oh, what on earth is this? 15 years of memories, this brat is mocking me. How can she slander someone just over a petty grudge? As if reading Rumi's thoughts, Calypso stopped at the door. Rumi, you're blaming others again, aren't you? Oh dear. The culprit may forget, but the victim will remember forever until the very end. Having said that, she opened the door and stepped out, leaving Rumi collapsing in panic. In the grand hallway, Bia asked, "You've said everything you needed to say." Yes, that maid will be sentenced as a serial killer. For the next 15 years, she won't have a single day of peace. Calypso grabbed the hem of his clothes and asked hesitantly, "Master, don't you find it strange? The 15 years of memories, don't you think that I'm not like a normal child?" Bia stopped and tilted his head to look at her. Sensing his deep, penetrating gaze, Calypso quickly looked away. He didn't ask anything more, just silently reached out to pat her head. His voice was unexpectedly warm and gentle. Even as a child, you would still feel pain. That alone is enough for those who hurt you to pay the price. He used hydrokinesis to gently lift her up. "I have no intention of making you explain anything." Pulling her into his arms, he whispered, "I've said it before. From now on, I will be your father." The anxiety in Calypso's heart vanished. She smiled and breathed a sigh of relief. If I had known it would be like this, I should have sought out Master and clung to him much sooner. Hypotheticals are meaningless now. Bia replied, his hand still stroking her hair. Calypso let out a laugh and began to tease him. "That sounds like the words of an irresponsible gambler. Next time I won't gamble. I'll do better," something like that. Bia sighed, his voice carrying an undisguised sense of helplessness. "I didn't realize the trust you had in your father had eroded this much." Just like that, the father and daughter walked slowly together. Their shadows stretched long across the hallway. The investigation into Rumi concluded swiftly after only 3 days, and Calypso knew very well that her grandmother's power was the reason. She recalled the conversation from that day. After hearing Bia's presentation, Ukila was astonished. "You want full authority to decide?" She looked at her son with a judgmental gaze. "Isn't that obvious? Wrap up this troublesome matter cleanly. Consider it the price to be paid for daring to barge into my office." Following that, Ukila suddenly pointed toward Calypso, making her startle. "Hey, little rice cake, why do you want to go to the Dragon Festival?" And then Calypso gave an answer that greatly intrigued her grandmother. "According to the servants, only land animals are invited to the Dragon Festival." "Isn't that right?" she began. "It is a place to honor the Empire's guardian deity. But strangely enough, there is no place at all for aquatic demi-humans, as elite as we are. So you must go there, to let them witness our greatness with their own eyes." Upon hearing this, Ukila burst into a hearty laugh. "Ha, very well, I have no intention of withdrawing my permission. When do you depart?" "In a week, ma'am." "Go sooner. Go there and crush the arrogance of those land dwellers for me." Ukila waved her hand. "Fine, everyone get out." Bia did not hesitate to pick up Calypso and leave. But just as they reached the door, Ukila's voice rang out once more. "Wait, one more thing, little pebble Calypso." Calypso turned her head curiously. Ukila leaned back on the sofa, her sharp gaze directed toward her. "Stay alive until the day your name is called out by my own mouth." "Mother, don't worry," Bia interjected, his voice unusually somber. "I will protect her at all costs." Ukila raised an eyebrow. "Humph, oh please. Stop giving me goosebumps. Get out now." She snapped and the door slammed shut. Afterward, we assigned the investigation to Professor Lila and decided on Rumi's punishment. "I'm sorry, Professor Lila," Calypso thought to herself. When Bia sought out Lila, she was completely taken aback. "You're asking me to do this in 3 days. This reminds me of my time as a graduate research assistant." Bia wondered. "Wasn't that a worthwhile job?" Professor Lila only tilted her head. "Lord Bia, you truly don't know anything at all." Calypso sat by the window, looking out at the view outside. Finally, the day had arrived. "Tomorrow I will go to the Dragon City, Ikena, the first dragon to appear in the Empire." The city was named after her, a creature that became the guardian deity after marrying the first emperor. Their 2 children, one with half-lion blood, ascended the throne as emperor. The other, with half-dragon blood, was appointed as a duke. Since then, the Dragon Duke, those who carry royal blood in their veins, are expected to live a life of luxury and fulfillment. But the reality is a nightmare. However, in an old mansion far from the imperial palace, a maid's face was as white as a sheet. "No, things aren't supposed to be like this." She trembled with every step as she carried the food tray, her legs heavy. "This is truly awful. How happy I had been when I was chosen as a servant for the Dragon Duke's family. Yet he summoned me and said there was a task only I could perform." The butler's warnings rang in her ears, making it impossible for her to hold back her tears. Servants and maids in that place must all act as if they don't exist. It's best not to say a word about what you see or hear if you don't want to be torn to pieces. Who could have imagined the famous Dragon Duke didn't live in his own castle? but was hiding in a desolate place like this, like a literal monster. The maid tremblingly pulled the bell cord and stammered, The meal is ready." Immediately, the sound of furniture crashing violently echoed from within. She bit her lip, her face pale. The moment the door burst open, her heart seemed to stop. Crash! The food tray in her hands fell to the floor, shattering into pieces. I'm so sorry." She let out a blood-curdling scream, filled with utter panic. The maid turned and fled screaming, "Help me!" The door was now wide open. A large shadow fell over the spilled food. A small hand reached out to pick up a slab of meat, ignoring the debris and sauce covering it. The blue-haired boy immediately took a massive bite. In the empty room, only the sound of the boy's ravenous chewing remained. The next day. Today is the day we depart for the City of Dragons. However, the reason I'm still at school is... Lady Calypso turned around. "Because I have to say my final goodbyes," Luca asked with concern. "My lady, do you really intend to attend the festival?" "Are you going to the Dragon Festival?" Luba added. Calypso waved her hand. "That's right, it's almost time to depart, so I must go now." With her current state of mind, she felt she could even smile and greet Karen by name. She thought to herself, my lady, if that's the case, then let's have lunch together." Luca leaned his head into her hand to be petted. "Exactly," Luba chimed in. "Lunch I have to say goodbye and leave right away. I won't be able to eat with you guys." Her hand lingered with reluctance, stroking Luca's soft hair. Perhaps this was the last time. "What a shame, my lady." Luca sensed her unusual silence. Luba took her hand. "That's right, my lady. My mother told me that you must definitely come visit our house." Calypso remained silent. My lady," Luca called out again. Only then did she reply. "I will think about it if I return safely. Goodbye." Saying that, she turned and walked away. Luca suddenly grabbed her hand, his voice trembling on the verge of tears. "My lady, are you not going to come here anymore?" Calypso smiled but didn't answer. Smart children are often very sensitive. She gently withdrew her hand and gave a bright smile, waving one last time. Tears began to roll down Luca and Luba's cheeks. Their crying grew louder by the moment, but it couldn't hold back Calypso's footsteps. Luba, the time we spent together was truly fun." The carriage train began to roll, and just like that, I sat in the carriage heading to the City of Dragons, thinking seriously. Inside the luxurious carriage, Calypso tilted her head to look outside. Even for me, if I were to jump from a carriage traveling at this speed, I would probably die, wouldn't I? Why am I thinking about this? The reason was the atmosphere inside the carriage. It was so suffocating that it made her sweat. She turned to Paedo and asked, "Master, it's already the third day. Can I go sit in the carriage with the maids? And my nanny?" "No, you cannot," he replied bluntly. What he truly is, a tyrannical father. Calypso secretly rolled her eyes and then clung to his arm coquettishly. "A child like me being with a nanny would be much better for emotional development, you know." Pei replied indifferently. "Isn't it true that having parents around is better for a child's emotions?" Knowing she couldn't convince him, Calypso turned away sharply and let out a long sigh. Respecting a child's freedom is also an important role of a parent. "Master, one must clearly distinguish between freedom and indulgence, between sincerity and neglect," Pai countered. For someone who neglected his daughter for 3 years to say that, how rich, Calypso couldn't help but snark. As soon as the words left her mouth, the air in the carriage immediately fell into silence. Calypso glanced over at Bellows, who was sitting quietly in the corner of the carriage. All this suffocation was because of his presence. What on earth is his purpose for following me? Instead of dealing with the remnants of the Bayan family, he chose to cling to me. Grandmother gave her permission, so there's nothing I can do. Suddenly, a hand gently pinched her cheek. "Not at all. You were the one who asked me to become your father, so from now on I will make an effort," Pei said. When did I ever say that?" "If I do this, even you would mispronounce words, wouldn't you?" Pei continued to tease. "Of course, let go." Calypso angrily brushed his hand away. "I thought you were going to cry and call for master the moment you were born." Pei spoke while making a face as if cooing at a newborn baby. "Good girl, don't do that," Calypso yelled. "This is the role of a father." Thud. The book in Bellows's hand suddenly snapped shut. He spoke in a low voice, each word piercing Pai like a needle. "Are you child-abusing, Sir P? Does someone strong enough to rival the family head really have such a sick hobby?" Calypso shook her head. "What the hell is he doing? Is this kid looking for a fight?" She glanced at Pai silently, reassuring herself. "It's okay, father is an adult. He won't be provoked that easily. See, he is quietly withdrawing his hand." But she was wrong. Pei slowly stood up. His face darkened as black as the bottom of a pot. A murderous aura filled the entire carriage. "Do you want to race me and see who's faster?" It turns out father is not exactly a mature adult. Calypso's eyes widened. What is this damn atmosphere? Intuition was screaming that something bad was about to happen. "If you two are going to fight, go outside and do it." Calypso spoke up hastily. Her tone shifted to one of sadness. And if someone dies, remember to bury them in the ground. That way they won't be discovered immediately. She toyed with a lock of her hair and let out a long sigh. But I really want to go to the Dragon Festival. If someone dies in a fight and causes trouble, I probably won't be allowed to go anymore, right? She looked up with a sharp gaze and clenched her fists. If that happens, it will be very boring for both of you. If saying this much still doesn't work, I'll move to Misa's carriage, she thought determinedly. Silence enveloped the carriage once again. This time it carried a tension that had been eased. Calypso breathed a sigh of relief. The journey continued in a stillness. That was awkward. Bellows opened his book again while Pi looked outside pensively. As for Calypso, she felt extremely uncomfortable. Silence is good, but this atmosphere is hateful. Every tiny sound became so clear. It was chilling. Involuntarily mocking voices from the past echoed in her head again. That's the woman from the West Sea, right? Yeah, seems like there's a fishy smell. Shh, she'll hear you. Perhaps because they were nearing their territory, these unpleasant memories were resurfacing. She sighed. She had to do something to change her mood. Master, she spoke up. What kind of place is the Dragon Festival? I have never been there, Pei replied curtly. Then surely you must have attended other festivals before. Pi seemed to hesitate. When I was young, I went quite a lot. As an adult, about twice. What were they like? It's no different from the Killer Whale Clan's festivals. Just a lot of fighting and many people lose their lives. Calypso felt a prickly annoyance. Are we even talking about the same thing? Why is every festival father? I mentions. The place where he defeated a polar bear, took down a 50-year-old great white shark, and dealt with a venomous fox. Why is it all just fighting? What kind of strange festivals are these? The important thing is that I won, Pei declared with great pride. Calypso turned her head away, her tone mixed with a bit of teasing. Of course you had to win. Master is the pride of the clan, yet why is he silent? Why aren't you saying anything else, father? Are you sulking? Calypso curiously turned back to look at his sullen face. Master, could it be that you're embarrassed? No, I'm not, I don't know. I have never felt such a way, Pei replied stiffly. Normal people call that being shy. You're embarrassed, aren't you? I don't know. At that moment, Bellows, as if waiting for the right opportunity, spoke up again. Duels are officially permitted at the Dragon Festival. I was planning to tease father a little more. Calypso glared at him. Bellows smiled and continued. Therefore, powerful creatures enjoy the festival in a very different way. Do you want to hear more? Go ahead and tell me. Calypso feigned interest. I had only heard rumors about that place. After I became the family head, relations with the land dwellers were already very bad. Attending their festival was no different from walking straight into a trap. If you want to enjoy it to the fullest, Bellows stroked his chin. His smile turned sly. Then imitate the prey. A head-butting octopus, for instance, would suit you very well. He snapped his fingers. Snap! Anger flared up. Calypso was about to lung forward when Pi held her firmly. Master, let me go. My fist just wants to caress my big brother a little bit. Calm down. You can't kill him with those water-soaked punches of yours. Sit still. Master, are you taking his side? Calypso's eyes welled with tears. Of course not, Bia replied. His fists clenched as his murderous intent flared up once more. I will kill him in a single blow. That will be enough. You can't do that. This time it was Calypso's turn to hold him back. This wasn't good. She had to soothe this atmosphere. If we go to the Dragon Festival, can we meet the Dragon Duke? She hastily changed the subject. Bia was taken aback. I'm not sure either. Why is that? Calypso asked urgently. Bellows explained. The Dragon Duke has never made a public appearance since the day he was born. There's no dragon at the Dragon Festival. Calypso felt crushed. What was this? This is like the Killer Whale Mansion, having not a single killer whale in it. At the same time, inside a dark room at the Acquiadello Mansion, I've said it before. We must pluck out dangerous sprouts early on. Recent smiled with narrowed eyes, but his words sent a chill down the spine. The order to eliminate Bia's daughter has been dispatched. Right. How difficult could it be to get rid of one little grandchild? But you failed. And now only my son has to endure the humiliation. I hope there will be no more mistakes this time. A hesitant voice spoke up, Lord Recent. But Lord Bia is accompanying them this time. It doesn't matter, he replied in a leaden tone. If everything goes according to plan, I'm not sure about Bia, but that child. That princess must absolutely not return alive. On a deserted trail, the carriage convoy continued to speed forward. Seated inside the luxurious carriage, Calypso could not hide the disappointment overwhelming her mind. How pointless, she thought to herself. A grand dragon festival without the main character, the Dragon Duke. Things have strayed far from the plan. I was far too overconfident. She let out a soft sigh. Her tired eyes turned toward Bellows. Big brother, you said the Dragon Duke has never once shown his face. Right, the only information I have about him is that he is someone who cowcat a peaceful life. Considering that personality, the fact that he doesn't care for official events is actually quite illogical. Suddenly, Bellows flinched. His sharp gaze swept to the side. Murderous intent, he hissed under his breath. At the same moment, V, who had been silent from the beginning, whispered in a calm, steady tone, "They're here." The instant the words left his lips, a terrifying force slammed hard against the carriage. Despite being crafted from high-end materials, the vehicle swayed violently, then flipped onto its side. Amidst the chaos, V moved only a single step, his strong arms shielding Calypso as he leaned back against the carriage wall, as if he were reclining in a plush armchair. Crazy. To think there's this kind of traffic accident in this era. Or is this an attack aimed at me? Calypso cursed internally. But then she fell silent upon noticing the strangely indifferent expression on Pierre's face. Wait, Father, what are you doing? How can you be as comfortable as if you're in your own bedroom? Do you really want to enjoy yourself? In that posture, seriously? As if reading her thoughts. Bia spoke softly, his voice still monotonous. Just let them come to us. Calypso immediately peered through the broken window. Curiosity flared. Oh, let's see. What fool dares to touch this carriage, I wonder? Just as the thought flashed through her mind, Bia slightly moved his finger. Instantly, a massive pillar of water appeared out of nowhere. A resounding boom echoed, followed by tragic screams, cough, cough. Ah, hearing those miserable cries, truly a bunch of idiots seeking their own deaths, she thought coldly. As the water pillar dissipated, the two assassins lost their momentum, their limp bodies falling to the ground. With two heavy thuds, Bia held onto the carriage frame with one hand, while still holding tight with the other. Calypso stepped out leisurely, into the midst of the masked assassins who were now hesitating and wary. At that moment, the escort party also caught up. Lord Bia, Misa Princess? A servant called out anxiously. The three sisters, maids from the herring tribe, also poked their heads out of their carriage. Pumpkin hurriedly asked, Princess, are you all right? Aya added, we were terrified when we saw your carriage being attacked. All right, it's good that everyone is safe, Calypso thought to herself, then turned to Pierre. Master, you can put me down now. You'll be safer by my side, Pierre replied. But my maids and nanny can protect me. Wouldn't that be just as safe? She cleverly argued back. This time Bia had no reason to refuse. He had to hand her over to Misa, who was standing nearby. Misa hugged Calypso tightly, her eyes tearing up. Princess, weren't you scared? Well, I'm fine. Father is here after all. Calypso reassured her, but felt a bit tickled inside. The way Misa looked at her made her heart feel all itchy. It wasn't that she disliked it. She just didn't know how to react. She asked everyone a bit shyly. Is anyone hurt? No, Princess, we are all safe, Misa replied. The three herring sisters also waved their arms and legs to show they were completely healthy. Is that so, then? Calypso flashed a mischievous smile. Let's enjoy this good play together. Taking the hint, Misa and the other maids quickly went into action. They spread out a carpet and set out snacks and tea, creating a paradoxical picnic, seen right in the middle of being surrounded by enemies. Just as they finished preparing, the battle between Pierre, Bellows, and the assassins officially began. With just a flick of Pierre's hand, one assassin was sent flying. It whizzed past Bellows's head like a bullet. Another one, a brown-haired masked man, hurriedly channeled his hydraulic power for defense. Calypso analyzed the situation while leisurely eating a pastry. There are several who can use hydraulic power. It seems they have mobilized all the elites from the Branch family. Although the eldest uncle has an impulsive temperament, he isn't the type to act without thinking. If so, then perhaps the fact that I'm being protected by Father has made Ba Ian's faction feel threatened. Or maybe their time is running out. But while she was lost in thought, a dark shadow suddenly slipped past Pierre's defenses and lunged straight toward Misa. Ah! Princess! Misa cried out in panic reflexively, trying to shield Calypso with her own body. Calypso calmly pushed Misa aside, then gathered her strength and leapt upward. With just a single kick, the assassin's sword snapped in two. In terror, he broke into a cold sweat and cursed through gritted teeth. Damn it! This father and daughter are both monsters. Before he could finish his sentence, another thunderous kick from Calypso struck him square in the stomach, sending him doubling over like a boiled shrimp. Having dealt with the attacker, she turned toward Pierre and shouted angrily, Master! You let him through on purpose, didn't you? Indeed, Vi admitted calmly. He waved his hand, and a powerful whirlpool appeared, sweeping away all the surrounding enemies. This is live combat training. You have been training for over 15 years now. Calypso clicked her tongue and grumbled under her breath. She shifted her gaze toward Bellows and caught the look of horror on her brother's face. Negligence can defeat even the strongest of experts. This is the most effective lesson, Pierre added. Why does he have that look on his face? Calypso wondered blankly upon seeing Belos's expression. Right at that moment, a hand suddenly erupted from the ground and grabbed her ankle tightly. Calypso froze and looked down. Huh! An underground ambush. Belos hurriedly rushed forward to summon a stream of water to attack, but it was too late. Calypso's body was violently dragged into the ground. Damn it! She hissed through gritted teeth. No, princess! The maid screamed in terror. Princess! Misa wailed in despair, reaching out after her. Beneath the earth, Calypso shut her eyes tight against the waves of mud. Is there even a catfish beastman involved? Another hand grabbed her other leg. Immediately, a numbing jolt of electricity shot up her spine, making her break into a sweat from the pain. An electric eel, too. No, this thing is disgusting. But I can't give up. Thinking this, she used all her might to stomp down on the arm holding her. Soon after, Calypso's consciousness gradually faded into darkness. Is this the end? When Calypso opened her eyes again, noisy voices filled her ears. Oh, damn it! Where did the princess disappear to? Check over there. Search thoroughly. Nothing on this side. Ignoring the chaos around her, she propped herself up with her hands, trying to get her bearings. Where am I? Voices from a distance continued to echo. Hurry up and search. As long as we kill the princess, the mission is complete. I can sense an unusual source of energy from Pierre's direction. Upon hearing those words, Calypso's expression became extremely serious. The trees and terrain are quite similar. Based on their words, it seems I wasn't taken too far away. If it was a short-distance teleportation ability, like this? Her gaze landed on a corpse not far away. As expected, a jellyfish beastman. So the group that attacked the carriage was just a decoy. The ambushers beneath the ground were the real strike. The fact that I realized the existence of the catfish and jellyfish too late proves there's someone with a stealth ability who hid them. This shows that the eldest uncle and the conservative faction have undervalued the beastman with weaker water manipulation abilities. This flexible way of thinking is certainly not the eldest uncle's, she affirmed firmly. It was clear that my aunt had a hand in this. Outside, an argument suddenly broke out. One of my squad is dead. Damn it, it's just a jellyfish. What's the big deal? As if hearing her thoughts, one man ordered, Hurry up, split up and find her. The whole group immediately dispersed. They're gone, then I must act. Thinking so, Calypso tried to stand up. But as soon as she exerted force, sharp stinging pain shot up from her ankle. She gritted her teeth, sweating from the intense pain. I can walk slowly, but I can't hold out for long. I must find a hiding place like a small cave. Calypso dragged her weary body forward. Suddenly her foot stepped on something soft. She looked down to see a strange creature before her, a tiny snake with small horns on its head. What is this? A snake? She asked curiously, then blurted out, Or an earthworm? The little snake seemed offended. It hissed angrily with strange noises. I'm sorry for calling you an earthworm. Please be quiet. Calypso hurried to whisper, There are wicked people in this forest. They will kill anything they see. You stay quiet, okay? The little snake seemed to understand. It immediately lowered its voice and made a soft baa sound, then went completely silent. Seeing the small creature had obediently fallen silent, Calypso could finally breathe a sigh of relief. At least it's sensible, she thought. If it's not a beast man, it must be a creature of superior intelligence. She gently set the little snake on the ground. Her voice was urgent as she cautioned, There isn't much time left, so I'll be brief. I know you understand me, so listen carefully. This place is about to become a battlefield. Hurry up and find a safe place. Having said that, she turned and left without hesitation. Now go goodbye. As Calypso forced herself to stay low, skillfully weaving through the dense undergrowth. Under the dim moonlight, she followed a familiar trail, leading to a secret cellar. As she pulled back the vines used for camouflage, a flood of memories suddenly came rushing back. I remember the time I ran away from home and lived in the woods. Never did I think I would have to repeat this scene one day. When I was only 3 years old, she glanced slightly to the side, where the little snake was still persistently following her. Why do you keep following me? I told you it's very dangerous here. Don't cling to me anymore. But from afar, the voices of the pursuers echoed back. I definitely heard a strange noise. A voice rang out. Another person speculated. Could the lady have encountered a wild beast? But how could a child move like this without leaving a single trace? It's as if she's used to living in the forest. Hearing that, Calypso smirked slightly, poking the wriggling little snake. Oh, I've lived here for quite a long time, she whispered. Anyway, I can't hide forever. Counting the time they've been searching, and the time I spent moving to get here, quite a while has passed. I wonder if Father will find me. But as if sensing her anxiety, the little snake raised its head, staring at her intently with its bead-like black eyes. Suddenly a strange sound echoed from deep within the cave. What was Gugos? Calypso startled on high alert. A wild rabbit suddenly dashed past her from a dark corner and ran straight outside. She breathed a sigh of relief. Was it just a rabbit? But immediately another thought made her grit her teeth. If I am discovered by them while inside here, I will have no way out. I must leave this place at once. Making a split-second decision, Calypso dragged her aching body out of the cave entrance. But just then, a piercing scream tore through the night sky. Found her, the lady is over there. Instantly, an uproar arose from all sides. This way, hurry up. Damn it, that brat is moving too fast. The one who seemed to be the leader roared. Everyone shut up and chase her. Block that path, we must catch her at all costs. Under the tightening encirclement of the assassins, Calypso was quickly backed into a corner. She crouched low. An assassin's sword flew past, grazing her hair. Behind it, 2 or 3 more blades were lunging forward. With only a second's hesitation, she used all her strength to jump and evade. Beads of cold sweat ran down her cheeks. Anyone? Why hasn't anyone come yet? She gritted her teeth. The throbbing pain from her ankle grew more intense. Knowing she could no longer move with agility, she decided to stop, using words to stall for time. You are from Ba-Ian's faction. From the Branch family, aren't you? The catfish tribe, the jellyfish, and even the goby, I remember every single one. Her words made the assassins freeze for a moment. What are you waiting for? Kill her. There's no more time, one of them snapped. Another hesitated, I know. But what if we mess up the approach and handle it wrong? Taking advantage of their hesitation, Calypso gently untangled the little snake curled in her hair and whispered, run. The argument among the assassins grew louder. Are you afraid of a 3-year-old child, seriously? Is this the time to argue, finish her off? The other reluctantly gave in, fine. Watching him step closer and closer, Calypso closed her eyes. A wave of regret suddenly surged in her heart. Oh well, if there is a next life, I hope I can still meet the Dragon Duke again. To meet and mend the relationship with the one I had forgotten, for our fates will surely intersect. She leaned back, ready to face death. Just as the cold blade was about to touch her, a streak of azure light suddenly tore through the air, striking the dagger away. The hydraulic beam did not stop there. It pierced straight through the assassin's chest. What? How his companions cried out in shock. The struck assassin trembled. Could it be? Before he could finish his sentence, other deadly jets of water rained down. Tragic screams rang out and then fell silent. Agaga! Calypso opened her eyes wide, standing unsteadily in bewilderment. Amidst the rain of blood, a figure emerged, standing majestically within Belos's protective whirlpool, looking at his cold face. Calypso collapsed to the ground, finally able to catch her breath. Oh gosh, I almost really died there. She looked up and asked, shouldn't you have left at least one person alive? We need a witness. You don't need to worry about that. Belos replied, his voice devoid of emotion. He stepped forward and stood tall in front of her, looking down with a dark gaze. Perceiving the hidden killing intent in those eyes, Calypso asked calmly, are you planning to kill me? She silently analyzed that this was the perfect moment. If I die here, all the blame could be shifted to these strangers. She smiled a defiant grin. Belos, you'll regret it if you act here. Do you think Father won't know you were the culprit? Her words were like a knife, stabbing straight into Belos's fears. The image of Pierre's furious face, along with the words, then you die too, flashed through his mind. He stood motionless as silence took over. Suddenly something brushed past Calypso's shoulder. The little snake she had just told to run had returned. It slithered in front of her, hissing angrily at Belos. Belos frowned, looking skeptical. His reaction was identical to Calypso's when she first met it. Is this thing an earthworm? Calypso leaned down, gently stroking the little snake that was bristling with indignation. Earthworm, what are you talking about? You should apologize to it right now. It's angry. While comforting the small creature, she explained that it was likely a type of snake. Belos let out a sigh. His next words made Calypso's heart skip a beat. Are you planning to eat it as a local delicacy? What are you saying? No whale eats snakes, she replied softly, her hand never stopping its stroking of the little snake. Some do. Belos continued to argue. The two of them kept bickering back and forth, completely ignoring the main dish that was trembling, shaking uncontrollably with fear. Suddenly, Calypso looked up at Belos and wondered, the killing intent has vanished. Did he give up on the idea of killing me? At that very moment, a bone-chilling aura of killing intent, so dense it was almost tangible, swept down from deep within the forest. Calypso immediately reached out toward Belos. Here, take my hand quickly. What on earth is going on? Belos hesitated. Father is coming, you can feel it too, right? Just take my hand. This is a chance to score some points, she urged. But I still don't understand why I should score points. With that person. Belos muttered, well, it's better than doing nothing, isn't it? Whoa, look at Master's aura, Calypso exclaimed inwardly. In the palm of her hand, the little snake was also sweating from fear. Right after that, Pierre appeared. A massive violent whirlpool enveloped him. There were still streaks of blood on his body, making the atmosphere even more heavy and suffocating. The sight left both Calypso and Belos stunned. Anyway, thank you for saving me, Calypso said softly. You could have just left me to die. Belos was once again caught off guard. Calypso continued, her voice sincere. Actually, I don't hate you at all. Maybe it's because of Grandma, I'm not really sure. But from now on, let's try to get along okay. It's a bit complicated, but I'll explain later. Because I am not your enemy. As the words were spoken, a gentle stream of water enveloped her, softly lifting her up into the air. Pierre brought her before him. His gaze was as sharp as a knife. He ground out every word through his teeth, calling her full name, Calypso Aquiadillo. Calypso flinched and replied tremblingly, Yes, father. Describe in detail every place you were injured. Pierre ordered then, coldly glanced toward the groaning assassins on the ground, because from this day forward, the parts of their bodies that caused you harm will no longer exist. Father, if you just leave them alone, they'll probably die soon anyway. Calypso spoke hurriedly. Why give them such an easy death? Pierre growled. That is not it at all. Calypso gave a forced smile. Not another word. Pierre swung his arm. His blood-stained torrent of water lunged forward, finishing off the remaining ones. Agonizing screams echoed throughout the forest, then quickly faded. Away, God, please, spare me! The final plea sank into silence. After the slaughter, the crimson-dyed water returned to Pierre's side. He turned around, intending to head back to the carriage. Master, Calypso said in a low voice, shouldn't we have left one of them alive? Why? Pierre asked nonchalantly. To serve as a witness, she explained. No need, he replied curtly, then added in a tone filled with killing intent. When we return, I will interrogate every single person in their clan. Someone is bound to talk. I see. Calypso hadn't expected this explanation. Oh my. She could only say, if you take revenge for me like that, I will be very happy. That evening, once they had returned to the convoy, Calypso together with Misa and the other servants huddled around the campfire. Not far away, Pierre stood silently by the carriage, his deep eyes staring into the darkness, seemingly reflecting on the horrific events that had just occurred. His gaze followed Calypso's small figure, and he noticed her unusual, limping gait. Her leg, he muttered to himself as memories flooded back. It was the moment he had asked where she was hurt, and frantically spun her around to check, making Calypso cry out in dizziness. Master Who looks for injuries by spinning someone like a pinwheel. Back then, he had dismissed his worry with a cold remark, they're all dead. Does anything else even matter? Even though Calypso had said that, the anger in Pierre's heart had not subsided. She was right. They were all dead, he thought to himself, but the fury within me still remains. Contrary to his heavy mood, Calypso seemed to have forgotten everything, innocently sitting and playing with Misa. The little girl marveled at the flower crown in Misa's hands. Wow, Misa, you're so skillful. Misa only replied shyly, oh, it's nothing at all. Watching that peaceful scene, Pierre's heart softened slightly. Well, seeing her so happy is good enough. At the same time, behind the carriage, Bellows was also staring blankly into space. Pierre's thoughts continued to wander. A troublesome journey, a useless companion, and that attack just now. But fortunately, everyone seemed to be okay. He remembered the first time he met Calypso. When she asked him to lead the way, he had coldly refused. I don't like turning back. Go the way you came. Their relationship had started on the wrong foot like that, but if it were rebuilt bit by bit, perhaps one day, thoughts brought him back to the promise that he had made to himself. When your anger subsides, acknowledge me as your father. That was likely the relationship they both yearned for. Lord Pierre. Bellows's voice suddenly interrupted his musings. What is it? I know. The assassins targeted the weaknesses of Lady Calypso. Aquiadillo. At this moment, Calypso was buried in a pile of carrots, only managing to let out a surprised sound. Jin laughed teasingly. Now the lady can enjoy some delicious carrots, right? He joined in, Our Lady is truly great. Bellows reached into his robe and continued. I can provide evidence of their identities. Among the attackers, there was a fool who carried the clan seal with him. He took out an exquisite seal. This is an object only successors possess. It will be very useful. Pierre did not agree immediately. What do you want? Bellows held up 3 fingers. As long as you answer 3 of my questions honestly, at any time I choose, and let the sea bear witness to this oath. Having finished, he reached out his hand. What do you think? Pierre looked deep into Bellows's eyes for a moment, and then solemnly swore the oath. His voice resonated with ancient syllables. As the oath concluded, he took the seal and fingered it in his hand. The agreement was established. When will you ask the first question? Right now. Bellows replied, and it is not a difficult question. But meanwhile, Calypso was still struggling with the pile of carrots. Someone had just said, My lady, this is the very last piece. Calypso pouted and mumbled, You said exactly the same thing just a moment ago. Bellows lowered his voice and got straight to the point. Lord Pierre, have you had any strange dreams lately? Pierre put the seal away. I don't understand what dream you're talking about, but I haven't dreamed at all for over 15 years. Having received his answer, Bellows simply nodded. Yes, I understand. Is that all? Pierre was surprised. I have obtained the answer I wanted, Bellows replied calmly. over by Calypso. The little girl was intently watching the small snake. It looked unusually haggard and weak. Why did it suddenly become like this? She wondered. Could it be hunger? It hasn't eaten anything since noon. Snakes must like eating mice the most. Thinking this, the little girl slipped away. I have to find something for it to eat. Everyone is busy. It should be fine if I go for a moment. Suddenly, a column of water shot up from nowhere gently, but firmly lifting her into the air. Ah! Calypso cried out in startle. Where do you think you're going? Pierre's steady voice rang out. Realizing it was her master, Calypso quickly explained, Ah, master, I was going to find food for this little one. Look, it's exhausted. I think this is the first time I've seen it, Pierre remarked. Have you two become that close already? This little one tried to save me. I can't just abandon it. Calypso raised her voice unconsciously, squeezing the snake in her hands. Seeing this, Pierre secretly worried for the small creature. Holding it that tightly? And will it be okay? If you are tired, master, I will go by myself, Calypso said firmly. With that leg, Pierre interrupted. Ah, you knew. Calypso was surprised. It would be strange if I didn't, Pierre replied. Upon hearing that, Calypso froze. Time seemed to stand still. Noticing her reaction, Pierre continued, his voice a bit hesitant. In a situation like this, didn't you tell me that I should say this? Calypso was dazed. A huge question mark appeared in her head. He cleared his throat and then spoke awkwardly. I was very worried, Calypso. The little girl was completely stunned. Pierre inquired again. Is it correct to do it like this? His fumbling way of speaking made Calypso suddenly remember her father in the old world, along with his warm words of care. My daughter, I was so worried about you. From now on, you must come home before dark, do you hear? A strange sense of annoyance rose within her heart. Your learning ability is truly good, master, she thought to herself, gritting her teeth. So you need food for the snake, right? Pierre asked, how much is needed? Suddenly, a strange voice Azure's rang out. No, it's not that I'm hungry. The room fell silent once more. Both Calypso and Pierre were dumbstruck. Calypso turned to look at Pierre, then looked down at the snake in her hands. Her head was spinning. Master, did you just say you aren't hungry? She stammered. What are you saying? I didn't say anything, Pierre replied. She looked at the snake scrutinizingly. So it was you? The little snake flicked its tail. I'm not hungry. Stopping for a moment, it continued tremulously. My voice, only those with powers related to time can hear it. Seeing Calypso's strange expression, Pierre stared at her. What is wrong with you? Oh no, nothing's wrong. Calypso snapped out of it. It seemed only she could hear it. She asked curiously. If I can hear it speak, then it's a demi-beast. Perhaps so, Pierre replied. The snake trembled violently again. Water! I need a lot of water. Please save me. Oh, how much do you need? Calypso panicked. The snake burrowed into her ear and whispered something. After listening, Calypso shouted in horror. An entire lake. As he began to manifest water, Pierre explained that for many complex reasons, I cannot create a volume of water as large as a lake. Instantly, we are not near the sea, and this will take a significant amount of time. Calypso looked at the whirlpool gradually forming, lost in deep thought. Suddenly, a memory flashed in her mind. The little girl hurriedly ran toward the carriage and called out, Misa, then threw herself into her arms and said urgently, Misa, please find a water source. The situation is very critical. What, my lady? Misa was confused. What are you saying so suddenly? Because you are a minnow demi-beast, Misa, Calypso asserted. Misa was startled. How could you? Calypso recalled the conversation with the captain of the mercenary group previously. When she asked how they could survive on land, the captain had replied, It's thanks to a member of our team. We are very good at finding water sources, and that person is Misa. Even though she's an incomplete demi-beast, Misa's ability to search for water sources is extremely acute. The person further explained, incomplete demi-beasts are a form of mutation that appears in crossbred creatures. They may have no special skills at all, or on the contrary, possess an extraordinary talent. Fortunately, Misa belongs to the latter case. The ability to search for water sources is a trait of demi-beasts who live in freshwater environments. Like minnows, however, no matter how excellent their abilities, mutated beasts are still subjected to discrimination. In other words, an incomplete demi-beast, having to spend a lifetime in hiding. Calypso thought to herself, her heart heavy with a sense of guilt. I know I just pushed Misa into a difficult position by revealing her secret. Even if Misa didn't want to, I couldn't have forced her. If that's the case, I will have to take responsibility for her for the rest of my life. Suddenly, Misa spoke up, her voice clear but tinged with a hint of hesitation. My lady, she took a deep breath. I do not wish to hide anything from you, so I ask to say this first. My lady, I am an incomplete beast man. Could someone like me really be of any help to you? As she spoke, Misa's hands could not help but tremble violently, but Calypso quickly took her hands, imparting a steadying warmth to her. What does that matter? Calypso looked Misa straight in the eye. Her eyes shone with a sincere light. I am fond of you, Misa, because you are a warm, kind, and trustworthy person. The fact that you are an incomplete beast man cannot change any of those things. She emphasized each word, her voice full of determination. That is the Misa I care for. Hearing those words, Misa lowered her head, her shoulders shaking. When she looked up, her eyes were glistening with tears. But on her lips was a smile brighter than ever before. Regarding the water source, I will do my best to find it. Looking into Misa's steadfast eyes, Calypso suddenly felt something very strange. The warning from Belos, from last time, suddenly echoed in her mind. I can assure you, anywhere the head of the house goes, there will be someone watching. At the time, she had snapped back because she didn't understand. What nonsense are you talking about? Have you lost your mind from being angry all night? But Belos only replied nonchalantly, words are cheap, and I am a living witness to that. In the end, thanks to Misa's talent, they found a vast and crystal-clear lake. Bai could not hide his amazement. Your maid truly has an outstanding talent. Ah, yes, she does, Calypso replied proudly. Misa is very good. I didn't expect it to be this fast. Pierre gently set Calypso down on the ground. He spoke in a calm voice. Stop the admiration. We still have work to do. Ah, that's right. Calypso suddenly remembered the main task. She hurried to the edge of the lake and released the little snake into the water. The moment it came into contact with the cool water, the snake seemed to wake up. Its entire body began to glow, especially the pair of small horns on its head. Its horns just lit up, Calypso thought in amazement. Suddenly, deafening rumbling sounds erupted from the lake's surface. The water in the lake began to swirl violently, being sucked away at a dizzying speed. The little snake was tilting its head back, drinking giant gulps of water. Calypso couldn't help but be stunned. Its mouth is moving. Is it actually drinking an entire lake dry? The torrent of water continued to surge, pouring into the tiny mouth of that creature. Misa, after being speechless for a long moment, finally stammered out, My lady, what on earth is that? Calypso could only remain silent, thinking to herself, I'm just as curious. How a snake can drink water like a whole fleet of battleships. But then worry began to take over her mind. It's drinking way too much, I think. What about the other creatures in the lake? Are they just facing a disaster out of the blue? This won't do. I have to intervene. Determined, she struggled in Pierre's arms. What are you doing? Be good. Pierre held her back. It's been down there for 30 minutes. We have to do something. The fish in the lake. Before she could finish, the water surface began to bubble with large air pockets. Immediately after, a dark shadow shot up out of the water. The once weak little snake was now brimming with vitality. It spoke up happily. Thank you. All three people were petrified. Calypso was dazed for a moment, then she clenched her fists. She shouted angrily, If you're grateful, then stop drinking water right now. You little pig. Ha! My lady! Misa was completely shocked. Only then did Calypso suddenly remember. Oh, only I can hear it speak anyway. Whatever, I'll just act like I don't know anything. The snake replied aggrievedly, I did try to stop. All right, come down here quickly. I don't want to destroy an entire lake just because of you. Yes. The snake sadly curled into Calypso's palm and asked in a tiny voice, Has this body made a mistake? What did I do wrong? You haven't done anything wrong, Calypso said in a gentle voice. Have you had enough water? Hearing that the snake, or rather the little dragon, happily wagged its tail. Now I can live for about 3 more months without needing to drink any water. That's unfortunate. So what exactly are you? When asked about its identity, the little dragon's eyes suddenly flashed. It puffed out its chest and proudly announced, My name is Tess. I am the familiar of the great Dragon Duke. 2 days later, the carriage procession finally reached the city. Calypso kept giggling the whole way. Are you that happy? Pierre asked. Yes, there are so many things to look forward to. Calypso replied cheerfully, but in her heart she thought differently. Of course I'm happy. Because this little one is the Dragon Duke's familiar. She recalled their conversation that night. Tess, explain in more detail, she requested. You want me to explain in more detail? Tess put on a thoughtful look. The Dragon Duke used his power to create me. I am his only familiar. There is a special bond between us. In other words, a familiar like me is absolutely loyal, and the master, the Duke, is responsible for protecting my life, Tess told her with a voice full of pride. Although Calypso knew nothing about that Dragon Duke, she could feel its admiration for him. Then she homed in on the main question. So why were you in the forest all alone? Tess immediately became dejected. Calypso had to change the subject. All right then. First I'll take you to the Dragon Castle. Really, really, truly. Tess cheered joyfully. Back to the present. Calypso was still preoccupied with her own plan. I still don't know why Tess was left behind. But thanks to that, I have an excuse. To have a private meeting with the Dragon Duke. If I personally bring this little one to him, he will surely look upon me with favor. This is a golden opportunity to build a relationship. Whether it's for exchanging information or friendship, it's all good. Thinking of a bright future, she unconsciously began to hum a melody. Suddenly, Belos, sitting opposite her, flinched. His expression changed abruptly. "Where did you hear that song?" Belos asked urgently. Calypso pondered. "I can't say. This is the song that my subordinate in my past life used to sing." She remembered how the captain used to tease her back then. "Boring, huh? My lord, don't lie. You're humming along to it yourself right there." "From someone I once knew," she replied vaguely. Belos flinched once again. "What's wrong? Is it bothering you?" Calypso asked. "No, it's nothing." Receiving such a dismissive answer, Calypso was so annoyed that she squeezed Tess in her hands, nearly suffocating him. "How can it be nothing when you react like that?" she scolded inwardly. Just then Pierre spoke up. "Calypso, I forgot to tell you this. The Dragon Festival this year is a bit special." "Special?" "Yes, the Imperial family will only arrive on the final day of the festival." "Isn't that how it usually is?" Calypso looked confused. "Normally they arrive mid-festival and stay until the end. Because of this change, the one responsible for delivering the opening speech this year will be the Spitarian Duchy." The name Spitarian struck Calypso's ears like a bolt of lightning. The Black Panther Duchy, a power second only to the Imperial family, and also the place where the main characters of the original story appear. Painful memories flooded back. She remembered the burning slap and the cold shout of that man. "Get out! I absolutely loathe the fact that you are my fiancé." That was the very family that had bought her for an engagement in her past life. She grit her teeth as a fire of rage flared up in her chest. No matter how many times she was reincarnated, this grudge would never fade away. Pierre noticed the expression on her face, but he only looked quietly out the window. "And I have some good news." "What is it?" Calypso turned back, trying to suppress her emotions. "We have finally arrived at the City of Dragons." At that moment, Tess in her arms suddenly cried out, "The Duke is approaching. He is calling for me. Wait a moment." "We will be there soon," Calypso reassured him. Tess whispered again with a voice full of pride, "The Duke is someone who can't even hold a fork without Tess by his side." "Then why did you leave a master like that?" Calypso's question hit a sore spot. This time, tears rolled down Tess's tiny face again. Calypso gently hugged Tess to her chest and sighed softly. There, she whispered. "We'll find out soon enough." Whether this little creature wanted to or not, the majestic gates of the Dragon Castle were slowly opening to welcome them. In that moment, Calypso made a steel-hard resolution. "I will definitely return you to the Dragon Duke." Inside the castle, an old butler, with a fake welcoming smile, was already waiting. "You must have had a tiring journey," he said with a voice as sweet as honey. "However many distinguished guests have arrived before you, so I am not sure if there are any rooms left." He bowed deeply, both to hide a smug grin and to deliver a subtle rejection. "Please understand our situation. Just got here and they're already trying to intimidate us." Calypso thought to herself, her mind quickly analyzing the situation. The hostility between land beastmen and water beastmen had been smoldering for so long that no one remembered exactly when it began. The tension had reached its peak in a summit meeting, where anger and disgust were the main themes. That chaos only ended when Ukila Aqueo, her grandmother, appeared. She became the head of the family, after staining her hands with the blood of her own brothers. An extremely bellicose woman, she quelled the meeting with brute force alone, making the land beastmen fall silent in fear. In complete contrast, while at Aqueo, Chaco lived an incredibly peaceful life. Compared to her notorious strength, Belos glanced quickly at Pierre, his heart filled with doubt. Would a person like that be able to keep their cool when faced with such blatant, discriminatory treatment? The butler repeated his old refrain, his tone becoming even more dismissive. "Since so many distinguished guests arrived much earlier, I really don't know if there are any vacancies left. Please understand." "But do you mean to say we cannot stay here?" Pierre asked back coldly, his voice devoid of any emotion. "What, we can't stay?" Calypso suddenly cried out, playing her part perfectly. She had been busy comforting the trembling Tess. "Calypso, I don't like the people here, hide me. I don't like the people here, hide me." So only now did she pay attention to this outrageous situation. Not being able to stay at the castle. That was absolutely unacceptable. With that thought, Calypso tugged at Pierre's sleeve and called out coaxingly, "Papa!" Pierre looked down, his gaze softening. "What is it, my child?" Calypso looked up, her eyes sparkling like they held 1,000 stars. "Why can't we sleep at the Dragon Castle? Is it true? Is it really true, father?" "It seems so," Pierre replied briefly. "Hey!" Calypso feigned a heartbroken sob. Though his head was still bowed, the butler couldn't hide his triumph. "Heh, I absolutely cannot let them stay here," he thought contemptuously. "Smelly fish people. By what right do you dare set foot in the noble dragon castle?" "Noble dragon," My point is there's no room for you. If they protest, I'll just pretend to be awkward. Then just toss them a shabby room as charity. Thinking of that, he smirked with a punchable grin. Without a word of warning, Pierre swung his leg. A dark shadow flashed across the butler's body, sending him flying into the air like a puppet with cut strings, then slamming hard into the railing of the stairs with a dry, hollow thud. Calypso stood there stunned into silence. Standing beside her, Bellos casually quipped, "Fighting doesn't exactly earn us more money, does it?" "Move aside," Pierre growled, his eyes cold as ice. "If I keep hitting him, a room will eventually turn up." The butler finally understood the meaning of fear. His whole body trembled uncontrollably. "I'm dead. I'm really dead." "If you just die like that, who will lead the way?" Pierre spoke in a flat yet threatening tone. "Or shall I let you taste the flavor of a near-death experience?" "Well, please." As soon as he opened his mouth, a whip of crystal-clear water lashed out with terrifying speed. It grazed his ear, leaving a small trail of blood, and embedded itself deep into the wooden pillar behind him. Every hair on the butler's body stood on end. This was a predator. He prostrated himself on the floor, his voice trembling violently. I am so sorry." "It seems there has been a misunderstanding." "A misunderstanding?" Pierre raised an eyebrow. Countless other water streams began to converge around him. "And how exactly do you plan to apologize for it?" "The best I will lead you to the very best room, sir," he screamed. "Then take us to the room closest to the Dragon Duke's." Calypso quickly seized the opportunity. "The Dragon Duke is not at this castle," Bellos explained. "He lives in a separate castle." "Oh, is that so?" Calypso was briefly disappointed. Please, I really am terribly sorry." The butler continued to beg incessantly. Another pillar of water immediately wrapped around him, lifting him high into the air. "No compensation yet?" Pierre asked coldly. "I'll ask again. What do you intend to apologize with?" Bellos thought to himself, "Wow, I've had to endure rages like this more times than I can count. It's a miracle I'm still alive. The Dragon Duke's castle is really a place that treats its guests this poorly." "What?" Bai turned back, tightening the watery fist around the butler. Hick, I'm so sorry." "Not an apology," Bai interrupted. "Compensation." "Well, what do you want, sir?" the man asked through sniffles. Bai turned to his daughter. "My child, tell him what you want." Calypso paused. Could it be that father made such a scene for her sake? Her heart suddenly began to race. A warm, ticklish sensation spread through her chest. She smiled radiantly. "Father, I want an audience with the Dragon Duke." Hearing that request, the butler jolted. That is not." A single glare from Bai was enough to make him swallow his refusal. "Ah, no, I apologize. We also have matters we need to ask about, so if you still value your life..." Bai cut him off. "Then give us a proper answer tomorrow." "Yes," the butler replied loud and clear. "Now lead us to our room." Then could you please let me down?" Standing in the luxurious room and looking out, Calypso couldn't help but marvel. So beautiful. She stepped onto the balcony, letting the cool breeze stroke her hair. If she had come here alone, as the Dragon Bride, she certainly would never have been placed in a room like this. Dragon Bride was just a beautiful title. In reality, it was practically a human sacrifice. Of the girls chosen before, none survived beyond a few years. What exactly did they have to go through? Calypso wondered. All records were very vague, ending simply at the point where the bride met the Dragon Duke. And then it ended. In the original story, the Dragon Duke was a character the female lead deeply respected. What could a person like that have done to those brides? If I had known it would be like this, I would have paid more attention to reading it carefully. She thought of Thurston. Information was still far too scarce. When father goes out later, I must ask Thurston about the Duke's exact location. But there was a problem. She clenched her fists, scolding him inwardly in frustration. Bellos kept staring right at her. "This room is so suffocating, damn it." "What is this feeling?" Deja vu, she glanced toward Bellos. He was still watching her without blinking. Just what on earth is wrong with this guy? The more Calypso looked, the more annoyed she felt. "Father! Why are you not here at a time like this?" Before leaving, Bai had said, "I'll be out for a moment. Be a good girl and stay here, all right?" He had also promised, "I will make it so you can go anywhere, without having to mind the eyes of others." Land-dwelling demi-humans are just a bunch of weaklings. Calypso wondered, could father really do that? Unable to bear it any longer, she turned to Bellos and spoke bluntly. "If you have something to say, just say it. I'm listening." "I was just thinking," Bellos replied in a low, husky voice. "Thinking about what? That if I hadn't been near death in the forest that day, would I have had enough strength to handle you?" "No," Calypso replied decisively without a hint of hesitation. "Yes," she thought to herself. "I knew he would dwell on that." Calypso looked straight into Bellos' eyes, her voice hardening. "Unless you're stronger than father, don't even dream of a way out. But first I have a question." She paused, her eyes searching. "Ultimately, why did you insist on coming with me?" That question pulled Bellows back to the memory of the day he made, the request to accompany her. The old butler had looked at him with both surprise and skepticism. "Young master, arranging the trip is not difficult," she said. "But why do you want to go with the little young mistress?" Looking back, the reason he gave then was indeed forced and hard to believe. But Bellows only smiled. A smile he believed was his most sincere. "Because I want to be closer to my little sister." The reaction of Calypso let out a skeptical sigh. "Are you kidding me? If you don't want to answer, just say so directly. Why bother making up such an absurd reason?" The air seemed to stand still. Bellows unconsciously reached up to rub the back of his neck. "That was truly all I could think of at the time. There's no other way, is there?" He smirked, a half-hearted smile appearing on his lips. "Fine. I will come up with another reason. A reason that you can accept. Is this guy obsessed with me?" Calypso thought to herself. A sense of unease crept into her heart. But why, for our kind? The most intense emotions are forged through battles. Joy and happiness arise from enjoying a confrontation between equals. Resentment and bitterness come from defeat. Despair and sadness only appear when facing an enemy who cannot be defeated. Loyalty and adoration are reserved only for those who are absolutely stronger. But the problem is that in the previous life, Bellows surrendered. The relationship between me and him does not fall into any of the cases mentioned above. But memories of the previous regression suddenly came flooding back. Bellows, who was always calm and rational, had said to her after surrendering, "I know you doubt my loyalty. You think the fact that I became your subordinate is something ridiculous, don't you?" At that time, she just snapped, "Brother, if you already know that, then behave properly." To prove it, Bellows had grabbed the documents from her hand. "I will take on this mission. You're worried because it's dangerous, right?" They are always overly obsessed with the object of their interest. The thing that Bellows should focus on in this life is the position of family head, not a member who is about to leave like me. This time I will definitely leave this world to return to my family. "Seriously?" Calypso looked up, her voice determined. "Stop worrying about me. When the right time comes, I will disappear." "What are you saying?" Bellows's voice grew visibly cold. "As I said," she replied firmly, "I will disappear." Seeing that he was still staring at her, she decided to clarify her plan, to completely cut off his attention. "Listen carefully, Bellows. After the Dragon Festival ends, I will no longer be here." Bellows froze. "Then what about the position of family head?" "I will not become the family head," Calypso casually replied. "What?" She ended the conversation with a sentence that made Bellows's eyebrows almost knit tightly together. "Just go about your own business." But he remained stubborn. "Then what about you?" Oh God, that look in his eyes. Calypso thought helplessly, but she chose to stay silent. The room fell into a tense silence. Just then the door suddenly swung open. Recognizing the person who had just entered, Calypso cried out in delight, "Master, come here quickly." Bellows didn't say a word, turning coldly to walk away. The sound of the door slamming shut echoed throughout the room. Is he angry because things aren't going his way? Calypso wondered. After all, he is the most promising candidate for the family head position. It seems it will be difficult to ask him to look after Asenro, Luca, and Luba now. While she was still lost in thought, Bai spoke up with a serious expression. "There is bad news." "What is it?" Calypso asked immediately. "I heard that the Dragon Festival might not be held this year." The unexpected news made Calypso jump. "What? Why? What happened?" "While you were teaching those beastmen on the mainland a lesson," Old Bai felt a bit guilty. "I didn't explicitly say I was going to attack them. Just gave them a proper lesson and then came back." He quickly corrected himself. "And as I said, this is just a rumor. Nothing has been confirmed yet." "But where there's smoke, there's fire," Calypso countered. "What is the reason? Why won't they hold it?" Bai slowly listed them. There are all kinds of rumors, like the Dragon Duke being seriously ill, or the Seventh Prince being unable to attend. And then the Pitterin family voiced their opposition. In short, there is no clear reason at all. Calypso concluded in her mind. She tugged on Bai's sleeve. "Master, let's go to the dining hall. We need to listen in personally, to see what they are gossiping about." On the way there, Calypso whispered into the cloth pouch hanging at her hip, "Toast, do you know anything about the festival?" An innocent voice rang out from within. "What is a festival?" Calypso felt a bit helpless. Bai looked down at the pouch. It's clearly still an immature creature. How could it possibly know? She peeked into the pouch. Seeing Toast curled up gloomily, she said, "That's true enough. This little one doesn't know anything either. I must quickly return it to the Duke." At the same time, Tess was also lost in his own thoughts. "I left the castle for the Duke, but in the end I failed miserably. I almost lost my life. Since I failed, I must return quickly, but I can't go to the Duke's place by myself. I want to ask Calypso for help, but she looks so weak. To reach the Dragon Duke's residence, one must be truly strong." 20 minutes later, at a ruined restaurant, the scene was a wreck as if a battle had just taken place. Calypso stood in the center of the room, dusting off her hands. To explain why things turned out this way, we have to backtrack a little. On the way to the dining hall, she had asked Master, how can we possibly gather information there? They hate us so much after all. Bay. The atmosphere in this restaurant immediately grew heavy. A strange silence took over. Before a fox beastman spoke up to spark the flame. What's this? Where is that fishy smell coming from? Immediately, contemptuous whispers rose up everywhere. The Dragon Festival is about to be defiled by seawater. We must ban those uncouth people who only know how to dig for snails on the beach from entering the mainland. Before the man could even finish his sentence, then a sphere of water tightly gagged his mouth, and then everything quickly escalated into a brawl. Of course, we were only acting in self-defense, Calypso muttered to herself, stepping toward the fox beastman who was sprawling on the floor. She wore a sweet but deadly smile. Hey now, Fox, she said before stepping firmly onto his hand. Ah, if you don't want to lose a finger. Calypso maintained her friendly smile, then speak clearly. The foxman gritted his teeth. Ugh, you damn fish. Calypso increased the pressure. Ah, okay. There are rumors the Dragon Festival won't be held. What do you know? Go ask the servants about that, he snapped. Calypso pressed her heel down again. Uncle Fox, at this rate your whole hand is going to be crushed. He gasped. I don't know for sure. I only heard that the Dragon Duke doesn't want to hold the festival anymore. There are rumors he is gravely ill. From within Calypso's cloth pouch, Tessa's voice rang out audible only to her. Lies. Calypso froze. Lies. The foxman continued with a trembling voice. The Dragon Duke is just a dictator. Who wants to rule over everyone? That's also a lie, Toast shouted angrily. Looking into the fearful eyes of the beastman, Calypso realized something. He didn't seem like he was lying. In that case, there was only one possibility. The rumors he knew were false. Someone was intentionally spreading them. Meanwhile, a cold sneer echoed from a dark corner of the room. From a hidden corner, a large beastman shaped like a black bear let out a raspy laugh, full of mockery. Haha, it seems. This year among those sea creatures, there is someone actually useful, huh? Ah, so it's a black bear beastman. Calypso thought, her gaze turning cold. To think he can still be so arrogant after such a pathetic loss. The black bear man didn't even acknowledge her. His challenging stare was aimed directly at Bailey Aquasdillo. I've heard of your reputation for a long time. Rumor has it you're as strong as Ukila Aquasdello. But if you cross paths with the Black Panthers of the Duke's family, Patarian, you'll find yourself facing nothing but defeat. Calypso stepped forward. Her tone was both innocent and provocative. Master, are you going to let this loser keep barking like that? We should put them in their place, shouldn't we? A faint smile flickered across Pie's lips. My daughter is right. He only gave a gentle flick of his hand. An invisible surge of hydraulic force shot out, knocking the black bear fellow down in an instant. Watching his soul slowly dissipate, Calypso sank back into her own schemes. If this is what I must face every day, upon becoming the dragon's bride, then the plan to kidnap the Duke and bring him back to the territory seems increasingly viable. While she was feeling smug, Tessa's urgent voice rang in her head. Calypso, help me. Please take me to the Duke. After the commotion at the restaurant, Calypso returned to her room. The moment he was released from the cloth bag, Tess immediately asked, Can we go tonight? Calypso rested her chin on her hand with a contemplative look. All right. But can I ask you one thing? Anything, Tess replied without hesitation. Could I possibly communicate? Through thoughts just like you do, she asked, while gently poking Tess's tiny head with her finger. I don't want Father or Bellows overhearing our conversation, Tess replied cheerfully. Of course you can. Since Calypso can hear my voice, you can certainly do the same. Calypso closed her eyes, focused her thoughts, and sent them to Tess. Like this. Can you hear me? Tess's eyes crinkled with joy. I hear you, Calypso, you're amazing. Naturally, I am brilliant, she replied smugly. Wait, when I was under the sea, I used hydraulic power to communicate with the demi-beasts. Could it be that beyond just creating water, I'm capable of anything? While Calypso was still lost in thought, Thurt suddenly started. His small eyes turned toward the window, overflowing with anxiety and desperation. The Duke is calling Thurt. Lord Duke, I miss you. I want to see you. Calypso gently stroked and comforted him. All right, don't cry. Just tell me everything and I will help you. She wondered to herself what on earth had happened to the Dragon Duke. Tess replied through thoughts, his voice full of worry. Tess needs a very strong beastman. The Duke's residence is very heavily guarded. Guarded. Why would you need strength for that? The ones monitoring the Duke are very powerful. We must get past them to see him. The Dragon Duke is being monitored. Calypso was shocked. But why? Thurt continued. At first I thought Calypso was weak, but that's not the case. You are very strong. Calypso broke into a cold sweat upon hearing this. You thought I was weak when we first met. Was that why you rushed out to protect me back then? Yes, Thurt admitted frankly. Calypso grabbed Thurt's tiny body and shook him back and forth. Hey, you really are an annoying fellow. I was the one who saved you. Thurt was shaken until he was dizzy. A moment later, Calypso stopped and began her interrogation. Fine, answer me. Why is the Dragon Duke being monitored? If you love him so much, why were you wandering alone in the forest? Why didn't he come to find you himself? And why from the very beginning? Didn't you ask the people in this castle for help? Faced with a barrage of questions, Thurt replied dejectedly, Thurt cannot say any more here. The air in the room turned silent. Calypso leaned back onto the bed. Thoughts swirled through her mind. As expected, Thurt's story. And the outside rumors were completely different. Even with Master here, I don't trust the servants. With that hostile attitude, he won't tell the truth. The only way is to go and see for myself. Thinking this, she sat up. We're going tonight. Really? That's great. Thank you. I like Calypso so much. All right, do you know the way? Yes. Very well. Calypso jumped out of bed. I have something important to discuss with Father. I'll be back in a moment. Just as she opened the door, Thurt suddenly called after her, Calypso, be careful. Calypso smiled. The hallway was vast and quiet. Calypso stopped in front of the room. Just as she raised her hand to knock, deep, warm voice echoed from within. I haven't locked the door. The door opened on its own. Pi was sitting by the window, his silent back facing outward. Hearing her footsteps, he turned around. The night wind rushed in, making her hair flutter slightly. Suddenly, a stream of water soft as a silk ribbon reached out and gently lifted Calypso's body into the air. While attending the family meeting, I realized one thing. Pi set his eyes deep. Among all those praised for their beauty for so long, you are still the most radiant. Calypso instinctively blushed. I didn't expect to hear such words from Master. They say fathers often dote on their daughters. Perhaps this is just a normal thing, right? Master is truly trying his best to play the role of a father, she thought to herself. Normally, are you the type of person who keeps their promises? Pei replied, I'm not sure. What do you mean? To put it more clearly, he said, a rare glimmer of amusement in his eyes. At this moment, I feel very happy. Calypso was stunned. Is that why you always act so indifferent? Not like someone who's ready to disappear at any moment, she asked tentatively. That happiness. Couldn't you also feel it with Asenro? Pei stroked his chin, his expression extremely serious. If the third child were as strong as you, and had a personality and soul just like yours, then perhaps it would be possible. Calypso sighed. Why must you always be so long-winded? That if it isn't you, it's not the same. Then what about Bellows? In terms of strength, he might even surpass me. Immediately, Pi frowned, his irritation clearly visible. That boy won't do. He is too much like me. Don't speak of him anymore. Seeing that, Calypso grew excited. Master, you're scowling. Are you annoyed? I'm truly surprised. The Dragon City is so different from our territory. In Aqua L, aside from the main mansion, there aren't any buildings this tall. She suddenly paused. Strange? I should have gotten straight to the point. Why am I beating around the bush? Taking a deep breath, she steeled her resolve. Master, I like this city. Please go back by yourself. The expression on Pi's face stiffened. He frowned, pretending not to understand. Do you mean you want to live with me in this place? Calypso was flustered. No, I didn't mean that. Ignoring her confusion, Pei continued speaking naturally. I only just learned that you like high-altitude places. But I didn't realize it was to this extent. If we live here, we will certainly need an escort. Hiring mercenaries? Or finding someone at the Guardian Village would also work. Calypso was at a total loss. No. Master, did you mishear me? I said you should go back alone. Pei resolutely dismissed Calypso's suggestion. His voice dropped lower. If we both stay, Bellows will have to return all by himself. The image of a lonely Bellows appeared in her mind, leaving Calypso feeling helpless. She lamented inwardly. Why on earth would Father interpret it that way? She hurriedly explained, that's not what I meant. Irritation was clear in Pi's eyes as he pressed her. Are you seriously suggesting I leave you here alone? Among all these land dwellers, do you have any idea how terrifying they are? The invisible pressure radiating from him made Calypso wince. This was Father's true power, an authority no less than grandmother's. She thought to herself, Father, please stop saying such nonsensical things. Pi growled. A strange sensation crept into Calypso's heart, forcing her to question herself. What is this feeling? It felt like rivalry, yet lacked the possessive ambition of grandmother. Instead, it was a silent affirmation that Father would never let go, bringing an unbelievably deep sense of security. His anger flared. Pei swept everything off the table with a swing of his arm. Clatter. His voice broke under the surge of emotion. You asked me to be your father. To you, those might have been easy words to say, but not to me. From now on, your only duty is to be. I will protect and train you. You only need to grow up exactly as you wish. That is enough. He gently patted her head. Calypso's heart skipped a beat. What a domineering and complex affection. She thought, but ironically, she didn't hate it at all. Noticing his daughter's complexion, Pi asked caringly, You look so tired. Is it because of the journey? Calypso looked at him silently. Thoughts from her previous life flooded back. Master, do you know, if in my past life you had been the father who loved me from birth, I wouldn't have let you pass away from illness. Suppressing her emotions, she looked up and smiled. Master, please take care of me from now on. Kay tilted his head slightly and replied, Of course. From now on, just think about how to become better, with each passing day. I'm sorry, Master. I wasted 60 years of my life just because of one obsession. Memories of the old world once again rushed into her mind. That night, a small dark shadow swiftly dashed out from the castle window. The figure lightly gripped a tree branch to slow down, then performed a skillful somersault. Before landing, as light as a leaf, Calypso, wearing a child-sized cloak and belt, with a matching dagger tucked away, turned to ask Thirts, You said it's toward the west, right? That's right. But we'll have to run very far for a long time, Twee replied. Calypso smiled with determination. Twee tilted her small head in curiosity. Hold on tight. As soon as Calypso finished speaking, her small legs immediately shot forward like an arrow. Caught off guard, Twee could only let out a startled cry. After moving at a breakneck speed for a while, Calypso came to a halt. Before her lay a desolate and bleak cliffside. This is absurd, she thought, bewildered. The Dragon Duke lives in a place like this. It was nothing like what Bellows had described. She lowered her voice and asked, How do we get inside from here? But Thirst, still trembling from exhaustion, whispered, Calypso, from now on you must remain absolutely silent. Calypso's eyes widened instantly. She quickly ducked into a dense thicket, her gaze fixed intently on the cliff face. Suddenly the surface of the wall began to writhe and twist in a bizarre fashion. The rocks and bricks seemed to melt, shifting from dull gray to the color of human flesh, and then a green-haired man stepped out from within. Someone emerging so abruptly from a wall, Calypso was stunned. That must be a chameleon beastman following the system. The army of the land dwellers. This species doesn't have high combat prowess. They usually travel in groups. Their comrades are always formidable carnivores. The chameleon man tapped the cliff wall and muttered, Ha! It's certainly quiet around here. At that moment, another figure materialized right beside him. It was a woman. She massaged her neck and grumbled, Good grief. Border Patrol, this really isn't the job for someone like me. Indeed. Hiding in this brush, Calypso gritted her teeth. A hyena. Why would such a prestigious beastman clan be assigned to this kind of work? The beige hair flecked with black spots and those jet-black tufts around the ears. There was no mistaking it. Hyenas were one of the 5 most influential clans on the mainland. Away they would be dispatched, merely to guard a crumbling old building. At this moment, Hara, the hyena girl, was still complaining. Our clan of all people? The chameleon man chimed in, Exactly. A few days ago I even saw members of the Patan clan coming here to supervise as well. The Black Panthers came too. Hara looked dejected. Were they also deployed here? Calypso was startled. Vitarian. Tess's words echoed in her mind. Tess needed a powerful beastman to reach the Duke's residence. She suddenly understood. Perhaps this was why Tess had said that. The chameleon man asked curiously, But say, Lady Hara, is the Dragon Festival really not happening this year? Hara spread her hands helplessly. Just look at the situation. Do you think it could be held? The distinguished guests will just have to leave empty-handed. The Imperial family has imprisoned and monitored the Dragon Duke, while building a fake castle on the outside to deceive the world. Well, just bear with it for a little while longer. Oh, it won't be long, the chameleon man said with admiration. That's right, Hara replied confidently. The current Dragon Duke is nearly dead. The successor we are about to meet will be a reborn soul. This is the speculation of my mother, the clan chief, so it is completely reliable. Now let's go check over there. Oh, thank you for this excellent information. Once the sound of footsteps had faded, Calypso gently soothed him. Thirts, calm down, Thirts. We are here to save the Duke. This is the time you must be strong. Thirts continued to sniffle for a while before whispering, Thank you, Calypso. All right, if you're okay, let's go. Saying so, she led Thirts inside. Once they were safe, she couldn't help but wonder. You said that once we passed the outer belt, there wouldn't be any guards left, right? That's right, there shouldn't be anyone in here. Thirts's answer only made Calypso more suspicious. The security is far too lax. Even though I could have dealt with those 2 earlier, it wouldn't have been a wise choice. Killing them would cause big trouble, and if I only knock them out with this body, I will be the first suspect. Entering quietly is still for the best. But why are there no guards inside? Wouldn't that make it easy for the Dragon Duke to escape? She lowered her voice and asked, What exactly happened to the Duke? Can you still not say anything? Thirts replied sadly. Thirts was only born not long ago, but since the moment I was here, the royal beasts were already there. In short, you don't know for sure either, do you? Calypso sighed. Suddenly the sound of nearby footsteps startled her, and she scrambled to find a hiding spot. She noticed a maid walking by, her entire body trembling uncontrollably. Why is she so terrified? This way leads to the Duke's chamber. Quick, follow her, Thurtz whispered. Calypso crept along behind her. Under her watchful gaze, the maid suddenly stopped. Her hand reached for a bell pull and yanked it hard. Dingling, dingling. Just as the ringing stopped, a violent gale erupted from deep within the room. Calypso quickly covered her face in horror. What is this? She thought. It's just like the way Father uses his powers. The maid let out a piercing scream and fled in a panic. At the same time, violent rumbling sounds echoed from inside, leaving Calypso frozen in place. A terrifying theory flashed through her mind. The imperial family ordered him to be imprisoned and monitored. The internal security is lax. The maid was utterly terrified. And now this violent gale. Could the reason the Dragon Duke is imprisoned be because he has lost control of his own power? Pushing aside all hesitation, Calypso gripped the doorknob as if searching for support. She turned sharply back to Thurtz, her voice turning cold and sharp. I want to ask one question, and you must answer truthfully. Her gaze was razor sharp. The Dragon Duke is losing control, isn't he? Thurtz hesitated. No way. He is completely normal. As soon as he finished speaking, the door Calypso was leaning against suddenly creaked open. Her heart skipped a beat. I didn't open it. A giant shadow slowly loomed over her. Terror rose within Calypso's heart. This is terrifying. If the shadow is already this large, just how massive must the actual form be? But when the owner of the shadow appeared, she was stunned. His body wasn't nearly as massive as she had imagined. Calypso rubbed her chin, speculating. Is this fury all because of a spilled plate of food? Perhaps it's because he's still a child that he reacts this way. The moment the Dragon Duke leaned down to pick up the food, Calypso stepped out from her hiding place and firmly held his arm. Looking at the juices dripping from the tomato, an unpleasant sour stench hit her nose, confirming her suspicion. The food has clearly gone bad. I recognize it immediately. This smell? I tasted it once when I was sold to the Black Panther clan. Calypso gritted her teeth. Put it down! This food is rotten. She had just finished speaking when she suddenly started as she caught the dark expression of the Dragon Duke. Damn it, I forgot my honorifics. Suddenly the boy looked up. Though his face was much more youthful, the familiar features were almost unchanged, triggering a fragment of memory within Calypso. But this situation was a far cry from what I predicted. Scattered pieces of the puzzle suddenly clicked together in her mind. The shabby living quarters so different from the rumors, the imprisonment and surveillance by the imperial family, and even the intentionally spoiled meals. Hora's words echoed like a malicious prophecy. The current Dragon Duke will die soon. Calypso bit her lip hard. Could it be? The Dragon Duke is being murdered slowly, right here in this place. But why? She quickly shook her head to reassure herself. No, calm down. I don't know anything for sure yet. Brushing aside the chaotic speculations, she spoke as gently as possible. To the dazed boy in front of her, You're the Dragon Duke, aren't you? I'm not an enemy. I just want to talk to you for a bit. Responding to her was absolute silence. Hello, Calypso tried again, then turned to the snake sobbing on her shoulder. Hey! Thurtz, stop crying and do something. Being completely ignored, she angrily cursed this useless snake under her breath. But surprisingly, right after that, the Dragon Duke whispered a single word. Thurtz! Calypso quickly seized the opportunity. Yes, I have brought your relative here. Can we talk for a moment? The boy asked back blankly. Talk? What is talking? Calypso, feeling confused, helped him up, while speaking like an older sister. That's right, it's talking. Stand up straight now. Oh dear, I told you to throw that rotten tomato away. If you keep sitting on the floor like this, your clothes will get all dirty. Now stand still so I can dust you off. She took his hand and pulled him toward the room. Anyway, we don't know when someone might come. It will be safer if we go inside to talk. The door slammed shut behind them, revealing a ruined, desolate space. Tess's whimpering continued to echo. Calypso started to get a headache. How long are you going to keep crying, you damn snake? I told you that you have to be strong. Thurtz spoke tremblingly to his master. Lord Duke! I am sorry. Calypso silently observed the boy. There really wasn't a single bit of reaction. She spoke up. Well, Lord Duke! Thurtz's persistent crying was starting to irritate her. Whatever, I just want to talk comfortably. You should wipe your relative's tears. He cried a lot because he missed you. But the Dragon Duke remained as motionless as a statue. Something is not right, Calypso thought. In the original story, this character wasn't like this at all. Where did the polite Duke go? The one who elegantly enjoyed tea with the female lead? Where has he disappeared to? Communication is impossible in this state. There's no other way. She had to seek help from the snake she had just scolded. Thurtz, explain this to me now. A moment later, after hearing Thurtz's explanation, Calypso exclaimed in shock. So you mean the Dragon Duke right now has a mind no different from a newborn baby? Thurtz stammered. Yes. But our Duke can already use a spoon. Very skillfully, ma'am. Calypso bluntly poured a bucket of cold water on that thought. Forgive me. But in the Orca clan at his age, I was already sitting in on family council meetings. She pensively stroked her chin. In summary, the current Dragon Duke only has a developed body, while his mind is a blank slate, because dragons are born naturally, without parents. They need to be taught everything. But the caregivers only taught him the barest basics for survival, completely neglecting any teaching of emotions or knowledge. Looking at the boy's expressionless face, Calypso suddenly understood. It wasn't that he was ignoring her, but rather that he didn't know how to respond. She lowered her voice, her question filled with deep resentment. Why, who pushed things to this point? Thurtz tilted his head. He had heard many stories from outside, but he didn't understand them all. It's okay, just tell me what you know. I'll piece them together. And Thurtz began to recount a story stained with tragedy. The lions once said we must engrave this fear. Several hundred years ago, the wrath of a dragon almost destroyed the empire. That fear has become the guiding principle. All newborn dragons are carefully controlled. They are not viewed as members of the imperial family, but as emotionless weapons, to make them easier to control. A weapon does not need to be educated. If there's any problem, they just let them die. Then a new Dragon Duke will be born and raised in the same way. Hearing this, a bitter memory flooded Calypso's mind. Someone's arrogant laughter still rang in her ears. Fiancé, ha, what an ironic way to put it. That thing the Bentarian family is raising is just a puppet. I see, so that's how it is, Calypso thought to herself. Dragon Duke, I thought it would be very difficult to meet you again in this life, but it turns out your situation is no different from mine. She asked abruptly, Tess, about you being discovered outside the castle back then. Tess said dejectedly, Yes, I went out to find help. Even though I almost died, I was lucky to have met Calypso. Those words made Calypso tighten her fist. Hey, Thurtz, she probed. Can the Dragon Duke use power to transcend space and time? Yes, he can go anywhere, at any point in time. Calypso's grip tightened even more. So can he use that power right now? Even if it's called cruel. I must confirm this, she told herself. Blind pity will only bring insecurity. I need a solid guarantee, Thurtz answered bluntly. No, he cannot use it, because he hasn't been taught anything yet. So that means when he grows up, he can write. Yes, that's correct. Thurtz nodded. An ironically relieving feeling crept into Calypso's heart. So we can form a relationship that is mutually beneficial. She turned her face away. All right. The most important thing has been confirmed. Suddenly her hand was gently pulled by another hand. The Dragon Duke was imitating the action of her tightening her grip just now. Squeezed her hand just now. Calypso was surprised. Is he mimicking my actions? It was truly incredible. This was an effort to survive. A gentle smile appeared on Calypso's lips. She lowered her voice and asked, What is your name? The Dragon Duke tilted his head and innocently repeated, What is your name? I am Calypso Aquadello. The Dragon Duke still patiently repeated, his voice as naive as a child learning new words, Is Calypso Aquadello. Calypso smiled gently and reached out with her other hand. That's right, she confirmed, my name is Calypso Aquadello. Yes, so that's it, the Dragon Duke muttered, seeming to engrave that name into his mind. Seeing that he understood, joy spread through Calypso's heart. Yes, I am Calypso. The Dragon Duke's gaze was fixed on her, as if he wanted to capture every detail of her face in his memory. Is Calypso? Suddenly, Calypso turned to this bird Thurtz who was perched nearby. Thurtz, what do you think of me? Thurtz affectionately rubbed his small head against her hand, chirping happily. Thurtz likes Calypso. Calypso is a kind beast person. Calypso's smile grew even brighter. Really? Then please entrust the Duke to me. She looked straight at Thurtz with a sincere gaze. I'm sorry, but in this place, the Dragon Duke will not be able to learn anything. If he comes to my home, I guarantee, he will be fed and rested properly. I will personally take care of him with great devotion. Saying that, she extended her hand toward the Dragon Duke. It was a formal proposal. Come with me, Dragon Duke. Let's make a deal. I will show you the vast world out there, and you shall make your own choices. Until the time you can act freely as you wish. Please take me back home. In a luxurious room, Bill sat silently, his gaze directed out the window, gazing through the dense forest, as if he could see through all things. At the same time, the Dragon Duke's hand gently squeezed Calypso's hand, a silent agreement. No words were needed. Her smile brightened. Very well. We will go to Aquadello together. After receiving his consent, Calypso suddenly realized the harsh reality. She looked around anxiously, but it would be difficult to do it all by herself. Even if she were lucky enough to bring the Dragon Duke back, she couldn't explain it to her father or that guy Bellos. Then an idea flashed through her mind. She turned back to look at the Dragon Duke. If I use telepathy near this building, can you hear me? The creature perched on his shoulder quickly replied, Of course, this is dragon territory, so Thust can feel Calypso's presence very clearly. Yes. Hearing that, Calypso breathed a sigh of relief. Excellent, then I will return tomorrow. When that time comes, I will have everything ready to take the Duke with me. Thust's sparkling eyes widened with anticipation. Yes, Thust will wait for Calypso. The next morning at the Dragon Castle, morning sunlight filtered through the window frames. Calypso sat across from her master during breakfast. She declared firmly to her master, I want to return to Aquadello with the Dragon Duke. Clang. The piece of meat Pier had just raised to his mouth fell onto the plate, creating a sharp clattering sound. He stared at her blankly. His eyes were filled with shock and skepticism. Seems like I picked the wrong time, Calypso thought to herself. While nonchalantly chewing a mouthful of food, after a few seconds to compose himself, Bill spoke in a low voice. I was wondering where this girl snuck off to last night. So you went to see the Dragon Duke, did you? Calypso flinched. Huh? Was I found out? My intuition is never wrong, Bill affirmed with certainty. She gulped. That's true. Calypso broke into a sweat while screaming internally. Is this what it feels like to be caught red-handed? Should I confess no? She held her fork and pointed it at him, gathering all her courage. Then you'd better listen closely. Master, about my meeting with the Dragon Duke last night. With no other choice, Calypso had to recount the entire story. From the fact that the Dragon Duke was being imprisoned by the seventh prince in a ruined castle, being treated like a failed weapon, to the realization that he was being slowly assassinated. After listening, Pier frowned. So you mean you need a powerful accomplice? Yes, Calypso replied, flashing a cunning smile. I just need your nod, Master. As for Bellows, I'll just ask Father to use his power to suppress him, and it's done. Beer picked up his wine glass, swirled it gently, his gaze deep in thought. You said you wanted to bring the Dragon Duke to Aquadello. If I weren't right here, you might have been considered a madwoman. Yes, exactly, Calypso admitted. The Dragon Duke must stay in the Dragon City, Ikena, because of a solemn oath from the Queen. First of all, he can do anything within this city, but he cannot leave. Without the permission of the seventh prince. She pouted, I know it's impossible. Saying this, Calypso's shoulders slumped. Actually, her master was the perfect candidate. But if he didn't agree, everything would become meaningless. She had prepared for the worst-case scenario. Fine then, if Father doesn't want to, I'll act on my own. I've run away and survived on my own before. At the very worst, she gritted her teeth, I'll just turn back time once more. Seemingly reading her thoughts, Beer suddenly asked, You once said you wanted to stay here, right? Yes, that's right. Calypso felt a pang of guilt. Was it because of this? Because you wanted to kidnap the Dragon Duke? She hesitated. I didn't have that intention from the start. But yes, that's how it is. I see, so that's it. Pier sighed, his voice tinged with disappointment. So, you really intended to stay here alone? Under his scrutinizing gaze, Calypso was about to justify herself, but Pier lowered his voice and said, And leave me behind. She bowed her head, her voice a tiny whisper, Yes, leave Master behind. Hearing the answer, Pier suddenly became despondent. It's still not enough, is it? Calypso looked up in bewilderment. What my feelings? He spoke slowly. Are they still not enough for you to call me father even once? The room fell into silence. Only the sound of the wind softly rustling the curtains remained. A long while later, Pier asked again, his voice having softened. Why do you have to be so hesitant? Have I ever scolded you? Only then did Calypso snap back to reality. Yes. Next time, Bill Olton said, Tell me what you want to do first. If you wish, I can even destroy that castle for you. He leisurely took a napkin to wipe his mouth. What I mean is, we should have acted together from the very beginning. Calypso was stunned. You will really help me bring the Dragon Duke back? Pier nodded. Yes, but why? Why help me? Is it because you feel pity for him? No, I am doing this as your father, Bill replied with a firm gaze. I simply respect your wishes. If you want to do it, then just do it. A soft ah escaped her lips, and then she burst into laughter. I'm happy, aren't I? Do you have a rescue plan yet? Bill asked. Oh yes, I've thought of one, Calypso answered quickly. He smiled. Is that so? I'm looking forward to it then. My daughter always brings such surprises. Suddenly, Pier frowned slightly, as he sensed someone standing behind the door. We'll discuss the plan later. As he finished speaking, a knock sounded and the door opened. A middle-aged man wearing glasses stepped in and bowed respectfully. Greetings, Lord Pier. I am the deputy butler of the castle, by order of Duke Paterian. All distinguished guests are invited to the hall. Dragon's Tooth. Soon after, Pier and his daughter arrived at the hall. Seeing Hara standing there yawning repeatedly, Calypso immediately whispered to her father, Master, it's that hyena, the one I saw before. When exactly did you see him? A suspicious voice rang out from right beside her. Calypso startled and turned around to find Bellos. She gave a cold snort. You don't need to know. You scared me. She thought to herself, I almost let the answer slip out. She then turned to question him. Why are you interfering in other people's conversation? Before she could say anything more, whispers began to ripple through the crowd of nobles. Isn't that Pier Aquadello from the killer whale family. I heard he's just as difficult to please as the head of the family. Better not touch him. How strong can an aquatic creature really be? Once it comes on land. Shh, keep it down if they hear you. They'll cause a scene for being disrespected. We can't let any commotion happen in a formal place like this. Calypso was speechless, listening to them. Why are they still so oblivious to the situation? Seeing the look on his daughter's face, Bill said calmly, "If they offend your eyes, I can make them shut up." Calypso looked up and quickly waved her hands. No, that won't be necessary. I'm fine. If you want, I can destroy the entire ceiling. Bill declared, his tone completely serious. As Calypso giggled, "Wow, Master, you know how to joke too." But seeing his face darken, she immediately felt uneasy. It was a joke, right? Why are you staring at the ceiling like that? After a moment of silence, Bill nodded honestly. Calypso was speechless. You really are just like grandmother, always wanting to solve everything with brute force. Isn't it Bellows who is more like my mother? Pierre retorted without a hint of submission. He was loved and given special care by her, so of course he would be like her. After saying that, he shot a sharp glance toward the curious crowd. Immediately, they all turned away in terror. Good grief, please stop it, this man! Calypso screamed silently in her head. Just then, firm footsteps caught her attention. A man around Pierre's age, dressed in all black attire, was approaching the high platform. A flash of hostility sparked in Calypso's eyes. The first time we've met again in this life, isn't it? Painful memories of her past life flooded back. When she stood trembling before him, I hear every word as cold as ice. You are Calypso Aquadello. You will be engaged to my son. Correct, remember this well. If your existence harms even a single strand of hair of anyone in my family, you will pay with your life. Live as if you were already dead. Returning to the present, Calypso stared at that man, a name etched deeply in her mind. The Black Panther Duke Devanapatarian. I absolutely cannot forget you. Why are you frowning like that? Bill asked curiously, cutting through her train of thought. I just don't like that old guy, Calypso replied curtly. Pierre's gaze immediately turned cold. I see. I will keep that in mind. On the high platform, Devana raised his voice. The sound echoed throughout the hall. On behalf of the Imperial family, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to all the beastmen who have traveled long distances to be here. However, I must announce some unfortunate news. He paused, creating a dramatic silence. This year, the Dragon Festival will not be held. Distinguished guests, please arrange to return on schedule. A fox-eared beastman quickly raised his hand. Lord Duke, why was the festival suddenly cancelled? That is a good question, leader of the White Foxes. Devana replied, his expression remaining calm. I'm sure everyone is curious, so I will announce the reason. The current Dragon Duke is currently not in good health. Therefore, after careful consultation with the Imperial family, we have come to this decision. Consultation! Calypso sneered inwardly. What a blatant lie. That even a 3-year-old could see through, bastard. With no conscience? Devana continued. The status of the next festival remains undetermined. The schedule will be announced later. It looks like next year's Dragon Festival will also be postponed. In other words, tonight is the first and final opportunity. Things have just become much simpler. There was no other choice. With that thought, she gently tugged at the hem of Bill's clothes. He immediately understood and gave a slight nod. They had to kidnap the Dragon Duke, and then quickly leave this place. After returning to the room, Bellows immediately questioned her. What are you plotting? Back in the hall, you looked very suspicious. This is why I hate people with sharp intuition, Calypso lamented silently. Besides, I didn't intend to tell him everything. Anyway, I don't know what you're talking about, she replied casually. But first, just sit down. I have something to say, too. Bellows glanced at his little sister's short legs, then sat down in a chair. What do you want to say? I might not be able to keep my promise. Regarding one of the things I told you, Calypso started swinging her body back and forth on the chair. Sit properly, Bellows reminded her irritably. Your dress is about to ride all the way up. Even Master doesn't nag me. Why are you such a chatterbox? I've covered it all up, she said, waving him off. I told you that I definitely wouldn't return. Didn't I? Yes, Bellows confirmed. It looks like I won't be able to keep that promise. What do you mean? She sighed. I just changed my mind and decided we will return together. Is that so? Why do you keep asking? Calypso was getting a little annoyed. At that moment, she was astonished to notice small water bubbles floating around, Bellows dancing joyfully. This was hydrokinesis influenced by emotions. When angry, the water becomes sharp, sometimes even exploding. When sad, it shatters. But this... She was dazed. Could this guy actually be happy? Seeing his sister staring into space, Bellows also felt something was odd. When he realized his hydrokinesis was acting up, he startled and coughed twice to hide his embarrassment. Then what about the position of the head of the family? You said you would return together. It's not like you're staying in this mediocre place, are you? Mediocre place. Calypso's face darkened. That matter remains the same. I will not become the head of the family. Bellows fell silent for a moment, then laughed. Fine. We'll settle that later. I don't know what you're hiding, but if you're willing to tell me on the way, I might consider turning a blind eye this time. You'll let it go just by me telling you. This guy is truly fickle. Calypso frowned, but then flashed a bright smile. Well, thanks anyway. That silly face, Bellows muttered. What? Calypso immediately bristled. But in response, she only received a look of indifference and a soft hum from her brother. That night, Pierre stood by the window holding Calypso in his arms. Can you jump down yourself? With a good tool like me here, why struggle? Saying that they both disappeared. Calypso only had time to hear the wind whistling in her ears. In the blink of an eye, they were hovering in the sky, right above the building where the Dragon Duke was held. Looking down below, she gasped for breath. This really is a high-speed taxi. They began to descend. I'm going down, Pierre said, then suddenly accelerated. Ah! Calypso could only let out a couple of cries. So fast. When they were close to the ground, Pierre used hydrokinesis to cancel out the falling force, helping them both land safely. Our master is amazing, Calypso whispered. He had torn through the night. Though he didn't fully understand her, Pierre still replied, I don't know what you're saying, but they are coming. Indeed, in front of them were Hara and the chameleon, patrolling. The father and daughter hid in the bushes to wait. Wait. The two hid in the bushes waiting. When they had passed out of sight, Calypso pointed toward the building. Master, there's a hole over there. But then she froze, her eyes widening. Looking now in the direction she pointed, it's blocked, isn't it? They had blocked it in just one day. My plan had too many flaws. While Calypso was lost in thought, Pierre suddenly pointed to another spot. If just getting inside is enough, how about that spot? It was a second-floor window with a hole in the glass pane. Oh, Calypso exclaimed, it looks like a small hole. It seems I can get through. She stated firmly, I'll throw myself in there. Master, what are you planning to do? Pierre now took off his cloak. You might get hurt by the broken glass. If winning without getting hurt is too difficult, then I will protect you as a father. Being wrapped tightly in the cloak, like a newborn baby, Calypso thought to herself. But isn't this a bit much? Yes, before she could even protest, Pierre had already used hydrokinesis to lift her up. Then I wish you a safe return. Yes. Immediately afterward, she was tossed into the air. The wind roared past her ears. The hole was getting closer and closer. It'll probably be fine, she reassured herself. Zip! She flew through the gap, expertly somersaulted out of the cloak, and landed perfectly on the floor. She looked at the torn cloak in her hands, her heart feeling heavy. Master's cloak is torn, yet I am not injured at all. Now I have to admit it. Everything Master does is out of the special affection he has for me. Calypso quietly rolled up the cloak and held it to her chest. If I didn't have the goal of returning home, perhaps I would have truly seen Master as a father and lived a happy life. She shook her head vigorously to dispel those weak thoughts. Now is not the time to think about this. Determination flashed in her eyes. Calypso focused her mind and began to communicate via telepathy. Tess, are you there? Hearing the call, Tess, who was curled up in the room, immediately snapped her head up. Calypso replied through a small communication device. I'm coming right now. As soon as she finished speaking, it joyfully fluttered its small wings and chirped back to Calypso. When Calypso gently pushed the door open and tiptoed in, at the same time Tess also scurried out to greet her. Seeing the tiny creature, she smiled and called out, Tess. Calypso, you're here, this is great, it cried out joyfully. Its eager demeanor made Calypso couldn't help but chuckle softly. It looked just like a puppy welcoming its owner home. Did he run all the way here just for me? After teasing it for a moment, she explained, I arrived a bit early, didn't I? The taxi was faster than I thought. The taxi Tess tilted its head, looking confused. It was truly very happy to see Calypso again. She nodded in confirmation. I'm very happy too. But her smile suddenly faltered when she saw the Dragon Duke struggling with his meal. The boy's clumsy mannerisms made her wonder. Is it only when Tess is around that he can eat? This is more tragic than I imagined. How could a snake possibly teach someone how to use a knife and fork? Just then the spoon slipped from the Dragon Duke's hand, hitting the floor with a dry clink. The boy looked dazed, then suddenly ran toward Calypso, clinging tightly to her hand and stammering, Calypso, it's not like that. She gently corrected him, pronouncing it very slowly. Calypso. The Dragon Duke immediately repeated it obediently. Calypso. This time she nodded with satisfaction. That's right. She gently pulled her hand away and said, Lord Duke, please wait a moment. Calypso took out the cloak and draped it over the boy. Now this is a bit large for me, please wear it instead of me. While she was busy, Tess also dragged a small backpack over. Calypso, take this for the Lord Duke. Huh. Calypso was surprised. Tess explained, First is this bag. You even know how to prepare luggage, she asked in amazement. Of course. Because Tuesday is a smart member of the family after all, replied proudly, then brought over a notebook in its mouth. This is my logbook regarding the Lord Duke. Calypso became more and more shocked. Huh, she muttered in her head. Are you a literate snake? Her eyes swept over the notebook's cover. Neatly written words report on the Dragon Duke. The author, Tess, was clearly shown. Calypso broke into a cold sweat. The handwriting is even prettier than mine. She looked up at Thust. Thank you, but why are you giving it to me? You're coming with me anyway, aren't you? Thust can't go. The answer left Calypso stunned. What are you talking about? Without the Dragon Duke, you'll be a crybaby for sure. No, Thust isn't a crybaby, it retorted sulkily. All right. You're not a crybaby, Calypso. Stop talking nonsense. Let's go quickly. There's not much time left. No, I can't. It shook its head firmly. Thust has an ability that can only be used here. Before Calypso could even understand, Thust's entire body began to emit a brilliant light. The light was so blinding that she had to raise her hand to shield her eyes. When the light faded away, Calypso was too astonished for words. Standing before her was no longer a tiny creature, but a perfect copy of the Dragon Duke. This is Tess. Who are you exactly? Yes, it's me, Calypso. The Dragon Duke's voice resonated from that form. Tess is a part of my existence derived from me. This is the true essence of Tess. I can maintain this form for a few years. Calypso was dazed. Tess, you think that if we both go out, we will definitely be discovered, right? Tess nodded and stepped forward to take her hand. Calypso, please take care of the Dragon Duke. Help me, I'm counting on you. Calypso grit her teeth. Determination flashed in Toast's eyes. I will become the dragon's bride. So when I turn 10 years old, I will definitely return to this city. She told herself this sad truth wouldn't change. Unless I become the head of the family, she squeezed Thust's hand tightly. Therefore, in 3 years, I will come back for you. Another thought flashed through her mind. But if this can save the creature, as kind as you, then this is also an opportunity worth taking. I'm not a good person, but I cherish kind souls. Tess smiled innocently. Yeah, that amount of time is enough for the Duke to learn many things. I'm asking if you are all right. Calypso sighed inwardly. Truly a naive snake. She took its hand, her voice serious. Tess, from now on do exactly what I say. Tess blushed slightly. Okay, I will do as you say. Repeat after me. Killer whales always keep their promises. I swear in the name of the sea. Thust mumbled and repeated, Killer whales keep promises, the sea. Say it louder, Calypso urged. Otherwise I won't take you anywhere. Thust fumbled and said loudly, I swear in the name of the sea. Hearing that, Calypso took a deep breath and made a solemn vow. All right? I, Calypso, Aquas Delo, swear in the name of the sea. I will definitely come back to save you. Thust, under Thust's radiant smile. Calypso led the Dragon Duke and ran away. To the room with the broken glass window, she decisively pushed the door open. If Master is nearby, he will recognize this sign. Just as she predicted, a stream of water immediately flowed in from outside through the window, gently lifting the Dragon Duke up. Seeing the boy clutching her hand in fear, Calypso was surprised. Is he afraid of heights? No, it seemed more like he didn't want to leave her side. The water stream brought them both down into Master's arms. She grinned. Master, this girl is taking too much time. They are coming, he grumbled. Really? Have they found out? Calypso was startled. Perhaps. The sound of breaking glass when the Dragon Duke crossed over caused a disturbance, he replied. Calypso thought quickly, escaping like this is fine. But the important thing is, will they realize the Dragon Duke has disappeared? She hurriedly said, Master, let's wait here for a moment. Please use water power to hide our presence. Master nodded slightly. An invisible sphere of water immediately enveloped the three of them. Just then, Aura and a subordinate appeared. After looking around, Aura asked irritably, What is this? There's no one here. Are you sure your senses are correct? The subordinate, who had the ability to camouflage like a chameleon, quickly covered his mouth and replied, Yes. It's true the trap I set was triggered. There were definitely signs of movement. It wasn't a wild animal, was it? By the way, predatory beasts wouldn't dare approach a place that smells like us. Calypso's heart felt like it was about to jump out of her chest. Fortunately, the chameleon man spoke again. Indeed, there is no one around, Lord Aura. Perhaps my trap was triggered by a strong gust of wind, for example. What? Aura roared. Why are you only saying that now? You gave me such a scare I grabbed my weapon and ran all the way here at full speed. So please don't scold me. I was going to say it, but you grabbed your things and ran off already. The other man replied tremblingly. Luckily, they are stupid, Calypso thought to herself. After some commotion, Aura turned away, still grumbling. Fine then. Since we're already here, check the surroundings one more time just to be sure. I'm sorry. Once they were out of sight, Calypso finally whispered, Master, let's go. She silently concluded, They are more careless than I thought. They probably assumed a Dragon Duke like him would never know this concept of running away. Despite the danger, I've confirmed one important thing. They don't know he has already escaped. Master held them both and leapt into the air. Calypso continued her train of thought. Now, the remaining task is to return and pick up Thust as soon as possible. Looking down from above as the building receded, the Dragon Duke instinctively murmured, "Thust!" Back at the Dragon Castle, Calypso and the Dragon Duke sat on the bed. Seeing Master about to leave through the window, she asked, "We just got back. Where are you going, Master?" "I have matters to attend to," he replied curtly and vanished. "Leaving us like this?" Calypso pouted in boredom. She remembered the notebook of thirds and began rummaging through her backpack. Finding the notebook, she flipped through the first few pages. A newborn Dragon Duke needs to learn everything, including basic human emotions. Dragons will mimic the emotions of the first person they bond with. Therefore, learning is extremely important for him. Calypso looked up at the boy sitting silently beside her, the Dragon Duke. "It turns out this is the reason you didn't know how to wipe Thust's tears." She reached out her hand and gently touched his cheek. "Even so, I can still feel that you cherish Thust very much. Iki." The notebook even records the Dragon Duke's name. "Iki Pontus Iki," she whispered tentatively. Suddenly hearing his name, Iki unconsciously repeated, "Iki." "Mm-hmm." Calypso nodded. "Your name is Iki. A name identical to the Dragon City. It suits you well." She continued, her voice slightly melancholy. "If only this city were also a wonderful place for you, just like its name." Then she said softly, "But it's all right. The fact that Iki is here proves there is an existence, even more gentle and warm than that city always by your side. It's just that, never regard someone as your only salvation, because that is much worse than you think." Her train of thought drifted back to the past, to the tear-stained letters she had sent in her loneliness. Desperate. "Grandmother, this place is so cold and terrifying. If I could, I want to return to Aquadello. Save me, grandmother." Calypso continued, her voice gentle like a whisper. "Perhaps you cannot yet fully understand what I am saying, as communication is still an obstacle, but I believe one day you will understand." Iki's body trembled slightly. Seeing this, Calypso reached out and pulled the soft blanket up. "Now you only need to remember one thing. Only you can truly save yourself." She draped the blanket over both of them as a warmth spread. It felt ironic even to herself to say these words. She thought, because in the future, "I will be the one who must depend on you, but I still hope you can live like that." She asked, "How do you feel? It's not cold anymore, is it?" Iki innocently repeated, "Cold, is it? Ah, that's right. We will start from the very basics." Calypso sighed to herself. "This road is still very long." Suddenly Iki whispered, "Mine. Do you like this blanket? You can keep it." But the boy tightly held her hand and firmly repeated, "Mine." The next morning, the carriage convoy bearing the crest of the Aquadello family rolled away from the Dragon Castle. Outside the carriage window, the whispers of the crowd drifted in, filled with curiosity and malice. "Whose carriage is that? It looks so strange." "It's the Aquadello tribe. Those killer whales. The swindlers of the sea are finally leaving." "That's good. They don't belong here anyway." "Watch your mouth." A piercing argument made Calypso feel extremely annoyed. Another voice continued to blare. "The way they caused a scene in the cafeteria. I can't stand even hearing about it." Suddenly a deafening explosion rang out, cutting off all other sounds. The chatterboxes were instantly silenced. "Fools," Calypso cursed quietly. As the convoy moved further away from the Dragon City, "Master, are you really not going to tell me?" Calypso turned and asked. Master Pier replied coldly, "I will give you the answer in about 2 weeks." "But why?" Calypso pouted. "I've been asking for days now." "What did Master do then? Just tell me a little bit." "If I told you, wouldn't you know everything?" Right then Belos, who had been silent the whole way, spoke up, interrupting the conversation. His face was as dark as a storm cloud. His eyes were fixed intensely on her. "So when do you plan on explaining?" "Waiting for 2 days is more than enough, Calypso." "Finally the time has come," Calypso thought. She replied to Belos, "Before we go, didn't you promise to turn a blind eye just this once?" "I have no intention of breaking my word, but you must explain yourself immediately." Hearing that, Calypso smiled meaningfully. She reached out and gently pulled back the cloth covering. "Come say hello to my brother." The moment he saw the boy's face, Belos froze, his eyes widening in pure shock. "This is the Dragon Duke, Lord Iki Pontus." Calypso introduced him. Are you insane?" Belos stammered. "I've always liked to play big," she laughed. "So Belos, can you keep your promise? How can you say something so absurd?" In this situation, Belos snapped, but his words cut off abruptly. He instinctively clutched his chest, where an invisible sharp pain had just throbbed. A silent warning from the master sitting opposite him. Calypso glanced at Master Pier, while Belos thought in horror. Just the mere thought of threatening Calypso is enough to bring a pain like being torn apart. Is this it? What on earth happened? "Belos," Calypso spoke up suddenly, "if we cooperate, our relationship could be much better. If you pretend not to know about Iki's existence, I will help you become the head of the family." She held out her hand. What do you think? If you agree, my master will be a strong pillar of support for you. Master Pier chimed in, sounding slightly slighted. The way this girl addresses me is truly something else. Master, you just need to nod in agreement, Calypso whispered before turning back to Belos. Either way, I am a talent, whether you want me to or not. I can still help you achieve your goals? I know you hunger for power. Belos was silent for a long time, then said, I'm sorry, but this isn't what I want to hear. What I need right now is an explanation. Why is the Dragon Duke here? He pointed at Iki. I must know what is happening before I can make a decision. Don't you also need my cooperation? Explain it. The smile on Calypso's lips flickered out, replaced by a sharp, cold gaze. I'm sorry, but I have no reason to tell you. If you don't cooperate, you will have to pay the price. No, I swear to the sea, Belos interrupted suddenly. What? Calypso was surprised. He continued with a firm voice. I swear I will not disclose this information to anyone else. How about now it's your turn to speak? Belos reached out his hand. Calypso exhaled, appearing forced into the situation. Oh, really? Would her eldest brother go this far? After Belos completed his oath, Calypso told him the entire story about Iki. She tried to summarize it as concisely as possible. I already guessed his answer, she thought. Just as expected, Belos said. Wouldn't it be better if we told grandmother the truth and asked for her help? I knew it. Calypso pouted. She knew exactly the loophole in Belos's oath. He could not reveal the seventh prince's conspiracy, but he could completely reveal the existence of the Dragon Duke. His status was too unique, just like a divine beast. If such a living legend fell into the hands of the seventh prince and became a weapon, what would the already discriminated aquatic demi-humans have to suffer? This plot was a fatal threat to the Aquadello family. Even though Belos's conclusion was reasonable, Calypso still replied coldly, I don't trust the family head. How much do you think she would believe a child like me? Unfortunately, the only people I trust here are Iki and Master. So that's how it is, Belos replied. Very well, as you wish. I will not reveal the existence of the Dragon Duke. His words left Calypso beyond surprised. Master Pier asked, Is that enough? Why did he agree so easily? She was suspicious, seeing her expression. Belos added, If you want, I can also swear to the sea about this. What plot are you hatching this time? Calypso rolled her eyes, seeing that she was about to lose her temper. Belos sighed. Hey, at times like this, just seize the opportunity. If you're going to do it quickly. Master Pier interjected, his gaze shifting toward the window. Things are about to get busy. Speak faster, Calypso urged. Belos smirked. I was planning to tease you a bit more. After the ritual is complete, Calypso pulled back the curtain and looked out the window. Wow, our eldest uncle is truly hard-working. The carriage procession came to a sudden halt. Master Pier and Belos stood up together. Stay inside the carriage. Master said, huh? Why did he point at Iki? Just leave it like that. Any knife flying this way will hit him anyway. There was no denying it. She nodded. Seeing her sit down obediently, Master Pier opened the carriage door. I'll be right back. The door opened and Pier and Belos stepped outside. Instantly, hydraulic power exploded. The assassins surrounding them immediately raised their weapons. Terror was etched clearly on their faces. The moment Master Pier's heel touched the ground, a terrifying surge of killing intent erupted. The water pressure swirled into sharp spears, tearing through the air as they lunged toward them. Tragic screams echoed throughout the forest mountains. Arg, get away. But his torrents of water showed no mercy, sweeping everything away. Meanwhile, an assassin had crept stealthily to the side of the carriage, just as his hand touched the door. Another blast of water sent him flying. Belos clicked his tongue, showing a hint of annoyance at seeing Master Pier strike first. Damn, a step too slow again? So careless. Inside the carriage, Calypso calmly flipped open Third's notebook. Maybe I should review the notebook. While waiting for everything outside to be cleared away, a line of text caught her eye. The Dragon Duke can wield the power of space and time. Calypso froze. The words seemed to dance before her eyes. After a few seconds of silence, she turned and softly called out to Yuki. Calypso gently took hold of Iki's small hand. Thust's instructions echoed in her mind. He once said that Iki possessed an extraordinary power that could transcend the barriers of space and time. Though the boy's strength was still immature, and not yet enough to perform a complete teleportation, there was still one thing he could do right now. To achieve that, Calypso recalled, they needed to hold hands tightly and let their foreheads touch. She looked deep into Iki's eyes, her voice pleading, "Can you let me see my parents again? Just once, please." Toast had said, when space and time achieve compatibility, he can show others the moments and places that they yearn for. Please let me see them one more time. Iki's eyes lowered with deep sympathy. Immediately after, a brilliant golden aura flared up, enveloping his small frame. I will help you. His voice was youthful but determined. The moment Iki's eyes returned to their original deep blue, the scenery around Calypso also vanished. She found herself floating in midair of a luxurious, modern city. "This place," she gasped in astonishment. Looking down at her blurred hands, she realized it seemed this wasn't a real return. Her body was transparent, still in the form of a 3-year-old whale girl, but these streets were all too familiar. "My house is right nearby." With a moment of hesitation, Calypso rushed forward, flying toward the house of her memories. "Just cross this field of flowers, through that gate, and I'll be home." When the cozy house appeared before her eyes, her heart hammered in her chest. A surge of both joy and fear washed over her. She told herself to suppress her expectations. On a normal day, perhaps her parents wouldn't even be home. But then a warm voice, familiar and clear, rang out, dispelling all doubt. "Honey, I think we forgot to close the window." "I have a feeling there's a draft coming into the house," her mother's voice replied gently as she carried in a tea tray. "It's hot." "That's impossible. I've already closed all the kitchen windows. Here, have some tea to warm yourself up first." The image of the happy young couple appeared before Calypso's eyes. Her tears fell as the call choked in her throat. Mom, Dad. Inside the house filled with beloved belongings, her parents were chatting happily. Even though she couldn't hear every word clearly, happiness still overflowed within Calypso's heart. "Thank goodness." She raised her transparent hand, trying to touch her father's face. "Thank goodness my parents are still living well. They are healthy and love each other. If only I could return quickly." Suddenly, the sound of a baby crying, "Wah! Wah!" rang out from the next room. Her father was startled, his voice full of affection. "Oh my! Our little princess is awake. You stay seated. Let me go bring her out." Each of those words felt like a knife twisting in Calypso's heart. No, it can't be. This must be a deception. Fragments of sweet memories suddenly rushed back sharp as blades. "My daughter. From now on, I only have you as my daughter, Chi." Right then, her father carried out a baby girl, his voice tender. "My princess, stop crying now." The baby replied with 2 innocent whimpers. An explosion went off in Calypso's mind. This truly is a nightmare. Her father lovingly handed the baby to her mother and asked, "She must be hungry, right? It's about that time." "Yes," her mother replied while the baby cooed. "Yes, mother," Calypso murmured in despair. "Even when I was in that other world, I had already thought of the worst-case scenario." She stepped closer to look at the child's face. She really does look exactly like mother. The painful memory returned. "Why are you thinking so negatively? You are the child I carried and gave birth to with such pain, so it's only right that you are like a copy of me." Returning to reality. The father who once said he only loved her was now gazing intently at another child. "I'm certain this nose is just like yours." Her mother smiled, "But the eyes and mouth are like yours." The baby babbled and cooed, and they spoke about her with all their love, as if Calypso had never existed in their lives. Trembling, she called out, "Mother, father, please look at me. I have always missed you both. I have suffered for 65 long years, just to get here." Hot tears rolled down her cheeks as she thought. She screamed in silence, "Have you two already forgotten me? Just because I'm not your biological child." Suddenly, her mother looked at the baby in her arms, her face slightly pensive. "Our first child would probably be just a little older than our little princess." Those words made Calypso stiffen as a flicker of hope rose within her. "That's right, how could they possibly forget me? Mother still remembers that I am the firstborn. If I can return, all 4 of us will live happily together." But then her father spoke up, and his words extinguished everything. "Dear, don't mention it again. That child no longer exists." A sentence like a cold blade, shattering the fragile bond between them and her. Calypso's heart turned cold. "Father, the person I loved more than anyone, the person who once loved me above all else, is now saying to forget me." Her mother looked up. "But dear, I said don't mention this matter again." "Why, father?" Calypso sobbed in her thoughts. "Did I make a mistake? I'm sorry. Please tell me what I did wrong and I will fix it. I will do everything. I promise I will be very good." She rushed forward, wanting to embrace her mother, but her body only passed through the image of the woman. "So please don't forget me." And then she heard her mother's voice, weak but determined. I will try to forget." Calypso threw her head back and screamed in despair. "Why, mother, father? Why do you want to forget me? I am still alive, still healthy, I am right here." Just as the world of illusions began to shatter, a few final threads of light from Calypso's silhouette accidentally brushed against her father. He suddenly turned his head toward where she had just stood, surprising her mother. "What's wrong?" "No, it's nothing. It's just that I felt like someone was just here." He looked closely again and then shuddered slightly. "It didn't feel ghostly, it felt like Sai was calling out to us." As the words left his lips, he let out a soft groan of pain. She asked hurriedly, "You say that, but your heart hurts too, doesn't it?" "Doesn't it?" Sai, how could we ever forget her? Memories of their first daughter suddenly flooded the minds of both. "Daddy Sai loves whales so much, it's so cool." "Mommy, I'm thinking, maybe I'll study marine biology in the future." He nodded, his voice cracking. "That's right. Every time I remember her, my heart aches as if it's being cut." How could we ever forget Sai? Back in the real world by the campfire, the air was unusually still. Bai felt that something was wrong. He frowned while looking at Calypso, who had just returned from the mine journey. "If you are in pain, please tell me," he said gently. "I'm fine," Calypso replied, her voice soulless. "Look at yourself in the mirror." Bai said, "It's been 2 days since then, and your complexion is still just as pale. It's probably just because I'm in a bad mood." She avoided the subject. "I'll go for a walk in the forest for a bit and then I'll be back." Saying so, she walked away listlessly. Her small silhouette gradually faded into the night. Bai stood up intending to follow, but Icky suddenly grabbed the hem of his clothes. The boy tapped his chest and babbled, "Calypso! Hurts here, don't worry." Hearing the boy's broken words, Bai understood. So the girl is in a lot of pain. "Isn't she?" You can feel Calypso's emotions. Icky only replied with a single word, "Wait." He nodded, his eyes full of gratitude. "I understand." "Thank you, Dragon Duke." Afterward, Bai also stepped into the forest. In a secluded clearing, he found Calypso. She just stood there in silence, her head bowed low, immersed in her own pain. She looked up at the poetic sky. Countless constellations like fireflies, trapped in the heavens. At the same time, she heard a rustling sound, as if someone was approaching. After meeting her parents, she kept thinking that it couldn't be like this. The footsteps drew closer and closer. Of course, she thought. Her parents had loved her so much. As she continued her train of thought, she felt that what was meant to happen would eventually happen. Memories began to manifest in the young girl's mind. Calypso fell into deep contemplation. Her parents had treated her well, but even so, the fact that she was adopted remained unchanged. If they turned their backs on her, she would become an orphan once again. That insecurity had never left her mind. She had no place to return to. No, did she ever have a place to return to in the first place? In fact, was it all just her own imagination? So what had she been struggling for over the past 65 years? Abandoned 3 times. 3 deaths, even the deaths of her brothers and comrades. The little girl rubbed her eyes while trying to reassure herself. Now is not the time to cry like this. I must quickly think about the next step, because now I have nothing left. So I'll only cry today. From tomorrow things will be different. Calypso sat there weeping in endless loneliness. But suddenly, a voice rang out, startling the girl. "You even cry in your own unique way, don't you?" A man stepped out from behind a tree trunk, beside the little girl. It was none other than Pier. He had been standing there for who knows how long, taking the girl completely by surprise. Seeing him, Calypso stammered, "Master, I just fell down, so I cried a little bit." "Master," the girl faltered. But Pier didn't say anything. Step by step, he approached the little girl, gentle ripples, suddenly lifting her up into the air. The person who didn't even cry when her face was bruised in a brawl. While floating there, she looked at her master with tearful eyes. "Crying just because you tripped. That's hard to believe." Then she spoke again. As expected, was that just a terrible excuse? He quietly looked at the girl in front of him and said, "Come to think of it, you're just like me. If you don't shed tears in front of others, then perhaps you only truly cry when you are alone. You're pointlessly perceptive." The little girl heard this and replied, "If you know so well, then why don't you just let me cry?" Intentionally starting a conversation, intentionally exposing me. There was no need to point it out, right when I am feeling this weak. As Calypso spoke, her body trembled uncontrollably in his arms. Then she suddenly struck his wrist hard. "Master, just be quiet and leave me be. Don't say anything, just ignore it, that's all." But facing the little girl in his arms, B didn't show the slightest resistance or anger. Simply, just let her be free to do whatever she wanted, just for this moment. After the little girl had poured out her heart, he finally began to speak. "You feel wronged, but not because of that, right? It's so unfair. No one works as hard as you do. But why is your life like this?" Hearing this, the little girl began to burst into tears, sobbing even harder than before. "So why, I just wanted to live well, too." Remembering her former family, she cried out through agonizing sobs. "Deep down, I just wanted to be happy. Perhaps you won't tell me what makes you feel so wronged." To her surprise, B replied, "I just need to create a world where you no longer have to feel this way, and that will be enough. Is that right? If so, will your tears stop falling?" Upon hearing these words from her master, Calypso suddenly stopped crying. Instead, she was filled with astonishment. It was as if she were reflecting on things from the past, remembering when she was a little child, when she was sobbing in her father's arms. "Our daughter, what are you sad about?" Even if it were a lie, I still remember the face of the person who loved me so much. That face looks exactly like Master's does now. He continued, Calypso, I won't know unless you tell me." The little girl turned her shimmering eyes toward her master, tears still pooling in the corners of her eyes. "No, Master knows very well." Placing a hand on her chest, he thought, "Even though you only show this unsightly side of yourself, Master still tries to hold you tight and embrace you until the end. And this is exactly what I desired." Hearing this, Calypso felt deeply moved and thought, "Master, no. Then she cried out, "Father!" That word made Pier fall instinctively silent. In his arms, Calypso reached out her small hands and pleaded, "I'm so tired. Please hold me." Granting her wish, he immediately pulled the little girl into his embrace. Calypso must have felt incredibly warm. Then B continued, "Clearly I have been waiting for this day, but those aren't the words I wanted to hear." With that expression, his hand slowly touched her small back, so tiny, hesitantly. And then he touched her, patting her to offer comfort. On that shoulder, the little girl could feel it. "It's so warm. Yes, this warmth has always been by my side." In the little girl's memory was the image of her master. He looked so affectionate, treating her gently. "Well done." And without her knowing so many times, "Because, since you are a child, don't you feel pain? Didn't you ask me to fulfill my duty? As a father? Why, master, please give me a little more time. Protecting you is starting to become troublesome. Just tell me what you want, Calypso." A father usually spoils his daughter, after all. So it's not strange at all, is it? You look exhausted. Is it because of the trip? You always come up with such novel things, don't you? I'm not like that. I only need to protect you as a father. That is enough. Truly, it's like a fool's words. Inside the little girl's head were a series of beautiful images of her and Pier, hard to ever fade away. I have received love, without even having to beg for it, just like a dream. The boy stood there silently while Calypso lay nestled comfortably in her father's arms. At that moment, she acted so spoiled, making both her father and eldest brother feel helpless. "Father, that guy is glaring at me. Let me chase him away. Even if you told me to stay, I would still go." But while she was in a daze, suddenly another hand reached out and gently wiped away the girl's tears. Seeing the boy before her, she softly whispered, "Iki." The boy felt extremely worried and immediately replied, "Tears!" Calypso was now slumped, not knowing what to do. "I just want to talk comfortably. At least wipe the tears for your subordinate. He has cried a lot because he missed you." Then immediately after, she reached out to grab Iki's hand and said, "Thank you, Iki. Thanks to you, I was so surprised that I stopped crying." If tears stopped because of a surprise, then they should have been thrown at a tree instead. Then she turned back to speak to Pier. "Father needs to relearn how to raise a child from the beginning." He only gave a fake cough and replied, "I am trying." Under the flickering firelight, in the end I find myself leaning on uncertain things, don't I? But it is almost a certainty that I can trust in. First of all, what should I do now? That's right, I must raise Iki well. I have given up on returning home, but I must keep my promise to Toast. After thinking, B suddenly covered the girl's eyes. He said, "Don't think about anything. Now is the time for you to relax your mind and rest." The girl wondered, "Is that so, at this moment?" "I can trust in Father and rest." "Rest for a bit, okay?" Through the gaps between B's fingers, a glimmer of light suddenly appeared, just like the breaking of dawn. She closed one eye, while the other remained open, peeking out as if waiting for some kind of miracle. B continued speaking, "Until you find something else, I will protect you." B frowned and asked softly, "Is there a problem with the carriage wheel?" The driver quickly replied, "Yes, Lord Pier. It seems there's an invisible crack in the axle that needs replacing after that ambush. So it's impossible to move immediately." In this condition, while Calypso let out a long sigh in the corner, she thought to herself with great excitement, finally escaped from being the center of attention. "I thought my face was about to be drilled through." The little girl recalled her brother's face and thought irritably, "That damn eldest brother looked at me like that too. It really makes me want to die." The girl heard intense gossiping behind her, so she turned around to listen. The servant girls were standing around Iki. They kept showering the boy with compliments. "Oh, my blue suits you so well. How about trying on the jewelry we bought? In the city, oh no, the size doesn't fit, sister." Calypso quietly walked a bit further away from that spot. The voices of those maids still lingered in her ears. "Duke, let me try putting this on you. It's a perfect match." As expected of the Duke, the little girl recalled the past. Before they had asked her very seriously, "The Dragon Duke. Is that a dragon? Is it really a dragon?" Calypso nodded. "That's right. That is indeed the Dragon Duke." Those girls suddenly exclaimed, "Really?" Misa bravely stood in front of her. As the lady spoke solemnly, "Lady, I'm not so sure. But we must keep this a secret, right?" Little Lady Calypso quickly replied, "That's right." Misa pursed her lips, reached out her hand and said, "Thank you for trusting us and telling us. We will absolutely not reveal it, as the princess has instructed." She continued with determination, "We also want to bring trust to the princess. Everyone here will fulfill their oath to the sea." Calypso sat dazed on a nearby rock. She sighed, thinking she was about to ask for a favor, but unexpectedly they offered first. The girl looked toward the bustling commotion over there, not far away, pursing her lips and thinking to herself, "It wasn't by chance that I noticed them for the third time." The girl let out a breath and pondered, "I want to have such talents by my side, to live a peaceful life. Though it's a bit of a pity." Calypso shook her head, saying it wouldn't do. The girl wore a satisfied smile. thinking they were already her people. With that, she looked over at B, softly asking, "How is the carriage wheel?" The guy replied wearily, "It can be fixed, it just needs a little time." B gently stretched his limbs. "If you tell the girl that, rest for a bit, then let's move on." Calypso comfortably sprawled out on the nearby green grass, the girl dazed, gazing at the sky, gently falling into thought. "The weather is so beautiful." The girl sighed, pouted, and spoke up. "So how much longer do you intend to stare at me like that?" Baelo stood by a nearby tree, casually replied, "I haven't been looking at anything." Calypso clicked her tongue. "Let's just say that's true, but stop looking. You keep staring at me, even while on the carriage." As she spoke, the girl slowly sat up. Glaring at him, she enunciated each word as she continued. "Don't tell me you're wanting to end this, right?" Bellows leisurely continued. "Right now you can't defeat me, can you?" Calypso shrugged and replied, "Sorry, but I won't hesitate to use any means to win." The girl spoke seriously. "If necessary, I will pull all allies to my side and achieve victory. Don't forget that father is always behind me." Bellows frowned and softly asked, "If you can say it like that, then why were you like that yesterday?" Calypso clicked her tongue and added, "What does it have to do with you? Why are you worried about me?" Bellows nodded. "That's right." Hearing him say that, the girl momentarily didn't know how to respond. She could only hear the sound of the wind whizzing past her ears. Her hands slightly tightened around the grass beneath her feet. She spoke up seriously. "Bellows, make it clear. Will you become an enemy, or will you become an ally?" Bellows spoke nonchalantly. "Challenge for the position of family head." Calypso Aquarius followed. Hearing that, Calypso's eyes widened in shock as she cried out, "What?" Bellows said indifferently, "You are looking for a goal right now, aren't you? Are you wanting me to become your rival?" He continued, "Face off against someone who is both older and a perfect heir with proven abilities, like me, Calypso." She frowned and questioned back. "Do you mean I should just challenge you and then drop dead to get it over with?" Bellows, standing under the tree, leisurely answered her. "The perfection you speak of, there is no such thing as an orca. Killer who is born perfect is there." His voice deepened. "None of us are perfect. If anyone looks perfect in her eyes, then that person will be chosen to become the next family head." He was serious. "And I don't make this offer without a reason." Baelos spoke sincerely. "I want to see you when you are the same age as I am now. If you are stronger than I was at that age, I will follow you." Calypso frowned in confusion and fell into thought. Has this eldest brother taken the wrong medicine? Could he be saying this because it's time for his medication? Calypso let out a breath, muttering to herself, "Fine then. I'm tired of doubting." The girl smiled brightly at her brother. She was happy. "I only want to say one thing. The me of that time will definitely defeat the you of now." "Yes," Bellows replied with excitement. "Even better then." She watched his retreating back, frowning and thinking to herself, "Truly a guy whose thoughts are impossible to read." If so, then suddenly, a voice rang out, interrupting her train of thought. "Have you finished thinking yet?" She looked at her father and asked in surprise, "Huh? Father, when did you arrive?" Gradually regaining her senses, she looked around in confusion, staring blankly as she continued to ask, "When did the sun set?" B was patient. "The carriage was fixed an hour ago," he said gently. "It has been quite a while since I advised you to rest. Looking at this face of yours, you must have found your answer, haven't you?" Calypso was shocked and questioned back, "You're amazing. How did you know that, father? How did you know that, father?" B smiled broadly. "I can tell just by looking at your expression." Calypso broke into a bright smile. "I will become the head of the family." B wasn't very surprised. He was composed. "If you want to, you will be able to do it." His attitude made the little girl a bit dissatisfied. Calypso shook her head. "No. What I mean is I will seize it. While grandmother is still in power, I will take that position for myself and become the head of the family." The little girl continued firmly, "Surely, I will take that throne right before grandmother's eyes, ending her golden era." B was slightly shaken and looked at her with interest, asking, "Is that your revenge plan?" Calypso nodded. "That's right." He stepped forward and gently picked her up. He murmured softly, then he asked his child tentatively, "What kind of revenge will I have to endure from you?" Hearing that, Calypso smiled brightly. "I forgot everything the moment I called you father." The girl thought to herself, "Besides, how could I plot revenge against someone who at this very moment is still afraid of me getting dirty?" Calypso hugged him tightly and whispered, "I will always be good to those who stand by my side, father." B gently comforted the little girl and continued in a soft voice, "All right, it's good that you have a clear goal." Calypso spoke seriously to her father. "Upon our return this time, there will be countless things to do. Father, the easy life ends now." B played along with her, pouting, "How terrifying." Bay softly asked her, "So, what is the first thing you will do when we return?" Calypso smiled and immediately said, "Of course I must become stronger." Bellows sat opposite Bay while Calypso was sleeping, leaning against him. Bellows spoke in a low voice, "Father, can I now ask the second question that you..." Promised. He pursed his lips and added softly, even up until now, have you still not had any strange dreams? He patiently waited for the answer from his father, his eyes staring intently at him. Bei shook his head, still nothing, not even once. Bellows nodded slowly. I understand. Bei continued, it is always like that. When a person repeatedly asks the same question, it is because they want to verify. If others have the same experience as they do, exactly what have you been dreaming about? Bellows hesitated slightly. He replied reluctantly, I'm not obligated to answer, am I? Besides, you wouldn't care anyway. Bei raised an eyebrow and spoke seriously. Since you lowered your voice upon seeing the child asleep, I am willing to help you at least in that regard. He looked at him with a stern face and asked, do you need help? Bellows bowed his head and thought for a moment. He drifted into thought. Every time he closed his eyes, that sound would always echo in his mind. That girl in his dream had asked him, what do you think of Payakwa? With the clear voice of a young girl. Then she must be truly pitiful. That is all. Living a life of isolation due to illness until death. So there is no reason to truly hate someone like that. If that person were still alive, perhaps I should try fighting them at least once. Bellows pondered in silence. I can feel the yearning from her. The moment he met that girl at the family gathering, I have a feeling that the woman in that dream is appearing right before my eyes. The Calypso in his dream had greedily told him, eldest brother, I want a world where underwater creatures are not discriminated against. At that time he had replied, of course. I will certainly make that happen. Even if it cannot be achieved in my time, I still hope to be able to contribute somewhat to that future. Bellows mused on the dream. The feelings I have for her are deep love and concern. She is my family. Calypso did not forget to leave one parting sentence. You must not die before me, eldest brother. At that moment, Bellows woke up from that terrible nightmare. He sat up abruptly, rubbing his eyes to clear his head. Bellows let out a long breath and thought to himself, except for the weak voice and the lingering emotions that still remained with him. He pursed his lips in thought. Calypso thinks I'm trying to kill her, but I only want to confirm a few things. After a long while, Bellows whispered an answer to his father. I have no reason to harm Calypso Aqua. He showed his annoyance. He frowned. Why suddenly speak of such unfortunate things? Bellows smiled and continued softly. You don't need to worry, father. He was sincere. Actually resisting the urge to listen to that voice is even harder. Bei replied indifferently. I don't understand what you mean, but it seems you have already come to a conclusion. For yourself, young Bellows glanced over at Calypso and smiled brightly. Yes, it's only a matter of time. He thought happily to himself. I will patiently wait for her to prove to me that she is just like the person in my dream, the one who makes it impossible for me not to listen to her. As darkness fell, Bei appeared with a gloomy face and spoke coldly. I plan to hunt down and kill every single person involved in this assassination attempt. Calypso's father, who was having dinner, fumbled in agitation upon hearing those words. I didn't know what to say. She thought to herself, is it really okay to talk about this while cutting steak? She peeked timidly at her father and spoke in a tiny voice. Father's eyes are so scary. Are you sure you're okay, father? Bei stared at the steak on his plate with a murderous gaze. He gritted out each word. Of course I'm fine. Calypso put a piece of meat into her mouth. She sighed and continued. Fine, I won't complain anymore. She laughed inwardly. Who would refuse someone getting revenge on their behalf? The next day, a mansion belonging to the killer whale family exploded. 3 days later and in the following weeks, yet another villa was burned to the ground. As Calypso stood watching it all, she clicked her tongue and thought, that's quite a satisfying sight. At that time, I had no idea that this revenge would last for a full 2 years. 2 years later at the middle school, a high-end carriage slowly entered the school grounds. A small, pretty girl stepped out of the carriage and walked into her school. That was 5-year-old Calypso Aqua. Calypso sighed and complained, I don't want to go to school. A voice from beside her spoke up immediately. So, you really are just a normal human being after all, aren't you? The boy smiled broadly and continued. After hearing you say you hate school, I'm now certain that it's true. That was 11-year-old Asian Aqua. Calypso pouted and retorted, what are you talking about? Of course I'm a normal person. Suddenly, someone called out to her from afar, Lady, my lady. The twins Luba and Luca approached the two of them. They greeted them with bright smiles. Good morning. Hello? The two children excitedly asked the lady. We heard that another villa just exploded. This time it was the home of those people from before. Calypso nodded. Yes, yes. Luba asked worriedly. But what if our house gets burned down too? Calypso clicked her tongue. You guys will be fine. The twins asked in unison, but why? Calypso was speechless. In any case, nothing will happen. Trust me. Luca immediately replied, I will, my lady, because you are smart. Luba quickly followed, me too. Calypso recalled her cool father. She couldn't help but think helplessly to herself. It's because my father is the one causing those explosions. At the middle school class Alpha age 8, Calypso said goodbye to the twins. The little girl smiled brightly and waved her hand. Both of you should study well and graduate from middle school soon. Calypso remembered something. She nodded and added, by the way, your houses won't be destroyed. So don't worry, Luca happily replied. See you later, my lady. Luba waved goodbye. Luba silently watched the two siblings as they walked away with a look of regret in his eyes. Luba kept remembering the moment Calypso smiled brightly to say goodbye to him. The boy stood there rooted to the spot until his brother called out to him. Luca spoke innocently. Luba, what's wrong? Let's head to class 2. Luba gradually snapped back to reality. The boy stammered, huh? Right, let's go to class. Luba asked inquisitively. But why has she been leaving school alone so often lately? Luca nodded and answered. That's true, I heard about it a few months ago as well. It seems she's still doing the same thing now. I wonder what's going on. On the other side, Asian could not bear to part with his younger sister. He kept shouting and causing a scene clinging to his sister. Little sister, please stay with me a little longer. Calypso was annoyed. She was so impatient that she shouted, oh my God. Let go, if you keep lingering like this, we'll both be late. Just go to class already. Luca and Luba aren't like this at all. She had reached her limit with her older brother. Calypso yelled, I study in the 5th grade of middle school, and you are in the 3rd grade. Aqua's educational system is largely divided into primary and middle school. Primary school is for children between the ages of 3 and 8, and I used to study there when I was 3 years old. At the middle school level, passing classes becomes much more difficult, and graduating is truly a grueling process. Unlike primary school, where students can be considered for early promotion by their teachers, the middle school level is completely different. Instead, once you graduate, you are recognized as an adult at this level of education, regardless of your current age. The age average for graduation is around 17 to 18 years old. Last year, I skipped a grade and went straight into the 5th grade of middle school. In Calypso's class, there were 2 kids who were looking at her with cunning, scowling faces. Despite being children, they didn't hesitate to throw insults, saying, how shameless. Some people are about to be forced out of here just because of her, acting as if her life was actually being threatened. It sounds like she's just lying. When Calypso overheard all of this, she let out a sharp breath and called out, hey. She turned her head to look at the 2 boys who were bad-mouthing her. She stared at them with a piercing gaze. She gritted out every word, if you're so indignant, why don't you say it right to my face? As Calypso continued bluntly, are you really that upset? That your families had to pay the price for threatening me 2 years ago. Every student in the middle school class knew. They all knew exactly who had participated in the attempted assassination against me. Calypso coldly continued, but my father was merciful. He only dealt with the clan members who were directly involved and burned down their mansions. She glared at them with such murderous intent that the children trembled in fear, unable to say another word. Calypso added one last angry remark. You should feel lucky that you're even still alive. Immediately afterward, the clock chimed to signal the start of class. The teacher quickly walked into the classroom. She greeted everyone in a gentle voice. Good morning, everyone. Suddenly, she paused for a few seconds. Confused, she wondered why the atmosphere was so bizarre. The teacher frowned and asked nonchalantly, did something happen? Calypso sat back down in her seat. The little girl gave a radiant smile and replied, no, ma'am, it's nothing at all. The teacher didn't say anything further. She quickly moved into today's lesson. Calypso fixed her eyes on the lecture, but her mind was filled with confused thoughts. Even though the school was still in chaos, due to her father's revenge, the little girl sighed and thought to herself, that is not what I'm concerned about. For the past 2 years, father had been trying to prolong the time, to slowly deal with the families that tried to harm me. Because of this issue, I have no way of knowing the current state of his illness or how it has progressed. Calypso speculated with certainty the power of water will continuously regenerate. As long as the body still exists, the little girl sighed and thought, but father's illness is not like that. Once his power source is completely exhausted, he will face death as if simply falling into a deep sleep. That was how father described his condition. B had previously said honestly that, I am like a weapon with destructive power, but with a limited number of uses. Calypso pursed her lips and thought, a weapon with limited uses. But now that I've decided to stay in this world, those things will only belong to the past. I won't let father pass away, no matter what the cost. Suddenly, 2 voices rang out, shattering her train of thought. My lady, Lady Calypso. She blankly cried out, huh? The girl looked in surprise at the 2 familiar faces, standing right in front of her. Shocked, she thought to herself, I didn't even notice them approaching, because there wasn't a hint of killing intent. She softly asked Luca and Luba, what are you 2 doing here? Luca smiled broadly. It's lunchtime, let's eat together. Luba added, we brought a lot of tempting food. At the schoolyard, many children were eagerly finding a place to sit with their friends to have a meal, and so was Calypso. Luca picked up a piece of food and smiled brightly. My lady. This is really tasty. Luba shook his head, picked up another piece and pouted. No, this one is better. As Calypso pursed her lips, looking at the two food items in front of her, she grumbled to herself, I hate both of them. That said, the little girl was still determined to eat all of it. She thought irritably, but I can't act like a picky eater in front of these children. Luca asked the young lady softly. Can't you go home with us today? Luba added in a coaxing tone. Come with us, please. Lately, you've been going home alone every single day. The two brothers then said in unison, We're really sad, you know. Under the pleading, wide-eyed gaze of those two boys, Calypso found it a bit hard to answer. But then, she quickly flashed a bright smile and firmly replied, No, I can't. Luca asked her with a dejected look. But why not? Come with us, Luba pleaded, tugging her hand. Come with us. Misa, standing to one side, saw things weren't looking good and quickly spoke up. Lord Luca, Lord Luba, if you continue like this... Calypso turned to look at Misa, shook her head and said, I'm fine, Misa. Calypso raised an eyebrow at the two cheerfully. And you guys? Dobi Booba no means no. Hearing that, Luba shouted, It's not Dobi Booba, it's Luca and Luba. Luca sighed. You're doing that on purpose, aren't you? Luca looked at the little girl gently and asked softly, Do you hate us? Calypso gazed at the boy, then pondered for a moment. The little girl thought to herself, thinking back to 2 years ago, when I left for the Dragon City, Luba must have realized that I had no intention of coming back. That's the reason. Why I always feel him lingering around me. The little girl reached out and gently stroked his head, smiling brightly. Of course not. Calypso continued tenderly. How could I ever hate our Ruka and Ruba? Then Calypso let go of her hand. Ruka still lingered on the feeling of that hand. Calypso quickly headed home with Misa. She didn't forget to wave goodbye to the twins. Ruka and Ruba stood still watching her until she was far away. Ruka turned and softly called out, Ruba. Ruba nodded. Yeah, Ruba asked bluntly. Ruba doesn't like the fact that the lady won't go home with us. Right, Ruba replied decisively. That's right. Ruka leaned close to Ruba's ear and whispered, In that case. The mischievous boy smiled and continued. Let's follow her when she goes home tomorrow. On her way home, Calypso could feel eyes watching her from behind. The little girl sighed and thought to herself, He doesn't even try to hide his bloodlust. Does he not realize that I already know? She continued walking forward, lost in thought about the past few weeks. Every day after school he follows me, but he never does anything. Even so, it's still annoying. When Calypso thought of a good idea, she tiptoed up a high step and thought happily, well, enough of that. She skipped away all at once, leaving the other person with a panicked face, unsure whether to give chase or not. She smiled and thought, follow if you want. Never mind, I'm going home. At her house, Calypso quickly opened the door. I'm home! Suddenly she saw Icky sitting on the sofa with a tearful face, his hands and face strangely swollen. Calypso rushed over and called Icky's name in concern. She asked breathlessly, What happened, your hands and face? Baya, standing nearby, replied indifferently, Don't worry. He just got burned while eating soup. Calypso frowned and asked, Soup? Baya recounted the story she had heard to the little girl. The maid said that since the boy's throat didn't seem well, they brought him some soup. Whenever he was alone, they always bring simple dishes. He sighed even though Iki had become more proficient in using a knife and fork. At that moment, because of a sneeze, he spilled the soup. Calypso, heartbroken, took hold of Iki's hands and asked softly, It hurts a lot, doesn't it, Iki? Bay said seriously. The boy didn't even realize it when the soup spilled. Even though steam was rising and his skin was turning red, he made a shocking remark. The boy didn't have any reaction at all. He let out a long breath and spoke with a stern face. We have to teach the Dragon Duke all over again from things even more basic than we thought. Bay added, It's not just about crying out when in pain, but rather we must start from the very concept of what pain is. Since coming to Aqua, Iki has learned a lot of things. By now, Iki is able to use dining utensils, dress himself properly, and his vocabulary has also grown. But Calypso only taught him that when you make a mistake, you have to go ouch like this. You have to be careful, okay? She thought sadly to herself, but even so, in terms of sensation and mood, the ability to express personal emotions still hasn't made any progress. She longed for one thing. Will there come a day when he can express his feelings on his own? The little girl fell into deep thought. Thinking back, Toot has always been by Iki's side, as if sensing his master's emotions to some extent. Calypso thought to herself. Toot has shown boundless love for him. Yet despite all of Toot's affection, Calypso pursed her lips and thought, When I first met Iki, it was as if he had never learned anything at all. The little girl thought sorrowfully. I wondered, Is it possible that the Dragon Duke was simply born without any emotions? Earlier, seeing her tears, Iki had raised his hand to wipe them for the little girl. Calypso cried out in surprise, "Iki!" Iki said slowly, "Tears." When Calypso suddenly snapped out of her wandering thoughts, she thought to herself, "No, it's impossible. Father also said we started from the wrong starting line." Calypso's heart softened as she said gently to Iki, "It's okay, Iki. I will continue to teach you." Bei looked at the two of them with a bit of annoyance and said, he used his energy to lift Iki up and spoke in a low voice. "Stop it," Bea said with a serious face. "This kid is fully recovered now." Calypso replied in confusion and panic. "How could he have recovered already, father?" The little girl grumbled. "I told you that you must control yourself, and that you shouldn't use your water energy." Bei replied indifferently. "I'm fine, don't worry." Calypso was speechless. She clicked her tongue. "Fine, it's very dangerous," Bei continued nonchalantly. "You're just overthinking it." The next morning at school, Calypso was distracted by the situation between her father and Iki, making her unable to focus on the lecture. She thought irritably, "What a headache." The little girl thought, "I already have a plan for father's illness, but educating Iki is harder than I thought." Suddenly the bell rang to end the class, pulling her back to reality. Calypso carried her bag out of the school, lost in thought about what to do. If I want him to understand the concept of pain, the only method I can think of is hurting myself, so that Iki can feel my emotions. But that's a bit violent, isn't it? The little girl fell into deep thought. Everyone around me is so unreasonable, so I can't get any advice at all. Father's training session was extremely gentle for a 3-year-old child. The eldest brother starts fighting a 3-year-old child the moment they meet. The third brother beats his siblings to a pulp. I really have no luck with people. Behind her, the twin brothers Ruka and Ruba had found her. The two quickly approached. Ruba quickly called out, "Prin!" But Ruka, standing beside him, covered his mouth. "Shh!" Ruka whispered softly. "We already decided to follow her in secret." Calypso skipped along on her way home, unaware of anything unusual. The two children walking behind also giggled, because they were about to arrive at Calypso's house. Suddenly, Luca looked up and saw a man peeping at Calypso with a gaze full of murderous intent. That made the boy shudder in fear. The man bit his finger and muttered with a raspy voice, "That damn brat! Why is my whole family—" He stared at the girl fiercely. "I will kill her." Suddenly, he heard a rustling sound nearby. He quickly looked over but saw no one. He frowned and thought to himself, "There's not much time left. Brat, the days you get to skippin', run around are almost over." He gave a bizarre smile and muttered softly, "Because everything is ready." The brothers Luca and Luba hid in a nearby bush. Luca thought in terror, "Lady Calypso?" The two brothers trembled incessantly. Luca finally understood the situation. The boy thought fearfully, "Is this the reason why? You told us not to follow you." His eyes were glued to the girl, but seeing her move further away, he stood up. He let out a sharp breath and quickly followed. Once they were sure he was no longer there, Luca let go of Luba. Luba was panting. He looked at his brother anxiously and asked, "Did you see that scary person?" Luca nodded. "Yeah." "I saw him," Luba asked curiously. "Why is there someone like that loitering around the lady? Is that why she didn't want to walk home with us?" Luba sighed and muttered worriedly, "What should we do?" Ruka softly called his name Luba. Ruka looked at his brother and spoke decisively. "Let's find out who that person is." Luba looked at his brother, dusted himself off, and stood up in a daze. He asked tentatively, "Just you and me?" Ruka nodded. "That's right." Ruka was determined. "We must find out that person's identity and tell the lady." The boy tried to convince his younger brother. "She fought for us before, didn't she?" Ruka reached out his hand, looked at his younger brother, and said softly, "This time we will be the ones to help her." Ruba hesitated for a moment. He looked at the hand his brother was offering him. Ruba thought in silence for a while. Not long after, the boy reached out, took his brother's hand, and nodded. "Okay." A week later, at the intermediate school in Calypso's class, Ruka and Ruba were looking around restlessly, but the girl was nowhere to be found. Ruba spoke up softly. "What do we do now the lady isn't here?" "We came here as soon as the bell rang." Then Argento appeared out of nowhere, and suddenly spoke, "Yeah, exactly." Argento's sudden exactly startled the two brothers. The boy asked indifferently. "I approached so quietly, why were you so startled?" "Are you guys looking for Callie too?" Argento went to talk to a girl nearby. He quickly asked, "Hey, where did Calypso go?" "Someone called her, so she went outside just now." Argento nodded and asked back, "Who called her?" The girl replied politely, "Grayson Harrington." Upon hearing that name, the twin brothers were immediately terrified. They jumped up in shock. The two brothers then pushed Argento. "Go find the lady with us," Luca urged. "We have to find the lady quickly." Argento frowned and asked, "Who is Grayson?" Ruba said hesitantly. He is," Ruba said something that made Argento shudder. "He's the one stalking the lady." Meanwhile, with Calypso, the girl obediently followed behind Grayson. She stared at him intently. She quietly recalled their earlier conversation, where Grayson had asked her, "It seems we've met before." "Right, I have a few things to say to you. Can you come with me for a moment?" Calypso thought to herself solemnly. This face looks so familiar, but I still can't remember where I've seen it before. The little girl frowned in thought. More importantly, as Calypso realized the boy's hostile intentions toward her, she raised an eyebrow and thought, "This boy has no good intentions toward me, whether he's looking straight ahead or looking at me." Now Grayson pointed to an empty classroom. The boy said quickly, "This way. This place is quiet enough for us to talk." He looked at her and the little girl slowly walked in. As soon as she stepped inside, someone holding a stick lunged at her. Being one step ahead, the girl jumped back, dodging gracefully. Another person continued to swing a stick toward her. This time she also anticipated it and dodged nimbly, at the same time delivering a counterblow to that person's body. The two behind her stepped forward simultaneously. Calypso lightly leapt high into the air, leaving the other two to strike each other. They couldn't hit her. The stick swung down and struck the ground instead. Calypso looked indifferently at the terrified expressions of the group of kids. The girl let out a soft sigh. She heard the sound of the kids using chains to lock the door. The girl raised an eyebrow and muttered, "I see." The children quickly surrounded her, locking her inside. Grayson stood outside looking at her with a smug smile. "Got you, Calypso Aqua." He laughed loudly for a moment and then continued, "How stupid of you to dare follow me. For those who want to show off their talent like you, in the end they only reveal all their weaknesses." Calypso replied nonchalantly, "Yeah, exactly as you say." The girl looked up at Grayson. She asked softly, "And who are you again?" Grayson was utterly shocked and cried out, "What?" He shouted in irritation, "Don't play dumb, you don't recognize me." Calypso shrugged and continued casually, "I usually don't remember people who are so unremarkable." Grayson gritted his teeth and barked angrily, "You little brat!" He clenched his fists, his voice trembling. "I should have fixed that finger-biting habit back then." The girl recalled his previous words. "I wonder why you were able to catch the master's eye when you have no flow of water. So that's how it is. Just a useless, troublesome brat." Finally, Calypso remembered. She thought in realization, "This kid!" The little girl fell into deep thought. He was the one from 2 years ago. Calypso watched him as he gritted his teeth in frustration before her. She thought to herself with amusement, but she still couldn't remember his name. Calypso spoke up and asked, "So what do you want from me?" He quickly replied, "You. Do you have any idea what Lord Pier has done? He has been relentlessly destroying manors, and that includes my own home. In the past, Grayson's father had clung to Pier and asked, 'Why are you doing this, my lord?' Despite his blood-covered body, he still dared to ask, 'Is my family's financial aid being cut as well?' Pier replied coldly. 'If it is, then what do you plan to do?' Pier glared at him, enunciating every word. 'Did you think you could touch my daughter and still be left in peace?' Pier spoke coldly. 'You might only belong to a collateral branch of the family, but as a true killer whale, you should know this. A killer whale never lets go of what belongs to them.' He was beyond furious, using water energy to suppress Grayson's father. He glared, his voice bone-chillingly cold. 'Yet you dared to lay a hand on my person.' The man felt as if his throat were being crushed, leaving him unable to breathe. Behind him, his wife and child watched in terror. Young Grayson huddled in his mother's arms as he heard Pier's voice. 'I will give you 1 month, and a small sum for relocation costs.' And he coldly spat out each word. 'Until the day you die, you shall never set foot in Aqua again.' Grayson's father wailed in misery. 'Why do we have to leave?' 'What exactly did we do?' Calypso, hearing Grayson recounting the story, spoke up nonchalantly. 'So what, my father spared your family's lives, and even gave you money. If you still want to live, you'd better get lost right now.' The children around her were terrified by her cold and composed demeanor. Grayson was no exception. He continued, stammering, 'But how could we survive outside Aqua with only that much money?' Calypso frowned, thinking helplessly to herself. What did I just hear? The money that father gave them to leave, what exactly did they spend it on? The little girl sighed, clicked her tongue, and asked, 'So you squandered the relocation money on luxury goods instead?' He raised his voice and snapped back. 'Just a few carriages were clearly not enough to carry all our belongings. And we couldn't just buy any ordinary ones, could we?' When Calypso heard his answer, she was at a loss for words. She could only silently judge them as a bunch of fools. 'Honestly, you're more like carps than killer whales.' A friend from behind stepped forward and patted Grayson's shoulder with a serious face. 'That's enough. Everyone's home was destroyed by Lord Pier, right?' Another kid quickly chimed in. 'Exactly.' Grayson regained his composure and gritted his teeth. 'The reason we gathered here,' another kid jumped in eagerly, "is to teach this brat a lesson she'll never forget." The blue-haired boy said excitedly, "Only we are here to witness this. You aren't even affiliated with the primary academy anymore. So when the council meeting is called, Our testimony alone will be enough to bury you. Another kid added gleefully, and rumors say you've become weak. We've been watching you all this time. They continued, and all you ever do is go back and forth, between your house and the school. The kid said with certainty we've never once seen. You use your hydropower. Who would have guessed? After all these years, you're still stuck in the intermediate level, the 5th year. Someone like you isn't even worth our effort. Calypso thought silently to herself, it's true that I've tried not to attract attention, just as they said. But that's because I still have Icon by my side. I can't afford to draw any unnecessary attention. The little girl sighed, thinking to herself, if they start investigating and tracking my actions regarding this matter, Iki's existence might be exposed. I cannot let things get out of control like last time. Grayson quickly ordered, catch her. One of the kids obeyed and swung a stick toward her. Calypso nimbly dodged it. She ran back silently, thinking that first she would aim for the sticks the kids were holding, and decisively kick them until they broke. She thought she had to destroy their weapons first. This single move of hers completely panicked the kids, shuddering as they looked at her in fear. Seeing the little girl's quick and efficient movements, they couldn't help but be in awe. They cried out as, one by one, the wooden sticks were smashed by her kicks, left lying scattered on the floor. Calypso landed softly while hearing the kids whispering about her near her ears. They picked up the wooden shards and spoke in amazement. How can a 5-year-old kid be this strong? Did you check thoroughly? Why did you say she couldn't use hydropower? The little girl looked toward the door, briefly falling into thought. Dealing with them like this is enough. Time to retreat. I'll have to break a window or a wall. Suddenly, she heard someone calling her my lady. Behind the Dr. Luca and Luba were pounding on it, continuously calling out with all their strength. My lady princess. Are you in there, my lady? The kids in the room began to tremble with fear, hurriedly discussing their options. Hey, what do we do now? At this rate, it will ruin the plan to align our testimonies. Another kid nodded and replied, if the primary academy gets involved, it will become just like a clan meeting, and we will be at a disadvantage. Grayson thought of something and broke into a bizarre smile, then spoke up. No, this is actually to our advantage. He made a shocking statement. We can hold them as hostages. And then, Grayson looked at Calypso and ordered with a smirk, if you don't surrender obediently, we have no other choice but to give them a beating and dump them in the back alley of Aqua. He raised an eyebrow and added, a white whale calf would disappear in a flash. You know, he broke into a bizarre smile. That is the territory of giant white sharks. As Calypso clenched her fists, she thought irritably, what on earth is he talking about? The little girl let out a sharp breath, looking seriously at Grayson as she thought angrily, should I just charge in and erase all the evidence? Another kid hurried to voice their objection. No, I don't want to do that. Grayson suddenly blurted out, what? The boy continued honestly, I only wanted to join in, because I thought I could land a blow on her. Calypso stood watching him, briefly falling into thought. This kid looks familiar. Did he appear there 2 years ago? He said seriously, I never heard anything about dragging other people into this. Grayson shouted irritably, Isaac, just because your family moved away successfully, you're acting like it's none of your business, aren't you? Isaac retorted, that's not what I meant. Calypso finally intervened, that brown-haired kid is right. The little girl saw the kids, all turned to look at her with startled eyes. She continued, the kids out there are different from you. Calypso raised an eyebrow and continued with a bright smile. They are the heirs of the White Whale clan. She spoke up honestly. They sit near the head of the family during clan meetings. Unlike others, if they are even slightly late coming home, no. Isaac continued it with a grave face. The entire territory will be turned upside down. Grayson was furious. He shouted irritably, whose side are you on anyway? Isaac shook his head. No, Calypso let out a sigh, thinking to herself, should I take this chance to evacuate? Luca and Luba. He looked at her while she was catching her breath defensively and asked, what are you doing? The little girl focused all her strength and thought to herself, I can't let those two get hurt again. Then she shouted at the top of her lungs so that the twin brothers outside could hear Luba run. Outside, the two brothers were both shocked and overjoyed because they had finally found the princess. Luca and Luba looked at each other, agreeing on a new plan. They shouted in unison, Princess, cover your ears! Calypso thought in bewilderment, what? The little girl helplessly held her head and sighed, thinking, these two silly brothers, I told them to stay away. Calypso stared at the glass window frame above, calculating the angle for a moment. Outside, the two brothers thought to themselves, did the princess cover her ears yet? Immediately after they heard the sound of breaking glass. Right after that, Calypso somersaulted and jumped out. They cried out in excitement, Princess! There's our princess. There wasn't much time. Calypso ran over, grabbed the brothers' hands, and fled as fast as she could. She urged them, run quickly. Only then did the other kids kick the room door open, shouting irritably, "Damn it!" Grayson hurriedly ordered, "Catch them." Luca looked back at them in fear, then turned to look at Calypso. Seeing her focused on pulling them away from that place, the boy felt a bit moved. "Princess." Luca recalled her appearance. The boy broke into a satisfied smile and thought happily to himself, "It seems she doesn't intend to leave anymore." Luca held that person's hand and smiled joyfully. "I'm so happy." Luba had fallen and couldn't even stand up. But Luba still had to slowly get up after a very painful fall. Seeing this, the pursuers cried out. One of them fell. "This is our chance, hurry up." Turning back, he saw Luca and Calypso coming to help him, but he told everyone, "Run, princess." Seeing this, the little girl hurriedly comforted him to urge him on. "Don't cry anymore. Get up quickly." Luba still hesitated a bit, but he stood up tremblingly and piteously. "But I run so slowly and the injury hurts so much." At that, Calypso reminded him, "Instead of sitting there talking, just get up." The little girl looked back. She didn't know what else to do. "This is bad, even if I can help him up. I still can't carry him. We'll be caught immediately. Damn it. When is this body finally going to grow up?" Looking at these two pitiful brothers, Calypso became even more determined. "I don't want to let this pair of twins get hurt any further." After thinking, the little girl looked down and saw the wound on his leg. The more she thought about it, the more determined Calypso became. She gritted her teeth and leaned down. Then she turned around, preparing for a final showdown. "Should I just burn everything to the ground? Even if I give those bastards a lesson they'll never forget. There's still a chance to fix things later." Unexpectedly at that moment, someone came running quickly toward them. Agent appeared. Without a word, he swooped in, picking up all three children to run elsewhere. Grayson saw this and was in disbelief. "What?" At that moment, Calypso saw her brother and was overjoyed. Agent turned back and smiled at his little sister. Right after that, he smiled boastfully. "I showed up just in time, didn't I? Hey, pretty cool, right?" To his surprise, the little girl angrily shouted, "Put me down first. I can run by myself." While they were running, Ogden asked with a bit of curiosity, "What now? Do we just keep running?" Calypso replied casually, "Those idiots must be busy trying to hide the evidence at the scene." Hearing that, he immediately came up with a scheme of his own. "In that case, we must catch them in the act, so they'll have no way to deny it." Meanwhile, in this peaceful and comfortable room, Lila was leisurely drinking tea, checking on some work at the estate. But while she was drinking, she felt something unusual. She asked, "Why is everything shaking?" The more she thought about it, the more Lila felt like it was an earthquake. The shaking grew stronger and stronger. Just a moment later, a loud noise burst into her room. Lila, along with numerous documents, was sent flying by the impact. Immediately after, she recognized who it was and called out, "Princess." Aqua and the others greeted Lila. "It's been a long time, Ms. Lila." Confused, she asked about the situation. "Princess, what is happening?" Grayson also caught up, panting heavily. "I've finally caught you all." He didn't notice his surroundings and kept hurling insults. "You cunning little brats! This time I'll beat those twins black and blue." Grayson didn't stop there. He even mocked them. "I'll throw them somewhere where no one will ever find them." When he finally looked up, he saw the teacher was fuming. The teacher was there, and this time was different from before. This time the truth was laid bare right before everyone's eyes. We had brought the evidence straight to Lila. Everything was all right because Ruga and Ruba testified honestly about what had happened. Lila repeated back to them, "Those are the testimonies from the victims." She even held Luba while questioning them. "Do the accused students have anything left to say?" Even better, the issue was resolved according to Lila's decision. Lila turned and said, "Fortunately, this matter has been resolved successfully. But from now on," Calypso stammered slightly. "Yes, I understand, I understand." After an hour of listening to the nagging, the little girl was feeling very exhausted. The moment she stepped out, Luca greeted her. "Welcome back, princess." When they saw Calypso stepping out, they joyfully welcomed her back. However, she noticed that his leg was still injured, and she trembled. Calypso stepped forward and asked in confusion, "Why did you use your ultrasonic power?" "I told you to run away quickly." Seeing her reaction, Luca explained, "You're already experienced, but we are still just novices." Luba also chimed in, "So we thought it might have been better for you if we had stepped in." At the same time, they didn't want to cause any trouble for her, which made the little girl very touched. We also didn't want to attract the attention of the adults. When the boys saw that Calypso didn't react at all, they felt uneasy and leaned in to check on her. But immediately after, she raised her hand, making them rejoice. Watching her, Calypso walked over and used both hands to pat their heads appreciatively. "Thank you both so much." Unexpectedly, her tone shifted right afterward, making the two of them tremble. However, she was smiling, but her voice sounded very eerie. "From now on, promise me that you won't get involved in dangerous things anymore." "All right, understood." Seeing this, they obediently replied yes. Safety education is a must. Just as she finished, the little girl turned around and saw her brother standing there looking confused. Agent stepped forward and asked, "Now is it finally my turn?" Seeing that, Calypso waved her hand to call him over. "All right, come here." Agent slowly and gently walked over and knelt down to let the little girl pat his head and praise him. Then he looked up and gave her a bright smile. "Fighting to protect others is really fun, little sister. Let me join in next time too, okay? After all, I'm your #1 subordinate." The next day, after Ruga helped Calypso down from the carriage, he softly called out to the little princess. To her surprise, Ruga suddenly pulled Calypso into a hug. It was very sudden. The little girl called his name in confusion, Ruga. He didn't let go, only saying in a warm, soft voice, "Thank you for protecting me and Ruba today. From now on, we will always watch over and protect you." Ruga then made a promise to Calypso right there. "So please just wait a little longer, until we are strong enough." Hearing those sincere words, the little girl smiled and returned the hug. "All right." Off in the distance, Iki was standing there, completely frozen as he watched the scene. She must have seen him there as she called out for him to come over. She had only just managed to call out his name. He ran over and hugged Calypso tightly. "Iki!" "Me too." While Calypso was hugging Iki, he was still infatuated, repeating, "Me too, me." Meanwhile, the little girl was almost out of breath, thinking she couldn't breathe. But while she was struggling, Calypso remembered what had just happened. Is he trying to imitate what Ruga and I did when we hugged? He remained the same, clinging even tighter to the little girl while constantly crying out, "Me too," hugging Calypso. "Calypso, I want to hug you." Looking at the person who kept hugging her, the little girl realized that Iki was trying to express that he only wanted her to play with him alone. It seems like he's jealous. But suddenly Calypso realized something and thought, "Wait, jealous?" The little girl was delighted to discover this. If that was the case, then this was proof that Ik could feel emotions. When she let go, Calypso smiled and said to him, "That's wonderful, Iki. I feel truly relieved." Seeing the little girl smile, Iki felt happy too. Calypso is smiling, I like seeing that. While Calypso was praising him, someone kicked the door open and walked in. "Iki, are you smiling now?" He walked over step by step but suddenly froze. As for Iki, he was in a very unsightly position that made the man freeze up. Calypso called out, "Father," but he angrily put on his gloves and demanded of the two, "First of all, you two separate, now." However, the little girl still didn't understand anything. "But did I do something wrong?" "Why are you angry, father?" Afterward, the little girl stood down and began to ask, "Now tell me, why do you look so angry?" "What happened?" He said coldly, "Your grandmother called me." Hearing this made Calypso panic. "Grandmother called? What did she say, father?" Then Pier recounted her words. "You useless son. Do you really think I wouldn't know?" "She seems quite satisfied with what you've done. She asked me why I had been so silent all this time, and whether I would consider becoming the heir." But then he said something else that made Calypso furious, clenching his fists. "Of course I refused, Calypso." With no one to stop her, the little girl rushed forward and repeatedly struck Pier, scolding him, "I told you so long ago." Those angry words were more than enough. "Why do you keep pretending not to hear me like this, father? I told you your youngest daughter wants to become the head of the family, father. Now are you trying to become my rival? That's dangerous." Unexpectedly, he picked her up and reminded her, "Sit down first before you start hitting. I will put you on the sofa right now." Calypso spoke up accidentally, letting something slip. "Do you know what happened to me at school? Today, those people were devastated by you." Upon hearing this, Pier's expression darkened as he asked with murderous intent, "What?" He moved closer to check on her. "What did they do to you? Tell me every detail." But Calypso puffed out her cheeks and refused to listen. "I must throw them out of the territory immediately." She refused and scolded him angrily. "No way, I won't tell you anything, father." The next day at the mansion, the servants were preparing food for everyone. Calypso happily walked down to greet them. "Good morning, Lady Misa." The little girl also greeted her cheerfully. "Did you sleep well last night?" Still sleepy, Calypso stretched her arms. I slept very well." Still yawning, she asked, "So how many people died last night?" 3 years later, Calypso was 8 years old. Misa pulled out a chair for her to sit and replied, "It was 5 people, my lady." Hearing this, Calypso asked in surprise, "2 more than 3 days ago. Is he feeling uncomfortable?" But this time, the little girl was somewhat concerned. Yes, he must be feeling anxious. After all, they won't be living much longer anyway. It turned out that 3 days ago, Calypso had encountered an incident. That day, I was able to reach a dramatic agreement with father. The little girl angrily and repeatedly hit Pier, even if it's for revenge. There must be a limit. Seeing this, he tried to soothe her, calm down a bit. But she didn't care, and just looked him straight in the face to continue. More importantly, "Why do you keep pushing yourself so hard when you're sick, father?" Despite that, he remained indifferent, but they were the ones who started it. Unexpectedly, Calypso asked a question. "What will happen if you suddenly pass away to the other world, and I am left all alone?" But Pier didn't answer and just stared at her. "What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that, father?" He gently asked Calypso. "Are you really worried that I might get hurt?" A moment later in this sparkling mansion, Calypso shyly turned away, not wanting to speak. "Isn't it obvious? You are my father, after all." As for him, he continued to gaze affectionately and bashfully toward the little girl. Then Pier leaned down and gently stroked her head. "As a father, I should listen to my daughter, shouldn't I?" And so it turned out that father had promised to only quietly deal with one family per year. Because of that, the Bayan clan and those who were allowed to live longer had been trying their best to assassinate me for the past 3 years. But father is ill, and one day he will die early. They kept thinking that if they could just kill me, then this game would come to an end. However, even though they knew my capabilities well, the reason they still acted so recklessly was because another rumor was spreading around the mansion. Recalling being asked once, "You mean Lady Calypso? Isn't she actually a genius? I heard she has stayed in the 5th year at the Intermediate Academy for 4 years now. And you thought she was a prodigy for skipping grades at such a young age? Perhaps it was just a brief moment of brilliance. It seems she has run out of talent. Don't you think so? I feel pity for Lord Pri, putting so much faith in his daughter like that." Those two brothers smiled and called to the young lady, "It seems you don't like attracting the attention of adults, do you? Except for father and Agent N. So from then until now only, Ruba and Ruga have understood my intentions." When Calypso finished reminiscing, she set down her teacup and said, "The future of the Water Tribe doesn't look very promising." Ilya, confused, questioned the girl back. "Suddenly saying such things? Did I do something wrong?" Seeing this, Calypso felt apologetic. "Oh, I'm sorry." But she acted as usual and smiled. "It's fine. I am just very happy because after 5 years of my constant invitations, you finally agreed to meet me this morning." At that, the little girl didn't know what to do and said, "I apologize for not keeping in touch. I didn't want to stand out unnecessarily." But Ilya replied comfortably, "It's okay. I already guessed your intentions through the children." After hearing that, Calypso smiled proudly and confirmed, "That's right. Speaking of that, I am truly very happy that Ruga and Ruba worked so hard to attract attention, skipping grades to the 5th year of intermediate school after 3 years, ranking top of the class for 3 consecutive years. What lovely darlings." Hearing this, she sipped her tea happily. "As a mother, I am also very proud." At that moment, Ilya asked another question, "But the fact that you came to find me means that—" Unexpectedly, the little girl quickly confirmed, "That's right." Then Calypso confidently told Millia Beluga, "I've come here to give you my answer." Then the girl timidly asked for a small favor, to become the head of the family. Isn't the only way to be appointed as the successor by the current head, or to become strong enough on one's own? And she also confirmed, "That's correct. But there is an even more powerful way, and that is being chosen by the vassals." But Ilya had a few words of advice. Moreover, this choice carries another significance. The declaration cannot be retracted, nor can the chosen heir be changed. After listening for a moment, the little girl cried out, "Wait a minute! So if Lady Calypso fails, we are all finished." At that time, Calypso was very confused and shouted aloud, "Why on earth do you trust and choose me?" Recalling that, Ilya smiled and looked toward the other little girl. Suddenly, Calypso reached out her hand to Millia, then asked her for some hints. "You cannot reveal the 7 families. Who hold the power to choose the head of the house? Because of the golden rule. But you can give me a hint, right?" Upon hearing this, Ilya also quickly confirmed it. "That's right, exactly." The little girl was also delighted and expectant. "So now please give me a hint." Even though Calypso smiled confidently on the outside, "Let me become the head of the family. Sorry to those who wanted me dead, but..." Inside her heart, she thought, "But my time of hiding is over. Now is the time to act." Meanwhile, on the other side, someone was being thrown aside along with a barrage of insults. "You useless brat!" This person fearfully grabbed the leg and begged Bayan, "Just once, please give me one more chance. Just one more time this time." But Agnor didn't care and struck him again. Then he cursed and asked, "Not only did you fail to kill that little brat, but you even dare to talk back to me?" The beatings continued along with the insults. "How dare you, huh? You weakling, you're all talk and no action. You think I'm pathetic too, don't you?" Just as Agnor was about to strike again, he stopped. His hand paused and he looked up. The group of people who had been tied up since earlier were still watching him. A small child who had been watching this brutal scene for a while was now terrified, crying and trembling, calling out, "Mama." Another person, though, not crying out loud, tearfully called, "Mama." Seeing this, Agnor did not relent, asking with murderous intent, "Who should I choose next?" Suddenly, a dark figure loomed behind the window. Outside, the air was filled with sobbing cries. That tall silhouette belonged to Rodison, who was silently standing there observing. He clicked his tongue in anger, frowning with tension as he thought to himself, "Damn it. I can't believe the boy has broken down this much." He recounted that after 4 months of a suspended sentence, Bayan had gradually deteriorated, and now he was completely beyond help. That voice suddenly rang out. It was Bayan. His eyes were full of murderous intent. "What were you doing?" While I was being judged by the family council, Rodison grew tense for a moment, unable to find the words to speak. Bayan seemed to lose patience. "Huh, answer me." The boy had beaten a grown male servant to death. Clearly his strength was increasing by the day. If that was indeed the case, then Rodison immediately looked for a way to improvise. He smiled awkwardly and fawned over him. "Bayan, as your father, I will bring you some new toys, so you can beat or stab them to death without having to suffer any consequences." Rodison stood there in fear as he witnessed the scene before him. If the boy could release his bloodlust on children from other weak beast tribes, perhaps one day he would regain his sanity. Suddenly, a voice calling out broke the atmosphere. "Brother." The two of them arrived together. Hala spoke up cheerfully first. "You're with Bayan again." The beautiful girl had a slightly cold air about her. Next to her was Lyris Ben. Seeing them, Rodison felt a bit flustered and awkward. "What else could I do? As a father, it's only natural to worry." He continued, "We need 10 more. No 15 more children from those small families." Hearing this, Hala immediately replied, "You're bringing back too many children again." Her tone carried a hint of slight reproach. "Didn't you say the boy would be fine? If all his needs were satisfied, well, who would have thought he would use his power like that?" At this moment, Lyris Ben seemed to notice something else and spoke up. "Father," she said. In a sharp, somewhat cold voice, she asked, "How much longer do you intend to abandon my brother like this?" Hearing this, Rodison was very surprised. Tense and breaking into a sweat, he replied hesitantly, "Lyris Ben, you grew up sheltered, so you wouldn't understand. But this is exactly how a killer whale is raised." Lyris Ben looked at Rodison with an expressionless, cold gaze as he continued to explain. "Your brother, he is just being dominated by instinct for a while. He will return to normal soon." She bluntly retorted, "But father, you've been saying that for 5 years now." Lyris Ben spoke again. "If he cannot pull himself together, after all this time and the opportunities given, then wouldn't that just mean that he's turned into trash?" Hearing Lyris Ben's assessment, even the man himself was a bit stunned. She silently looked at the man covered in blood, who had been dealt with by Bayan earlier. In the silence, Ben looked straight at him and uttered words full of intrigue and needs to be disposed of. At another point, a few days later at the Calypso mansion, at this time, the little girl was sitting and enjoying her cream cake, looking utterly astonished. "Is that bastard Bayan dead?" The person sitting opposite Calypso replied, "Yeah, I heard he's dead." He continued, "A very clean death." At that, he leaned toward Calypso with great interest. "Are you happy? The family disgrace is finally dead. Rumor has it his funeral is being held." In contrast to Agent R's reaction, the little girl remained calm, eating her cake while inwardly doubting. Dying at a time like this? It's absurd. Bayan was originally destined to die a few years later. Calypso thought about Bayan, Agent R and Iki as well, but because some things have changed, there is no guarantee that everything will happen exactly as before. Then the little girl posed a question. What was the cause of death? Agent R quickly replied, "They said it was a suicide." Hearing that, Calypso trembled with rage. How the hell could a killer whale ever be so docile? Seeing her like that, he began to whimper. "Oh, my dear sister, if you show your anger like that..." One might have thought Agent R would be afraid, but it turned out he was actually very excited. His eyes lit up brightly. "My heart is fluttering so much it might stop. Spar with me for a match?" he begged her. Calypso picked up the cake knife. With a menacing look, she threatened, "Do you want to be kicked?" "Out!" Terrified Agent R froze instantly. "Don't, I'll be good. Is there anything else you want to know?" Looking back after the family meeting 5 years ago, there was no more news about Bayan. But it wasn't hard to guess what he had been up to. Those who were weaker easily fell into his sights, bullying the helpless, hot-headed, and impulsive. Calypso concluded firmly that more than anything, the reason she didn't believe he committed suicide was, she immediately thought of 2 people. They were Okula and Rodison, Calypso speculated thoughtfully. Just recently, he was still trying his best to salvage Bayan's reputation, and now he has suddenly passed away. The little girl was certain it had to be Lyris Ben. Lyris Ben, the second daughter of Rodison, a cousin who lived a reclusive life, and only in the 3rd life did she reveal her outstanding talent. She recalled the time before, when she first met that mysterious and strange girl. A voice rang out, "Hello? You must be Calypso Aqua, the one returning to the family this time." "Correct." The one who took the initiative to shake hands and greet Calypso back then was none other than Lyris Ben. The girl welcomed her with a cheerful face. "Very nice to meet you." Everything before her eyes had become a wasteland, smoke billowing into the air and houses in ruins. If only I had met you a little sooner. Liraban was covered in blood from her injuries. Unwilling to accept it, she cried out, "If only this defect hadn't held my body back. Then I certainly would have won this match." Liraban, filled with bitterness, gnashed her teeth at the person standing before her. The little girl wondered, could it be because she was a late bloomer? Calypso was also covered in wounds, yet she still appeared steady. Those grand ambitions do not suit someone like you. Calypso recalled that in the final match, Liraban had proven to be the most formidable opponent. Beside Hela Russo, she was a master of cunning tricks and political schemes. Her combat skills far exceeded the rumors people told. The two of them were indeed a suspicious pair. Now she has appeared earlier than in her previous life. Liris Ben is not someone to be underestimated, Calypso affirmed with certainty. After a moment of being lost in thought, the little girl returned to reality and asked when the funeral would take place. Agent R replied, "It starts today. The burial will be in 3 days." Hearing this, the little girl stepped down from her chair. "Good, that is plenty of time," he asked back in confusion. "Where are you going?" "Let me come with you." At another massive palace belonging to Rodison's family, inside the palace at this moment, Hela and Liris Ben were sitting opposite each other. She took the initiative to ask the girl with a calm expression, "Why did you kill him?" Liris Ben replied immediately, "I think that now is the best time to eliminate him." Furthermore, she uttered a very cold-hearted remark, alluding to that matter. "Late-blooming geniuses will attract even more attention." "Will they not?" Liris Ben asserted. "I believe, Mother, you had the same thought as I did when looking at Brother. Even now, it seems your thoughts haven't changed at all." She began to explain the upcoming response strategy. "If they hold me accountable for assassinating the heir they supported, then I will prove my own worth during the funeral. It won't be too late to make a decision then." Neither of them spoke a word. The atmosphere fell silent once again. Then Hela placed her teacup on the table. Finally, she spoke. "All right." Liraban sat there in tension, clenching her hands tightly. Then she decided to take her leave. At last, Liraban held the hem of her skirt and bowed gently to Hela. "I will see you at the ceremony, Mother," she thought to herself, feeling secretly delighted. Finally, that moment was almost here. During the funeral, if I can demonstrate my abilities, then I too can be loved. A moment later, Liraban left the room. She walked alone down the palace corridor. Suddenly, there was a noisy whispering ahead. They saw Liraban and called out, "There she is." It was the two siblings, Asian and Calypso. The little girl greeted her warmly. "Hello, Liris Ben." Calypso maintained a cheerful attitude and continued to speak first. "This is the first time we've met privately. Isn't it I've always wondered when I should talk to you?" Seeing this, Liraban felt a bit confused. She questioned back, "You wanted to talk to me?" The little girl quickly replied, "Mm-hmm," while secretly observing her. Calypso thought, "I never would have expected that you would actually kill him." Liraban remained wary with a puzzled face. "I don't know what you're talking about." The girl fell silent but kept her cheerful demeanor. Unable to wait any longer, Calypso stepped forward and took the initiative. Both of their expressions changed. "Stop playing dumb. You know exactly what I mean." The girl asked, "You killed Bayan, didn't you?" Upon hearing Calypso's question, Liraban's face showed a hint of surprise. The girl gave Liraban a compliment. "You look very beautiful. Your voice is sweet. And you're a good actor, too." She thought to herself, "Are we not done yet?" Calypso continued, and the little girl assessed Liraban's abilities. "You are very strong." Calypso smirked inwardly. "I am quite familiar with situations like this." The little girl turned to face Ban with a confident look. "You are suffering from the same disease as our father," mentioning that Calypso also wondered in her heart. "In my previous life, I once thought about this. If Ban had shown her strength when she was a child, how would our war have ended?" Levi, with arms full of books and papers, spoke in an irritated, reproachful voice. "Stop talking about those horrible things. Why do you keep talking about dead people? It's like some obsessed ex-lover." "An ex-lover?" Calypso, lying below, simply replied, "It's just that since I won, I'm curious." She placed her hand on her forehead, tilted her head, and spoke. Liraban revealed her power at the age of 5 or 6, making everyone change their view of her. She had forced herself into countless battles. The little girl had probably thought quite a lot about this. If she had consolidated her position as heir early on, then perhaps she could have fought me in a better state. To put it simply, by the third battle, Liraban's strength was already exhausted. In the present time, Calypso realized that this time, Liraban had started acting much earlier, so she has probably become stronger than what I remembered. Nevertheless, the little girl was still very happy, thinking positively. "Even so, she is still no match for me." Calypso smiled warmly. "Today I just wanted to say hello." Then both she and Asian turned to leave, leaving Liraban standing there alone. She is so smart. She must be curious about the purpose of this visit. Calypso silently analyzed. The typical symptoms of the disease that Father and Leary Ban suffer from are, even if one possesses extraordinary power, the number of times that power can be used is limited, and once all those uses are spent, the patient may die instantly, or fall into a vegetative state. She seemed lost in her own thoughts. However, this incurable disease could still be cured. It's just that they still haven't found the cure. Perhaps it's quite difficult to find a treatment. At this moment, outside the palace, the two of them were walking together. Agent followed along, his curiosity never ending. Did Lily Ben really kill Bayan, huh? Why are you so quiet? Seeing that Calypso didn't bother to answer, he continued to ramble on beside her. Come on, just answer me. Is Lily Ben really that strong? I thought I was going to fight her. So why did you turn back without doing anything? After a series of inquisitive questions from Aegon, the little girl decided to confirm, Lily Ben killed him. Aegon was overjoyed. You finally answered. Afraid the little girl would find him a nuisance, he explained sincerely. I mean, it's a good thing that Bayan died, but I never thought he'd be killed by Lily Ben. Calypso Ben replied. She is very strong. You must have felt it too. The little girl stated with certainty. If Lily Ben uses her whole life to fight, almost no one can stop her. Hearing that, Aegon was extremely surprised and shouted, What? Calypso helplessly reminded him, You're being too loud. She looked at him awkwardly and asked, Why are you so shocked? Aegon explained flusteredly. How could I have known she was that strong? I've never fought her before. Then he put his hand to his chin, thinking deeply. So the thing about her having an incurable disease was a lie. Calypso replied calmly, No, she really is ill. Recalling the time when the two of them fought each other, Lily Ben had once mentioned, Why do you think those who are ill should just give up and die? How ridiculous. Calypso realized that, if they have a strong purpose and a powerful will to live, they can defeat death. Suddenly, Aegon turned to the little girl and asked, And can you defeat her? As if hearing something preposterous, Calypso's face tightened as she smirked with absolute confidence. What do you think? At her reaction, he was filled with profound admiration. His eyes lit up instantly. But Agent R still hadn't given up on his intention. He continued to offer happily. So you mean you can win? Then duel with me? Calypso seemed to lose her patience. Let's go see Iki now. Inside the palace, Agent R's pleading voice kept echoing. Fight me, please, I'm begging you. As Calypso walked, she shouted at him in helpless annoyance. Stop it, I'm serious. If you don't... Before she could finish her sentence, the girl opened the door and saw him right in front of her. Iki, I told you not to wait in front of the door. Calypso was secretly worried. He had almost gotten hurt. Iki just called out, Calypso. When Iki saw her, he was immediately excited. He spread his arms wide, wanting to hug Calypso. The girl replied, Yeah, let's go inside. As soon as she stepped inside and looked around, Calypso asked, Where is Father? Iki innocently replied, He went out. The girl smiled brightly. She adjusted Iki's scarf with her hand and suggested, I wonder where he went. Do you want to wait for him by the window? Meanwhile, Agent R stood in a corner, quietly observing the two of them. He thought to himself, Little sister, as long as he's with you, that kid will agree to anything. The master is away, the kid doesn't care at all. That's what I've observed, and concluded over the past 5 years. A moment later, Iki lay obediently on Calypso's lap. The girl affectionately stroked him. 3 years ago, Iki's language skills had improved a lot. Compared to living next to such a silent father, it was already a significant step forward. Seeing him so happy, Calypso was also happy for him. Deep down, since that day I've focused on helping. Iki learned about emotions. Iki spoke up, Calypso laughed like. Teaching him about emotions was going quite smoothly. Iki loved following the girl, just like the imprinting of a duckling, following the first thing it sees. Perhaps he already sees me as his mother. But there is still one thing that bothers me. It is something quite bad and horrific. Iki cannot leave this mansion. Calypso recalled P's previous words. Being imprisoned in a place designed to kill you, and being in a place you believe is safe with people you can trust, are of course completely different. The little girl thought to herself, Father has been trying to help me resolve this deadlock. Iki also once placed his trust in Calypso. You need to help the Dragon Duke. I'm counting on you. She kept repeating what Tut had said. After being lost in thought for a while, suddenly Calypso's hand gently rested on his soft hair. Iki looked up at her blankly as she promised, Don't worry, Iki. I will definitely bring you back to Tut. I'm certain both you and Tut can live in freedom. Suddenly there was the sound of a door opening. Someone was walking in. The man's voice rang out, There you are. Seeing him, Calypso joyfully asked immediately, Where did you go, Father? Bayan replied, I just went down to the mansion's basement. We have discovered another spy. Seeing the Dragon Duke, Calypso remarked, Then we must take proper care of him. Also at another place, right now in the basement. The crocodile kin was in the process of hypnotizing the other person who was a spy. P quickly approached and hugged Calypso. Icky sat there dazed, looking at her and thinking to himself, if I return, I will have to leave Calypso. He felt a sharp pain. Why do I look at Calypso like that? Icky's inner self was in conflict. I want to see my people again. But why do I have to leave Calypso? He asked himself, his heart filled with longing. If I could remove all the barriers between us, could I stay with Calypso? Forever. Agent R quickly noticed and reminded Icky, you've truly lost your mind. She saw his resentful expression. He didn't even care about what she said. He was helpless. You won't even look at me. Even while I am speaking, Agent R subtly reminded him and told him, girls don't like being stalked obsessively. As if hitting Icky's weak spot. He asked in confusion, is that bad then? Agent R replied awkwardly, of course. What if one day your sister has a boyfriend? Seeing his stubborn and dissatisfied attitude, he felt bewildered. Why are you looking at me like that? Whatever. Looking at Icky like that, Agent R gave up and thought, good luck, little sister. You cannot beat someone who refuses to listen. Meanwhile, on Calypso's side, the little girl proactively asked Pierre, has father heard this news about Bayan? He replied, yes. And in 3 days we will have to attend the funeral. Hearing that, Calypso happily hugged him tightly. Good, very good. Then we have plenty of time, she said while hugging P. But she could not hide her smug expression. As she sent a message, Larry Ben, I am truly sorry. But I will break your wings in just a moment. 3 days later, on the day of Bayan's funeral, everyone was dressed in black to attend the funeral. At this moment inside the church, everyone was shocked to see something before them. It was none other than Calypso's family. Not far behind them, someone was quietly observing them. A man whose appearance was almost identical to Bayan, except for the red eyes, it was Atlan. The three of them slowly walked inside together. While walking suddenly, Agent R bowed his head towards Calypso. He whispered, hey, little sister. You noticed that stare too, didn't you? It is my brother. The girl immediately cut him off. I know, but I do not understand. Why he is suddenly looking at us like that? That person is Atlan Aquasierdel, my second brother. He is known for being hot-tempered and violent. Suddenly, Pierre spoke up, I will take away. He stroked Calypso's face and carefully advised, if anyone causes trouble for you, then remember to tell me later. The little girl spoke to him in a daze. Faye smiled as he looked at Calypso. I am happy to handle it exactly the way you want. Then he turned to leave, leaving the two of them there. Agent R spoke up in confusion. I just can't understand it anymore. Why Master has become like this? The little girl replied, everyone changes eventually. Suddenly there were whispering sounds. Some words reached Calypso's ears. She's so bold. She dares to walk in so blatantly like that. Everyone around was looking at the two of them with judgmental eyes. Ridiculous. How could she with Lord P? Backing her up, she acts like she's so noble. If it wasn't for her Lord Bayan, I am certain that even that verdict was the result of a sinister plan, hasn't she? Been unusually quiet lately. Suddenly, from afar, there was a thudding sound of footsteps running towards the little girl. In a flash, there was a clumsy crashing sound as someone fell onto the floor. A boy cried out in pain. Then Agent R became flustered. As he reached out to help, the boy flinched. Oh no, Calypso felt awkward as well. It seems Agent R startled you. Are you okay? The boy spoke up. That is why I said not to stand too close behind the ladies. Nearby was Luba. In front were two blonde twin boys. They looked very bright. They were Luca and Luba, 12 years old. Luca put his arm around Luba's shoulder and teased the lady. Luba is a fool. He always forgets, Luba replied irritably. Did you just call your younger brother a fool? The reserve Dubas have arrived too. Seeing that the girl also joined in teasing the two brothers, the reserve Dubas are here as well. Come on now. The two of them shouted in unison. It's Luca and Luba. Then Calypso said happily, I'm so happy to see you two studying hard. Keep up the good work. Luca immediately teased the young lady. You talk just like a grandmother. They were chatting happily, when they suddenly felt a cold aura emanating nearby. The little girl glanced at the person standing in front of Calypso. It was Atlan, his red eyes glaring resentfully at her. Move aside. The three of them looked at each other in silence. The girl silently realized that she could hear his inner thoughts. It was Agent R's inner voice, wishing for her to take him down. Take him down, Calypso thought to herself. If Atlan had acted like this before, I would have personally let him. Admire my fists. However, I am much more merciful now than I was before. The girl assessed herself. Furthermore, to be honest, thinking it over, Atlan does not exist in the future that I am aiming for. Then her expression changed. Calypso smirked provocatively. Move aside. Why should I do that? She thought, but that didn't mean she would let him off the hook. Calypso boldly confronted Atlan directly. There are plenty of other places to go. What is wrong with you? Hearing that, he felt a surge of agitation in his heart. His fists clenched tight. Seeing this, the girl immediately taunted him. Are you going to hit me? Calypso looked at Atlan with bright, defiant eyes and provoked him. Go ahead, hit me if you have the guts. Atlan's face looked like it was about to explode, filled with a heavy, murderous intent. Calypso was a bit surprised. Why did his magic power just vanish? Atlan didn't say another word. He turned away in silence and left. Just listening to his footsteps was enough to feel the suppressed rage within him. Watching that figure walk away, Agent R curiously whispered to the girl, "What is going on? Why didn't he attack?" Calypso was also confused. Who knows? At the outer part of the palace, which had an ancient feel, Okula stood on the podium. "I solemnly declare, the reason we are gathered here today is for Ba'Ian Aquazir Del." Everyone listened intently. She continued, "The sea beast tribe does not worship any specific god. To them, what is more sacred is the source of life, the ocean. Only those who pass away naturally, or sacrifice themselves in an honorable battle, can return to the sea after death. Therefore today, we will say farewell to the warrior, who returns forever to the embrace of the ocean." Around the casket were decorated branches of whale lavender, assassin Ba'Ian Aquazir, funeral ceremony. This is the recognition that Ba'Ian sacrificed himself like a true warrior. Suddenly a small hand was raised. "Grandmother, I have something to say." Lady Okula agreed. "Very well, little one. Today I am willing to listen to you, but if what you say is all nonsense, you will have to take responsibility for it." The little girl quickly replied, "Of course, grandmother." With her hand still raised and a bright expression, Calypso spoke up. "Even though this is a solemn ceremony, I still must say this." Seeing her like that reminded the old lady of the past. "You look exactly like the first day you debuted before the clan council 5 years ago." Calypso was pleased to see Okula's attitude, thinking to herself, "That's right, grandmother. You will come to like me more and more, because by the time I surpass you, I will have become the perfect heir, just as you expect." Then the little girl continued, "Grandmother, the reason we are at this funeral is to honor a warrior who made a noble sacrifice." Calypso did not beat around the bush and went straight to the point. "But if Ba'Ian's death was not honorable like that, wouldn't that take away the meaning of this funeral?" Everyone in the room was in an uproar. Rodison sprang up in anger. What are you talking about?" It was easy to see that this funeral was intended to be Larry Ben's debut stage. The winner of the duel, man-to-man against Short Aquatic. Calypso noted that in her past life the opponent was Short, but she was the type of person who didn't mind trampling on the grave of her own brother to show herself off. When Calypso spoke up bluntly, Ba'Ian Aquazir Del was murdered. His death was not honorable at all, so there is no reason to hold such a solemn ceremony. Okula's expression remained unchanged. She calmly asked the little girl, "Do you have proof?" Calypso quickly replied, "I do." Then she presented a blue glass vial in her hand. "This is a vial of blue coral poison." Calypso had carefully investigated beforehand. "I found it in the trash pile that the attendants threw away. After asking around, I found out that the trash was cleared from Bayan's room. It seems you were the one who ordered it to be thrown away, Uncle." Suddenly, Agent R leaned into Calypso's ear and whispered, "When did you discover all of that?" The girl confidently replied, "Nothing is impossible." Suddenly a voice rang out, "I object." This time the one speaking up was none other than Larry Ben. "I do as well. Please forgive the interruption of this solemn ceremony, grandmother, but I cannot remain silent while people tarnish the honor of my brother." Hala sat in a corner, silently watching the unfolding events. Ba'Ian Aquazir Del, my elder brother, truly took his own life after losing the duel, because I am the one who defeated him. Larry Ben placed his hand on his chest and boldly declared. Okula was still not convinced. "The boy might be a bit slow, but I still don't believe you could have defeated him. You will need to prove your strength." Immediately, a great light emanated from her body. Without anyone noticing, Calypso was already in Bay's arms. She spoke up and remarked, "Father, isn't that girl exceptionally brilliant?" He simply replied, "Not necessarily." Calypso wondered, why is that? Bay turned down to look at his daughter. "Because the #1 genius I know is standing right here. So what else is there to surprise me?" "You're too biased." Seeing that the girl gave a wry smile, "You're too biased." Calypso happily accepted it anyway. "I don't mind carrying that bias with me forever." After witnessing Larry Ben's power, Okula acknowledged, "Interesting. I am not curious about the reason why you hid your true strength, but you have clearly proven that you are stronger than Bayan." The girl politely thanked her for the trust. Lily Ben quickly returned to the main topic. "What I want to say is, with this kind of power, there is no reason for me to resort to poison." The sound of people whispering rose up. "That's true if one can win by raw strength. There is no reason to use such things." She turned to look towards Calypso. "More importantly, if you want to make an accusation, Calypso needs to prove one more thing. That is whether the vial was truly taken from my brother's room, or provide a witness." A mysterious person behind was tracking the attendant. Hearing this, Calypso thought to herself, "Even if there were a witness, I wouldn't bring them out." The little girl had her own plan from the start. From the beginning, the poison was just a bait. Suddenly, someone asked Larry Ben, "That's great then. We just need to perform an autopsy on Ba'Ian's body." Right. Hearing that, she suddenly froze. Larry Ben did not answer. Her gaze became pensive. She thought to herself, if it's grandmother, she'll know just by looking. Okula still showed no emotion. Would the duel between Bayan and Liribang, was it truly a fair fight? She questioned the circumstances of Ba Ian's death, or was it just a meaningless murder, committed by continuing the attack after the opponent had already surrendered? Lily Ben cast a resentful gaze, full of hostility toward Calypso. The little girl, on the other hand, looked completely confident. Recalling the past, I cannot reveal anything about the 7 clans with the power to choose the head of the family, because of the golden rule. But at least I can give a hint, right? Oh, Ilya asked back with interest. Very well. Then tell me, which family has the most eyes and ears in the mansion? Could it be the ones everyone ignores? The herring tribe. They are not only close to other species, but also have an outstanding reproduction rate. Furthermore, their absolute loyalty makes them the most popular choice to be servants. Delving deeper into their nature, the herring tribe may look weak, but they possess telepathic abilities. If both parties agree, they can exchange any information. Calypso wondered while picking out clothes. That's amazing. So how far does your influence reach? Someone chimed in. Dean is actually very famous. She modestly replied, not at all. Dean smiled shyly. I only stay in contact with my brother, and he is the heir to the herring clan. Calypso recounted. I met Dean through an unexpected connection. The little girl listened intently to the blonde man's story. I heard from my younger sisters. They said that if I follow you, even for a weak beast tribe like ours, I could live without a single worry. Calypso thought to herself. I have successfully brought the herring clan over to my side. Faster than expected. Their eyes and ears are now weapons for the succession war. She observed that losing one's life is common in the struggle for succession, because infighting and scheming are permitted. Even the main figure, Rodison, was dissatisfied with the girl. No one acknowledges their existence, even though they play a pivotal role. Even Hala, despite her poised and noble appearance, is someone who exploits the special abilities of the beast tribe. Calypso was satisfied. That helped ensure all the information, collected by the herring tribe, could reach my ears with absolutely no effort. Calypso quietly asked the mysterious person, Did you witness Ba'ian's death? She immediately replied, Yes. She stammered, unable to stand steady, her voice trembling. Around midnight, a scream echoed through the hallway. It was Ba'ian. He was clutching one arm while the other was injured. Covered in blood, he couldn't even keep his footing. Don't kill me. I already admitted defeat. Ba'ian limped while desperately trying to flee. The woman recounted that Larry Ben had stabbed him from behind. Calypso was confident. The information she obtained this way had become a weapon for her. Just like now, the girl cheerfully explained, if it were a duel of honor, as Larry Ben stated, then there should be no poison in Ba'ian's body, and no wounds on his back. After a period of debating and back-and-forth arguments, Okula remained very calm while listening. Then she suddenly broke into a thin smile. It has been 25 years since the last time I personally turned over a corpse. This shocked Rodison, who quickly spoke up to protest. Mother, silence. Ignoring his words, she turned sharply and snapped, Silence. You have no right to speak, Rodison. Immediately afterward, Okula went personally to Ba'ian's coffin to verify the claims. She sat for a moment observing. Okula turned Ba'ian's body over to inspect it and discovered 3 wounds on his back. Suddenly, Okula called out, Larry Ben Aqua. Hearing her name, the girl jumped in surprise. She stared at Larry Ben with eyes full of murderous intent, growled in a warning tone, How dare you humiliate me? And do things like this? Suddenly, the surrounding atmosphere gradually grew colder. The wind howled fiercely. Perhaps it came from her power. Be quickly created. A protective barrier. Calypso spoke up innocently. Grandmother is just pretending to be angry, right? He only responded gently, That's right. Be continued. If Mother were truly angry, that brat wouldn't even be able to survive. It might be because she favored Larry Ben for his strength. At that moment, the girl's entire body seemed to collapse. Her legs could no longer support her. Her whole body trembled with fear. Okula suddenly lunged toward her, shouting, Larry Ben! Sensing that the situation was bad, Hala spoke up. I'm sorry, it's all my fault, but I swear we never intended to deceive you. Mother, this place was supposed to be where the entire truth is unveiled. Her face darkened with rage. Are you saying that you have been deceiving me all this time? Hala desperately tried to defend and protect Larry Ben. No, Mother. In truth, my daughter's battle was actually intended to punish my son for bringing disgrace upon the killer whale family. She recounted how for the past 5 years, my son has secretly brought back children from various beast tribes and repeatedly tortured them brutally to death. Is he still alive? Do you think I look that stupid? Hearing this, even Calypso was surprised and thought to herself, Are you distorting the truth like that? Then Hala continued speaking. I also have a witness. She immediately called out loudly, "Aquin Nevera!" He jumped in absolute shock. Hala exposed him. He is the one who kidnapped those children and brought them to my son. He was utterly shocked to be singled out. "Nevera, you swore on your children's honor that you would tell the truth, so now reveal the truth as promised." Nevera hesitated. Hala lost her patience and shouted, "Hurry up!" He admitted that everything Hala said was true. "I kidnapped children around 3 or 4 years old and brought them to Ian." Everyone began to stir and whisper in commotion. Hala took over the story, claiming that when Larry Ben won, he feared that the truth about his collusion with Ian would be exposed. Therefore, he stabbed him several times in the back to kill Ian, and he promised to cooperate with us and confess to everything. Am I right? Nevera struggled to admit yes, exactly. It's all lies. A classic example of cutting off the tail to save the head. Calypso felt disgruntled. He will eventually meet the same end anyway. Hala tried her best to persuade Okula, "Mother, my daughter wanted to prevent this tragedy. But because she is still young and naive, she couldn't express her thoughts clearly. Once again, I apologize to you on her behalf." Calypso grumpily hugged B tight and observed, "Perhaps she will only punish them lightly and end everything here. Unless there is a justified reason, grandmother won't kill someone as exceptionally talented as that." He exclaimed, "You understand your grandmother so well even at this age, don't you?" Inside the girl's mind at this moment, thinking back, grandmother, who follows the rule that only the strong can survive, has quite vague standards for selecting the 8 families. 7 families are promised generous rewards if they can select a successor. Calypso wondered, what is the reason a tiny family like Herring is included on that list? A moment later, there were whispers and murmurs among the crowd below. "Oh, my, just thinking about them tossing the dead man's coffin like that. The master has already been provoked by us. Nothing can be done." That's right. Since Larry Ben didn't suffer any disaster, isn't that already a good outcome? Calypso looked sad and a bit disappointed. As expected, grandmother did not severely punish Larry Ben. She stood as a shield in front of Calypso, staring straight ahead with wide eyes. But Lirisben's debut stage had been completely ruined, though that alone was enough to satisfy her. "Father, Agent L, let's go." Bobby silently observed Calypso when he suddenly gave a serious warning. "I am always aware of your location, so if you encounter any danger, just call me whenever you need, okay?" The girl felt awkward. "Father, I'm already 8 years old. I can handle all problems myself. Don't worry." At this moment, there were only Lirisben and Calypso. Lirisben turned her head and took the initiative to ask the girl, "You were the one who planned all of this, right, Calypso Aqua?" She replied nonchalantly, but with a mocking tone, "I thought you would have fought back more fiercely, but I truly didn't expect this." Then Calypso continued, "I should be grateful to you. I didn't like that Ian person either." Lirisben listened to the girl's words with bitterness. "I wonder if Ian would be grateful to me for this. After all, I revealed the truth about his death." She questioned back, "How could you have known about that? Just how much have you actually thought about it?" Calypso smiled with amusement. "Lirisben, if you say that, your true schemes will be exposed." The girl spoke provocatively. "In situations like this, you should be thick-skinned and act as if you still have a hidden trump card." Calypso silently assessed her. "Lirisben is still young, but a precious talent. Like her cannot die easily. I learned this lesson the hard way in my previous life." The girl remembered the battle from then. If she hadn't lost her power in the struggle for succession rights, we could have easily won the war against the Beastmen on the surface. So in this life, we must focus on preserving her talent as much as possible. Calypso continued, "You must have many questions for me right now." The little girl now seemed to be in control, completely overwhelming even Lirisben. "How did I know about your debut intentions? When did I start this plan? And most importantly, how did I discover my sister's illness?" Calypso got straight to the point. "You want to be the head of the family, don't you?" Then she giggled with amusement. "But you can't possibly defeat me." Lirisben flared up upon hearing that. "Stop joking. It's true that you are stronger than me, but that doesn't mean I am completely helpless. You know that, right?" Seeing her reaction, Calypso mocked. "Yes, this is more like you. Even in the past, you would rather choose death than submit to me." Calypso assessed, "This girl only succumbs when faced with overwhelming power, just like what happened earlier." The little girl broke into a cheerful smile, boldly demanding Lirisben submit to me. Lirisben clenched her fists in fierce opposition. "You may be stronger than me. However, if that's all, it doesn't mean I will follow you." Suddenly, Lirisben's eyes narrowed, as if unable to believe what she was witnessing. She didn't expect that. With just a few light swings of her arm, Calypso could punch through a large area of the ground. Lirisben was truly terrified by the little girl. Calypso's tone was no longer cheerful but filled with bloodlust. "Fine. This time let me rephrase my question more clearly." Calypso looked at her with cold eyes. curling her lips in amusement. "Come under my command or die." Lirisben could no longer stand and fell to the ground, her mouth agape in horror. The two of them locked eyes, neither speaking a word. Seeing her so terrified, Calypso teased her silently. "It's not like I'm actually going to kill her, but it's true that I'm planning to defeat Lirisben." The little girl looked at the woman before her and recalled the past. "The thing I regretted most in my past life was not having Lirisben by my side." There must have been some questions as to why out of everyone she chose Lirisben. Indeed, Agent L was dissatisfied. He kept complaining. "Why Lirisben and not me?" The girl silently explained that she had her own reasons. In the previous story, a hand reached out. "Welcome back, Calypso." In the third round, when she almost died and returned, only Lirisben was there to welcome her. The two of them had spent time together. Lirisben was the one who spoke first, considering everything. "Shouldn't we call each other friends?" Calypso felt that because of Lirisben she could remember normal days on Earth, even if only for a short while. She wondered to herself sometimes. She even asked herself, if I had a normal friend, would they be like her? But alas, everything did not turn out as well as she hoped. Lirisben's attitude at that time was completely different. "Do you really believe that?" With her mouth full of syrup, she smirked at Calypso. "I was just using you, you fool." As everything passed by, her heart felt heavier. Those shoes were stained with streaks of syrup. That moment was probably etched deep in her memory. Calypso truly felt a sense of regret. "Even though she had mocked me like that, I still sincerely regretted her death." Back to reality. Lirisben wouldn't yield, she kept refusing. "I'm not crazy. Why should I take your side?" Calypso focused on Lirisben's issue. "Don't you want to be cured?" The girl still tried to persuade her. "Come on, Lirisben. Use that clever head of yours to calculate. If you come with me, maybe you won't become the head of the family, but you get to keep living." Calypso beamed a bright smile while painting a picture of the future. "And you can enjoy your life without having to worry about your illness." The little girl silently recalled, "That day was the first time I saw such a strong desire to live in her eyes." "Do you think I don't want to live?" But living a life, being forgotten by everyone, is much more terrifying. During that time, I wanted to see her wish fulfilled. Confused, Lirisben asked back, "If so, why bother recruiting someone as flawed as me? There is no shortage of people healthier and stronger than me." Calypso gave a casual, relaxed laugh. "No need to say much about how I feel, because I think you'll like my plan." She was puzzled. Plan? Seeing this, Calypso explained, "Lirisben, if we fight each other, it will only benefit grandmother. Meeting our parents' expectations and becoming the successor is fine. But what happens after that?" Lirisben felt a slight unease in her heart. Her hands tightly gripped the hem of her skirt. "Enough talk, what is your plan?" Waiting for this exact moment, Calypso smiled gently with full confidence. The girl boldly declared, "I will take grandmother down." Hearing this, Lirisben was completely stunned. She asked again, "What? Do you really think that's possible?" Compared to Lirisben's reaction, the little girl simply replied cheerfully, "Why not?" leaving her speechless. On another note, the sound of the carriage echoed steadily on the road. Inside the carriage were Lirisben and Hala. She sat in silence as Hala spoke. "You said you would prove your ability during the funeral." She continued without looking at Lirisben. "I think the fact that I protected you is already the clearest answer. Your father saw your power and accepted it." Then Hala delivered a cold, chilling remark. "He may not be like your flaw." But it didn't help at all. Hearing those cold remarks from her, she immediately recalled Calypso's previous proposal. "Join my side, Lirisben. Let's cure your illness and take down grandmother. Think carefully about my offer." Lirisben didn't reply to her. They just sat in silence. A week later at the magnificent palace, P started a conversation with a remark. "You seem to be in a good mood." Calypso sat happily reading the newspaper in her hand and replied, "Of course. Today is one of those rare, wonderful days." Curious, he asked again, "Did something happen?" The little girl didn't hesitate to share. "One of my wishes has come true." Calypso recounted that this morning, Lirisben's probation period had ended, and I've received a reply to my proposal. The girl couldn't hide her excitement. After reading the letter, "I am truly happy with the content of the answer, because I have a new subordinate." Suddenly, Calypso reached out both hands toward P and suggested, "Father, hold me." The girl worriedly thought to herself, "And now I also need to get Father's answer." Calypso sought a way to convince him. "I have something very important to discuss." "I need your answer today." P grumbled miserably. "Why are you talking while pinching my cheeks?" Then Calypso sat still and asked P, "Father, have you ever thought about wanting to live longer?" Sunlight streamed into every corner of the room. A heavy silence enveloped the surroundings. Suddenly his eyes narrowed as he spoke softly. "Of course, every single day." P took the little girl's hands, resting on his face, and continued, "Ever since I met you." Seeing his reaction, Calypso was truly happy and satisfied. "That's a relief. Now I can feel at ease saving you." A moment later, outside, darkness had fallen. The moonlight shone through each window. As Calypso was carrying her bag, P suddenly spoke up. "I know what you are worried about, but don't overthink it." He gently reassured the little girl. "The power used to eliminate the clan's branches won't affect you." Calypso replied with a touch of sass. "Father, you're truly sharp. Anyway, since I'm not hiding anymore, you should also take care of your power too, Father," Pi repeated. "Didn't you already prove that clearly? When you shattered the ground last week." The girl looked awkward. "Father, you don't have to be so blunt about it." Back to the main point. Pi cleared his throat and asked back, "So if you're not hiding anymore, what do you plan to do now?" Hearing that, the girl smiled. In her heart, Calypso was silently thinking of a way to cure her father. Strictly speaking, the person who can save her father hasn't appeared yet. Perhaps it's some mysterious boy. But that matter is now finished. And then, Calypso, holding her bag straps poised and ready, cheerfully replied, "I'm waiting for someone." Gentle sunlight fell upon the palace. Inside the ancient corridor, a hand touched a teacup. "Do we really have to meet like this?" Lyris-Ben lifted it slightly to take a sip. Calypso was confident. Finally, Lyris-Ben had become her subordinate. She dropped in a sugar cube and asked, "You weren't followed, were you?" Upon hearing the question, she replied, "No, I wasn't." The two of them continued to chat. "We've also checked our side. Indeed, there's no one." "Are you doubting my skills now?" The girl responded, "It's not doubt. I just don't think you fully understand how many special skills the masters of the water tribe have. Especially," Lyris-Ben sarcastically remarked, "You really are something, aren't you?" The girl ignored it and asked, "So what is the purpose of this meeting?" "You will continue to pretend to be a candidate for succession." "I don't quite understand," the girl asked back with wide eyes. "Do you mean I still have to act as if I haven't given up on the top position?" And she quickly received a response, "Exactly," setting down the teacup. "Lyris-Ben, I must admit to deceive my grandmother and mother." "Exactly, as expected, you really are sharp," Calypso replied directly without hesitation. "I like that." Inwardly, she knew Helia's ambition was too great. She was an experienced person, with a deep understanding of the diverse powers of the water people. And as a member of a side branch of the clan, someone who could use hydraulic power, if she had been born into the main line, she would have become a formidable opponent. Of course, I have no intention of facing her head-on, right now. That is why Lyris-Ben needs to keep Helia's attention. Realizing the difficulty of the task, Lyris-Ben asked skeptically, "Do you really think I can take grandmother down while she is at her peak?" Hearing that, Calypso replied, "You're suspicious. Honestly, that's why I like you." Feeling annoyed, Lyris-Ben snapped back, "Why do you act like you know me so well?" The little girl's hand paused, "Because I want us to get along." She didn't understand and wondered what that meant. Then Calypso hit a sore spot. "You don't have any friends your own age, right?" Afraid of being embarrassed, Lyris-Ben had to pretend who needs friends anyway. Having the upper hand, the little girl gestured with her hands. "Let's see, even your brother has friends. Yet you are just a loner." This made her cry out. "Who are you calling a loner? Stop teasing." Calypso remarked, "Fine. You can be friends with me." Then burst out laughing. Lyris-Ben was speechless and just pouted, then firmly refused. "I don't make friends with people who stalk me. If you're done talking, then I'm leaving," she said, springing to her feet. After only a few steps, the little girl stopped her. "Wait, Lyris-Ben." Calypso tapped on the table and demanded, "Before you go, you must take the oath of the sea." With a dangerous look in her eyes, she said, "Didn't you say you would be loyal to me?" Lyris-Ben could only sigh and comply. As for the little girl, she felt a bit bitter. "Do you really think I'd trust you that easily?" And just like that, she had planted a professional spy within the faction. It seemed Roderson only had to wait for treatment now. Unexpectedly, something made Calypso frown in anger, but a problem she hadn't anticipated arose. Ever since the funeral, Atlan had been constantly following her. He watched her as if he had lasers fixed on her. Egan overheard and found it confusing. "What is this? Is that Atlan? That stupid whale. What is he trying to do now?" While Calypso crossed her arms in thought, he took the opportunity to clasp his hands and suggest, "So little sister, now is the perfect time to grant my wish." "Just deal with him," he said, making the little girl freeze. "You still haven't given up on that?" Ignoring him, Calypso pointed away. "Whatever, let's just go to class." Egan pouted with regret. "You're making me so disappointed." The scene shifted to inside the classroom. Luca and Luba had been in the same class since last semester. They were whispering about something. "Lady, my lady, he's here again." Egan saw the familiar face and sighed tiredly. "Is it Totolon again?" Calypso sat on her chair, stroking one of their heads as she listened to the question. "Little sister, it's been over a week. Don't you think it's time to do something?" The little girl replied vaguely. "What exactly do you want me to do?" "All Atlan is doing is staring at me. So the teachers can't just arbitrarily kick him out. And because the other kids aren't directly affected. We can't even report him. Leaning back in her chair, Calypso was exhausted. The worst part is that I can't quietly handle this matter. Agent is asking about Atlan. He is getting closer and closer, and appearing more frequently, yet you're still ignoring him. Why is that? No answer yet. The girl fell into a silent reflection, recalling memories. What do you plan to do after this war ends? Secondly, do you even know what you just said? Calypso snapped. You just raised a death flag, leaving Atlan bewildered. What are you talking about? I only asked what you intend to do after the war is over. Still being naive, so she hit him to wake him up. That is exactly the definition of a death flag. Atlan smiled gently and said, you will still stay with us. You won't take matters into your own hands alone anymore, and you won't throw away the sword that you once picked up for my sake. Right? He gave a bright, reassuring smile and said, my lady, fearing the future might repeat itself. Calypso warned Atlan in advance. Do you know the saying, saving someone is taking on their responsibility, or not? And Akien gripped the girl's hand tightly as Calypso continued. I'm not ready to take on any more responsibilities. It might be possible with others, but I know Atlan's character well. Lady Calypso tried to push him away from her, and once defeated, he will always stick by your side. Above all, unlike Larry, Ben Atlan is not a patient man, and his personality perfectly suits the cruel world of the killer whales. Assassin. Even without me by his side when danger strikes, he can still take care of himself. Young Akien looked up and asked at this moment, I'm not sure what your goal is, but whatever it is, doesn't it require a lot of power? The more capable people we have, the better, right? Then the girl affirmed he was correct. We need a truly abundant source of power, but I am satisfied with my current strength. However, thinking back to my peak period, as the leader of my third round, perhaps something is still lacking. I close my eyes to calculate, but in reality, restoring that strength within such a time frame is impossible. When? Ikki stared intently at him, grasping her hand and asking Calypso, do you need power? Surprising her. Without hesitation, Ikki immediately performed it. I can give you power. A surge of ocean waves rolled into Calypso. Is this a water current? It swirled into the girl's palm. The sound of rushing waves inside her could be felt very clearly. The girl was stunned. How did you do that just now? Even if only for a moment, it was still a water current. Looking at Ikki's bewildered face while Calypso worried, is that concept too complex for him to explain? He used it instinctively after all. I shouldn't expect a clear explanation. Then Ikki asked Calypso, do you need me now? Gently stroking his cheek, she advised Ikki, I don't help you because I need you. I help you because I saw you in a place like that. So, no need to try to prove your worth, just to be recognized as useful. Just eat well, have fun, and grow up strong, that's enough. Smoothing his hair, Calypso instructed him. That's right, just like now. If you're sleepy, just sleep as much as you want. Her eyes were filled with concern. He suddenly became sleepy. Could it be because he used his power on me? However, Calypso suddenly paused. Wait a minute. He was already sleeping before I arrived. Isn't this sleeping a bit too much? Then Calypso pinched Agent's cheek and demanded, Agent, let's head outside. He replied in surprise. Huh? What is it? Did he fall asleep again? The girl pushed him away hurriedly, leaving Agent deeply confused. What's wrong? Why are you in such a hurry to get out? The girl turned her head to look at the sleeping Ikki and thought to herself, I'm certain that the sleeping time of Ikki is increasing exponentially. I think it's time to look through Tus's notebook. That book is titled Report on the Dragon Duke, written by Tus. Calypso thought 3 days had passed since then, but no real action had been taken. The only thing that changed was Atlan clinging to me more intensely. I already have too many things to handle, and now this nuisance is causing trouble again. The girl angrily slammed the table. Maybe I should just eliminate him and be done with it. I thought if I just ignored him, he would give up. But no, he kept following and teasing her, Lady. Lady, are you crying, lady? Luba also mimicked the word lady. You're doing it again. Luca joined in. Take a deep breath. Lady, please breathe. Calypso became annoyed. You guys are saying that too. Don't learn those strange things from Akien. Luba was right, lady. Someone is at the front door wishing to see you. The girl asked, the front door, not the back. Calypso frowned in speculation. A friendly voice rang out, hello, my lady? The girl crossed her arms and said, who the hell are you? The newcomer exclaimed, you really are as difficult as everyone says. He introduced himself, I am Levin Monoceros, of the Narwhal tribe, a friend of Atlan's. The girl went silent after that introduction. The person before her reminded her of someone, and that person once said that, no matter how you look on the outside, you can still smile. You must find me quite unpleasant, don't you, my lady? That person had said, it's just that my younger brother, before he passed away, told me to always wear a smile. After the flashback, well, the first thing the girl saw was the smiling face of Levin. Calypso asked, so your younger brother is Lita's right? He was surprised. What, you know my youngest brother? The girl didn't answer Levin's question, but instead set a condition. You have 1 minute to present what you want. He was startled and couldn't speak immediately. Then he finally blurted out, "Please help Atlan." The little girl was taken aback and thought to herself, I didn't expect him to ask for this. Throughout the third round, Atlan's actions were quite simple. Fight, fight, and rest again. The girl recalled when she had asked the second son, "Don't you have anyone else to talk to besides me?" He replied instantly, "Why would I need anyone else?" The girl pondered. The one who used to insist on being alone, now having a friend was actually quite admirable. Calypso questioned, "Exactly what do you want me to help with?" He stammered, "Well, it's Atlan." Levin clenched his fists and cried out, "He refuses to cooperate on our group project." The girl was surprised. "What are you seriously complaining to an 8-year-old child? About your school project issues?" He flusteredly explained, "I'm the group leader, and this affects my career. Advancement. But Atlan keeps skipping group meetings just to follow you around everywhere." The girl sighed wearily. "Oh no, what a disaster." Levin spoke up. "Excuse me, but could you please show a bit more emotion?" The girl repeated, "Oh no," Levin protested. Just adding an exclamation mark doesn't make any difference. Levin had once said, "Our killer whale doesn't bite, but now." He spoke in despair. At the very least, Atlan should pretend to listen to other tasks. The girl asked back, "If it's just pretending, that means he's not actually doing it right." She suggested a solution. "If he hasn't been showing up, then just kick him out and continue the project." He replied, "That is simply impossible." The girl didn't understand. Why is he threatening you or something? Is he even forcing you to work just so he can get the grades? Levin quickly denied it. "No, that's not it. It's actually the opposite." At this moment, Atlan was lurking in the distance. Levin said he was the one who helped me. The girl was surprised. "He helped you?" Listening from afar, Atlan wondered. "Why is she saying that?" Levin smiled. "Yeah. It just so happened that the person Atlan wanted to fight was also the person who used to bully me. In the end, he saved me from them." The girl thought to herself, that's quite a surprise. The second son is helping others compared to before. He is starting to shed his killer whale persona, even if just a little bit. Levin continued, "Regardless, I must get promoted this time. It's the only way for the clan to accept me, so please help me just this once." The girl murmured to herself, "Accept him? The Narwhal clan isn't the type to act like killer." Whale's right, Calypso thought. Even setting aside personal reasons, by helping Levin now, I can ask him to repay the favor later. His strength, strangely enough, is in inventions. The girl asked, "So what exactly do you want me to do?" Levin stated his request. "Atlan is following you because he wants to fight you. Right, just once. Please have a serious fight with him." The girl smiled at just the right time. "I was planning on settling things soon anyway. With him." As soon as Calypso finished speaking, Atlan walked over angrily. Levin leaned in close to the girl and questioned, "Hey, Junior, it seems you and Agent are getting along quite well. And you're also close enough with the Belos brothers to be able to go together to the Dragon City. So why don't you talk to Atlan?" The girl fell silent, thinking, "I used to tell myself that he'd be fine without me." The girl admitted to herself, "But to be honest, I just don't want to think about Atlan, because every time I do, I remember Atlan's death again." Calypso told herself, "I cannot always look back at the past without feeling anything." The girl recalled Atlan once saying, "My lady, if I could live again, I hope we won't have to face war or fighting anymore." At that time, Calypso replied, "What are you, a lion with the dreams of an aristocrat? Before such a big battle, where did you hit your head? Bring the documents properly and keep up with me." Atlan wanted to explain. It wasn't just that he spoke up. "I've fought too much in this life, so I hope that in the next life, I can live a peaceful life." The girl chuckled. "Right, as if you could live peacefully. Fine. If there is a next life, I won't recruit you again." He shouted, "What?" The girl walked away first, making him run after her, calling out, Why don't do that, my lady?" The girl regretted it deeply. "If only I had known that was our last conversation, our last together. I wouldn't have spoken about it so lightly. I once hoped to survive this loop," the girl thought with everyone. She remembered that day again, the day she held a blood-covered Atlan in her arms. At that moment he spoke through labored breaths, "My lady, you're still alive." The girl hurriedly called Atlan's name. He said, "If you're still alive, then I must be by your side." The girl called out to Atlan in a panic. "Can't you hear me?" He spoke with great difficulty. "I can't see or hear you anymore." But somehow, he affirmed, "I must protect you." Calypso thought that of all her brothers, Atlan's death was the most painful. For the first time, Calypso whispered in her heart, "I realize that there are departures. It will leave a wound so deep that it can never be healed." When she lost him, the little girl was drowned in tears of pain and misery. Calypso was determined. "That is why if we are ever reborn one day, I swear I will never recruit you to my side again." Returning to the present, the girl looked at Atlan, standing before her, and thought to herself, "So this is a mutual agreement." Atlan was angrily gritting his teeth. When Calypso spoke up, "Second son, I can hear your breathing. Please step back a little," making him freeze in his tracks. The girl covered her mouth and whispered, "Oh no, I accidentally called him second son." But what surprised her even more was that he was actually backing away. In her past life, she had also told him, "Second son, this is the perfect distance. Do you understand?" The girl had scolded him. "Do you even realize how big you are? Charging in like that? See? Just now you almost hurt someone." Again, Atlan spoke up dejectedly. "I'm sorry, my lady. I didn't realize." Calypso replied, "Fine. Just make sure. From now on, you stay behind this line." In the present, the little girl was surprised to realize that he was standing exactly behind the line that she had drawn earlier. The girl questioned in her mind, "Atlan, don't tell me." Calypso looked at his heartbroken face and realized, "Atlan, don't tell me." Her arm tightened at the thought. Could he still remember the memories of his past life? Is that why he's acting so strangely? But I hope that's not the case. Then Calypso questioned Atlan again. "Aqua, why do you keep following me?" Atlan frowned slightly, defending himself. "I'm just doing what I want." The little girl spoke in a stern tone. "I don't know why you're being so condescending, but the one causing trouble here isn't me, it's you." Now Calypso seems to be very angry. If you hadn't started stalking us, then I and the others, including your friends, would also not feel uncomfortable. Levin, standing in the distance, was curiously eavesdropping while over here. After hearing Calypso's words, Atlan remained silent for a long time. He looked at the girl intently. Calypso Aqua, the younger sister who suddenly appeared one day, throwing the whole family into turmoil, and the one who had occupied my mind for 5 years. At first, I didn't even realize that. They were just memories, vague images that sometimes flickered in Atlan's mind. "Atlan, you're here. The scenery here is wonderful, isn't it?" Because it felt like a dream. The girl in the dream always wore a radiant smile. "Second son from now on." But suddenly, one day that dream appeared again. At the moment that dream reappeared, I could feel a distinct pain starting to rise. Sense of longing for someone I didn't even know welled up in my chest. Memories kept rushing back more and more. At unexpected moments with unfamiliar emotions, even living normally became difficult. After being scolded, can Atlan Jr. really sleep through this sacred family gathering? When I was about to be excluded from those meetings, I started to feel resentment toward her. I thought that when we met, I would give her a punch. But the instinct inside kept conflicting, screaming that I must not harm her. At that time, he was very disgruntled. "Nonsense. I don't even have a younger sister." So there was a time when I ignored her. But even a fool like me knew that wasn't the solution. In the memories flooding my mind, the brother, possessing incredible strength and a genius mind, was someone who had grieved for a very long time because of the departure of the weak. Know above all, you are also someone who always yearns for somewhere else. At that time, I felt as if the moment I turned away for even a second, you would disappear. That is why I chose to become your sword. Because as a warrior, you would never leave your weapon behind. It took a very long time for me to realize all of that. And finally, when I accepted my feelings and the lingering attachments I have for you, I believed that you would definitely come looking for me. But you never came during these past 5 years. Never. But if you never returned to me, then what should I do? All I know is how to obey you. After a long silence, Atlan finally spoke up in retort. So why should I care what others think? There is only one person worthy of my care, and my loyalty. Hearing these words, Calypso was slightly startled. Even if I was the one who turned my back on you first, you shouldn't do the same. He thought heartbreakingly. I have followed you with all my heart. Tears kept falling. Atlan's voice also clearly showed his sense of being wronged. Calypso, my lady, I have always given you my very best. He reproached her helplessly. How could you treat me like this? The girl stood dazed, looking at Atlan, then stuttered awkwardly. Hey, second son. Then Calypso stepped forward and asked gently, Are you really crying? Then she embraced and comforted him. You're not a child, why are you crying like that? Meanwhile, Atlan still clung tightly to Calypso, crying incessantly. Don't be like that to me, my little sister. I was only waiting for you. A long while later, the crying gradually subsided. Even now, Calypso was still somewhat astonished. She didn't expect to have lived long enough to actually see Atlan shed tears. Thinking of this, the girl remembered her past life. Hey, you idiot! How can you smile at a time like this? As long as we're alive, it's fine, isn't it? Even when his arm was almost severed, he didn't cry. Atlan felt wronged. You really shouldn't be like that. Hearing that, the girl rubbed his back to comfort him. And in Calypso's heart, she somewhat understood the reason. I guess he must have endured quite a lot. I've forgotten it now. But when I was first reborn, I was just as confused. So what would it be like for someone reborn for the first time like Atlan? At this moment, the girl also realized it. But this place isn't appropriate. Thinking that the second son, a second later, Calypso tugged hard on Atlan's hair. Come on, stop crying, lift your head up. He resisted weakly. No. The girl had now completely lost her patience. I said lift your head up. I'm trying to save face for you right now. But Atlan remained stubbornly pouting. I said no. The girl scolded him angrily. A guy as big as a blue whale, crying in the lobby of the intermediate training facility. What are you, serious? He sniffled and replied hesitantly. I don't want you to see me in this pathetic state. Calypso sighed helplessly. What are you talking about? Your great plan has already failed, you know that. As soon as she finished, her expression turned sorrowful. Calypso spoke gently to reassure him. I care about you, second son. I care enough that even if you act strangely, I don't mind at all. She encouraged him softly, so don't be embarrassed anymore. Let me see your face. Hearing that, Atlan immediately stood up. Calypso saw his flushed face and couldn't help but admire him. This face is actually something special. Thinking that the girl smiled brightly. Damn it! Then Calypso reached out and stroked Atlan's head. I really can't turn my back on him anymore. He looked at her with tears streaming down his face. Calypso completely gave in to Atlan. Once she had seen these eyes, how could she possibly do that? The girl laughed loudly and pinched his cheek. Done crying yet? Your face looks hilarious right now, Atlan replied sulkily. Don't tease me. It's all your fault. Calypso nodded and admitted her mistake. It's my fault. But he surprisingly got angry. Why did you admit to that? Atlan shyly covered his face with his hands. Immediately after, he also persuaded himself. No, my lady, there's no way you could be wrong. Abandoning an orca like me is wrong. Certainly, but you must have had your reasons. Calypso felt a bit embarrassed hearing these words. You really don't have to defend me like that. Unlike Asian or Bylos, perhaps because the more she talked to Atlan, the more she felt he was like his past self. It was as if she had returned to the time when she led the family. At that moment, he suddenly asked, You will take me with you, right? The girl looked at Atlan intently, then smiled brightly and replied decisively. A loud, frustrated voice rang out in the room. What are you saying? Why won't you accept me? You were the one who said you wanted to live a normal life. First, remember. The response was equally clear. At least from now until you reach adulthood, think it over carefully. I will think about it too. But Atlan, still kneeling there, shouted even louder. Calypso standing beside him. No, no. The girl turned with wide, innocent eyes. Or maybe I should just stop thinking about you. Atlan said irritably and sulkily. Who said you had to think? If you don't, I'll keep bothering you until this matter is engraved in your mind. Calypso put on a nonchalant face and replied, I don't even know how I'm supposed to behave. Anymore, making Atlan fall silent in shock. A second later, he laughed in a peculiar way. Then he patted his chest and stuttered to Calypso, My lady, I know all about it. Even though you're saying that now, in the end you will still accept me. Right. Hearing that, the girl burst into laughter, held up her 5 fingers, and replied, I'm sorry, brother. In this life, the requirements for talent recruitment have become more stringent. As for Atlan, his tone became soft, tinged with a bit of sadness, touching his 2 index fingers together. Is there someone stronger than me? Calypso pointed a finger to the sky and continued. The selection criteria this time will be different. Confused and bewildered, he blurted out, What is it? Calypso's next answer made Atlan look like he had lost his soul, standing there dazed, a person with a clear and brilliant mind. From his kneeling position, he bent his body down as if prostrating. The girl said with full of resentment, You don't have it. Calypso put her hands behind her back, leaned down slightly and spoke to her brother in front of her. Second son, you really are an expert at making yourself an object for others to judge. The girl fell silent for a moment, then strode forward. A serious voice rang out. More importantly, Atlan, I want to ask you something. Calypso leaned closer to his ear and whispered softly, Do you still remember the day you died? The two of them stared at each other blankly for a while. Atlan spoke after those moments of silence. No. Looking completely simple-minded, he said again, I still don't remember that. Calypso replied gently, Okay, I understand. Then the girl spoke in a stern voice to the person who had been hiding behind the wall, quite far away from them. Senior, you can take Atlan away now. He will cooperate seriously now. Atlan froze and pointed his finger at that person, his aggrieved voice ringing out again. You're abandoning me again? The girl didn't let him speak anymore, interrupting him directly. Just go back for now. With her hands on her hips, Calypso smiled radiantly like a little old lady and instructed him, Brother, I will call for you again later. From now until then, please focus on your lessons. Atlan could only respond with a dazed nod, standing there watching the backs of the 2 people in front as they walked away. Calypso thought to herself. Thank heavens that memory returned to her mind. It's so good that you are the only person in this world who still remembers his death. I am truly so glad. Outside the mansion, a train of thought echoed. The period of time, the brief peace we've had since that day, has vanished into thin air. Suddenly, Atlan swung the door open, with a loud bang, smiling brightly like a flower and exclaiming, Calypso Aqua. Inside the room, Pier looked up from a book. Ikki stared out in a daze and Calypso flinched in a panic upon seeing who had opened the door. She looked in shock at her brother who was smiling, as radiantly as the sparkling sunlight. Her heart was in utter turmoil. Why did he take the liberty of entering Father's private area? Calypso's eyes widened and she asked with a hint of fear, "Father, did you let him in?" He showed no emotion, only replying indifferently, "Not at all." "Didn't you say you recruited that boy recently?" Even so, she closed her eyes and continued, "Yes, but if this giant blue whale comes running in excitedly like that, our little Yong-Yung will get hurt." B was slightly confused. Yong-Yung then nonchalantly replied, "That is truly an unnecessary worry." Seeing that Calypso massaged her temples and sighed, thinking, "It's true I had planned to call Atlan to the mansion, but not right now." As she thought this, Atlan's voice rang out asking, "Who is this?" In his arms, another person was being held tightly, only able to groan, Calypso stood in front of Ikki, replying warily, "Don't mind him, he's a member of the family too." Atlan stood frozen and stammered, "Are you dating?" Hearing that, her face scowled as she gritted her teeth. "If you only came here to talk nonsense, then shut up and go home." But Atlan paid no attention to Ikki, instead saying, "Why are you looking at me like that?" "Oh, never mind. Anyway, I didn't come here because of this kid. The reason I came here is..." Pausing for a moment, he lifted the person in his hands up, showing off to the little girl. That person was Levin. His feet dangled off the ground as his eyes widened in a tremble, seeming utterly terrified. "Greetings, Lord Pier and Princess." Calypso was confused upon hearing this. What kind of title was that? "God, is it because we are outside the academy?" Atlan remained incredibly enthusiastic. "You said you would only accept me if I was smart." "Right," Calypso immediately replied. "Did you forget that I said I would call for you later?" Meanwhile, Pier was staring intently at Levin, causing him to feel deeply unsettled. So scary. But ignoring Calypso's words, Atlan just kept going. "So I brought this, a brilliant mind." Having said that, he threw his arm around Levin's neck, pointing at himself smugly. "So if he is also on your side, then it meets the recruitment requirements." "Right." Calypso, seemingly reaching the limit of her helplessness, spoke loudly. "Listen to me first." The girl clutched her head, her face showing signs of panic. She opened her mouth to speak but couldn't utter a word. Yet Atlan's voice didn't stop. "Why are you still hesitating?" His sister's arms were still draped over his shoulders. Levin stood frozen with his eyes shut, while he himself struck a provocative pose. "You'll accept us, won't you?" Then he continued to pester and whine. "He's the genius of the Narwhal family. You'll regret it if you miss out on him." Hearing that, Levin was flustered. "Atlan, what on earth are you saying?" Calypso was speechless, with Atlan standing there gloomily. "Can someone please explain this properly?" Atlan, with sparkling eyes, explained that, in the Narwhal family, the eldest child is always the heir to the position of family head. But this guy is so talented that he could completely change that tradition, even though all the relatives support him to be the successor. But next year, he needs to graduate from the academy's basic course. Recalling his previous words, "Anyway, I must be promoted this time. It's the only way for the family to accept me. Please help me just this once." Calypso was lost in thought for a moment. "So that's what he meant last time. I thought he was being isolated or something." The little girl spoke up and asked, "So what did Levin invent?" "That made him a genius." Atlan immediately replied with an enthusiastic smile. "What was it, an improved ballista or something, Yuba?" Suddenly another voice cut in. Majestically, "It's Tugumba." These words made Calypso flinch. Calypso recalled the past, a hand placed on the table as a voice rang out. "This is a weapon that a member of my family made not too long ago." At that time, everyone asked, "Why do we need such a weapon of war during peacetime?" As soon as those words were finished, Calypso replied, "But thanks to that genius, we defeated the beast tribe on the mainland. I am truly grateful." Letta stood opposite her, smiling thinly. "If only that kid had lived a little longer, it would have been so much better. Better for this war, and for our entire family as well." Calypso spoke up, asking how did he die. The image of Levin being killed by Ian appeared in her head. Lotta said, "Murdered at the hands of a successor who has passed away." At this moment, Calypso was pensive. "So he is the genius younger brother that Letus mentioned." Levin grumbled. "I've told you its name so many times already." Atlan scratched his ear and replied, "With such a strange name, how could I remember it?" Suddenly, Calypso spoke up. "All right, now go back." Levin turned his head back in a daze, while Atlan was unwilling to accept it. "What is that all you want to say?" The little girl continued. "I never said I wouldn't accept you. I said when the time is right, I will call for you." While Atlan scratched his head, trying to remember. "That's right, you did say that." After that, Calypso questioned Levin and Levin. "Do you agree with what Atlan just said?" He was a bit hesitant, only humming in his throat. A few seconds later, he spoke. "My family has decided to follow Atlan, so I really don't have a choice." Calypso spoke sternly. "Then what if I give you the right to choose?" At this point, the girl became more serious than ever. "Levin, I must become the head of the family. She continued, to do that, I need someone who follows me without hesitation. Go back and think about it carefully. Next time, give me your answer. Looking at Pier in front of her, the girl called out, Father? To Pier's amazement, Calypso continued, if I want to prevent those terrible memories from repeating, then what should I do? She recalled the earlier moment and thought to herself, when Atlan charged into the drawing room like that, it made me remember the moment he commanded the battle. Finally remembering the words he left behind from that silhouette, I will buy us some time. As Calypso slumped down and covered her face, I shouldn't have agreed with him back then. She knew that buying time meant facing death in the most brutal way possible. From behind, Pier's voice rang out. If I help you, this made her pause for a moment. Pier still had that same expressionless face, but it seemed that now he carried a hint of warmth. Would you feel at ease? Hearing this, Calypso smiled brightly. If only someone had said that to me back then. The girl sat quietly as Pier patted her head, and while Iki held her hand, she continued, then I could have found some relief. A few days later, at the intermediate education facility, Atlan stood with a somber face watching Luca and Luba chirping away. I choose red. Black suits the lady better. He immediately interrupted with irritation. Such busybodies. Did she even say you guys were chosen? The two boys giggled, thinking to themselves, I'm sure I told him to take it slow. Twice already, then suddenly a voice rang out, Why are you here again? Seeing everyone around warily avoiding Atlan, Calypso thought to herself, it's no surprise that the other students are afraid of him, just like before. The whispers and gossip wouldn't stop ringing out. Did you see that? Maybe the rumors are true. It seems Atlan was scolded by Callie. Soso lashed out at him, and now he's finally working for her. Hearing those words, the girl felt even more shocked inside. And now they're spreading even more ridiculous rumors. A few days ago, while walking with her brothers, Luca and Luba, a shout came from not far away. Callie Soso is a... Lon stood there with arms akimbo, continuing with a hint of doubt. So you have 3 boyfriends. His next words made the girl blush slightly. Then her eyes turned blank. Oh, last time I saw that black-haired guy, immediately after someone came flying in, kicking straight into Calypso's Atlan. Now the girl leaned back in her chair, pondering alone. All I did that day was teach Atlan a lesson, she thought again, and the person who always insisted on being alone somehow got along with the twins. Meanwhile, Atlan was pointing at those twins and grumbling, Can't you kids stay quiet for once? The two of them immediately snapped back at Atlan. You're even noisier than we are. Calypso couldn't help but speak up and ask, Why is everyone fighting over choosing a bookmark for me? Atlan said we should share. Atlan held up 2 cards, smiling slightly. Pick one. The twins looked at each other. Then both of them clung to Calypso, nipping affectionately, Lady Calypso. Which one do you like? Red is the best, right? Black, it's definitely black. The girl let out a helpless sigh. Fine, just take both. I'll ask Levin to make another one. Sunlight shone into the room through the window gaps. Calypso's question was heard. You really like this, don't you? Luca, you made him. Smile brightly, resting his chin on both hands. Yes. Luca continued. I wish you would let me choose every object for you, my lady. Hearing that, Calypso raised her head and looked at him in bewilderment. Then she returned to her innocent self and replied, Well, I don't have any special preferences. If I feel it's fine, I'll just use it. These words made Luca feel very confused. Standing there with wide eyes, then he spoke again. But that's not right. Sometimes I feel like you don't care about yourself at all. Everything seemed to become warmer in this moment. Because of Luca's sweet words, I can take care of all those little things for you. After speaking, he gave Calypso a heart-melting smile, but it seemed the girl was not moved by it at all. She only smiled brightly and replied, Thank you, but I'm fine. I'm more interested in the bigger picture than the little things. Luca laughed like a fool. I think the lady doesn't quite understand yet, making Calypso really confused. A small hand held up a notebook in front of her face. It recorded the Duke's power. The Duke acts on instinct. By then you will understand. Calypso couldn't understand, thinking to herself, instinct. What instinct? What does by then even mean? Recently after school, thinking about Iki's power, Toot wrote most of the content in detail. But this part was written vaguely like this. Looking back at Iki sitting and playing alone, the girl had to leave everything behind. Forget it. I'll try it directly, then call Iki. Calypso walked over to Iki, asked if he remembered how much water appeared when we held hands last time. He didn't budge, only replying with a single word, yes. Suddenly the girl flopped down right next to him. So what were you thinking then? Iki spread his hands. I wanted to hold hands, I wanted to so much. His eyes sparkled along with yours. Calypso took his hand, giving a faint smile. Does the imprint still influence him that strongly? Then she said to Iki, let's try again just like last time. He sat there without any desire to resist, okay, according to Calypso's will, wishing with all your heart. Hearing that the girl fell silent, what I earnestly desire, she gradually drifted into her own thoughts. I wish I were stronger, so I can protect my future subordinates. Atlin Aganter and you too. I want everyone to be safe, returning to reality. Iki looked up at Calypso and whispered, the power of time. Only you and I. Calypso was slightly stunned by this. Images from her previous life flashed through her mind. She thought to herself, only Iki and I possess the power of time. Closing her eyes, the little girl's speech slowed down. Iki, don't tell me that. A second later, as she opened her bright eyes wide, she found it hard to believe. Are you borrowing power from the future or the past? Iki gave a slight nod his face, answering without a trace of emotion. Borrowing, I am taking it. Calypso thought again. If I train the time-transcending power of Iki properly, perhaps I can use the power that I had during my peak period, in my third life for my current body. That's why the 7th Emperor was so desperate for a dragon. Thinking this, she squeezed Iki's hand even tighter. Iki, so you can bring back the power that I had when I was at my strongest. Iki didn't respond, simply sitting there under Calypso's intense gaze. Then came words from Iki that couldn't have been more surprising. Will I die? Calypso's eyes widened in confusion as she asked back, what? Immediately after, Iki's whole body was surrounded by a flow of light. He said, your wish, let me fulfill it. A loud shout echoed in the empty room. Calypso grabbed his shoulders. Listen carefully, Iki. The little girl anxiously continued her instructions. Never sacrifice your life for anyone. Do you understand? Iki replied in surprise. Okay. As Calypso collapsed and lowered her head, let's forget everything about today. Now I understand the basic logic behind your power. I will find a way to control water on my own. I don't want you to die. She told herself, I'm already strong enough. I don't want more power. By sacrificing the life of this child. She smiled at Iki and changed the subject. All right. That matter is settled. Let's go get some fresh air. Suddenly, Iki grabbed her sleeve and called out, Calypso. He hesitated for a moment, then asked, don't you want to see them again? The image of her family of 3 in that other world appeared through Iki's words. The people from another world. Calypso turned away and looked toward the window. Sunlight streamed into the room through each small pane. The little girl answered with a hint of awkwardness, there's no need. I don't want to see my parents anymore. Now I know Iki's power is a double-edged sword. I have no choice but to find the treasure. Linus, just like in my third life, and awaken the power of water currents. Linus is hidden somewhere in the dolphin territory, so I will definitely need the help of a dolphin beastman. Last time, I didn't know that and struggled a lot, but this time I think it will be easier. At that moment, a loud crash rang out, followed by a loud voice. What? Calypso slammed the table and stood up abruptly, shouting in disbelief. All the dolphins have packed up and left. Ilya sat opposite, chin in hand with a forced smile, thinking, that table is a goner. Responding to Calypso, yes, only one remains, and he's only here to complete the withdrawal procedures. She continued, he will be leaving soon as well. These words left Calypso shocked and deeply shaken. No, that can't be happening. He is involved in my father's treatment. Bay stepped forward and asked Calypso, who was gloomily holding her head, what on earth happened to make you feel so devastated like this? Father Bay stood there playing with the stream of water in his hand, listening to Calypso speak. Father, if someone says they will leave the place they've been living and return to their hometown, what could be the reason for it? Bay slowly responded to her question. Usually it could be because they are sick of that place, or something happened that forced them to leave. I knew it. I have to go and ask him directly. Thinking to herself, well, if there is one small consolation in this, the last dolphin to stay behind is that man. Images from her past life flashed before her eyes once more. A person lying on the floor in a pile of papers groaning. Please just let me go home after shift. Calypso, feeling a little guilty, replied softly. You won't die from overworking. That person was Levi. He crawled up slowly and said tiredly, in the next life I will never get involved with you again. Hearing that, with a teacup in one hand and a piece of paper in the other, she answered nonchalantly, I'm sorry, but I won't let you go. Levi quickly picked up the papers from the floor one by one, without looking at Calypso, and continued, keep that obsession and go date someone else, kid. She turned back to look at him. I like the food you cook. The little girl flashed a smile and proposed her idea. Want to move in and live with me? Back to the present. Pierre asked Calypso, who are you going to meet? Calypso twirled a lock of her hair and spoke slowly, my ex-boyfriend. Suddenly, the items Pierre was playing with, which were hovering in mid-air, all fell to the ground. He widened his eyes in shock and said in disbelief, I met you when you were 3 years old. And you already had a boyfriend back then? Calypso smiled and waved her hands. I'm just kidding. I meant we're best friends. Just like that? Bay's face darkened and his voice turned cold. Really a male friend you're close with? Stopping for a few seconds, he let out a bizarre smile. His eyes turned sharp and cold as he continued, I wonder who that brat is. Bay clenched his fists, his voice low. I must meet him. Calypso stood stunned and bewildered, thinking to herself, why is father so angry? Outside the mansion, A voice rang out from the dining table. Atlan the dolphin poked a piece of food, holding it up before his eyes. His face was dead serious. You mean your little goldfish poop bet? Is he the only one left? Calypso clicked her tongue and grumbled. You know that's the nickname he hates the most, right? Atlan didn't care. He stuffed the piece of apple into his mouth and chewed noisily. None of my business. The girl rested her chin on her hand, frowning at Atlan as he ate carelessly. She thought to herself, he's the only one with memories of the third life, so I tried my best to discuss everything with him. Why did I expect this mischievous brat's brain to actually be useful? Icky's previous words echoed in her head. I heard Baron Ian died early, and since then shark beastmen from the slums have started causing trouble. Now there are no dolphins left. Calypso speculated inwardly. Perhaps the dolphins left because they couldn't endure the shark takeover. If what Icky said is true, then by eliminating Baron Ian so early, I have put the dolphins in danger. Suddenly, Atlan spoke up, pulling Calypso from her thoughts. What if even goldfish poop misses you and runs away? To avoid being exploited. What then? The girl froze for a few seconds before giggling. That's actually funny. Then their eyes met. The atmosphere between the two fell into a state of silence. It was eerily quiet. After a while, Calypso spoke up in confusion. Atlan replied instantly while eating, I'm just joking. Have you been through so much? That even a joke feels like the truth now. He looked directly at her and asked, Anyway, you plan to meet him after school, right? Calypso smiled innocently, yes. He paused for a moment, set his knife and fork down, and spoke. Do you intend to gather all of your former subordinates again? Calypso replied with an expressionless face, no. They will live better lives if they never meet me. Recalling scenes from her past life, the girl continued, my subordinates were driven by resentment. If in this lifetime I can bring peace to Aquazir Dell, perhaps they will suffer less. Atlan became more serious after hearing this. Then he spoke flatly. I wonder if that is any different from abandoning them. Calypso sat with her arms crossed by the table and smiled. Unlike you, they have no memories. So I just want to help them live a happy life. After speaking, she thought to herself, actually, this lifetime is completely different. Compared to the other lives, why is Atlan the only one with memories? Is this because of the power of time, the one Iki mentioned? Meanwhile, Atlan sat there staring at her thoughtfully. After a moment of silence, finally, Atlan spoke up first. You're going to take me with you. When you go to see that goldfish poop, right? Calypso looked up at him and replied, yes, I feel like he is suffering a lot because of me, so I need to save him. Atlan rubbed his eyes and asked, just the two of us? The little girl smiled. Yes. She thought about going with someone who shared past memories. Suddenly, Atlan burst out laughing as if he were delighted. This really reminds me of the old days. The scene shifted. A residential-like area where smoke was billowing from chimneys. High mountains were not far off. Someone was sniffing around, as if searching for a specific scent. A brown-haired man stroked his chin and spoke first. I smell blood, don't you? A scarred man holding the knife chimed in. I smell it too. He's definitely close by. It appeared they were searching for someone. In front of them lay a white cloth on the ground soaked in blood. The scarred man picked it up and cursed irritably, We've been tricked. The blood scent came from these bandages. The brown-haired man held his forehead equally frustrated. This time I must deliver that dolphin brat, that filthy brat to the boss. The sound of footsteps gradually faded away, along with the voices of the two of them. The blood on these bandages is still fresh. Let's quickly search other places. In a hidden corner, Levi was biting firmly on a bandage to dress the wound on his arm. He cursed damn it in his heart. He used his teeth to pull sharply, tearing off a piece of the bandage. Slumping to the ground, Levi bowed his head in deep thought. They probably think they were misled by the bandages, and won't come near here for a while. He sat there gasping for air. He asked himself again, I wonder if my sister and mother have returned home safely. The wound on his arm began to bleed again, but he didn't care much, lost in his own reflection. If I want to follow them, I cannot fall here. He told himself that he needed to return to the mansion. I must pick her up and leave this place. Recalling the time he instructed Levin, until I return, you must not open the door for anyone. Levi remained leaning against the wall with his eyes closed, sunk in his own thoughts. As long as I return, this wound is nothing. Yet he was completely unaware of the footsteps, approaching. Then, immediately after, a figure stood before him. The person's voice rang out. Dying alone in a place like this? That's not your style, Levi. This happened while he was completely unguarded, causing his body to flinch and his eyes to snap open in astonishment. The cloaked figure gave a sneering smile and continued. You'll survive no matter what happens. Won't you? Do you still have that spite in you? Standing behind them was another taller person, also cloaked, who spoke up, hello. Levi stood up, looking at the two people before him in confusion. He was both wary and slightly panicked. Sweating, he stammered, who are you people? The voice of the shorter person standing in front rang out again. Oh, that's right. Since this is the first time, I should introduce myself properly. It turned out the two of them were Calypso and Atlan. The little girl gave Levi a bright, radiant smile. I am Calypso from House Aquasirdel. I've come to solve your problem. Levi's face was drenched in sweat. He clenched his teeth, clutching his wound. Looking directly at Calypso, he asked weakly, You said you would solve it. The girl didn't answer, but turned her head to smile at Atlan. Now then, brother, what are you doing? At this moment, she looked no different from the grown-up Calypso from her previous life. Get to work. Atlan couldn't stand it and pouted crossly. Hey, did you bring me here just to treat me like this? The little girl put on an innocent face and replied, Do you think you have any ground to argue? Have you gotten too used to a comfortable life lately? Atlan just stood there, grumbling irritably. As for you, don't you realize you're starting to talk just like you did back then? Calypso didn't bother to argue back and just clicked her tongue. Then she continued to command, Work faster. Let's get going. Meanwhile, across from them, Levi's vision was gradually fading to a blur. He swayed dizzily, thinking, if he is the second son, then that must be Lord Atlan Aquasirdel, his lordship. Before he could finish the thought, a strong force hit him, making him stumble. It was Atlan who had hoisted Levi up onto his shoulder. This left Levi feeling somewhat awkward and confused. What are you doing, my lord? Atlan glanced back flatly. Shut up. Be quiet. Do you think anyone wanted it this way? Levi was still in a total state of confusion and panic. Please put me down now. My stomach hurts because it's being pressed. Atlan grumbled again, irritably. You talk too much. Should I just put him down then? Calypso said softly, sounding quite helpless. Brother, just by looking at him, you can tell he's injured. Just take it easy. Hearing that, Atlan raised his voice. That's why I'm carrying him on my shoulders and doing all this. If he wasn't injured, do you really think I'd be carrying him? This reaction left Calypso stunned, not knowing what to say. Levi, precariously perched on Atlan's shoulder, felt quite uncomfortable. Wincing, he said, In any case, please put me down now. He gave a cold snort and replied, You dare to refuse my help? These words made Levi panic, and he quickly spoke up. Oh, that's not what I meant. Calypso's thoughts began to race again. Levi, the unprecedented genius of the Dolphin clan. That man was a strategist. In her third life, it meant that, at this point, the image of Levi gasping for air appeared, his mouth still stained with a large gulp of blood, weakly calling out Calypso. She guessed that Levi had also died in her arms. At that time, Levi lay in her arms, his words filled with heavy breathing. If there is a next life, please appear before me with a smile. Back then, Calypso had frozen in confusion. What are you talking about? What do you mean, next life? Even though his body was covered in blood, he still forced a smile and continued. Thinking about it now, I think I like your smile. Then his hand dropped lifelessly to the ground, without any warning. Calypso sat there, both hands still cradling Levi's motionless body. Her head was bowed low, ignoring the deafening explosions echoing behind her. In the present, Levi was being loud and making a fuss with her brother Atlan, right before her eyes. Suddenly, Levi turned his gaze toward Calypso, who was standing still doing nothing. Seeing her smiling so beautifully, he froze for a moment, thinking to himself, Why is she looking at me like that? It's as if she has missed me very much. Suddenly, Atlan shouted angrily, Hey! Goldfish poop, where has your mind wandered off to? Levi was startled and then completely bewildered. Goldfish poop. What do you intend to do with my home? Calypso's small hand was raised along with her voice. I'll answer that. The little girl put her index finger to her lips as if in deep thought. A second later, she pointed to the sky and burst into a bright laugh, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons. The two of us are kidnapping you, okay? After some time at Levi's hideout, Levi lay on a bed, his face pale and weak. Gasping for breath like someone with motion sickness, he spoke up. Who treats a patient like this? I'm giving Orca Transport a 1-star review, the absolute worst. Standing not far away, Calypso said nonchalantly, It's fine, you won't die from just that. Hearing that, he sat up in shock and shouted, What? The little girl turned her head, her voice sounding incredibly chilling. I know you're injured, but you'd have to bleed a lot more than that to actually die. Levi felt confused inside. Who comes to help someone and says things like that? The problem was, these two had already walked into his house. Atlan was grinning mischievously, lifting up the tablecloth. This table looks expensive. Calypso had to hit him and scold, Put it back. Levi's thoughts continued to drift. Fortunately, it's known that the orcas don't use violence against the weak. Even though the trip was far from smooth, she did bring me to my shelter. Most importantly, they still don't seem to know that the child is here. Then Levi clenched his fist and spoke up, while the two siblings looked on in confusion. I thank you both for your help. Levi thought that if he repaid them like this, but before he could finish his thought, Calypso answered, You're welcome, but it's not for free. The atmosphere became peculiar. The three of them stared at each other. A single, escaped from Levi's throat. Calypso gave a cold smile, her voice turning dark. What since I helped you? Shouldn't you repay me? Recalling earlier when she had just arrived and said, dying here alone doesn't suit you, Levi. He felt a slight suspicion in his heart. Thinking back now, he realized something. She had been calling his name from the very beginning. Holding his head, it seemed he felt quite regretful. It's my fault. I was dazed by the injury, and I didn't notice it. Even so, I cannot lose my life here. After thinking, Levi grit his teeth and slowly spoke again. My lady, I will certainly repay you for your help today. He bowed respectfully and said, now please return, even if I have to swear an oath before the sea. But Calypso didn't seem to want to leave and asked back, why, making Levi freeze in his tracks. The little girl took one step at a time toward him, her voice ringing out at a steady pace. Do you have some hidden treasure at home? As she got closer and closer to Levi, you're not planning to run away, are you? He panicked slightly and backed away. If you're worried that I'll escape or disappear, I will swear before the sea. Immediately after, Calypso jumped up and flopped down next to Levi. I also hate being in someone's debt. Levi remained very wary of the little girl. The way you talk to me, it's as if you understand me very well. Calypso replied calmly, I know you well. The little girl leaned in even closer, smiling brightly while looking directly into Levi's eyes. I have a hobby of researching handsome guys like you. This left him completely stunned, looking at the beautiful girl in front of him. It seemed Levi's emotions had undergone a bit of a change. Suddenly, Calypso was lifted high up, along with another voice. It appeared to be Atlan. Stop it, Atlan reminded her with a serious face. Calypso was dangling in his hands. Can't you see he's worried? Your way of talking has completely returned to how it used to be. Hearing that the image of Levi from her past life appeared in her mind, she thought to herself, because his surprised expression is exactly the same as in my third life, so I did that unintentionally. I felt incredibly excited. Without even realizing it, Levi placed his hand over his chest and closed his eyes. If the two of you have any questions for me, please ask them quickly and leave. I am very tired now. I feel like I'm about to faint, Atlan replied quickly. All right. But then an eerie voice rang out, making Levi jump in surprise. It's okay, Levi. Standing before him was Calypso, her eyes cast down and darkened. Do you know where the living curse is? Levi panicked, his eyes unable to hide his utter terror. I don't understand what you're talking about. Calypso continued further. Blue whales are also known as white-bearded whales, famous for their snow-like silver hair and their massive size, and they also have gray eyes. Suddenly, she stopped talking. Immediately after, a rumbling sound echoed. No one knew where it came from. All three fell silent at once. Then the girl's eyes opened wide, smiling slightly but in a terrifying way. Levi, didn't you say you lived alone? Levi seemed to have a bit of a guilty conscience. He immediately explained that the house could be a bit messy at times, and perhaps that noise has caused a misunderstanding. Calypso kept her suspicious expression. A misunderstanding. Someone else living here, making enough noise to be called a misunderstanding. Just as she finished speaking, a series of rapid rustling sounds came from behind. Atlan reacted very quickly, spinning around instantly to grab something with one hand. Calypso, standing in front, seemed very calm at the sight. Then she pretended to flatter him sweetly. What a wonderful guardian. Thanks for saving me, Atlan. Unmoved, immediately retorted, act like you didn't see it coming. Right at the foot of the stairs stood a young boy, holding a short sword in his hand. What upon seeing that boy? His entire body was glowing like a little sun. Calypso rubbed her chin in confusion. Why is this kid so huge? He's even as big as Levi. The boy is from the Beluga tribe, so it's understandable that he's larger than the others. Suddenly, the boy dashed off, running very fast. The boy lunged forward to shield Levi, leaving Calypso bewildered. Levi, somewhat startled, called out to the boy. Wait, Quan, calm down, kid. Meanwhile, Calypso signaled Atlan not to act rashly. Quan spoke coldly. You people came to take me away, didn't you? Having said that, the boy tremblingly raised the small sword in his hand, pressing the tip against his neck. Quan became increasingly agitated. The boy shouted, still holding the sword tip to his neck. If you try to force me to go, I'll kill myself. The powers of land beastmen and water beastmen are balanced. For example, orca beastmen possess water-based strength, while lions and black panthers are compatible with the land. This also applies to healing powers. The pack leader, squirrel beastman, possesses healing powers. In theory, among water beastmen, some may also possess that ability. Calypso realized that she had learned this during her third life, but it was too late in her previous life. Levi sat holding a teacup, turning to the person beside him. Can you leave some final words? Calypso was confused after hearing that, along with a bit of irritation. Don't say such unlucky things. At this rate, I'm the one who should write a will to leave for you. Levi acted as though he hadn't heard her, and continued his story. I am tending to a grave. Seeing this, Calypso grew more annoyed. Hey, are you ignoring me? Levi raised his eyes to look straight ahead at the night sky. He spoke gently, consider this a chance to pour out my heart. It's the grave of a child. He was like a little brother to me. And if it weren't for me, there is no one else to look after it. I will tell you the address. Please visit it once someday. Calypso leisurely took a sip of tea while listening to him continue. That child was a beast man. The last beluga whale remaining in the world. At that time, their species had been declared extinct. Even the boisterous killer whales knew nothing about it. It happened silently. He was bitten to death by sharks. At this point, Levi's voice carried a hint of sadness. He leaned forward slightly, no longer resting against the chair. The day I secretly brought that child to the mansion, I was caught by the sharks. If I had known everything would end like this, I would never have brought that boy back. Sharks, the apex predators of the sea. Their brutality had been passed down directly to the beastmen. Only their aggressive nature was chillingly reflected. Killer whale beastmen and sharks had fought over territory many years ago, and the sharks had lost. Defeated, the sharks fled to the slums of this land, dreaming of rebellion. To achieve that, shark beastmen used every tactic, kidnapping beastmen with rare abilities and forcing them to join their ranks. The image of Quan's tombstone appeared in Levi's mind, and then he spoke again. The last beluga whale beastman in the world was killed by them. They returned to reality, looking at the scene of Quan, trying to protect Levi behind his back. Calypso thought to herself. Back then, Sazan was still alive. They were quiet for fear of retaliation. But that bastard died early this time, so the sharks have been running wild because of it. Levi was still young, and his little brother suffered even more pain. A little later, Calypso spoke up as if reproaching Levi. Is this how you teach children? This caused him to startle slightly. He tilted his head slightly and asked back in disbelief, how did you know that I taught the boy? Calypso didn't answer, but felt a secret sense of satisfaction in her heart. How could I not? This is exactly the kind of thing you would do. Madman. The girl took slow, deliberate steps forward. Then in the very next second, she lunged forward, intending to snatch one's small sword. A sharp whistling sound of wind rang out. Calypso's hand missed its mark in midair, because one, startled and gritting his teeth, had retreated along with the sword. This scene made Calypso scoff coldly. Did he think the boy was as strong as his size suggested? Before one could recover from the shock, she made the boy jump, once again, with this eerie remark, "Can you dodge this one, kid?" Without giving him another second, Calypso immediately swung her leg in a swift kick. The small sword in his hand was kicked away. Eyes squeezed shut and teeth clenched, he leaned backward. The sword flew through the air, then it fell and plunged into the ground with a loud clang. As for one, if not for Levi, catching him, he would have fallen flat on his back. Calypso silently guessed that they must have been pursued many times. One also regained his composure very quickly, standing firm once more to shield Levi. A call rang out, causing the silent Levi to react slightly. Calypso dusted off her cloak and spoke gently and calmly. I will protect all dolphins under my name. If my name is not enough, he paused for a few seconds and then said, then the name of Pakari Adel. So what? Levi asked, still skeptical. You wouldn't just ask us to follow you for no reason, right? He placed a hand on one's shoulder and continued, I don't know how you found out, but do you also plan to exploit this child? Calypso looked up, reaching out her hand as she answered, That's right, but I want you to see it as an agreement, not exploitation. If we protect the boy, then he shall heal my father's wounds. That is all. As soon as she finished speaking, one's expression shifted into a somewhat dazed look, unable to believe his own ears. The boy struggled to speak. Is it really just like that? Calypso widened her eyes and held up 2 fingers. Sorry, there is one more person. They have a similar condition, so that makes 2 people in total. One still couldn't understand. But that isn't a beneficial deal for you. Calypso slightly lowered her eyes and replied nonchalantly, Even you said it. It's not exactly a fair trade, is it? A trade of treating 2 people in exchange for protecting the entire clan. A second later, she became bright and cheerful, giving a quick wink. So I am officially ending this crazy charity discount. This dragon. Calypso took 2 steps forward and continued, You're still young. So I'll overlook the fact that you don't know how to bargain shamelessly. Hearing this, Levi let out a breath and gave a mocking laugh. I see. You've finally revealed your true intentions. Fine then, what is it that you actually want? The girl was in no hurry to answer, merely smiling. Suddenly a thought flashed through Atlan's mind. Why do I suddenly feel so uneasy? Abruptly, she leaned in close to Levi, her tone incredibly calm. Answer that question of mine, sir. This startled Levi, making him stare at the girl with wide eyes, but none of that mattered. What mattered was that Calypso was still smiling brightly. I want you. Meanwhile, a large hand kept making cracking sounds. It was Pierre sitting in his chair, with his index finger against his temple, lost in thought. I just feel like something is very wrong. Suddenly an ear-splitting scream echoed. No way! It was Atlan flying into a rage, his fists clenched in anger. Take back what you just said. Right now, what did you say you wanted? Calypso, looking innocent and blameless, immediately shot back. Why are you acting like this again? Do you really want to pick me up like that? Opposite the two of them was one, who was anxiously looking at Levi's wound. As for Levi, cold sweat dripped down his face as he thought, I'm so scared. Confused, Calypso tilted her head back to look at Atlan. Did I do something wrong? He closed his eyes, filled with frustration. That's right. Take back what you just said right now. The girl slowly responded. Fine. Having received a satisfactory answer, Atlan finally set her down. Immediately, Calypso turned toward the other two with a sweet and sincere expression. Become my subordinates, okay? Levi's voice rang out in confusion. What did you say? The girl smiled brightly and continued, Everyone? Anyone would be better than those sharks out there. Levi lowered his eyes, clutching the wound on his arm. He remained pensive, pressing his lips tightly together, then blurted out a single word. Okay? A little while later, at a hotel owned by Aquazier Dell, a servant busily pushed several crates and stood before Calypso and Atlan. He bowed respectfully. I hope you have an enjoyable time. A rattling sound came from inside that large crate. With a thud, the lid of the crate burst open. Levi poked his head out from inside, panting heavily. On the other side, one was in no better shape. The boy's face still held a few traces of panic in his eyes. Calypso slowly walked over. Do you find it interesting? Not mixed with the scent of the house. This place is completely different from your home. No one will be able to track you here. He paused for a moment. Smiling smugly, the girl patted her chest and continued. More importantly, those sharks wouldn't dare provoke us. The killer whales. Ignoring how Levi and one were clutching each other in slight fear, the girl turned her head and calmly added, So shall we talk for a bit? Since you've changed the location, could you tell me how the treatment will take place? One helped Levi sit up on the sofa to rest. Atlan stood right behind them, observing, while Calypso, sitting in the opposite chair, spoke up. Do you plan to let me see it directly? One replied awkwardly. Yes, it is a power that is almost like a miracle. Seeing it for yourself will help you understand faster. At this moment, Levi looked directly at the young boy one. I'll leave it to you. Hearing that the boy didn't know what to say, he could only make a stunned sound. Opposite him, Calypso spoke up. Don't worry, kid. Everyone has already sworn by the sea. We cannot reveal your power. It's okay, just treat Levi like you usually do. These words seemed to encourage one and ease his anxiety a bit. The boy slowly removed the bandages, wrapped around Levi's wound. One channeled a flow of power into it. After a brief silence, the boy spoke. A salmon's swim bladder, red petals of an apocalypse flower, and 3 drops of dew. Levi solemnly tightened his grip on what he was holding. He spread them out. Inside were the 3 items that had just been listed. A source of energy made those objects float amidst the sound of trickling water. The scene before her eyes made Calypso incredibly surprised. She looked up, not daring to blink. Once finished, the wound on Levi's arm had healed completely. There wasn't a single scar left. Levi spoke up, his voice steady but slightly hesitant. As you can see, one's power is healing. But to be more precise, he paused for a few seconds before continuing. It is a healing power, through equivalent exchange. Currently, one seemed to trust no one but Levi, so he just sat there clutching Levi's arm tightly. Levi spoke again. Depending on the wound or the illness, one will state the exact price he needs, and only when the exact materials have been prepared can he perform his healing ability. Calypso hesitated for a moment, speechless. In the very next second, as if a switch had been flipped, she jumped up in a panic. She shouted, Why is it so complicated? She couldn't understand it at all, thinking to herself, in other stories, the female lead gets healed instantly just like magic. Why do we have to prepare every single item like this? The image of one, sitting on the ground with a bucket on his head looking silly while saying, If you want to be treated, I will need bandages, sutures, and a lighter. Thinking this, Calypso felt quite frustrated and clenched her fists tightly. Is this discrimination against underwater demi-humans? Why does our power depend on such conditions? Seeing her like that, Levi spoke up and asked, Are you angry? But Calypso didn't look up, keeping her head bowed. As she replied hesitantly, No, I'm not angry. Levi continued, Luckily, he has never requested the exchange of another person's life. It's always things that exist in nature, including human-made objects. At this, she finally looked up at Levi and said, It's a relief he doesn't ask for a life sacrifice. But equivalent exchange means the rarer the disease, the rarer the materials. Right, Levi immediately replied, exactly. The more serious the injury or illness, the rarer the required materials. Calypso asked him, Then what? Materials do we need for my father's condition? Levi gently explained. We won't know until he performs a diagnosis. Just like before, in that case the boy must meet Pierre in person. Just as he finished speaking suddenly, Quan and Levi huddled together in fear, and Atlan also looked toward the right with suspicion. Calypso spoke up to calm them down. There's no need for you two panicking humans to be tense. The girl smiled brightly, and announced with her arms crossed, there is a guest I invited personally. Immediately after a sweet voice rang out, greetings, my lady. That person was Melia. She walked in and took off her hat. Calypso also greeted her, Miss Melia, did you come alone? Melia gently replied, I came here with my family. The little ones are playing with my husband on the first floor. She smiled and continued, we're using the excuse of a family outing. Hearing this, Atlan was lost in confused thought. Finally, we will also spend some happy time together, Calypso chirped to Ilya. The thing I want you to come and see is over there. At this moment, for some reason, Levi was hiding behind the sofa. As soon as she saw him, Ilya gasped in surprise, oh my God, is that Levi? He replied in an extremely formal manner, long time no see, Lady Melia. Calypso turned her head and said to Ilya, we have very little time, so I'll be blunt. I want Beluga to temporarily take in Levi's group. I mean Levi and his companion. At this point, the girl paused. She pointed toward the room in the back before continuing. Levi will explain the details in that room. Then she turned with wide eyes and said, Atlan, you go inside too. We don't know what might happen. This made him very confused. In front of the tightly closed door, no one could hear or know what was happening inside. Outside only, one remained sitting huddled on the large sofa. Opposite him was Calypso, who also said nothing. Just like that, she sat there with her arms crossed, looking at the timid boy in front of her. Suddenly, Calypso spoke up, breaking that deadly silence. Please take care of me from now on, one. The boy was extremely confused after hearing that. He replied in bewilderment. Why all of a sudden? Before he could finish, Calypso said frankly, if you are important to Levi, then you are also someone I should protect. More than anything, I wanted to talk to you. In her mind, she thought, I even told Atlan to go to another room so we could talk in private. Yes. And then came the question Calypso posed to one. Does every beluga whale have powers like yours? The boy slowly answered yes. Seeing one's expression, she felt suspicious. Is there something he wants to say to me? Then suddenly, the boy was the one to start the story. But there is one thing that even Levi doesn't know. We can only use our powers on specific people. As soon as he finished speaking, Calypso froze like stone, her mouth hanging open in bewilderment. A moment later, after regaining her composure, she suddenly realized something and said to the boy, wait a minute. Are you telling me there's something that even Levi doesn't know? Why, we only just met today. Quan didn't hide anything at all and spoke directly. My late mother once told me this. When you meet someone special, trust your intuition and take action. Immediately, Calypso became a bit hesitant and asked, is that time now? Quan replied very quickly, that's right. The boy continued, beluga demi-humans can sense the kindness of humans. That's how we know we can heal them. Which is why we are called the guardians of goodwill. Hearing that, the girl's eyes lit up. She placed her hand on her heart and asked, really, then how do I look through your eyes? Quan scratched his head and replied nonchalantly, you are not a good person. Calypso thought to herself that the boy had guessed correctly. Then, as if explaining to Quan and comforting herself at the same time, she said, there's no such thing as a kind orca. Suddenly, Quan stammered a little, but you are someone who is willing to sacrifice for the greater good. That's why I can trust you. Calypso clenched her fists and thought, this is bad. Looking into Quan's eyes, she continued thinking, that blind faith in the boy's eyes, it reminds me of Ikion. Then she gave an enigmatic smile. Afterward, the girl gave Quan a word of advice. You shouldn't just go around and trust others so easily. The boy felt a bit embarrassed and sulky. I'm only trusting you this one time. 1 month later at Pierre's mansion, an excited voice rang out. That's right, father. I'm going to introduce the dolphin friend, whom I mentioned before. Pierre's response showed no mercy toward the girl in front of him. You mean the person temporarily under Beluga's protection? Isn't this introduction a bit late? Calypso felt a bit guilty and replied softly, I'm sorry, I really wanted to surprise you, but I kept delaying it. Pierre spoke up and asked the girl, so why did that dolphin want to return to his homeland? She opened her sparkling eyes wide and quickly replied, someone from his tribe betrayed him and joined the sharks. His family was in danger. He said he couldn't trust anyone anymore. Pierre looked down at Calypso. But he trusted you. Suddenly his voice became colder. I think it's because you were dating him. Hearing that, the girl hid behind the back of the chair, looking a bit sulky. No, he didn't trust me, it was someone else. And I told you before that I was only joking. Pierre, as if unconvinced, kept staring at the daughter in front of him, causing her to stand there with her eyes shut. While thinking in her head, change the subject. She immediately smiled brightly and said, Anyway, did she call for me again today? His gaze shifted slightly, his expression devoid of any emotion. She has been calling for you quite often lately. Calypso grumbled unhappily. Is that so? She used to ignore me all the time. Now that I've shown a bit of power, she won't leave me alone. She thought to herself. Besides, her messengers keep coming and going, so I haven't had a chance to introduce Quan. Pierre walked over and gently stroked Calypso's head to comfort her. My mother is always like that, but the more impulsively I act, the more valuable you become. He gave a rare smile and continued, because you're the only one who can restrain me. Hearing that, the girl's eyes lit up with joy. Do I really have that much authority, father? Pierre still replied softly, have you only just realized that my leash belongs to you? I hope you will remember that forever. Having said that, he stroked Calypso's head even more. Suddenly, a tiny hand grabbed the hem of her dress. She looked down in confusion and asked, Ikion, what's the matter? Ikion spoke as if it were as easy as eating a piece of cake. Calypso, I can also give you a leash. After saying that, he patted his chest firmly. Then he threw himself into Calypso's arms, hugging her with a voice full of sincerity. Calypso, take it, my leash. She felt a wave of panic inside. Now I understand why people say don't drink cold water in front of children. Meanwhile, Pierre's face had darkened in the background. Calypso turned to her father for help in distress. Father, what should we do? He has learned something very strange. Seeing Ikion looking as bright as a flower in her arms, the girl felt more and more that this was not good. This is not okay. We need to be careful. Do you know how important a child's first impression of everything is? Pierre, with a grim face, said coldly, You're fluffy, silly little dragon. I mean, the Dragon Duke has certainly adopted your way of thinking. It's time for some discipline. Calypso gently lifted Ikion's head and advised him, Ikion, you should only give your leash to the person you truly desire. Pierre, standing beside them, interrupted immediately. Shouldn't you be teaching him not to say such things? Both of them looked up at him simultaneously, and Calypso retorted, But giving your leash to the one you want is only natural. That way, we also have a legitimate reason to keep theirs. Then she smiled brightly and stroked Ikion's head. Calypso's words left Pierre standing there in a daze. Don't you feel that way too, father? He stood there rubbing the tip of his nose, seriously reflecting on what his daughter had said. A moment later, he spoke up. To be honest, I rarely desire anyone to that extent except for you. He continued, There was once a person, the basement in Pierre's mansion. Today is quite an important day. First of all, it's time to recheck the ranks in the introductory section, so I have gathered all my subordinates. Suddenly, Atlan's ear-piercing scream rang out in frustration. Come with me right now. Laribbon grabbed his cloak while complaining, Honestly, do you have to scream every time you speak? How rude. Atlan was so furious he was speechless, only able to utter a single syllable. The two glared at each other as if 1,000 bolts of lightning were striking around them. Calypso stood nearby with her arms crossed. This place has completely turned into a zoo. Her father, Pierre, in a similar stance, asked, Is this really going to be okay? The girl shrugged nonchalantly. I'm worried. But what can I do? I chose them myself. Calypso added, to become the future pillars of Aquazir Dell. In her mind, she thought, even if they're just kids right now. Her small hand was now gripping the leg of a chair beside her. The next second, the chair flew up with great force, forcing the two people glaring at each other to turn around in confusion. Laribbon jumped back, while Atlan, face cold as ice, caught the chair with one hand. Calypso clapped her hands together and grinned. All right, has everyone greeted each other yet? Laribbon immediately answered clearly and decisively. Of course he's quite friendly. Atlan scowled, pointed at Laribbon, and asked loudly, You want me to greet this girl? Are you kidding me? He felt completely bewildered, his face appearing somewhat anxious. Little sister, do you have a fever? Why choose her out of so many people? Calypso simply called him second brother, as she fell into deep thought. I know what I have to do. Seeing that Atlan said nothing, only clicked his tongue and looked at her with total confusion, mixed with frustration and a sulky attitude. Calypso thought about how Atlan was someone from her past life, had sworn to kill Laribbon with his own hands. So this situation must be quite confusing for him. But this is no longer the third life. Suddenly an arm was raised, along with a somewhat mischievous voice. You haven't said hello yet. Calypso saw it was Agento and snapped out of her thoughts to reply, Oh, well, say it now. But what came out of Agento's mouth was not a greeting, but a question. Is that necessary? His expression was incredibly radiant at that moment. However, his next words were what truly shocked everyone. Why should I greet someone even weaker than my little sister? After saying that, he closed his eyes and lay down at Calypso's feet, leaving the girl feeling quite awkward. After thinking, the girl asked, Hey, everyone, do you know the best way for everyone to bond? Calypso smiled brightly and answered her own question. Roll around together. These words left all three of them looking blankly at her. In unison, what? As for Pierre, he was quite happy, his heart blooming with joy. She's really paying attention to her lessons. In another place, amidst Ilya's shock and confusion, a voice rang out. Master, wait a moment. The ribbon face, weary and sweating profusely, panted. Are you crazy? This isn't normal training. Atlan turned back and shouted, Hey, damn it, are you all even human? Brother Argento, with a sparkling tear still in the corner of his eye. I didn't do anything wrong, did I? Calypso indifferently closed her eyes and spoke. Brother, I know you've all been secretly challenging each other. Not long after one also arrived. Am I the last one to arrive? I'm sorry. Pierre stood there watching everything silently, commenting, How pathetic. Calypso gently comforted her. They're there, it's okay. It's just because the others came early. The girl asked Ilya, Where are the children? Ilya gently patted her head and replied kindly, They are right here. I have brought the two of them back safely. Standing before the girl was Levi, disguised with a different hair color, holding one. Ilya closed her eyes, exhaled in relief, and continued. Beast people have the ability to hide their powers and are very timid. It was quite a struggle to convince them. Calypso replied, Good work, Milia. A second later, Ilya took a vial of something from her person. The liquid inside caused Liv to return to his original blue hair. Calypso looked at him. Hello, thank you for coming. Liv gently wiped away the remaining tears from his eyes and spoke slowly. It is a pleasure to see you again, my lady. Calypso spoke seriously to one. Now it's time for you to fulfill my request. First of all, from now on, you will live in this mansion. I have a friend upstairs, so please try to get along with each other. Having said that, she turned around and walked away. One did not answer immediately. It took a few seconds. I understand, yes, my lady. Calypso turned back to look at one, feeling a bit awkward and uneasy. If it feels difficult, you don't have to be so formal. The young boy looked on in disbelief. Really? Of course, and now this is my father. Her answer left one stunned. His eyes widened, seemingly in fear. While Calypso was still happily and cheerfully introducing him, Pierre Acquasier Del. The owner of that name maintained a cold, terrifying expression as he glanced over. Immediately, Levi felt flustered and called out to one. The boy was now so frightened that he was trembling, hiding behind Levi and clinging to him tightly. He's so scary, brother. Levi turned back to look at the boy, speculating. Is it because of one's ability to sense goodness? Calypso hurriedly waved her hands to calm them down. It's okay, my father will... Flustered, she stopped talking and turned to ask her father, You will behave yourself, won't you? Pierre spoke coldly, If you stand on our side. Then standing before him was one. Even though he was scared, it wasn't like before. He reached out a hand toward him. This made Pierre feel very confused. Calypso spoke up to remind him, Father, hold his hand. Two hands, one large and one small, clasped each other. One closed his eyes and began to channel his power, while Calypso stood there watching anxiously, clenching her fists tightly. The two of them stood there holding hands for a long time. One person whispered, Who is that person holding Master Pierre's hand? Another person spoke up to answer, He looks like a rookie, a newcomer. The ribbon stroked her long hair, her eyes wide as she asked, So that kid is ranked below me? Argento puffed out his chest proudly, one hand on his hip, while the other hand covered a yawn. In terms of ranking, you know both you and Atlan are below me. Right. Atlan immediately frowned and muttered, That's just nonsense. Argento overheard and said, I heard that. Atlan refused to back down and countered, So what? You want to fight again? Calypso stood there in disbelief. Why are they so obsessed with ranks? Then she smiled to herself in relief. But thanks to that, the tense atmosphere has vanished. She spoke up to everyone. I'll use this break to make some introductions. That big handsome boy over there is one. And this is Levi. Calypso turned around, pointed toward the other three, and continued the introductions. This is Atlan Argento, and Laribin, my subordinates. And everyone here will become the pillars of my team. Levi spoke up quite frantically after hearing this. Wait a minute, I never said I would work for you. Calypso didn't respond immediately. She just stared straight at him with wide eyes. A moment later, she opened her mouth to speak, shocking Levi, and making him take a step back in astonishment. Now you can start over. Atlan, looking grim, asked, You're not planning to do that, are you? Levi scratched his head awkwardly. No. Calypso's lips curled into a smile, her voice taking on a strange tone. Follow me, the little girl said as she stood in front. Levi did not face her directly. He only slightly turned his head. I'm not that bad, am I? And yet you still don't want to... He didn't know what to say, only letting out a hum from his throat. Levi's face was now flushed with embarrassment. He was speechless. Seeing this, Calypso thought his hesitation was as good as an answer. Levi was the type of person who would say no immediately, if he didn't want to do something. As Calypso turned back to look at him standing there dazed, she said, But I want to ask about the situation between Pierre and one, who were still holding hands. Why is it taking so long? Levi didn't know how to explain it either. This is the first time I've ever seen this happen. He was a bit bewildered and stunned. Even when one saved someone dying from a stab wound, it didn't take this long. Calypso asked with some concern, "Is it dangerous?" Levi replied with certainty. "One's ability doesn't pose a danger to either side. The fact that it's taking this much time means it requires very rare ingredients." Just as he finished speaking, the two hands loosened their grip. Calypso was a little shocked by what she saw. "Is it over?" One's lips moved slightly. The first thing the boy said was, "A slice of green apple." Calypso felt anxious and confused. Apples were easy to get. But immediately after one began a long list. Frost acacia leaves a tail hair from a 15-year-old white horse. Blue wasabi core herbs. Eternal snow mint flowers, blue beans, reto resin. Red frog brain, golden carp eggs. Wolf claw powder, hermit crab shells, deep sea water. Coral crab food. Southern seawater moss from a 100-year-old swamp. White elephant tusks, badak roots. 1,000-year-old cactus bubu tubo leaves. Spleen of a 25-year-old deer mistletoe berries from a 100-year-old oak tree, bluebird tail feathers, and a host of other things. The boy listed so many things that it caused Calypso to stand there stunned and motionless like a stone statue. There she stood, clenching her fists, listening to it all while beside her was Levi, who was quickly jotting down everything one said. Calypso remained frozen in place, unable to think or say anything. Argento opened his mouth curiously. What was that just now? But before he could finish, Atlan sternly covered his mouth tightly. After a moment of standing frozen, Calypso finally spoke up, her voice noticeably hoarse. "The quantity of ingredients is one thing, but what white elephant tusks, tail feathers of a bluebird?" At this point, the girl's voice grew even colder. "Those animals have been extinct for a long time." Calypso lowered her head and shouted loudly, carrying a hint of resentment. "Isn't this the same as telling him to go die?" Levi stepped forward to support her small body, soothing her in a gentle voice. Perhaps that is not the case. Suddenly she erupted in anger, even leaving a dent in the floor beneath her feet. If not that, then what is it? Levi was pushed back and quickly hugged one to protect the boy. Atlan, standing nearby, also felt the shockwave. Meanwhile, Argento and Laribin were bewildered by this scene. A deep gloom welled up inside Calypso. "I know. This isn't Levi's fault or one's fault." She became increasingly agitated. But as she looked at her father, with his completely expressionless face, as if he didn't care at all about whether he could be cured or not, she was both angry and afraid. Her eyes became softer than ever before. Her teeth clenched together. Is curing father? Even harder than saving someone. On the brink of death. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have given my heart to anyone. I wouldn't have called you father. Suddenly Pierre spoke up, breaking the atmosphere. "Let's take a break." He took one step after another toward her. Pierre scooped Calypso up so the deeply upset and desperate girl could cling to him. He looked up and spoke, allowing no room for protest. "Everyone leave." Pierre strode away, carrying Calypso. Without realizing it, tears had already begun to fall onto his shoulder. The space became somber and terrifyingly quiet. Those who remained there each stood silently in their own spot. Only Liv stood by the side. One, a young boy who was a bit scared and confused, asked Levi, "Brother, did we do something wrong?" Levi hurriedly comforted him. "No, you didn't do anything wrong." Milia also explained in a soft voice, "A few shocks can make someone angry for no reason. Even Levi would get angry. If he were told there was no way to save Quan," Levi added in agreement, "Lady Milia is right, Quan." He picked up the notes from earlier and fell into thought. But Quan's ability cannot materialize something that is impossible. Could it be that some extinct animals are still living somewhere? Leary. Ben stood there with arms crossed as if thinking about something. That is indeed the case. She bit her lower lip, thinking, "I thought it was just a small gap." Recalling Calypso's appearance just now, the voice within her seemed to grow stronger and more intense. But not at all. Atlan, who was leaning against the wall behind him, was equally pensive. Calypso. Images from his past life flashed in his mind again. He thought she never stops moving forward on the path that she believes is right. But because she is strong, the moment she faces a wall that cannot be overcome, her despair is twice as deep as anyone else's. In the past life, when Calypso faced despair all alone, just like now, Atlan could only stand behind and watch. And now he realized how foolish he had been. Both then and now, he didn't know how to comfort her. Suddenly he felt something shocking. Looking in that direction, he affirmed in his heart, "Wait. This energy is definitely a dragon." Thinking this, he looked up and before him was Iki, standing there ice cold. But inside, Atlan continued to talk to himself. "No doubt about it. That is the energy that I felt before I died. Why am I sensing that energy?" From this kid, a worried scream rang out. "Calypso, be careful." The 5 people behind Atlan were simultaneously bewildered by Iki's aura. He spoke with a cold voice and murderous intent. Who made her cry? Atlin glanced at Iki, feeling extremely anxious inside. Damn it, what is going on with my sister? By then, the cloak on Iki's body had fallen off. His demeanor looked as though he could kill everyone present. What on earth is she teaching him? On this side, Pierre quietly held Calypso, who was still sobbing. Tears still lingered in the corners of her eyes, but the girl gritted her teeth, thinking, when will the embarrassment fade so I can lift my head? Then she screamed inwardly in panic. Why did I get so angry like that? It was that feeling, after throwing a tantrum over a trivial matter, only to have to stand up, awkwardly and right in the middle of a meeting, no less. Pierre gently rubbed her back. Have you calmed down now? He closed his eyes and comforted her. It's okay if you stay like this forever, so just be at ease. Calypso's voice choked up. Father, I'd rather you didn't look at me. Pierre was confused and bewildered. Are you embarrassed? The girl squeezed her eyes shut petulantly. Of course. Calypso felt dejected in Pierre's arms. Her voice was a tiny whisper. I couldn't keep my cool in that situation. She pursed her lips in bashfulness. Pierre maintained that same gentle tone. I don't think that was a bad thing. He smiled tenderly at her, affectionately. You were angry on my behalf. Calypso looked up with wide, surprised eyes. Father. But then she was silenced again, as if falling into an abyss after Pierre's next words. Of course, if this is all you can do, after giving it your all, then I will be a little disappointed. The little girl immediately retorted, that's not it. I held back because I was afraid the house would collapse. Pierre ignored her and replied nonchalantly, is that all you can manage even when holding back? How disappointing. Hearing that, Calypso shouted in anger, fine. I won't worry about you anymore. The little girl looked down at the ground and said to Pierre, put me down and call Levi over. He agreed and set her down on the ground, but his voice became colder than ice. That dolphin kid fine. Calypso stared at him in confusion after hearing that. Afterwards, the little girl stood facing Levi. He hesitated slightly but spoke first. You said that you only wanted to see me. Calypso replied, I want to speak frankly with you. She observed Levi from head to toe with some suspicion, but why have you ended up like this? What happened outside? Why are your clothes all disheveled too? So I won't hold back anymore. I'll say it straight, Levi. How long do you think it will take to get the ingredients that one mentioned? Levi looked at her expressionlessly and said, I cannot give you a definitive answer. I don't have any medical knowledge to speak of. Calypso immediately interrupted him. There's no need to hide it. You want to become a pharmacist, don't you? Pausing for a few seconds, the girl spoke again. And your master is another white dolphin beastman? Kwan's mother, right? That's why you are trying to protect Kwani, the last white dolphin beastman. This is a secret that even other dolphin beastmen don't know, and I will protect that secret of yours until the very last moment. Along with the safety of you both, of course. Levi was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect her to have discovered so much. Even if I agree to serve under you, it is still difficult for me to trust you. Calypso didn't explain why she knew so much about him, but moved on to another matter. Thinking about it carefully now, I forgot one thing when I asked you to be my subordinate. After saying that, the little girl gave a faint smile and began to get serious. I, Calypso Aquazir Del, until the day I die, will protect Levi and I swear to keep this secret. Levi was somewhat stunned by Calypso's recent action. He took a few steps back, stuttering in confusion. What was that just now? Calypso stood there with a nonchalant expression. Indeed, I have just made a vow to the sea. You wouldn't have believed me if I hadn't gone this far. The little girl clasped her hands behind her back, smiling as she spoke. Do you feel at ease now? Levi gazed blankly at the little girl in front of him. He spoke up awkwardly. I sensed it from our very first meeting, that you truly seem to know everything. Pierre stood not far away, thinking gloomily to himself. If you cling to her one more time, I will kill you, Calypso asked with a hint of irritability. Anyway, how long will it take to get the ingredients? Levi closed his eyes for a moment to think, then replied calmly. About 10 years. Calypso immediately demanded to shorten it. Levi looked at her blankly and asked back, shorten what? Calypso looked up at him directly. I will provide you with immense human and financial resources, so shorten the time. He hesitated slightly. 5 years. The girl rubbed her chin with a sly smile. Still too long. Levi grew weak and clenched his fists. 4 years, that's the shortest possible time. A second later, Calypso said brightly, then do it in 2 years. These words were no different from the girl using a bulldozer to flatten Levi's body into a thin sheet of paper. He looked up, frowning with a bit of annoyance. Pardon me, but do you think I am a machine? Where you can just press a button, and the ingredients will just pop out? Calypso felt a pang of guilt in her heart. How did he guess? The little girl said softly, as if to curry favor. But you didn't say it was impossible, right? Levi scratched his head and replied, to trade for my life and one's. That task is nothing. As soon as he finished speaking, Calypso's voice echoed towards Pierre. Did you hear that father? He said you could be cured in 2 years. The little girl turned her head and gave a bright, happy smile. Isn't that wonderful? Seeing that, Pierre also wore a smile full of affection and whispered in his heart, "It's truly hard to believe that you are my daughter." Now returning to the rest of the group, everyone's expression had become unsightly. Only Ilya was trying to force a smile. Seeing them look like that, Calypso wondered, why is the atmosphere like this? And why does my second brother look like a beggar over there? Immediately, before anyone could react, Atlan opened his mouth grumpily. Hey, about that guy you call a mercenary? But he didn't bother scolding her anymore, only patting his forehead and sighing. Forget it, we'll talk later. This reaction from Atlan made Calypso purse her lips in confusion. However, she regained her composure to announce to everyone, anyway, as you all might have guessed, my plan is to spend 2 years collecting 10 ingredients, along with the things we already possess. During that time, our Octas needs to grow much stronger, and Lyri needs to build up her influence. Agent, sounding utterly confused, spoke up to ask, aren't we already strong enough, little sister? How much stronger do we even need to be? Atlan chimed in as well. This time I actually agree with him. Calypso, looking like a blooming flower at that moment, explained with a smile. Certain powers only reveal themselves in situations involving life and death. After hearing that, everyone became even more bewildered. Atlan asked again, and then what? Then Calypso, with her eyes shining, crossed her arms and continued, but we can't exactly start an internal war within our own family. Therefore, we need to expand our strength outside. Right, we are going to the Dragon City. It's quite convenient since I am currently the dragon's fiancé. I have to go to the Dragon City anyway to fulfill that duty. It is the perfect place for training without throwing our family into chaos. This rigorous analysis from the little girl left Ilya utterly astonished after hearing it, bringing a hand up to cover her mouth. Calypso didn't stop and continued speaking. Most importantly, some ingredients can only be found in the land of the Beastmen. Dragon City is the hub where goods from both land and sea converge, the perfect place to gather the 10 ingredients. Atlan immediately lost his temper, pointing and shouting, "Are you crazy? Going there as the dragon's fiancé is no different from walking into your death." Calypso spoke in a soft, coquettish tone. "Brother, don't you trust me?" The little girl smiled radiantly, patting her chest, reassuring him, "I already told you that I have a thorough plan." Seeing that Atlan was filled with shock, looking at that expression, he realized it was just like the time she declared war. A few days later in the mansion, Calypso lowered her eyes and said that everything was proceeding smoothly. But lying there was Iki, eyes closed in deep sleep. Calypso's words trailed off. Why hasn't Iki woken up yet? The little girl was dazed, staring straight ahead in silence. Then she knelt down, placing both hands on the small resting body. Her mind was locked in a constant internal monologue. That day when I left the basement, I couldn't even describe how shocked I was to see Iki sleeping in the hallway. At that moment, she had been furious, hitting Atlan hard while scolding him. "You crazy man. How could you let a child lie in the hallway like this?" Ow. Then what was I supposed to do? Atlan held himself and hissed in pain as he retorted. His power would have spiraled out of control. "If you got too close, how was I to know you'd be this angry?" According to Atlan, Iki had been extremely enraged, then suddenly broke into a cold sweat and fainted. Even when Atlan tried to approach to help, Iki's power attacked him, so he could do nothing but leave Iki there. Atlan's voice became weak and aggrieved. "Do you have any idea how shocked I was? You call that a baby dragon?" Remembering that she thought the real problem was Iki not waking up. Even Quan couldn't discover anything. At that time, Quan told the little girl, "Calypso, I can't explain it, but this boy's body is very different." Quan gently pulled the blanket up over Iki and continued, "That is all I can say." Recalling the past, Calypso thought about how he used to suddenly fall asleep before too. But for him to sleep this much, there must be another reason. Looking at Iki lying there in a deep sleep now, the little girl made a silent decision. "I must go to the Dragon City sooner than planned." Fortunately, a few days later, Iki finally opened his eyes. As Calypso stared blankly at the person in front of her, she spoke, "Iki." Looking closely, Iki was quietly clutching the blanket over himself. She spoke again. "Did you grow a bit bigger?" Excitedly, she reached out her hands to check repeatedly. "I'm sure when I hugged you before, your shoulders only came up to here." Iki looked at her blankly and called out softly, "Calypso." Then he broke into a radiant smile. "I missed you so much." Calypso smiled back. The little girl leaned forward and gently stroked Iki's head. Her smile widened even more. "I missed you too." Iki stood there dazed, thinking this was not something he could avoid. This was an instinct engraved in a dragon's genome. It was impossible to resist. Dragons were inherently lonely creatures. Throughout their entire lives, they lived alone until the day they died. They never lived with their own kind. so they needed to create something that truly belonged to them. In Ikki's eyes, there was only Calypso talking happily. Ikki, rest a bit more. I have to go see grandmother. But in his heart, he thought, if I want to possess what belongs to me, I need to become stronger. If I have enough power to fulfill the wishes of Calypso without anyone having to lose their life. Ikki recalled Calypso's previous words, never give your life to anyone. Understand? He thought that way she wouldn't be able to leave him. But even as he became stronger, by the time he thought of this, Calypso had already walked a few steps away from him. The little girl waved and smiled, saying, goodbye, Ikki. See you later. Ikki's stream of thoughts did not stop but continued to echo in his head. What if Calypso still leaves me? He wondered. A while later, Okula sat coldly on her chair and spoke indifferently. So what do you want to see me for? She continued, you should watch your words carefully. I haven't forgotten about that funeral yet. Sitting in the chair next to her was Pier, resting a hand behind Calypso's back. The little girl sat there pensive and confused. Is she still angry about that? That was so long ago. Suddenly, for some unknown reason, Calypso broke into a smile. The little girl placed her hand over her heart and said with a smile, Grandmother, please take me to the Dragon City. Hearing this, Okula was startled as she looked at the little girl in front of her. She blurted out, what? In her heart, Calypso smirked, thinking that seeing this old woman's face like that made her feel like she'd lived long enough to see it all. I've lived long enough to witness everything. Then the little girl put on an innocent expression, with round, sparkling eyes, and said, Grandmother, I am the dragon's fiancé, so it's only natural for me to go to the Dragon City. Okula narrowed her eyes, her voice dripping with sarcasm. How ridiculous. Are you asking me to send the heir, whom I personally approved, to go there as a sacrifice? Her voice grew deeper and huskier. It was you who chose to be the dragon's fiancé. Calypso showed no sign of fear or confusion, but instead replied with an even wider smile. I've just decided to go there a bit earlier than originally planned. In her heart, she cursed, damn it. You were the one who made that decision. In her 3 previous lives, every time she had sent her to that distant place, without a second thought. They didn't even come looking for me when I disappeared. Now even though her favorite, heir, is about to walk into her death, she still won't withdraw her order. No, she cannot do that now. Okula fell silent, raising her hand as if deep in thought. Calypso's train of thought had not yet broken. My fiancé would not allow it. The girl wore an expression of innocence and fragility. What I learned after 3 lifetimes is that she is indeed a fierce warrior, but she has never been a good head of the family. Then the girl said innocently, Grandmother, just consider that I am going there to achieve something great. Okula asked in confusion, something great for what? Both Calypso's expression and voice became more serious. This time I guarantee that those living on the mainland will no longer look down on the beast people from the water. The dragon's fiancé is just an excuse to visit the Dragon City? On the mainland, the girl was silently mapping out her plan. This trip will certainly be the center of attention. The purpose this time is to gather materials and take back Tao. If Tao, who disguised himself as the Dragon Duke, disappears, it will definitely raise suspicions. So I will set up a case, something even bigger to cover our tracks. This time Okula also broke into a smile, agreeing to Calypso's proposal. Very well, if your plan succeeds, when you return, you will be worthy of me calling your name. Calypso giggled and replied thank you, but her heart was cold. I don't need her approval at all. She will become complacent, lounging in that seat, and then I will drag her down with my own 2 hands. A while later, when only the father and daughter were left, Pier said to Calypso, I need to meet someone. You go ahead back to the mansion. This left the girl somewhat dazed and confused. Suddenly a voice rang out, so you are here. Hearing that, Calypso looked up at the person who spoke. She was quite surprised and called out, eldest brother. Bellows looked at her coldly, crossed his arms and asked, are you still calling me that?